Chapter 1. Stan, Global Satellite Positioning. In the Great Sea routes, the Chambered Islands. In Area 13, within an ordinary residence. In a destitute bedroom, a young man is nervously massaging his temples. The man appears to be around 25 years of age, with a head of black hair, a tall and slender physique, clad in gray pajamas. What on earth is happening? A crossover? How could this occur? Shaking his head vigorously, the young man mutters to himself. He was originally an office worker, but upon awakening, the world has turned upside down. He is no longer the person he once was. Having inhabited this body for half an hour, he has perused the memories of his predecessor. His name is Stan, an 18-year-old youth, yet life has rendered him appearing much older. His unkempt black hair frames a handsome face, though it cannot conceal the weariness etched upon it. This place is the Chambered Islands, specifically Area 13, a lawless zone. Stan is quite familiar with this locale, a name from the renowned manga One Piece. This year marks the occurrence of the Chambered Islands incident, as well as the year Monkey D. Luffy set sail to pursue his dream of becoming the Pirate King. How could this be? How am I supposed to survive in such a place? Stan sighs deeply. Feeling despondent, he is merely an ordinary individual with no discernible strength. Aside from his good looks, he possesses no assets to ensure his survival in a world rife with pirates and ruthless violence. Just yesterday, he encountered a celestial dragon, and simply by looking up, he met his demise. Vivid memories flood back of a black-clad bodyguard appearing behind him. In an instant, darkness enveloped him. Though his predecessor is dead, the pain from that fateful kick lingers still. In his final moments, he seemed to hear the celestial dragon exclaim, "Damn it, he's even more handsome than I am. Damn, is being handsome a crime? This cursed charm of mine has nowhere to go." Stan caresses his cheek, a hint of pride evident in his voice. "Where's my golden finger? Why hasn't it arrived yet?" After a moment of contemplation, Stan anxiously questions himself. Can an ordinary person survive in a pirate world? It seems impossible. At such a time, one must rely on the essential item of a crossover, the golden finger. "Dear Master, the super technology system is at your service." As anticipated, a mechanical voice resonates in Stan's mind. "Haha, please tell me what functions you possess." Stan is not surprised. He has read numerous novels, and this is all standard procedure. The core functions of the system are computational and execution capabilities. Based on your inquiries, it can swiftly calculate practical intelligent solutions. Upon your command, it can rapidly respond and operate technological products. Additionally, there exists a system mall and a weapons repository. The mall offers all technological products for purchase, while the repository is for storage. The system's voice continues to explain succinctly in his mind. "Understood. Are there any system tasks or objectives?" Stan reflects quietly before calmly inquiring. There is no free lunch in this world. He understands if the system requires him to undertake certain tasks. There are none. The system's functions are free to use. Only products require purchase. The system, devoid of personal emotion, responds in a robotic manner. "That's good to hear for our first meeting. Do you not have any welcoming gifts?" Stan nods. Then his expression shifts as he asks earnestly. He is but a weakling by the power levels of the pirate world. He might only possess a mere 1 point. Given that items in the system mall require purchase, it is impossible for him to afford anything with his current capabilities. "A welcoming gift? Are you referring to a novice package? That is available. Would you like me to open it now?" The system quickly grasps Stan's intent. Excitedly, Stan mentally commands, "Yes, open it now, right this moment." A novice package. This could be the key to his survival. Command executed. "Congratulations. You have received a super satellite and 1 usage of a global precision laser strike." The system responds promptly, initiating the operation. In Stan's mind, a blue light illuminates, forming a virtual screen. On the screen, a bright white satellite appears, resembling a sphere, exuding a sense of advanced technology. What is this? What purpose does it serve? Stan, momentarily bewildered, recognizes the satellite, but has never encountered one quite like this. A super artificial satellite, capable of global positioning, real-time monitoring, weather forecasting, signal coverage, and artillery strikes. The system dutifully explains. Stan is momentarily stunned, incredulously exclaiming, "Is it really that powerful?" While positioning and monitoring, as well as weather forecasting, are understandable, the capabilities of signal coverage and artillery strikes seem rather absurd. "Can I use it now?" Stan asks with growing enthusiasm. "Of course," replies the system. Stan furrows his brow, deep in thought. "How should I utilize this? What should I do?" "Right. Let's locate Monkey D. Luffy and see what he is up to." Arriving in this world, he cannot ignore the protagonist's actions. Command-executed monitoring visuals are being transmitted to your mind. The visual display in Stan's mind shifts, revealing a loading screen. After a brief moment less than a second, a clear image materializes, showcasing high technology. In the image, Luffy is waving goodbye to the villagers of Windmill Village, standing on that comically small boat. Before long, the king of the near sea appears and is swiftly taken down by Luffy's gum-gum pistol. As expected, Luffy declares his dream. He is indeed a man destined to become the Pirate King. After watching for a while, Stan poses another question. Can the monitoring video be saved? He has devised a lucrative idea. Possessing such capabilities without starting a news agency would be a waste. Yes, the satellite provides real-time global monitoring, and the video will be automatically saved for 1 month. If you wish, I can edit the video for permanent storage. The system's voice remains devoid of emotion, responding like a machine. That sounds good. Please edit the video from earlier and save it. Stan nods in satisfaction. High technology indeed impresses him with its brilliance. This future Pirate King holds numerous business opportunities. With the right moves, he could profit immensely from this video. However, at this moment, time is not on his side. He cannot afford to slowly build his strength. Luffy and his crew are the protagonists, and in just 2 years, they will surpass their predecessors and embark on the path of the powerful. He, on the other hand, as an ordinary person, would find it exceedingly difficult to reach the level of an admiral within 2 years. Chapter 2. Gene Enhancement Liquid. Open the system all. After a while, Stan commands with curiosity. The system itself does not grant him any strength. He must rely on the items within them all. Understood. The screen in Stan's mind transforms once more, revealing a shopping-like interface. Images of items appear, accompanied by brief names. A mere thought brings forth detailed descriptions. At the top, items familiar from his past life are displayed, various firearms and artillery, alongside phones and computers. However, these items come at a steep price, with none below 10,000 berries. Continuing to browse, he encounters highly advanced technology, laser weapons, special effect weapons, even spaceships and mechas. After perusing for some time, Stan can hardly contain his emotions, tears of longing welling in his eyes. These are all remarkable items, yet he can't afford none. As a member of the lower class in the Shambard Islands, his entire net worth is less than 1,000 berries. Wait, is this a physical enhancement liquid? Suddenly, Stan's attention is drawn to a peculiar item. A mental command brings forth the detailed description of the enhancement liquid. Physical enhancement liquid, priced at 100,000 berries per bottle. Oral administration, enhances one's strength by 10 points, a daily limit of 10 bottles, and becomes ineffective after consuming 1,000 bottles. What a treasure! This is indeed a remarkable item. It can boost one's strength by up to 10,000 points, surpassing the ordinary vice admiral. Stan nods in approval, his mouth watering with desire. An ordinary Navy vice admiral possesses strength ranging from 5,000 to 8,000 points. Achieving 10,000 would certainly mark one as a formidable admiral. With 1,000 bottles costing a total of 100 million berries, he could become a powerhouse in just 100 days. 100 million berries could nearly buy a standard devil fruit. And with a stroke of luck, it would take considerable time to reach the level of a vice admiral. If one were to acquire 100 million berries at this moment, purchasing this enhancement liquid would undoubtedly be a wise investment. Truly, this high-tech concoction for bodily enhancement transcends the boundaries of conventional science. Aside from this enhancement liquid, are there other potions available to augment physical abilities? Rather than laboriously searching himself, Stan directly inquired of the system. While possessing a power level of 10,000 is already formidable, it remains insufficient. Those above the rank of admiral are not easily dealt with. Indeed, there are. With this succinct reply, Stan's mind was once again flooded with vivid imagery. What on earth is this? Is this still science? Upon a mere glance, Stan was left utterly astounded, rendered speechless. Within the luminous display, alongside the enhancement liquid, there existed genetic liquids for the Sharingan, the Hulk, and Thunder abilities, among others. The formidable beings from his previous life, renowned for their extraordinary capabilities, were all laid bare before him. Regrettably, despite the variety, the prices were indeed staggering, with the zeros trailing behind, almost impossible to count. The Sharingan genetic liquid commanded a price of 500 million berries. The Hulk's was the same, while the Thunder ability genetic liquid was exorbitantly priced at 5 billion. A natural-type devil fruit also exceeded a price of 500 million berries. Although the Thunder ability is among the pinnacle of natural types, this is rather excessive. Master, you may acquire a devil fruit for yourself, or eliminate the user. The system can extract energy from them to enhance the genes, with a modification fee of 100 million berries. As if reading Stan's innermost thoughts, The system spoke in its usual calm tone. Stan's eyes brightened instantly. This capability is indeed impressive, potentially surpassing even Blackbeard. The genetic liquids, after all, do not carry the inherent weaknesses of a devil fruit, such as its vulnerability to water or the limitation of consuming only one. For merely 100 million, he could obtain a flawless devil fruit ability. This is a bargain. If he could defeat individuals like the Yonko or Enel, he would immediately ascend to the ranks of the elite. But upon reflection, it's futile to dream. Not only do I lack the strength to confront such figures, but I'm also far from possessing 100 million berries. After indulging in fanciful thoughts for a moment, Stan regained his composure, reminding himself to remain grounded in reality. With his current finances, he couldn't even afford the most inexpensive revolver. How to earn money? How to earn money? This posed a significant dilemma, one that left Stan perplexed. While he possessed considerable knowledge and ideas for making money, executing them in this world proved exceedingly challenging. Firstly, he lacked capital. Secondly, he lacked strength. Thirdly, he had no backing. This realm is one where strength reigns supreme. Without power, how could one possibly earn a living? Even if one did, how could they safeguard it? Currently, all he held was a video of the future Pirate King's voyage. However, he had no means to monetize it. Selling this information to anyone could very well endanger his life. But this is the 13th district of Sabeti Archipelago. Rayleigh should be around here. After some contemplation, Stan recalled this vital piece of information. Rayleigh's former partner, Shaki, owns a tavern in this vicinity, and he had passed by there before. Shaki was notorious as a shrewd merchant, with prices that were exorbitantly high, far beyond his means. Rayleigh would surely recognize Luffy's straw hat, and he might possess information about Ace that Stan could sell. That Shaki is also a well-known information broker. Perhaps a collaboration could be arranged. She has global positioning surveillance, allowing her to acquire nearly any information swiftly. Yet, Rayleigh is not to be trifled with. He is not like Luffy, who merely seeks to send his enemies flying. Roger once annihilated an entire nation's army for the sake of a single crew member, and Rayleigh has undoubtedly taken many lives as well. In the comics, the number of individuals depicted in death scenes is scant, including only Roger, Whitebeard, Ace, Corazon, and a few others. But here, in this tangible world, death is an omnipresent reality. Should I provoke Rayleigh? What if he becomes enraged? Stan hesitated, still feeling inadequate due to his lack of power. It seems there is also a global precision laser strike cannon. After much contemplation yielded no results, Stan suddenly recalled another item from his novice gift package. The global precision laser strike cannon, a weapon mounted on a super satellite. It can execute pinpoint strikes over a range of 1 kilometer, obliterating all entities below the rank of Rear Admiral within its radius. It can also target a specific individual with sufficient power to inflict near-fatal injuries upon an Admiral-level adversary. Aside from the one complementary use, each activation requires the energy equivalent to 2 devil fruits. Just as Stan recalled this, the system promptly began detailing its capabilities. Is it truly that powerful? An Admiral would be left near death? Then I'm temporarily safe. Listening to this description, Stan struggled to contain his exhilaration, nearly leaping from his feet. With 2 modes of usage, area strikes and targeted strike, she could remain secure as long as he refrained from provoking the Yonko and the Navy. If an Admiral is left near death, then the warlords and the calamities below that rank would be as good as doomed. Moreover, if he were to engage in an unknown battle with an Admiral, a targeted strike followed by a swift attack from him would surely result in the Admiral's demise. Terrifying, overwhelmingly powerful, though it requires 2 devil fruits to activate, it is entirely worth it. Chapter 3. If one is to act, one should act boldly. How should I utilize this ability? Should I extort Rayleigh? Stan began to ponder deeply. This opportunity was singular and must be seized wisely. Rayleigh possesses observation haki. Once his laser cannon locks on a Rayleigh, he would undoubtedly sense the impending danger. This would grant him the qualification to negotiate terms with Rayleigh. Leveraging information about Luffy and Ace should yield considerable profit. That Shaki, the extortionist, is undoubtedly a wealthy individual. However, he harbored no desire to engage in such underhanded dealings, nor did he wish to reveal himself prematurely. His own strength was insufficient. Once exposed, he would be placing himself in great peril. The system has devised 4 optimal plans for you to swiftly amass wealth and enhance your strength. First, extort Rayleigh, which carries a high level of danger. Rayleigh may very well kill you, thus not recommended. Second, destroy the first district, which contains a wealth of resources. The potential gains are substantial, but it would attract the attention of unsavory characters. Third, Annihilate the Navy branch on the island returns are decent, and for a time, no one would contest it. Fourth, eliminate a celestial dragon on the island. While this can be done under the cover of darkness and is relatively safe, it may lead to future repercussions. The system was keenly aware of Stan's distress, presenting feasible options even before he had to voice his concerns. Certainly. Is this what computational power entails? I had never contemplated such strategies before. I am utterly astounded, truly astonished. Is this even a feat achievable by intelligence? It surpasses human cognition significantly. How to choose? Option 1 is out of the question. It is far too perilous. With 4 options at hand, Stan must meticulously weigh the pros and cons. Extorting the celestial dragon is far too dangerous. Should he provoke them, his life would be forfeit. The first area, known as the population auction site and trafficking zone, is undeniably lucrative. However, if he were to obliterate this area, nearby criminals would undoubtedly swarm to seize the opportunity, leaving him with minimal chances. Thus, options 3 and 4 appear to be safer. The Naval Division harbors a bounty, promising substantial returns, and swift action would ensure safety. If he is to act, it must be grand. Targeting the celestial dragons directly is far more audacious than merely antagonizing the Navy. After careful contemplation, Stan resolved to make a significant impact. Primarily, he is driven by indignation. Just yesterday, his handsome visage led to his untimely demise. It is unseemly to let enmity go unavenged. Although it stems from a past life, he has returned, and this vendetta must be fulfilled. System: locate that celestial dragon and monitor the surroundings. Having determined his target, Stan wasted no time. The grudge had lingered long enough. It could not be postponed any further. He would demolish the celestial dragon's estate and swiftly search for valuables. No one would suspect him. Moreover, this would create sensational news: a celestial dragon slain. If he acted promptly, he could also reap a reward. Although the celestial dragon resides in Mariewa, he has established a villa here to enjoy his time in sobriety. Before long, the system relayed surveillance footage to Stan's mind. Indeed, the celestial dragon who had killed him had yet to return to Mariewa, awaiting his vengeance. The location is quite proximate to the Naval Division. It seems swift action is required. Upon observing the vicinity of the estate, Stan furrowed his brow slightly. The celestial dragons reside between numbers 60 and 69, strategically positioned near the entrances of the Naval Division and government. However, with a laser cannon strike, the estate could be reduced to rubble, and any underground vaults could be easily discovered, as long as he remained outside the strike zone. He could act once the assault concluded. It would be a matter of moments, nothing overly complicated. He set forth. Wincing at a pain in his back, Stan stepped outside. The timing was perfect. Twilight was descending, and by the time he neared the estate, night would have enveloped the land. For safety's sake, let me locate Admiral Kazara. Upon exiting, Stan recalled a potential security risk. Should Kazara be present, he could arrive within seconds once the laser ignited. He is still at the naval headquarters trimming his nails. That's fortunate. With utmost caution, Stan spent several hours approaching the estate, drawing within 1 kilometer. In the darkness, only a vast expanse of light was visible ahead, obscuring detailed circumstances. Yet, in Stan's mind, the interior of the estate was vividly clear. It seemed the celestial dragon had already retired for the night. Advancing further would be perilous. Within a kilometer lay numerous guards and several hidden sentinels. Given his identity, proximity could result in his immediate execution without discernment. System: lock the area, completely annihilate the kilometer ahead, without excessive observation or hesitation. For they were merely a collection of corpses. There was nothing of interest. He felt no anxiety or aversion to killing. This was merely a command, not an act of personal violence. Moreover, no celestial dragon is virtuous, nor are the guards. As for the remaining slaves, liberating them would be a kindness. Total annihilation would not result in any gruesome scenes. It is indeed an effective strategy. Commands issued, the laser cannon activated, and the directive was executed. Stan's eyes widened in astonishment as a colossal red laser descended from the heavens, enveloping an entire kilometer before him. In an instant, the laser vanished, leaving behind neither a cataclysmic explosion nor even the faintest sound. Could this truly be a laser? The technology was simply astounding. As he gazed at the scene before him, Stan was utterly taken aback. Was it not expected that lasers would incite explosions? Yet, instead, silence reigned. In a mere flash, the ground within that kilometer had sunk a full 5 meters. The residences within that area, along with the small hills and the towering red tree, had all vanished without a trace. Not a single remnant remained. Everything had been obliterated, the term turned to ashes scarcely sufficing to describe the utter annihilation that had transpired. But this was fortuitous. Without a trace of evidence, no one would discover what had occurred here. With a confident stride towards the former estate, Stan nodded in satisfaction. Although the laser had covered a vast expanse, its silence rendered it inconspicuous. Who could possibly fathom what had transpired? If no one were to pass this way, it might be until the morrow before anyone uncovered the truth. After walking for a while, he came upon a square pit, devoid of a ceilings, surrounded by towering stone walls. Fortunately, the 5 meters of earth that had been removed had spared the underground vault from destruction. Stan leaped down into the vault. Thoroughly pleased with his masterpiece, everything appeared to be just right. The vault's decor was quite simple, with a corner piled high with Bailey notes and a heap of gold coins. On the opposite side lay treasures, predominantly composed of gold artifacts, all of considerable worth. In the center stood a table adorned with 2 boxes, a small square box and an elongated one. Stan directly opened 2 boxes, a devil fruit and a fine blade. Indeed, a splendid haul. Chapter 4. Sharingan Gene Fluid System. Inventory the gains and present the optimal utilization plan. Upon returning to his residence, Stan had no intention of resting. He commanded the system. The command executed swiftly, revealing a total of 880 million berries, 1 devil fruit, and a fine blade named Gale Splitter. Plan 1. Acquire the Wind Blade Gene Fluid for 500 million, a small sensing aircraft for 200 million, and the Devil Fruit Enhancement for 100 million. Plan 2. Obtain the 3-Tomo Sharingan Gene Fluid for 500 million, a small sensing aircraft for 200 million, and the Devil Fruit Enhancement for 100 million. With the remaining 80 million, procure 100 bottles of physical enhancement fluid, a Desert Eagle handgun, and a Barrett sniper rifle. The system was remarkably efficient. As soon as Stan issued the command, it promptly provided the answer. Stan lay on the bed, his eyes closed in contemplation. How should I choose? Can I ascertain what kind of devil fruit this is? This inquiry holds considerable significance. Although the system can be enhanced, Stan does not desire a subpar ability. The detection process is underway, identifying it as the Zoan-type cat fruit. Stan nodded indifferently, commenting, rubbish. The cat fruit has always been exclusive to cat girls. What is the purpose of a cat man? If it were a leopard form like Lucci's, it might be acceptable. The devil fruit shall remain unaltered, proceeding with Plan B. After careful consideration, Stan concluded that the Sharingan Gene Fluid would be a superior choice. The Swift Swordmaster Gene Fluid, valued at 500 million, should not fall short of a Vice Admiral's prowess in swordsmanship. When paired with the Rapid Blade's Wind Slash, it would indeed be quite elegant, sufficient to roam freely through the first half of the Grand Line. However, his subsequent actions would still require the multifunctional Sharingan, particularly its abilities in body duplication and hypnosis, both of which are highly practical. Command executed, the necessary items have been purchased, and the funds have been deducted. The Bailey coins and treasures stored in the armory vanished in an instant, replaced by a pistol, a sniper rifle, and various other items. Gene liquid was contained within small test tubes. The physical enhancement liquid was green, with only a small sip in each bottle. Another vial was a pale red, its surface adorned with the image of a 3-Tomo Sharingan. A compact sensing drone resembled a weighing scale, reminiscent of the one beneath the feet of Prince of the Kingdom of Stan from the animated series Wulyochi. Stan retrieved 10 vials of the physical enhancement liquid, uncorked one, inhaled deeply, and then, with eyes shut, poured it directly into his mouth. A warm sensation enveloped his entire being, only to dissipate in the blink of an eye. It feels like nothing at all, he muttered to himself, perplexed as he examined his body. What sensation could he expect from 10 points of strength, equivalent to that of 2 naval soldiers? Without further thought, he downed the remaining 9 vials in one go, closing his eyes to attune to the changes within his physique. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if he could shatter a wall with a single punch. Moreover, the wounds from the previous day no longer ached. The impact felt merely like a tickle. Opening his eyes, he scrutinized his body. What is happening? There is no change in my physique. The physical enhancement liquid will only augment your physical capabilities without altering your body shape, should you desire. There are also body modification liquids and gionization gene liquids available for use. The system promptly provided a logical explanation. No need for that. My physique is already perfect. And quite substantial, I might add. Stan nodded in satisfaction, pride evident in his demeanor. He produced the ocular gene serum, observing the intricate patterns upon its surface before consuming it directly. unlike the agonizing experiences depicted in the world of ninjas. He felt merely a gentle warmth coursing through his eyes, prompting him to involuntarily close them. Such is the marvel of advanced technology, gene modification devoid of torment. Upon reopening his eyes, Stan beheld a world transformed. Everything appeared infinitely clearer, with the darkness no longer posing any hindrance. Even a mosquito perched upon the wall was visible in exquisite detail, allowing him to count its legs. The three-tomo Sharingan glimmered with a blood-red hue. Its 3 black lines entwined around a central dark point. What should he pursue next? Was there a method to imbue objects with the powers of a devil fruit? With everything in order, this notion of cutting-edge technology suddenly struck him. The black technology researched by Vegapunk, the foolish leader of CP9, had yielded creations such as the sword of the elephant and the sausage dog gun. The cat fruit combined with wind splitter should prove quite effective. Indeed, it was feasible to enhance a devil fruit into a gene serum, followed by injection. The enhancement would cost 100 million, while the injection would be complementary. As a super technological system, what Vegapunk could accomplish, the system surely could as well. Stan, unperturbed, calmly remarked, "Let us commence the execution." As the devil fruit and the rending wind materialized, a radiant beam of light emanated from Stan's forehead, illuminating the devil fruit. The intense brightness obscured Stan's view of the details, but within moments, it dissipated entirely. The original devil fruit vanished, leaving behind only a swirling mass of white liquid, within which a small kitten slumbered peacefully. The liquid drifted onto the blade of the rending wind, enveloping it and gradually seeping into the steel. In a brief moment, the liquid vanished without a trace, leaving the blade appearing even more resplendent in its whiteness. Stan grasped the hilt and with a swift motion, transformed the sword into a small white cat, cradling it in his arms. Indeed. As he stroked the feline, Stan emitted a satisfied click of his tongue. The cat, being inherently agile and swift, boasted sharp claws, and with the addition of the wind splitter, its prowess was significantly enhanced. However, this was merely a fine blade accompanied by an ordinary devil fruit, likely only reaching the level of a rear admiral at best. System: locate the residence of the Celestial Dragons, the Navy headquarters, and Shaki's bar, Stan commanded once more while gently petting the cat. After all, the Celestial Dragons were indeed Celestial Dragons, and by now, they must have discovered the news of their kin's demise. He remained on this island, his strength still somewhat lacking. Thus, he needed to make arrangements based on the reactions from various parties. The death of a Celestial Dragon would necessitate the deployment of an admiral. Although it was uncertain whether they could trace him, it was better to exercise caution. Who knew which admiral the Navy would send? And the CP organization would undoubtedly take action as well. If it were Kizaru, he might not uncover the killer and would likely settle for a few scapegoats. Akainu, however, would be different. Given his temperament, he would seize the opportunity to purge the pirates and criminals on the island. Akiji would be more laid back, indifferent to the outcome, likely choosing not to interfere if he couldn't find anything. The Sabaody archipelago was still too close to the Navy headquarters. He needed to rapidly attain the strength of an admiral. At the residence of the Celestial Dragons, a Navy rear admiral stood bewildered with over 100 soldiers in a deep pit that had sunk 5 meters. Everything was gone, utterly vanished. According to his recollection, this was the abode of the Celestial Dragons, a grand estate. And today, a Celestial Dragon had indeed resided here. Chapter 5. The admirals mobilized at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. A meeting was convened in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, where the 3 admirals, Vice Admiral Garp, and Advisor Tsuru had gathered. Although the hour was well past midnight, aside from the carefree Garp, the others wore solemn expressions. They were the Navy's primary combat force and the highest echelons. A late-night summons was not customary unless a significant incident had occurred. Seated behind a desk, Sengoku remained silent, his face clouded with perplexity. What is going on? Disturbing my sleep at this hour? Garp, yawning and displaying his discontent, questioned. He had reached a point akin to retirement, showing little interest in Navy affairs. A Celestial Dragon has died, Sengoku stated, his tone unusually devoid of irritation. The status of the Celestial Dragons required no elaboration. The death occurring in the Sabaody archipelago was a matter he dared not report to Admiral Kong. A Celestial Dragon is dead? So what? Why did you call me here? Garp replied, still half asleep and indifferent. Wait, what did you say? A Celestial Dragon is dead? How did that happen? Garp's eyes widened in disbelief as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Although he had always regarded the Celestial Dragons as worthless, he understood their position well. His concern was not for their lives, but for the seismic repercussions that would follow their demise. The three admirals and advisor Tsuru exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their shock, even without words. Yes, a celestial dragon has died in the Sabaody archipelago, Sengoku repeated, his countenance still grim. He had already processed the shock. Now, he needed to contemplate how to handle the situation. Reports indicated that the residents of the celestial dragons had been obliterated by an unknown force, leaving a kilometer radius reduced to a 5-meter deep pit. It appeared to be the result of an extraordinarily powerful attack, erasing all within, including the inhabitants and structures. Not a single remnant, not even a speck of dust, remained within that entire kilometer. More astonishing was the fact that this incident transpired just that evening. Yet no one had heard a sound. This kind of attack, who among the known powerful could execute such a feat, and what manner of ability could achieve it? Sengoku clenched his fists in rage, shattering the desk as he detailed the situation. Among the known strong, there were certainly many capable of devastating a kilometer radius. Even vice admirals could manage that. However, to completely annihilate it without leaving a trace and without a sound was a feat beyond anyone known. Sengoku, are you suggesting that an unknown formidable force has emerged, one that harbors a deep-seated enmity towards the world government? Advisor Tsuru immediately grasped the implications of Sengoku's words, furrowing her brow in analysis. An attack capable of affecting a kilometer would undoubtedly require the strength of an admiral. To do so silently and with total destruction suggested that this individual was among the upper echelon of admirals. There were numerous celestial dragons, and as long as this news remained contained, they would not concern themselves with the fate of one. The death of a celestial dragon was not paramount, at most. It would entail some commotion from a few celestial dragons at Navy headquarters. However, the emergence of such a terrifying unknown force that had slain a celestial dragon was a matter of grave concern. According to intelligence, it appears a red light descended from the sky, subsequently obliterating the area without a sound, due to the absence of any disturbance. It went unnoticed until patrolling soldiers happened upon the scene, Sengoku said, gazing at the ceiling in disbelief. A mere red light wielded such power? If it were light, it would presumably behave like Kizaru's beams, exploding upon contact with an object. Kizaru, Akiji, you two will deploy together. Avoid causing a commotion and conduct a covert investigation to apprehend the perpetrator, Sengoku commanded, his voice resolute. The matter concerning the celestial dragons must not become public knowledge. Nor should there be any uproar on the island. Humph, Akainu snorted disdainfully, rising to leave. Sengoku's intent was clear. He did not wish for Akainu to participate, which displeased him. While he had no desire to meddle with the affairs of the celestial dragons, he believed this was an opportune moment to cleanse the Sabaody of lawbreakers. He held no reservations about eliminating more pirates while the opportunity presented itself. Shouldn't Akiji be sufficient to handle this? Kizaru remarked, rising leisurely, his demeanor returning to its usual nonchalance, voicing his protest. Celestial dragons equate to trouble. This matter is evidently difficult to resolve, and with that unknown force, I have no desire to gamble with my life. You're faster, so I believe it would be best for you to go alone, Akiji countered, equally discontent, casting a disapproving glance at Kizaru. The fleet admiral likely understood that capturing the unknown force in a short time was nearly impossible. Sending them both was likely merely a facade for the celestial dragons, harboring a slim hope of success. Given the circumstances, any sensible individual who had killed a celestial dragon would have long fled the Sabaody. His involvement would merely serve as a scapegoat. If Kizaru went alone, he could simply apprehend a few pirates to serve as scapegoats, which would inadvertently benefit him. Enough of this. You two get moving. I still need to report this to Admiral Kong, Sengoku urged. Sengoku waved his hand at the two individuals, his demeanor tinged with irritation. How could he be surrounded by such subordinates? Those who refused to comply with orders, and the remainder merely adept at shirking responsibility. Kizaru and Akiji, in the end, still obeyed the commands of the Admiral, reluctantly stepping out. If they had to take the blame, so be it. After all, a mere celestial dragon had perished. It would hardly reflect poorly on their esteemed generals. Such inexplicable attacks, resulting in the annihilation of a celestial dragon, and the absence of a perpetrator was entirely comprehensible even to the Gorosei. As a formidable force, once one chooses to stir up trouble, anonymity is an impossibility. Their identity would eventually be revealed. Sengoku pondered, how should this matter be resolved? It was evident that the two could not catch the culprit. The strategist, Tsuru, furrowed her brow, contemplating their next course of action. Well, for now, the The priority was to reassure the other celestial dragons. Such powerful beings would not remain inconspicuous. They would bide their time. However, capturing such a formidable adversary would prove exceedingly challenging for the Navy. Sengoku had no viable solutions. The current measures were merely temporary. The strength of an admiral is not easily gauged in battle. If one admiral were intent on fleeing, perhaps even 3 or 5 others would struggle to apprehend him. Chapter 6. Creating a sensational news story system. Locate the nearest news agency. The hour had struck midnight, and Stan monitored several key locations before issuing another command. The death of a celestial dragon was undeniably significant news, warranting global notification. However, it seemed unlikely that this news would generate profit. Once he controlled the release of the information, it would not be long before the Navy intervened to suppress it. Yet, this news must be disseminated. Once it broke, other news outlets would surely follow suit. Not for any particular reason, but simply for the thrill of it. One cannot approach every endeavor with a singular, intense purpose. Personal interest holds substantial importance as well. Orders executed, the system pinpointed the nearest news agency. A luminous map materialized in his mind, and Stan declared, "Let us proceed." He retrieved a flying device resembling a weighing scale, stepping onto it as it levitated gracefully. A gentle stomp confirmed its stability. The device remained perfectly balanced, devoid of any sensation of imbalance. Indeed, it was worthy of its 200 million value. Stan was quite satisfied. With a mere thought, the aircraft commenced its flight. The news agency was not far off, located within Zone 14, for in this world, news could be deemed illicit. The aircraft soared swiftly, and within mere minutes, Stan reached his destination. "Apologies to all, but you are hardly virtuous," he mused. Raising his gaze to the modest building, Stan confidently pushed open the grand door. The aircraft silently glided inside, gently closing the door behind it. After spending some time thoroughly searching the small edifice, Stan soon emerged with a rotund individual. Making his way into the office. System, extract several images from the previously destroyed video of the Celestial Dragon's manor and transmit them to the printer. He commanded upon reaching a machine in the office. Command executed. Images generated and printing in progress. Stan had long since realized that this system, aside from the marketplace and the armory, resembled a supercomputer, parasitically residing in his mind. The wrath of heaven has descended. A celestial dragon and his estate were utterly obliterated. Has the celestial dragon lost the protection of the heavens? What a captivating headline. Take the image and swiftly compose the report. I expect to see this news by tomorrow. Having conceived an excellent title, Stan handed the printed image to the portly fellow, issuing a stern command. He had just hypnotized everyone present with his Sharingan, ensuring no one would dare oppose his order. Once this news breaks in the Sabaody archipelago, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy of promotion. Though this was merely a small news agency lacking advanced technologies like messenger birds, it mattered little. Such sensational news might deter others, but with the backing of Morgans and the Revolutionary Army, fear was unwarranted. Particularly the Revolutionary Army. Would they not fervently publicize such a headline? Inadvertently, he had aided their cause. "Luffy, shall we report this together?" The portly man departed to fulfill his task, leaving Stan to ponder in place. The hat passed down from the Pirate King, the pirate favored by the red-haired emperor, grandson of the hero Garp. What a compelling selling point. Yet, he decided against it, contemplating instead whether an opportunity might arise to extort Garp and Rayleigh. After some reflection, Stan dismissed the notion. This small news agency could not profit from such antics. Previously, he had possessed less than 500 berries, but after acquiring 800 million berries, he found such thoughts beneath him. If he could seize control of Morgans' news agency, disseminating this news globally would be more feasible. Storing the printer in the armory, Stan nonchalantly ascended into the air on his vehicle, exiting the news agency. He now had a splendid idea to establish an intelligence shop while also peddling some delightful items. With a few modifications to his home, he could open for business. Conveniently located not far from Shaki's bar, the footage of Luffy setting sail and the video of the Celestial Dragon's estate's destruction would surely sell well. Moreover, he had an exceptionally enticing selling point that would attract numerous customers. At the sight of the Celestial Dragon's estate, a flash of golden light heralded the arrival of Admiral Kizaru before the Rear Admiral. The latter had regained some composure, no longer exuding the initial despair. As he surveyed the details of the location, while the incident in the Sabaody archipelago was undeniably linked to him, his culpability was minimal. The safety of the Celestial Dragons rested with their guards and the CP organization. That was where the primary responsibility lay. He would likely be deemed negligent for not detecting the situation earlier, perhaps receiving a slight demotion, yet the marshal would undoubtedly preserve his life. Admiral Kizaru, you have arrived. The rear admiral responded swiftly, rendering a military salute. The sky may have fallen, but with a figure as towering as Kizaru, there was no need for alarm. Kizaru acknowledged him with a grunt, devoid of his usual lecherous demeanor, and inquired seriously, "What is the situation?" "As you can see, I have secured the area. No one else may enter," the rear admiral replied, gesturing to the stationed naval soldiers with a stern expression. Given the flat terrain, the events that transpired were evident. The admiral would not pose such a simplistic question. Being an experienced sailor, he knew how to handle such matters. As long as this news remained contained, the repercussions would be manageable, allowing him to redeem himself. "Well done. Do you have any theories regarding the perpetrator?" Kizaru nodded approvingly, scanning the scene with narrowed pupils. It was indeed formidable. Only a natural-type devil fruit user could execute such a wide-ranging assault. In his own case, even his Yada no Kagami would create significant noise. And it was impossible to level an entire area without leaving a trace. "No, I cannot conceive of anyone in the Sabaody archipelago capable of such a feat," the rear admiral replied, his expression darkening at the thought of such terrifying methods. A red beam had descended, annihilating the area in silence. What if it had struck his naval base? Have any notorious pirates landed on the island recently? Have any criminals stirred up trouble? Kizaru asked, unperturbed. If such individuals existed, they would have been reported to headquarters long ago, and he continued in a calm tone. It was a necessary inquiry. One could not return empty-handed after such a visit. Recently, it has only been small fry among pirates. However, I did hear that a princess is set to be auctioned at the population auction house tomorrow. The rear admiral pondered briefly before relaying the information he had gleaned. The auction house in Zone 1 was well known as the territory of the Shichibukai Don Quixote da Flamingo. Now that a celestial dragon had perished just as he had not returned to marry Geos, this auction could serve as a convenient scapegoat. Chapter 7. The Empress's Photo Book. Passing by, do not miss out. A select collection of the Pirate Empress's photographs, a blood-splattered clearance sale. Early in the morning, a loudspeaker was set up at Stan's doorstep, continuously hawking the wares. Inside, Stan languidly sprawled across a long table. Last night, he had not slept, tirelessly assembling the Empress's photo book. Fortune favored him. During the night, the Empress had been engaged in a heist, allowing him to select numerous exquisite photos. Indeed, she truly deserved the title of the world's most beautiful woman. After a night of viewing, he had bled profusely from his nose and now felt utterly drained. "Oh, are you the owner? The Empress's photo book? Do you truly possess such a thing?" The door swung open as Akiji pedaled his bicycle inside, curiosity evident in his voice. Originally, he intended to seek Rayleigh and Shaki for information about the criminals. Rayleigh often sold himself to the auction houses, causing quite a stir, and the Navy was well aware of his presence here. However, upon encountering a shop brazenly labeled as the Omniscient Intelligence Agency with its enticing advertisement, he admitted he was captivated and had unwittingly stepped inside. "Oh, ISNT, this Admiral Akiji? What brings you here?" Stanton suddenly regained his composure, rising to survey his surroundings before chuckling lightly. In this bewildering world, he found himself needing to look up at Akainu, who stood a mere 3 meters away. Such is the stature of a vice admiral. Even if one's strength is not immediately apparent, the sheer height commands an undeniable presence. Ah, how delightful. He was merely passing time, wandering the island without any particular purpose. Akainu, embodying a rather laid-back demeanor, settled onto a chair and languidly remarked. As a vice admiral, he was quite renowned across the seas, so it was hardly surprising that an information broker would recognize him. Speaking of which, do you truly possess a collection of photographs featuring the Empress? Would she allow you to take her picture? Akainu inquired, his curiosity piqued and skepticism evident. Who exactly is the Empress? Is it conceivable that such a collection would exist? Has this individual not yet faced her wrath? Of course, I do. Would you like one? Exclusively available at the price of 5 million per copy, fixed and unyielding. Stan chuckled, brimming with pride as he declared, 5 million. This is the price I have meticulously considered. Although it may seem steep, for the affluent of Xiangbidi, it is but a trifling sum. Once the distribution increases, piracy is inevitable. Thus, seizing the opportunity to profit handsomely is the prudent course of action. With satellite positioning in place, the latest collection of the Empress's photographs can be released at any moment, and I also plan to unveil a photo collection featuring the promising candidate, Peach Rabbit. 5 million. For just one photo collection? Are you out of your mind? Or am I? Green Pheasant was taken aback by the price, despite his usually amiable temperament. He could not help but voice his incredulity. But this is the world's most beautiful woman. 5 million is hardly excessive. Stan, with a slightly lewd chuckle, bore no ill will. Akiji, disinterested in the life of the affluent, mused that while a general's salary was substantial, it paled in comparison to the swift gains of business and thievery. It is far too expensive. I cannot afford it. Moreover, as a dignified general, how could I indulge in such trivialities? Akiji asserted with a serious demeanor, his words imbued with righteous conviction. As an intelligence officer, do you possess any recent information? Have any formidable individuals appeared on this island? After a moment's contemplation, Akiji regained his serious composure, his gaze fixed intently upon Stan. Intelligence work is inherently clandestine. Much like the tavern owned by Shaki, where no sign boldly advertises the trade of information. Yet, given that it boldly bears the name Omniscient Intelligence Agency, it must possess some merit. General Akiji, why the need for subterfuge? I am well aware of your intentions for coming to this island. Stan settled back into his seat, casting a meaningful glance at Akiji. It would not be long before the news agency disseminated the report of the Celestial Dragon's demise. It was only natural for him to be privy to such information ahead of time. He was, after all, anticipating the Navy's arrival. For selling that video to them would undoubtedly be lucrative. Akiji's expression tightened, yet he maintained his composure and inquired, "Oh, what do you know?" "Last night, a celestial dragon was killed." Stan fixed his gaze firmly upon Akiji, articulating each word with precision. Suddenly, Akiji sprang to his feet, the chair clattering to the ground, a chilling aura emanating from his being. According to the Navy's report, they had swiftly secured the scene, ensuring that no one else was privy to this information. "Pray tell, how did you acquire this news?" Akiji demanded, ice blades materializing in each of his hands, his eyes glinting with menace as he spoke in a threatening tone. An information broker, one who navigates the murky waters of illegality, has no obligation to treat such individuals with courtesy. Calm down, there's no need for tension. Surely, you are aware that the events occurring in the Sabaody archipelago are far from ordinary? Stan maintained a calm demeanor, casually waving his hand at Akiji, responding indifferently. As a formidable information broker, he possessed his own channels of intelligence and perceived no cause for alarm regarding clandestine matters. Although he was no match for Akiji, his Sharingan and aerial capabilities afforded him a significant chance of escape. This was Sabaody, a veritable garden of the celestial dragons, where Akiji would not recklessly engage in combat. "Now, enlighten me with the specific intelligence you possess," he urged. Akiji scrutinized him for a moment before giving a cold huff, dispersing his ice blades and resuming his seat. An information broker, after all, was expected to have access to various sources. Acquiring such information was not overly challenging. He was acutely aware of the current state of the Navy's lower ranks, rife with infiltrators. The individual before him, perceived through his observation haki, appeared exceedingly weak, comparable to an ordinary Navy sergeant. Such a feeble person could not possibly run an intelligence shop without backing. As a dignified admiral, even in anger, he would not stoop to engage with such a weakling. Otherwise, a mere breath could extinguish this man's life. I knew Admiral Akiji would not trouble a weakling like me. Stan chuckled softly, knowing that the admiral would not resort to violence against someone with merely 200 combat power. However, as an intelligence broker, he believed there was no such thing as free information. With a playful grin directed at Akiji, Stan gestured for payment. "How much do you require for this information?" Akiji's expression darkened. He had not brought any money with him this time. 200 million, Stan declared, raising two fingers with an air of desperation for funds. Akiji's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Stan incredulously. 200 million for a piece of information? Are you robbing me? Hold on. Don't be hasty. I possess the entire sequence of that attack. Stan continued, his tone light yet insistent. It's an attack surpassing even that of an admiral. 200 million is a fair price. Observing Akiji's growing frustration, Stan swiftly interrupted him, a mischievous smile on his face. That laser could inflict severe injury on an admiral in an instant, something even the 4 emperors cannot achieve. You'd be getting a bargain at 200 million. You have the entire sequence? Was it recorded on video? If so, please hand it over. Money is not an issue, Akiji replied, his interest piqued. If the full sequence existed, 200 million would indeed be a reasonable price, and the Navy was not short on funds. Chapter 8. The victory of the Flying Swallow. Akiji, the admiral, departed slowly, inviting a return visit in the future. At the doorstep of Stan, he bid farewell to Green Bull and several Navy officers with a beaming smile. Credit was out of the question, even when dealing with a vice admiral. Stan insisted on a transaction where payment was made simultaneously with the delivery of goods. 200 million, indeed. What splendid acquisitions could this procure? Upon returning to his abode, Stan found it difficult to contain his excitement. I would recommend the purchase of a fighter jet. The Victory Swallow is valued at 200 million. Stan had not yet formulated his thoughts when the system interjected. The Victory Swallow? Is that not the fighter jet from Ultraman? Is such a thing still in existence? Stan was taken aback. He had always held a fondness for Ultraman, particularly remembering the striking fighter jets that frequently appeared. However, the price of this aircraft, merely 200 million, struck him as somewhat inexpensive. Indeed, the fighter was rather outdated. Hence its affordability. Contemplating the system's remarks, Stan furrowed his brows before ultimately deciding to purchase it. After all, it was a fighter jet. What man has not dreamed of soaring into battle at the helm of such a machine? Moreover, the Victory Swallow boasted impressive weaponry and astonishing speed, reaching 5 Mach. With global positioning capabilities, should any adversary approach, he could evade in this aircraft, aside from Kizaru, who could possibly catch him. With a chuckle, he mused about testing the fighter in a secluded area. As he gazed upon the newly manifested yellow aircraft in the arsenal, excitement surged within him. The Victory Swallow measured 14 meters in length, accommodating 2 passengers, equipped with green needle beams and monster-repelling missiles. With this fighter jet, his safety was assured, as long as Kizaru refrained from frantically pursuing him. "Excuse me, young man. I hope I am not intruding." Rayleigh approached Stan, his demeanor warm and congenial. With his residence merely a few hundred meters away, he had undoubtedly heard the enticing advertisements. However, upon noticing Akiji entering, he opted to wait for the latter to depart before making his entrance. The notion of a photo shoot featuring the Empress, a mere girl in his eyes, held no appeal for him. Yet, he was acquainted with the Empress and her affiliation with Daughter Island, prompting his inquiry. The Empress would not permit her likeness to be captured freely. Could this individual be connected to her? Perhaps it was simply a shop owned by Daughter Island? Had the Empress forsaken her thieving ways to pursue commerce? Or was she attempting to overshadow his own operations? His associate, Shaki, had garnered some renown in the information brokering realm. This establishment, brazenly flaunting the sign of omniscient information agency so close to his own, seemed a blatant disregard for his reputation. No, all visitors are welcome. Rayleigh, the Dark King of the Pirate King, graces us with his presence. Your arrival truly elevates this humble establishment. Stan regained his composure and promptly beckoned to Rayleigh, exclaiming with exuberance, "Rayleigh, this is but a lamb awaiting slaughter." Surely. Rayleigh must have been aware of the red-haired pirate's gesture towards Luffy, for Luffy had set sail. How could he not be attentive? To my astonishment, you, my dear young man, are acquainted with an old codger like me. Rayleigh cast a keen glance at Stan, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed. One possesses a certain skill. He has been in seclusion for over a decade, and his appearance has changed significantly, leaving few who would recognize him. However, since one acknowledges him yet dares to establish a shop in such proximity, it seems rather dismissive of his stature. The illustrious Dark King Rayleigh. How could I possibly not be familiar with you? Stan still wore a smile, as if to suggest that earning money was a simple task. Yet, a spirit of service is indeed essential. He chuckled. You flatter me. Since you are acquainted with me, why then have you chosen to establish your shop here? Riley's demeanor shifted abruptly, his eyes glinting with a perilous intensity as they fixated on Stan. It was not his desire to confront, yet circumstances compelled him. Shachi had sent him to gauge the depths of the shopkeeper's character. Although the building had existed long before, the previous Stan had been but a minor figure, unnoticed by others. Coincidence, merely coincidence. This is my home. It is not that I lack funds, but rather, I was left with no choice but to open my shop here. Stan paid little heed to the situation, as commercial rivalry is a commonplace occurrence. Surely, Riley would not be so petty. He possessed a considerable audacity, daring to name his establishment Omniscient Intelligence, which implied an extensive repository of information, did it not? Riley withdrew his gaze, muttering in a somewhat disgruntled manner. He would not resort to drastic measures over such a trivial matter, yet a flicker of indignation lingered within him. How dare they set up shop so close to his own Shachi store, as if to assert that their intelligence capabilities surpassed his? This was undoubtedly the case. I am a man of integrity, steadfastly committed to honesty and devoid of deceit. Stan smiled proudly, gesturing towards the sign at the entrance, and resolutely inquired. What was that about the green pheasant earlier? What brings him to the Sabaody archipelago? Rayleigh's pupils narrowed. Such confidence suggested a formidable backing. likely beyond what the daughter island could muster. You see, I'm already superior to your Shaki, aren't I? Not only has the green pheasant arrived, but the yellow ape has come as well. Stan raised his hands in a gesture of playful surrender, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. Before he spoke in a tone laced with intrigue. Oh, the two admirals have mobilized. Could it be that something has transpired involving the celestial dragons? Upon hearing this, Rayleigh immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and inquired with curiosity, what could warrant the attention of not just one, but two admirals? Aside from the four emperors, it can only be the detestable celestial dragons. Indeed, a celestial dragon met their demise last night. Stan nodded, recognizing that Riley was indeed quite astute. Immediately grasping the crux of the matter. Goodness, this is truly a significant event. Who could have done such a thing? It was executed so discreetly, Riley exclaimed, taken aback, and hurriedly pressed for more information. The death of a celestial dragon was a momentous occurrence that, logically, should have been reported by last night. I possess a video detailing the entire incident. It is available for a mere 2 million. Just moments ago, Akiji purchased it for 200 million. Stan chuckled like a cunning merchant as he produced the copied video. Intelligence must be tailored to individuals, while Akiji might spend 200 million. Such a transaction would not be feasible here with Rayleigh. 2 million? That's exorbitant. I cannot afford it, Rayleigh replied, shaking his head. His gaze lingered with temptation. Yet his tone was hesitant. After all, he was a man who depended on selling himself for income, and all his funds were tied up with Shuki, leaving him in dire straits. Hey, a mysterious powerhouse, with just a single strike, obliterated everything within a kilometer. Are you certain you do not wish to acquire this? Stan swung the video, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of its contents. Naturally, the strong would harbor an interest in other formidable individuals, particularly in the emergence of a mysterious power. A single strike capable of obliterating everything within a kilometer? Yet, why was there not a whisper of sound last night? Rayleigh's curiosity was piqued. Killing a celestial dragon bore little significance to him, but this particular incident was indeed intriguing. He prided himself on his keen observation hockey, yet on such a small island. He had failed to perceive such a momentous event. That was the marvel of it. Many could wreak havoc over a kilometer, but to do so without a trace of sound. I would wager even one as formidable as the Dark King could not achieve that. Chapter 9. Extortion of Rayleigh. Very well, I shall take that video. Rayleigh nodded, straightforwardly consenting to the transaction. A mere 200,000 was hardly a substantial sum. He had sought to procure funds for drinks from Shachi, but he knew she would not be stingy when it came to serious matters. After affirming, Rayleigh moved to retrieve the video, but Stan deftly concealed it behind his back. Hold on. The exchange must be made simultaneously. We cannot breach protocol. This video was somewhat of a trap, lasting only a few fleeting seconds, and it contained not a trace of his presence. If Rayleigh were to view it first, he might very well refuse to acknowledge the agreement. Humph. Do you think I would be shortchanged by you? Just wait. With a glare directed at Stan, Rayleigh irritably turned to leave. However, he recognized that a transaction was a transaction. He had not been a pirate for over a decade and had ceased to engage in thievery. Wait, I have another piece of information that I believe will pique your interest. Stan called out to Rayleigh, stating that this video was merely an appetizer, with the main event still revolving around Luffy. Before Rayleigh could utter a word, Stan directly remarked, "It concerns Luffy." Upon hearing Stan's words, Rayleigh halted, slowly turning to fix a penetrating gaze upon Stan. Luffy, what about Luffy? Which aspect of him? How could this individual possibly know of their connection? What do you know? What has happened to Luffy? As Stan remained unfazed, Rayleigh, unable to contain his agitation, inquired with a darkened expression. I know everything about Luffy, even things you are unaware of. Stan was no longer afraid of Rayleigh, still wearing that cheerful expression. The straw hat given to him by the red-haired pirate, the grandson of Garp, the son of Revolutionary Dragon, and the brother of Fire Fist Ace. Before Rayleigh could unleash his fury, Stan briefly outlined Luffy's identity. Setting sail at the age of 17 is a customary rite in the pirate world, and the information regarding Luffy's departure was hardly worth much. Stan intended to extort Rayleigh. Luffy's identity could not be revealed to the world. Given Luffy's current strength, if his identity became widely known, it would spell certain doom for him. Has he already set sail? How much do you want? Rayleigh, not one to lack understanding, did not threaten Stan, but directly inquired about the price. Luffy represented hope, and it was imperative to safeguard him, preventing any information regarding Luffy from circulating. As for killing Stan, that thought had never crossed his mind. The intelligence business could not be run by a single individual. What would killing Stan accomplish? Once Stan was harmed, his accomplices would undoubtedly disseminate the information immediately. Indeed, straightforward and unyielding, as expected from the Dark King Rayleigh. I shall be frank, 200 million. As anticipated, Rayleigh indeed cared for Luffy, and 200 million was likely within his means. Very well, wait here while I fetch the money. Rayleigh did not haggle. The red-haired pirate had wagered an arm, and thus, he could not afford to be miserly with his wealth. Before Stan could utter another word, Rayleigh's figure vanished in an instant. Luffy truly was a lucrative venture. Stan smiled triumphantly, having extorted King of the Underworld Rayleigh. Who else would dare to do such a thing? This was a devil fruit, along with 100 million berries. That should suffice, right? In less than a minute, Rayleigh reappeared, presenting a fruit and a chest of berries. Although Shaki was quite profitable, there were numerous expenses, and he couldn't temporarily produce enough cash. While the market value of a devil fruit was indeed 100 million, its true worth in a sale would undoubtedly fall short of that. However, in the realm of trade, one must adhere to market valuations, and incurring a loss is inevitable. All right, thank you for your patronage. I want to count the additional 2 million against you. Upon receiving the items from Rayleigh, Stan beamed with delight. Earning money was rather simple. He had incurred no costs and had made 400 million today. Humph, kid, you're quite something. Just don't let it fall into my hands again. Snatching the video from Stan, Rayleigh cursed bitterly. It had been so long since he had felt so humiliated. Extorted by a mere child, what a disgrace. Stan remained indifferent, for wealth conferred a certain authority. He merely chuckled lightly and remarked, should that day ever arrive, I would humbly request your indulgence. Raleigh snorted in disdain, unwilling to engage with Stan, and turned to depart. By the way, allow me to generously impart another piece of information. Stan contemplated for a moment before calling out to Rayleigh once more. Approaching him from behind, Stan produced a video copy, the footage of Blackbeard's plunder of the Drum Kingdom. Blackbeard, a man destined to become one of the 4 emperors, certainly piqued Stan's interest. Last night, he had taken a moment to view it, only to discover that Blackbeard was indeed raiding the very kingdom where Chopper resided. As for Blackbeard's exploits, you must be aware that Fire Fist Ace was no match for him. Noticing the look of confusion on Rayleigh's face, Stan felt compelled to elaborate further. Ace, the catalyst of the Paramount War, was a pivotal figure capable of altering the world's landscape. While he anticipated the war, he felt a tinge of regret for Ace's defeat at the hands of Blackbeard. Rayleigh, silent, gazed intently at Stan, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. What formidable intelligence this man possessed. He was privy to Ace's affairs and undoubtedly understood the connection Ace had to him, the identity of the Pirate King's son. Such knowledge was unknown even to the Marines and the world government, a revelation that was indeed chilling. To excel as a pirate, one must possess more than mere strength. Intelligence is of paramount importance as well. After a while, Rayleigh's expression softened, and he chuckled lightly. You money-hungry fool, offering this for free? Sighing, he mused that the world now belonged to the youth, and as a retired pirate, he pondered the futility of his concerns. Your kindness is acknowledged, but the young must forge their own paths. I shall not impede Ace. Upon receiving the video, Rayleigh spoke earnestly. This individual's intelligence was so acute that his assertion of Ace's inability to contend with Blackbeard was surely grounded in certainty. Yet, what of it? Should he intervene to thwart Ace? To prevent a young man from pursuing what was right? Such actions were not in Whitebeard's nature, and they certainly would not be in Rayleigh's. Blackbeard, a name chosen with audacity. He was the very man who had once left a scar on Shanks. Casting a glance at the video in his hand, Rayleigh scoffed, reminiscing about the fierce battles he had fought alongside Whitebeard. He still vividly recalled that Blackbeard. At that time, Shanks was merely an apprentice, yet his strength was undeniable. To inflict injury upon him was no small feat nevertheless. To dare adopt a name so provocative in the face of Whitebeard was sheer arrogance. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. If not for Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things, the title of Pirate King might not have been wrested from Whitebeard. Chapter 10. Imagining the Peerless Champion Bang. In a naval headquarters office, Kazara slammed his palm onto the desk. What is the meaning of this? Why has such a newspaper surfaced? In his right hand, he clutched the offending publication, directing an angry inquiry at the rear admiral before him. This newspaper had been hastily produced at Stan's behest. Heaven's wrath descends. A celestial dragon and his estate have been utterly obliterated. Have the celestial dragons lost the protection of the heavens? They claimed to be descendants of the creators, and now they were subjected to divine retribution. How could such news possibly spread? With a headline like this, How could the ignorant masses not believe? If this were to circulate globally, the world government would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss of public support. With the Revolutionary Army already causing unrest, the government's credibility was already waning. And this was but a further calamity. I have no idea. The rear admiral stammered, clearly shaken. What do we do now? We couldn't even secure the scene properly. This is a disaster. Admiral, I shall proceed to shut down that news agency and contain the dissemination of this information. The rear admiral, flustered and at a loss, declared. Contain? How do you propose to do that? This news has spread throughout society. Are you suggesting we eliminate everyone? Kazara was irate. Such a nonsensical remark was uttered by a rear admiral. Contain? Should I summon the extermination order and cleanse society? Even if we did, who could prevent the news from leaking? Those with connections have already been informed. Without a doubt. He could envision the sentiments of the Revolutionary Army as they reveled in this turmoil. Now, with the news out, it would be challenging to find a scapegoat. Those familiar with the attack could easily surmise that a superlative force was opposing the world government. The government would likely issue strict orders for the Navy to apprehend the perpetrator, but how could they accomplish that? Who has roused the ire of our Admiral Kizaru? Akiji strolled through the door, exuding his usual languid demeanor. He had heard Kizaru's remarks and had perused that newspaper earlier, but this was of little consequence. When the information broker made his pronouncement, he knew the news could not be concealed. Fortunately, he had procured a video detailing the events of the previous day for 200 million berries. There might be clues within. I have obtained the video of the incident. I will bring it via the projection snail. Without waiting for Kizaru to respond, Akiji waved the object in his hand and instructed the rear admiral. You spent 200 million berries for this video? Kizaru inquired, already aware of Akiji's earlier instruction to transfer the funds. Yes, it is from an audacious young informant, Akiji replied, his tone slightly more serious. Stan had just researched this individual's background. Until yesterday, he was merely an ordinary member of the lower class, severely injured by a member of the CP organization. Yet today, he has opened an intelligence agency, suggesting he must have experienced some extraordinary event. In Stan's perception, the man's strength was equivalent to that of a sergeant, and he bore no visible scars, indicating he must have consumed a devil fruit. The only entities likely to bestow such a gift upon a seemingly insignificant individual would be the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, or the Revolutionary Army. The celestial dragon who had harmed Stan just 2 days prior met his demise yesterday. One wonders if there is a connection. Stan himself does not suspect the man. After all, an individual with merely sergeant-level strength could hardly possess such audacity. It is truly intriguing how an ordinary person could transform so swiftly to the point of daring to negotiate with a marine admiral. A major general entered, holding a din-din mushi. Akiji approached and skillfully operated the creature, and a beam of light shot forth from its eye, projecting onto the wall. The video began with a serene view of the opulent celestial dragon estate, the atmosphere seemingly harmonious. However, in an instant, a red light descended from the heavens, enveloping a 1-kilometer radius around the estate. Just as quickly, the red light vanished without a trace, leaving the estate, the red trees, and the land entirely obliterated. It was as if the red light were a ferocious beast, consuming everything in its path. How could such a vast area simply vanish? The Major General stood in shock, pointing at the wall, stammering in disbelief. This defies logic. That was an area spanning 1 kilometer, over 1,000 meters. How could everything within it just disappear? The loss of the ground itself is one thing, but the soil? A kilometer in area, 5 meters deep, that amounts to 5 million cubic meters of earth. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Such an act could only be attributed to a spatial-type devil fruit. It is likely that this formidable individual is an awakened devil fruit user, possessing an unknown ability. Akiji took a moment to regain his composure before gravely analyzing the situation. To achieve such a feat, one must possess spatial abilities, and only an awakened user could cover such an extensive area. This complicates matters. Even if we know the perpetrator's identity, capturing him would be impossible. Kizaru nodded in agreement, expressing his frustration. Spatial abilities are among the most challenging to counter. Spatial transfer is merely the basics of spatial powers, and an awakened user would likely elude capture, even with his light speed. While he possesses light speed, it remains theoretical, and light travels in a straight line. His techniques require time to execute. I shall return to headquarters and present this video to the Admiral. It is best for him to handle this matter. Akiji understood Kizaru's intent, taking the video and departing. Given the current circumstances, capturing the perpetrator is impossible. They must defer to the Admiral's judgment. With this video in hand, the world government should understand the complexities of the situation, alleviating some of the Navy's responsibilities. In Shucky's bar, in a room at the back, Rayleigh and Shucky were also viewing the video. How terrifying, another top-tier powerhouse. For this video, I have certainly profited 2 million. After watching the brief seconds of footage, Rayleigh deemed it exceedingly valuable. A true powerhouse, one likely not beneath the current 4 emperors, particularly in terms of offensive capability, truly fearsome. Such an ability to completely erase existence seems even more daunting than Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. The Tremor fruit, whether causing tremors in the air, land, or sea, could be evaded at a distance. But against this spatial ability, with such speed and range, how could one escape? One could only rely on hockey for defense. Of course, you find it worthwhile since it's my money being spent, Shucky retorted with a hint of annoyance. Chapter 11. A benefactor arrives. 3 days flew by, and the world remained unchanged. The news of the celestial dragon's death spread across the globe, yet the impact was minimal, as he was but a mere swine. Ultimately, this world is governed by strength. It is power that represents everything. Stan rose early, and he now possessed a remarkable strength of 500 prowess, qualifying him as a superhuman. He initially intended to engage in satellite surveillance, leveraging the duplication abilities of his Sharingan to clandestinely learn the Navy's 6 styles. Unfortunately, it seemed that watching videos could not trigger his replication capabilities, leaving him to learn in vain. Nevertheless, he was quite intrigued by this superhuman technique and resolved to covertly acquire knowledge from the Navy's division today. In recent days, his intelligence business had not fared well, with no significant clients appearing, only trivial matters. However, as he had anticipated, the sales of the Empress's photo book were quite impressive. Priced at 5 million, he had sold over 50 copies, netting him over 2 billion in profit. Yet, this success was waning, as the lack of copyright protection had led to the circulation of pirated versions in the market. Hey, do you have the photo book of the world's most beautiful woman, the Pirate Empress? A group burst into his humble shop, led by a burly man wielding a large cleaver, clearly not a benign figure. Hand me a copy. I'm eager to see the legendary beauty of the Empress, the burly man bellowed, slamming the cleaver down heavily on the long table. Stan's face brightened with delight as he slightly cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your patronage. A generous sum of 5 million belly. Yet another fool. Blinded by the illustrious title of the Empress, this deal proves to be quite profitable. You dare to ask me for money? Do you have any notion of who I am? The burly man erupted in fury, his eyes widening like brass bells as he reached out to grasp Stan by the collar. Level 1 defense. Stan's expression remained unchanged as he quietly murmured a phrase. Clad in a white robe, Stan emitted a blue light that coalesced into his semicircular shield before him. Prior to mastering the art of armament hockey, he was acutely aware of the importance of self-defense. The over 500 million he had earned in recent days was entirely invested in this remarkable garment, a testament to cutting-edge technology. This quantum protective attire, designed to counter quantum weaponry, theoretically possesses the capability to repel any physical assault. Physical attacks encompass all tangible forms of aggression. With this outfit, few in the world of pirates could inflict harm upon him, save for those like Big Mom, who wield soul-related powers. For a mere 500 million berries, he had acquired what could be deemed an almost invincible defense, a truly exceptional bargain. However, the exorbitant price was primarily due to research and development costs. The actual materials were not particularly expensive. Dear guest, causing a ruckus in my presence is rather unseemly. Wouldn't you agree? Stan remarked with a professionally affable smile. Having reached the archipelago of Sabaody, this pirate must possess some degree of strength, at least a bounty in the tens of millions. Yet, in his eyes, such figures were wholly insufficient. He was no longer the man who had worried for his survival just days prior. A devil fruit user? The burly man paused, his gaze lingering on the light shield before he looked up with a menacing grin. Having journeyed this far, he had encountered numerous users of such abilities. Yet many had met their demise at his hands. After all, who among them was not capable of wielding such powers? Do not underestimate me. I am the notorious pirate Tissair, with a bounty of 80 million. The giant bellowed, his left fist crashing into the light shield. Veins bulged from his wrist, which swelled significantly under the strain. His armament fruit allowed him to amplify his strength exponentially, and combined with his innate might, he could effortlessly lift a ship. A punch delivered to a human skull would inevitably result in a gruesome explosion, tearing the victim asunder, a feat he relished. Although he wielded a hefty cleaver, it served merely as his tool for executing captives. Level 3 defense. Stan remained impassive, his shield's hue deepening. In his perception, the man before him was already dead. Merely a vessel from which to extract the power of his devil fruit. The fist struck the shield, yet not a single ripple emerged. Ah! The burly man instantly withdrew his hand, clutching it in anguish. The forces of impact are reciprocal. And this was a fruitless endeavor akin to a fragile egg striking a stone. Stan fell silent, drawing forth a desert eagle, firing several shots into the robust figure before him. It is not every day one encounters a wielder of devil fruit abilities. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. The formidable man, despite being struck multiple times, displayed remarkable vitality, remaining unyielding. Thus, Stan was compelled to deliver a decisive blow to his neck. The bullet pierced through, marking the conclusion of the man's life. 8 million should not go to waste. It was fortuitous that he was en route to the Navy branch, where he could collect the bounty. "Captain! Captain!" cried the minions behind, their eyes filled with terror. The captain, once invincible in their eyes and having never faced a worthy adversary, had met his untimely demise far too swiftly. "Oh, how profound is the bond of comradeship! Then I shall ensure you accompany him to the depths." Stan turned to look at the group, offering a faint smile as he reloaded his weapon, dispatching several more with a few precise shots. Surveying the ground strewn with corpses, he remained unfazed. A few days had sufficed for him to acclimatize to this altered environment. In this place, slaying pirates was not only permissible but rewarded, leaving him emotionally unperturbed. "System, extract the devil fruit ability," he commanded, glancing at the imposing figure lying lifeless on the ground. He had tested this ability the previous day and found it to be extraordinarily potent and remarkably advanced. This locale, Sabaody, marked the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, where it was not uncommon for pirates to possess extraordinary powers. Moreover, the exorbitant bounty of 5 million he had placed on his head had deterred many from settling their debts, leaving him with little recourse. Some short-sighted pirates dared to provoke even Shaki, who was not far off, let alone challenge him. A beam of light emanated from Stan's forehead, illuminating the giant's corpse. Subsequently, strands of energy began to emerge from the body, coalescing into a sphere in the air. Ultimately, the devil fruit ability was, at its essence, a form of energy. In Stan's hand appeared a peculiar fruit, which he tossed into the swirling energy above. The energy was promptly absorbed within. He tucked away the oddly shaped fruit, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He now possessed 3 devil fruits, and it seemed an opportune moment to initiate some mischief. 3 days prior, he had received one from Rayleigh, and just yesterday he had obtained another. Neither of these fruits bestowed particularly formidable powers. It was merely his misfortune, for he had long desired to experience the sensation of wielding a devil fruit's abilities. In his estimation, a fruit worthy of him ought to be at least of the Logia type, or a powerful Paramecia or Zoan. One of his aspirations included acquiring NLS Rumble fruit, awaiting the moment when Luffy would send him flying, so he could seize the opportunity to collect the prize. The marketplace offered a plethora of enticing items, and he had long since abandoned the notion of saving up 50 billion to purchase genetic fluid. Currently, his strength was insufficient. Otherwise, he would have indulged in the many high-tech entertainment options that had captured his interest for quite some time. Chapter 12. The Photo Collection of Peach Rabbit Stop. "Who are you?" At the marine base in Sabaody Archipelago, Stan was intercepted by the guards. "Oh, I am here to collect a bounty." He casually dropped the 2 corpses he had been dragging and grinned. One worth 80 million, and another 60 million, another 140 million added to my earnings. Being a bounty hunter is quite lucrative. "A bounty hunter? You may proceed." The Marine scrutinized Stan with a hint of disdain. Bounty hunters were often seen as individuals skirting the edges of legality, a pack of mercenaries who valued wealth over their lives. As a righteous Marine, he held a long-standing contempt for bounty hunters. Stan cast a fleeting glance at the naval officer, nodding subtly before hoisting the corpse and stepping inside. "Oh, is that you? Stan, what brings you here?" In that moment, Akiji emerged from within, regarding Stan with curiosity. "Ah, so this is the informant you mentioned?" Kazara followed closely behind Akiji, also observing Stan with intrigue. Recently, Stan had garnered quite a reputation in Sabaody, after all. He was the one who had been trading in the exquisite photo collections of the Empress. "So it's the Admirals Akiji and Kazara. I see you are still on the island." Stan, upon seeing the 2 individuals, instantly became animated, his face beaming with delight as he inquired, "Ah, have you come to claim your bounty?" However, Akiji's expression swiftly darkened as he regarded the 2 lifeless bodies, questioning, "Is it not due to the recent uproar in the news? Many in Sabaody have been stirred, no longer holding the celestial dragons in the same reverence as before. The world government has vociferously reprimanded the Navy, and numerous celestial dragons have caused disturbances in Mariewa. Indeed, one bounty is 80 million, the other 60 million. The haul is rather commendable. Stan remained unfazed by Akiji's expression, still wearing a cheerful smile. Did you take down that foe yourself? Akiji inquired solemnly, only to soon realize something was amiss with Stan, exclaiming in astonishment. To him, Stan now appeared to possess superhuman abilities, capable of serving as a Naval Academy-level officer. It seemed that the devil fruit Stan had obtained was no ordinary one. It must be a formidable Zoan type to significantly enhance his physical prowess. It was merely a stroke of luck. My abilities are inconsequential in the presence of two admirals. Stan pretended to be shy, scratching his head modestly as he spoke. Oh, really? Akiji inquired with a sardonic smile, before his eyes flickered with mischief. By the way, the bounty stored at the branch has run out. If you wish to claim your reward, you'll need to accompany me to the headquarters. Akiji was not one to be trifled with. He had harbored discontent towards Stan for quite some time. Need a bounty? No problem. Do you dare to visit the Navy headquarters? He challenged. Stan's expression tightened. Akiji was clearly stirring trouble. However, he brushed off the apprehension. What was there to fear at the Navy headquarters? Sounds splendid. A visit to the Navy headquarters is a rare opportunity, he exclaimed with a smile, excitement evident in his demeanor. After all, the headquarters housed many lucrative targets, such as the Vice Admiral candidate, Tashiji, who was about to release a photo collection. Then let's go. Akiji observed Stan's unwavering courage, and his own mood dampened slightly. Their mission in Sabaody was complete, and today was indeed the time to report back. Stan replied cheerfully, following closely behind Akiji with an air of ease. Kazara frowned subtly, yet he felt it was inappropriate to question Akiji's decision, considering it was merely a trivial matter. Hey, how old are you this year? What made you consider becoming an information broker? Kazaro asked, glancing down at Stan, who stood at just over 1.80 meters. Stan must undoubtedly have some powerful connections. With such a formidable intelligence agency emerging from Xiangbua, how could their navy refrain from acquiring more knowledge? At 18, I am driven by the necessities of life. There is no alternative. I too must earn a living. Stan tilted his head to gaze at the yellow ape, feeling quite uncomfortable, yet he responded obediently. Making money to eat? You truly are quite the earner. You dare to set a price of 5 million for a photo book of the Empress. You possess quite the audacity. The yellow ape chuckled softly, his tone laced with envious teasing. The Empress is not one to be trifled with. She scarcely concedes to the Navy headquarters authority. Yet, it is to be expected, for she is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. Stan, equally skilled in his craft, remarked nonchalantly. By the way, I just happened to release a brand new photo collection featuring Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Before Kazara could pose another question, Stan rummaged through his pocket, revealing a corner of the photo book. Thinking of testing him? Not a chance. Let us see if the two admirals can resist the allure of beauty first. He had long prepared this photo collection, which included not only Peach Rabbit but also T99. This time, he planned to release a compilation of naval beauties for sale. It was a pity that Suddy and Domino were still confined and impelled down, leaving no opportunity for them to meet. Huh? Akiji and Kazara were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by Stan's words. Peach Rabbit, a Vice Admiral candidate, usually stationed at naval headquarters, how could her photos possibly circulate? There is no need for astonishment. This is indeed the genuine Peach Rabbit photo collection, priced at 3 million per volume, fixed and unyielding. Stan chuckled in a rather lewd manner, raising 3 fingers. The title of Vice Admiral carries a certain allure, and the renowned beauty, Peach Rabbit, is indeed worth the sum of 3 million. 3 million? Have you lost your senses over money? Both Akiji and Kazaru are typically composed individuals, yet they couldn't help but express their disbelief upon hearing such a price. If you choose to abstain, so be it. 3 million is a mere bargain. The Vice Admiralty Pig will undoubtedly secure the entire deal. Stan was not genuinely interested in this business. It was Peach Rabbit's photo collection that truly mattered, and Chibuto was undoubtedly the major client. To prevent Peach Rabbit's photos from leaking, Chibuto would surely purchase as many as possible. As a dignified general, why would I buy such frivolous things? Aokiji snorted disdainfully at Stan before swiftly distancing himself. TCH, such pretentiousness. Stan, equally unimpressed, recognized that Aokiji was clearly intrigued but was merely restrained by the presence of Kizaru. Since Aokiji had left the Navy, he had been operating alone. Likely still single. Kizaru, what do you think? Once Chibuta comes to buy, you may miss your chance. Stan turned to Kizaru, enticing him. Ahem. I'm not that kind of person. However, I suppose I shall buy a copy. I'm curious to see how you acquired these photos. Has Peach Rabbit's prowess diminished to the point of being photographed? Kazara spoke with utmost seriousness, as if purchasing the photo collection was for academic research. Yet, genuinely, he was quite intrigued. Both the Empress and Peach Rabbit were masters of observation hockey. If someone had managed to photograph them, they likely would have been silenced long ago. The individual responsible for such an act must possess considerable strength. Indeed, who does not know about General Kizaru? The price is a modest 3 million. Chapter 13. I want 2 billion at the Navy headquarters. At the docks, a large warship docked. Aokiji, Kizaru, and Stan were the first to disembark. The Navy headquarters was quite bustling. Stan glanced around nonchalantly and remarked. He had monitored this place multiple times in recent days and was quite familiar with it. His primary objectives for being here were threefold: to collect a bounty, to sell photo collections, and to discreetly learn the 6 forms of the Navy. At this moment, Zephyr had not yet retired from the Navy, and it would be ideal to visit his elite training camp. I have heard that you 3 admirals are all disciples of the former Admiral Zephyr. This admiral is truly formidable, Stan inquired with a calm demeanor, questioning whether the naval headquarters would allow him to wander freely. I must say, you are quite remarkable. How is it that you, merely an 18-year-old child, possess knowledge of events that transpired over 2 decades ago? Akiji turned to stare at Stan, his eyes filled with skepticism. It was indeed surprising. Stan was only 18. Had been an ordinary person until merely 5 days prior when he encountered a fortuitous event. After all, I am engaged in intelligence work. It is essential for me to have the profiles of all the admirals committed to memory. Stan remained utterly composed, fully aware of the skepticism that Green Pheasant harbored toward him, yet he found it inconsequential. For this legendary figure known for his reluctance to slay formidable adversaries, Stan had long held a deep admiration. On this rare occasion of visiting the Navy headquarters, he sought the opportunity for a brief audience. With a subtle smile, he articulated his intent. No one could fathom his prowess in the art of duplicating the Sharingan. Thus, a meeting with Zephyr should pose no challenge. Humph. What is there to gain from meeting an obstinate old fool? Green Pheasant scoffed disdainfully, as he and Zephyr had never seen eye to eye. Cough, cough. A soft cough escaped from Green Pheasant, acknowledging that Yellow Ape's display of disdain was rather excessive in the presence of outsiders. Stan was undoubtedly aware of the situation and bore no ill will. The rumors regarding the discord between Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Zephyr were indeed true. Let us depart. I shall convey your request to Master Zephyr. Whether he chooses to meet is entirely up to him. A sense of helplessness enveloped Akiji. For Stan possessed an abundance of knowledge, proving himself a natural adept at gathering intelligence. Stan did not continue his probing. Unlike the Green Pheasant and the Yellow Ape, had it been a Kainu, he would have already met his demise. Marshal Sengoku, we have returned to report, quoth the Green Pheasant, leading the way to the top floor of the Navy headquarters, where he rapped upon one of the doors. Oh, are you not bringing me here to collect a bounty? What business do I have with the Navy Marshal? Upon hearing the Green Pheasant's words, Stan was taken aback, sensing that trouble was afoot. Come in. Came the voice of Marshal Sengoku from within, tinged with a hint of exhaustion. The past 3 days had been a whirlwind of chaos for him. The 5 elders of the world government were astute individuals, not one to demand the capture of the perpetrator. However, the celestial dragons were a different breed. Those mindless beings knew nothing but to cause turmoil. Upon entering, Stan surveyed the room, his pupils constricting slightly. In addition to Marshal Sengoku, seated there were Admiral Akainu, Vice Admiral Garp, and Admiral Tsuru. Marshal Sengoku, the illustrious Garp, Admiral Akainu, and Admiral Tsuru. What an honor to meet you all, Stan exclaimed, hastily bowing in greeting, his demeanor overtly respectful. With the Navy's elite gathered in one place, he felt diminutive. Were he not to exhibit deference today, he might find it impossible to exit through that door behind him. Is it true that you, young man, swindled the Green Pheasant out of 200 million? Garp, munching on a donut, was the first to speak, his inquiry decidedly brusque. Being the closest to the Green Pheasant, he was quite curious about the alleged deception. Ah, Vice Admiral Garp, your assertion is somewhat misplaced. This cannot be classified as swindling. It was merely a fair transaction. Stan was momentarily at a loss for words, wearing a forced smile as he prepared to reason with Garp. How could one dare to demand 200 million for such a brief video? Isn't that a blatant scam? Garp, however, was not one to hold back. He had heard that Akiji had suffered quite a bit at the hands of this individual, and he was eager to see what this person was truly capable of. Your words are amusing. Although the video is short, it undoubtedly captures the essence. It was recorded at great risk. Stan was equally perplexed as to why Karp seemed to be targeting him, so he decided to temporarily acquiesce. Highlights. There was not a single shred of information captured regarding the perpetrator. Is this truly what one would call highlights? Before Karp could speak again, Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, rebuking him. That is not how the Marshal of the Marines speaks. I have documented the entire process. If I had indeed captured any information about the culprit, would it not be worth at least several billion? That would be akin to a force as powerful as the four emperors. Stan was displeased by this remark. He firmly believed in the validity of his pricing. Did the Navy think they could renege on their agreement? So tell me, do you possess any information about the perpetrator? Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged. Sengoku understood this reasoning. How could information regarding an unknown four emperors-level powerhouse possibly be sold for a mere 2 billion? However, this young man did seem to have a rather astute network of information, perhaps concealing even more valuable insights. Yet, I truly have nothing of use. How could one easily obtain information on such formidable beings? Approaching them could very well lead to one's demise. Stan would certainly refrain from disclosing his information. He has no desire to possess the title of Dragon Slayer. Is that truly the case? Are you aware of the gravity of this matter? Concealment is a serious offense. The warring state scrutinized Stan closely, pressing him with an air of coercion. This is genuinely absent, but Stan once again denied, then ambiguously uttered half a sentence. But what? Speak quickly. The eyes of the warring states narrowed. This person is indeed formidable. It seems they possess significant intelligence. Stan smiled faintly, taking the bait. Well, I must confess, I am an information broker. Offering my services for free is out of the question, and your numbers do not change that. He subtly gestured towards Sengoku with his eyes. Everything my Navy does is for the sake of justice. You ought to provide information without charge, Akainu finally interjected. His voice laced with menace as he fixed a steely gaze upon Stan. In the name of justice. It is only natural for others to cooperate with the Navy's endeavors and make certain sacrifices. Let us pretend I never uttered those words, Stan retorted. Unwilling to cede any ground to Akainu, closing his eyes and choosing silence. What of the Navy? What is it to be concerned with? Are you unaware of the many corrupt elements within your ranks? Those individuals are even more despicable than pirates. Sengoku shot a disapproving glare at Akainu and spoke with irritation. Just come out with it. How much do you want, and what kind of information are we discussing? It seems Admiral Sengoku is a reasonable man. So, I shall be direct. 20 billion. Stan smiled, realizing that his visit to the Navy headquarters was indeed fortuitous. He was poised to make a significant profit. Are you out of your mind? 2 billion? Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Stan with discontent. 2 billion, you say? For the Navy. That's hardly a trivial sum. Pacifist and large warships, after all, cost several billions to construct. Yet, such funds are not simply squandered. Offering 2 billion to an information broker is sheer madness. Chapter 14. The Ancient Weapons, Hades and Fujitora within the confines of the Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office. The 3 admirals and the 3 heads of the organization were rendered speechless by Stan's audacity. The sheer boldness of his proposal 2 billion was beyond comprehension, akin to an outrageous heist. Allow me to explain, Stan interjected, undeterred by their incredulity. He understood well that money was not so easily earned. However, he possessed invaluable secrets. With 2 fingers raised, he declared, I have 2 pieces of information, one pertaining to the 3 ancient weapons and the other regarding an admiral-level powerhouse. Upon uttering these words, he fell silent. A grin adorning his face as he observed Sengoku's reaction. Are you speaking the truth? Sengoku inquired, his expression grave and his words deliberate. While the presence of 5 admiral-level individuals in the room rendered the news of a powerhouse relatively acceptable, the implications of the ancient weapons were of paramount importance. With so many witnesses here, would I dare to utter a falsehood? Stan spread his hands, indicating that he lacked such audacity. Sengoku nodded and addressed Kizaru, instructing him to procure 2 billion for Stan. Once the news arrived, if it truly proved unworthy of such a sum, Stan could expect to recline in leisure. Let us not forget my bounty of 150 million. Stan smiled with satisfaction, turning back to remind him. Kizaru, languidly perched in his chair and trimming his nails, curled his lip in exasperation before rising. The Marshal, truly, did he not see the tasks at hand? Such errands always seemed to fall upon him. With arms crossed over his chest, a golden light emanated, and Kizaru transformed into golden luminescence, dissipating into the air. Mere seconds later, he reappeared, tossing 2 chests at Stan's feet before returning to his nail care. May I speak now? Sengoku glared at Stan, his tone menacing. 2 billion. Just to purchase a few words from Stan, it's worth its weight in gold. Certainly, certainly. Stan weighed the 2 chests, responding with a grin. You are all familiar with the actions of the warlord crocodile in Alabasta, I presume? With a slight smile. Stan produced a prepared video from his pocket and tossed it to Sengoku. This was something he had anticipated. How could he possibly overlook the warlords? Sengoku cast a suspicious glance at Stan as he picked up the video and approached the projection snail. He was well aware of the sand crocodile's antics, that lunatic. Suddenly aspiring to be a hero, surely had ulterior motives. As the video began to play, it opened with the sand crocodile performing charitable deeds, once again vanquishing the pirates assaulting Alabasta. Then came the crux of the matter, a rare find for Stan, the sand crocodile walking alongside Nico Robin. As the video concluded, Sengoku was left utterly perplexed. There was no audio. The only one whose complexion darkened was Akiji, who recognized Robin. Such a visage could not be mistaken. What does this mean? What has the sand crocodile done? Sengoku inquired of Stan, his expression laden with confusion. Stan nodded in astonishment. Robin's wanted poster was from 2 decades ago, so it was understandable that Sengoku did not recognize him. That individual is the son of the devil, Stan declared solemnly, pointing to the still image of Robin on the screen. The son of the devil? Sengoku questioned, still somewhat perplexed, as the passage of time had obscured the details. Stan sighed, lamenting, alas, she is the sole survivor of O'Hara, the one knowledgeable in ancient scripts. Sengoku suddenly grasped the situation. So, what is her connection with Crocodile? Below Alabasta lies a historical document that records information about the ancient weapon, Pluton. The rest is self-evident, Stan elaborated, shrugging his shoulders. Bang! Sengoku slammed the table, rising abruptly to glare at Crocodile on the screen. The implications were clear. He could easily deduce that Crocodile harbored intentions towards Pluton. The others followed suit, casting furious glances at Crocodile. The ancient weapon, Pluton, had the capability to obliterate an island with a single strike, an immense threat. Damn it, this Crocodile seems intent on self-destruction, not valuing the position of warlord of the sea. Sengoku's voice thundered. Who among you is willing to undertake this mission? Subdue him, and if he resists, eliminate him. He turned to the 3 admirals, his fury palpable. Akiji opened his mouth, intending to speak. He still wished to protect Robin, as he felt uneasy about the others confronting Crocodile. Akainu, you shall go, Sengoku commanded, directing his gaze towards Akainu. He entrusted this task to Akainu, confident that he would capture Crocodile without fail. I've always said that pirates are untrustworthy. What are warlords but a cadre of filthy pirates? Akainu scoffed, disdain evident in his tone as he prepared to depart. He had always opposed the warlord system and harbored a deep-seated resentment towards all pirates. Wait a moment. There is no need for haste. Crocodile will not succeed so swiftly. Stan called out to Akainu, not wishing to prematurely disrupt the narrative of the original work, for that would diminish the advantage of foresight. I have some news to share, he remarked with a light chuckle, producing yet another copy of the video. Akainu turned back, halting his steps, and thought it harmless to hear another piece of information. He dismissed the sand crocodile, deeming him inconsequential. A man incapable of wielding haki would never withstand a strike from him. Sengoku said little, picking up the video to commence playback. In the footage, a blind swordsman floated on a stone, confronting a pirate ship upon the sea. In mere moments, the swordsman unsheathed his blade, and a spiraling surge of violet light ascended into the heavens. Moments later, a colossal meteor plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon the pirate vessel, sending it plummeting to the ocean's depths. The video concluded, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment, undeniably formidable. Who is this? How can such an obscure powerhouse exist upon the sea? Sengoku inquired, eyes widened as he gazed at Stan. Stan, recalling the Admiral Fujitora, nodded. Regrettably, the other admiral, Green Bull, remained elusive, likely confined to isolation from 3 years of fasting. With a smile, he described the swordsman as a master-level swordsman and a user of the gravity fruit, undoubtedly of admiral caliber. In a world rife with filth, he had sacrificed his own sight, honing an extraordinary mastery of Kinbunchika haki. It was said he could perceive the subtle changes in the clouds above, his strength unfathomable. Pointing to Fujitora in the footage, Stan elaborated, Kinbunchiku is the power of hearing, and how loud could the sound of shifting clouds be? Especially from several thousand meters in the air? His Kinbunchiku is so potent that this video was obtained at great peril. You have struck gold worth $1 billion. Stan feigned a sigh, remarking that others could not capture footage of Fujitora, yet he found it rather effortless. Where is he now? I demand his precise location. Sengoku immediately comprehended the significance of this information and hastily inquired further. Such formidable individuals must be swiftly pursued by the Navy upon learning of their whereabouts, lest they be outmaneuvered by others. He was near Moke Island in the West Sea yesterday. He should still be there, I presume. Sten casually remarked that Fujitora would not simply join the Navy without a position of admiral. There are only 3 admiral positions, and at present, there is no way to create a vacancy for Fujitora. Chapter 15. Taking a gamble very well. Tsuru, you shall make the trip and ensure that Mr. Ichiyu is invited to join the Navy. Sengoku immediately made the decision, addressing his advisor Tsuru, for he felt reassured only with her undertaking such a task. Your intelligence is commendable. You may take your leave. After issuing the order, Sengoku prepared to bid farewell. Although 2 billion is quite steep, it can be deemed worthwhile, as acquiring these 2 pieces of information not only drains finances but also poses significant risks. Well, I have another piece of information, which I shall generously offer you for free. Pretending to be pained by the expense, Stan spoke with a smile. He then produced a copy of a video. Grinning at Garp. Boy, what do you think I am doing? Does this news pertain to me? Garp inquired, slightly bewildered by the intensity of Stan's gaze. Vice Admiral Garp. It has been quite some time since you last returned home, hasn't it? Your grandson has set sail. Stan, without holding back, fixed his gaze on Garp and smiled. The video commenced, showcasing Luffy embarking on a small boat, drifting in a barrel, and subsequently encountering Kobe. How infuriating. Look at the trouble you've caused, Garp. Both of your grandsons have chosen the path of piracy. Sengoku, upon viewing the footage, became incensed, a spray of saliva landing on Garp's face. That wretched boy. He aspires to be the mightiest marine. Just wait until I teach him a lesson and bring him back to headquarters. Remarkably, Garp refrained from retorting to Sengoku. He harbored hopes that Luffy would one day join the Navy, training him with that goal in mind. All of this could be attributed to that cursed red-haired pirate, who had entranced Luffy into pursuing a life of piracy. Hiki, Vice Admiral Garp, your grandson cannot be reclaimed. And don't just focus on Luffy. Did you notice that pink-haired little fellow? Stan mercilessly mocked Garp, then pointed at Kobe with a serious expression. Do not be deceived by his current frailty. His talent is undoubtedly exceptional, a true potential for a great admiral. He surveyed the bewildered crowd and continued earnestly, Kobe is someone I deeply admire. In merely a few months, he has transformed from an ordinary individual to possessing the strength of a Naval Academy student. The change in his abilities is remarkable. Yet his appearance seems almost as if he has undergone cosmetic surgery. Nevertheless, I hold high hopes for this brave individual who dared to stand against Akainu. And I do not wish to hinder his fortune. At this moment, Garp was supposed to be heading to the East Blue, perhaps delayed by matters concerning the celestial dragons. Upon seeing Garp for the first time, Sten contemplated how to persuade him to venture to the East Blue. How terrifying it is. A diminutive figure of barely 5 feet tall possesses the potential to become an admiral. Suddenly, the usually silent Kizaru, who had been calmly trimming his nails, interjected in a sardonic manner. What? You don't believe it? Vice Admiral Garp can personally assess him. He is undoubtedly the best candidate to inherit your title of Iron Fist. Observing the skepticism on the faces of the crowd, Stan disdainfully curled his lip. As they listened to Stan's words, the onlookers turned their gaze toward Garp, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. Garp's strength resides entirely within his iron fists. To inherit the title of Iron Fist essentially means to possess all of Garp's formidable power. Just how strong is Garp? They had a fair sense of it. The strongest person present was undeniably Garp. Not to mention the Navy. There is scarcely anyone across the vast seas who would dare claim they could surpass Garp. Even the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, would only stand an even chance against Garp. Moreover, with Whitebeard in poor health, if a life-and-death battle were to ensue, Garp's chances of victory would be even greater. Are you serious? Sengoku turned to Stan, his expression grave. I've said what I needed to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Stan replied nonchalantly, shrugging. Sengoku scrutinized Stan for a moment before addressing Garp. Garp, you should go. Bring these 2 back with you. You have not yet formed your pirate crew, and while I want to hold it against you, you must ensure you guide him properly. Stan, well aware of the capabilities of intelligence, surely would not speak without reason. No need for your input. I shall go retrieve Luffy at once, Garp declared. Rising with eyes brimming with affection, eagerly anticipating bestowing Luffy with a fistful of love. Once all matters were settled, everyone prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Shall we place a wager? Stan called out once more. A wager? What do you propose? Sengoku inquired, regarding Stan with a peculiar expression. It took audacity to gamble against the Navy. Let us wager on whether Luffy can defeat Crocodile, Stan articulated clearly, eyeing the group intently. Sengoku regarded Stan as if he were a fool. Luffy, a mere novice, intends to vanquish the warlord Crocodile? Moreover, Crocodile is a master of the Logia-type devil fruit. Luffy, who lacks even the basic haki, stands no chance. Are you brave enough to wager? The thought of Luffy, who knows nothing of haki, defeating a Logia user like Crocodile, surely you jest. Ignoring the incredulous gazes directed his way, Stan employed a provocation. Sengoku scrutinized Stan for an extended moment, confirming that he was indeed serious. What shall we wager? This bet is as good as won. Provided Stan's offer is sufficient, a gamble is certainly in order. If Luffy loses, I shall bestow upon you a piece of intelligence valued at 1 billion. If Luffy triumphs, I ask for nothing in return. Stan showed no hesitation. In his eyes, this gamble was certainly a foregone conclusion. The impetus for his wager, aside from steering the narrative back to its original form, was to alert the Navy. He, Stan, possessed not only remarkable intelligence capabilities but also an exceptionally keen eye. A piece of information valued at 1 billion? What could it possibly be? Sengoku gazed intently at Stan, his expression laden with confusion. Such formidable intelligence capabilities seemed almost too extraordinary. Could one truly acquire information worth 1 billion so casually? When it pertains to the 4 emperors, its value undoubtedly exceeds 1 billion. So, shall we wager or not? Stan casually remarked that Luffy was certain to win. Deeming the news insignificant. Very well, I shall place my bet. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku made a decisive resolution. Given its connection to the 4 emperors and a staggering value of 1 billion, this was undoubtedly crucial information, and Luffy was certainly no match for Crocodile. Carp. Did you hear that? You must bring your grandson back. Sengoku turned to Carp with a grave directive. Just to be on the safe side. It would be prudent to retrieve Luffy. They were wagering on Luffy's ability to defeat Crocodile, yet there was no stipulation against preventing Luffy from meeting him. Humph. What a futile trick. Stan was unperturbed. Could Carp truly apprehend Luffy? Impossible. Just wait. You will be utterly astonished. Luffy far exceeds your expectations. With no further delay, Stan took his leave, leaving behind a single remark. Where are you going? This is the Navy headquarters. Do not wander about carelessly. Watching Stan depart, Sengoku felt a tinge of annoyance at his audacity. Humph. How many matters do you believe I am unaware of? Stan scoffed without looking back. Damn it, Kizaru. Keep an eye on him. Chapter 16. Relieving the pain of longing Admiral Kizaru. Where in the Navy do you have a printer? As he walked down the corridor, Stan inquired of the Admiral trailing behind him. He could not conjure a plethora of photo albums from thin air. He needed to print them. With so many single personnel within the Navy, the sales of photo albums here would undoubtedly flourish. Furthermore, the Navy was quite affluent, given the perilous nature of their work. It certainly could not all be for the sake of justice. No, we in the Navy do not possess such devices. Kizaru, instantly aware of Stan's intentions, firmly denied it. Who would believe such a statement? Stan recognized that Kizaru was seeking a personal advantage, yet he remained unruffled. I will offer you one of my photo albums for free. Kizaru regarded Stan with narrowed eyes, raising his chin. Bribing a Navy admiral is a grave offense. Do not be excessive. Is it really that difficult to find a printing place in Marineford? Stan would certainly not offer additional benefits. In the residential area behind Marifan, there are numerous shops. But he simply felt too lethargic to walk there. Follow me. After a moment of contemplation, Kizaru acquiesced. Why refuse a free advantage? There was no need to create unnecessary friction with a businessman. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Navy headquarters square. Stan stood upon a lofty platform, holding a grand megaphone. Come, behold. Do not let this opportunity slip past you. The Naval Commander-in-Waiting, Peach Rabbit's photo collection, Colonel Tina's photo collection, and Colonel Ein's photo collection are available at a remarkably low price. Additionally, we have rare treasures, including the Empress's latest photo collection, freshly unveiled. Stan's hawking voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, resonated throughout the Naval Headquarters Plaza. All who heard the sound turned their gazes towards Stan, some utterly perplexed. Who is this person? Selling goods, particularly photo collections, at the Naval Headquarters? Does he not fear for his life? Inside the Marshal's office, Sengoku, sipping tea, suddenly spewed it out. Damn it. What is Stan up to? Wasn't he supposed to be under the watch of Kizaru? The Naval Headquarters is a hallowed place. Does Stan not see the word justice etched upon the walls? Selling such sordid items here, does he have no sense of honor? Someone, go and chase Stan away. Sengoku shouted toward the door. After a while, when no one responded from outside, Sengoku's expression darkened instantly. Stepping outside, he found that the guards who usually stood watch had mysteriously vanished. In the plaza, Stan's stall was swiftly engulfed by a throng of people, many rushing from all directions. Empress photo, 5 million. Peach rabbit photo, 3 million. Tina and Ein photo, 1 million each. All sales are final, no credit. Stan beamed at the surging crowd with satisfaction. This was the naval headquarters, where every soldier present was an elite, none were destitute. Leave me one copy of Peach Rabbit's photo. I'll return immediately with the money. Tina is mine. No one else can have her. The Empress, the legendary most beautiful woman in the world. I finally get to see her true visage today. Colonel Ein. She is my goddess. Ever since the elite training camp, I have been hopelessly in love with her. As the naval officers flocked to Stan's stall, they left comments in haste and turned to depart swiftly. A few, in their eagerness, even resorted to the 6 styles of shaving and moonwalking. Peach Rabbit, Tina, and Ein were well-known goddesses at the naval headquarters, each with numerous admirers. Despite the steep prices, everything was worth it for the sake of their goddesses. Kid, who permitted you to sell goods here? As the crowd thinned considerably, a figure draped in the Navy's justice cloak fixed a stern gaze upon Stan. Oh, isn't that Vice Admiral Ghost Spider? Care for a copy? Stan immediately recognized the visitor as Ghost Spider, one of the 5 generals of the Demon Slayer Order. Yet he showed not the slightest sign of fear. Humph, business is prohibited here. Seize this individual and confiscate all merchandise, he commanded. Ghost Spider coldly regarded Stan and issued orders to his subordinates. General Ghost Spider, you have misunderstood. I am conducting business here with the express permission of General Yellow Ape. Stan hastily explained that while he held no fear of the Ghost Spider, there was no need to provoke a conflict. Having benefited from the prowess of the Yellow Ape, he naturally intended to leverage that reputation. His advantages were not easily attained. Nonsense, he retorted. How could a general of the Yellow Ape allow you to peddle such vile wares here? Seize him at once. This man slanders the general and deserves a far graver punishment. The Ghost Spider, however, paid no heed to the council and continued to gaze coldly at Stan. Issuing further commands, Stan's gaze gradually turned icy, as if severing one's means of livelihood were tantamount to slaying one's kin. Truly despicable. Admiral Ghost Spider, he declared. I have granted you some leniency. Do not overstep your bounds. Stan is not to be trifled with, armed with 3 devil fruits and a fortune of 2 billion. Whom does he fear? Should he be provoked, he could easily obliterate the naval headquarters, leaving no survivors among those ranked below Admiral. Do you still dare to make arrests? The Ghost Spider remains oblivious to Stan's trump cards and continues to press forward. As Stan's eyes twinkled, a sudden smile graced his lips. Come here. General Ghost Spider intends to engage in coercive buying and hoard all the photo collections. He endured this for the moment, for there were numerous esteemed clients present, and he was determined to earn his profits today, leaving future reckonings for another time. Hoarding all the photo collections? How can that be permissible? My dear Tina, what is wrong with conducting business legitimately? There is no stipulation prohibiting trade here. General Ghost Spider had indeed overstepped, after all. He was not breaking any laws. It seemed to me that he merely sought to monopolize the collections. The surrounding crowd turned their attention towards Ghost Spider, whispering amongst themselves. Yet all present could hear the murmurs clearly. Although Ghost Spider was renowned for his ruthlessness and commanded considerable respect within the Navy, not everyone harbored fear of him. For the sake of the goddess, what harm was there in voicing a few words against him? Could he truly annihilate so many? You have brought disgrace upon the Navy. Where is the justice of our forces? Ghost Spider, unable to bear the weight of such criticism, turned with a furious glare at the crowd, scolding them with disappointment. The words of General Ghost Spider were misguided. After all, it was merely a collection of photographs. What was wrong with taking them home to admire? Only those with corrupt hearts would conceive of using photo collections for lewd purposes. Stan could not agree with such sentiments. His prominent clients must not be beguiled by the Phantom Spider. Indeed, we acquire photo books solely for admiration, to alleviate our longing. How could I harbor base thoughts towards the goddess? I merely appreciate her beauty. Upon hearing Stan's words, the naval officers became even more resolute in their determination to purchase the photo books. Humph. The Phantom Spider let out a cold snort, sweeping away in disappointment. This matter was beyond his control and would have to be reported to the marshal. Are you not coming along? After taking a few steps, the Phantom Spider noticed that his entourage had not followed. Chapter 17, The Secret Technique, the Yellow Ape Summoning Art. Half an hour later, at Marineford Square. The crowd surrounding Stan had diminished significantly, leaving only a handful. The naval officers of Marineford were indeed affluent. Within a mere half hour, he had nearly sold out the 500 copies he printed. In such a short span, he had accrued over $1 billion in revenue. What a fortuitous venture. However, Sales here were nearing their end. He had previously seen individuals rushing to print copies, and there were certainly many within the Navy who aspired to be counterfeiters. Regrettably, the major client he anticipated, the T-Pig, seemed absent from the naval headquarters. "Get away from me, you wretched beings." A sharp voice rang out from the outskirts of the crowd as several naval officers were sent flying through the air. "Is it you selling my photo books? You shameless wretch. Perish." Approaching closer, Colonel Tina cast a glance at Stan before launching a fierce attack. Her hands transformed into two black javelins, thrusting forward with lethal intent aimed at Stan's heart and head. Her office was situated quite a distance away. She had only learned of this incident through notification. While selling her photo books might be tolerable, why was the Empress's priced at 5 million while hers was merely 1 million? Such an affront was intolerable. This individual must pay with their life. "Oh my, is that our goddess, Colonel Tina? Why so furious? Who has angered you?" Stan deftly sidestepped, his lips curling into a teasing smile. "How insufferable. Silence that foul mouth of yours." Tina bellowed, her arm sweeping to conjure a vast expanse of black bars encircling Stan. Was it merely a jest? Why such wrath? "I only wish to illuminate your beauty to a broader audience." Stan leaped lightly, evading the fence, and spoke with an air of nonchalance. He had anticipated the repercussions of selling photographs of the naval beauties at the naval headquarters. Yet, in the pursuit of profit, what could it matter? After all, what could they possibly do to him? Tina, fueled by indignation, continued her relentless pursuit of Stan, this time opting for silence. Colonel Tina exuded authority. "Go, goddess." The crowd cheered. "Goddess, I stand with you. Teach this shameless wretch a lesson. How dare he surreptitiously photograph our naval goddess?" Such audacity must be met with severe consequences. As Stan found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught, the surrounding Navy personnel rallied behind Tina, encouraging her fervently. "Well, the business is concluded. This individual no longer holds any value. It would be best for someone who desecrates our goddess to meet their end here." "You have gone too far," they exclaimed. "Just moments ago, you claimed that upon the release of the latest photographs, you would certainly purchase them again." Upon hearing these words, Stan could hardly contain himself. How dare they label him as shameless? "You all should silence yourselves. You are no better than he is." Tina turned around and shouted furiously, her face dark as the bottom of a pot. "Indeed, all crows in the world are equally black. There is not a single decent man among them. Do not even think about escaping. Today, your fate is sealed." Tina glared at Stan with bloodshot eyes, embodying a visage of profound grievance and bitterness. Stan continued to evade, his expression remaining unchanged. "Colonel Tina, even the Navy cannot assault me in such a manner, can they? I am a law-abiding citizen, a respectable businessman. A token gesture would suffice. I have already conceded so much. Should you press further, I shall not hold back." In terms of physical prowess, Stan was indeed at a disadvantage compared to the colonel, and he possessed no martial skills. "Humph, what does it matter if you don't hold back? Prepare to meet your end." Tina was utterly impervious to reason. She discerned that Stan's capabilities were inferior to hers and anticipated a swift victory. With a flourish, Stan proclaimed, "Secret technique, summoning the Yellow Ape." He clasped his hands dramatically, then shouted, "Admiral Yellow Ape, the Marshal has instructed you to observe me. Is this how you regard me?" He was reluctant to reveal his true strength. While being recognized as a formidable warrior was exhilarating, it was far more advantageous to operate in the shadows. Tina's spear lunged towards Stan, but in a flash of golden light, the Yellow Ape materialized before him, seizing the weapon. "Ahem, Colonel Tina. This Stan is a guest of the Marshal," the Yellow Ape remarked, his demeanor slightly awkward. However, he could not allow harm to befall Stan and had no choice but to reveal himself. The Marshal of the Marines, Sengoku, had a wager with Stan worth 1 billion. Connected to the 4 emperors, Sengoku was confident of victory. Should Stan perish, it would result in a needless loss of 1 billion. "Admiral Yellow Ape, you must have noticed this long ago. Why do you only arrive now?" Stan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Kizaru was hardly a virtuous individual, especially since he had accepted Stan's bribe. Kizaru turned his head, his expression impassive as he regarded Stan with a sense of helplessness. There seemed to be no way to manage this individual. "Do you truly require my assistance? You must be capable, no?" He was well aware that in a mere 5 days, Stan had transformed from an ordinary person into a veritable superhuman. This remarkable growth was undoubtedly the result of a devil fruit ability. His primary purpose for being here was to rescue Tina. "Kizaru, step aside. I'm determined to eliminate this shameless rogue today." Tina, still incensed and oblivious to the identity of the person before her, was unwilling to heed any warnings. How could she be any lesser than the Empress of the Seas? The disparity in the prices of their photo collections was simply intolerable. Colonel Tina, enough. You are not necessarily his match. Withdraw. Kizaru, feeling increasingly exasperated, lamented the indignity of a high-ranking admiral being compelled to deal with such matters. It was utterly humiliating. Unthinkable. I have already driven him to a corner. I shall soon bring about his demise. Tina's fiery temper left her blind to Kizaru's words as she fixated intently on Stan. However, the vast gulf in strength between her and Kizaru rendered her unable to break free. With a sigh, Kizaru seized Tina and vanished from the spot. Given that gentle persuasion had proven ineffective, he had no choice but to resort to more forceful measures. Stan brushed off the dust from his clothes and began to gather his belongings. His efforts proved fruitful. In less than an hour, he amassed over 3 billion. A satisfied smile graced Stan's face. When will you release your new photo collection, Stan? I wish to reserve a copy of the Divine Tina. Yes. I too wish to reserve a copy of General Peach Rabbits. You must hurry, Stan. Why don't you just stay in Marinvondo and not leave? I need to get the new collection as soon as it's available. As the crowd observed Stan packing up, they immediately converged around him, eagerly bombarding him with questions. Now you recognize my worth, do you? Just a moment ago, you were clamoring for my severe punishment. Stan did not display a pleasant demeanor. Surrounded by a group of lecherous individuals, unprincipled in their pursuit of pleasure. Nevertheless, they were all his esteemed clients. Ahem. I shall complete the latest photo shoot within 5 days. Do await. 5 days? Such a brief period to acquire new materials. You truly possess remarkable skills. I pushed through the crowd and approached Stan, his expression cold. The teacher wishes to see you. Please follow me. Chapter 18. Sword dance and swimwear. I led Stan forward in silence, both of them enveloped in an atmosphere of unspoken tension. Stan was indeed attempting to flirt with Ein. However, no matter what he said, Ein paid him no heed. He was selling photographs of Ein, which likely irritated Ein. But he refrained from expressing his displeasure due to Zephyr's desire to meet him. Nonetheless, the prospect of profit was gratifying during his visit to the Navy headquarters. He had already amassed over 3 billion, which brought him joy. Soon, when he met Zephyr, there would likely be another lucrative opportunity. For he had already devised the details of the transaction. Before long, they arrived at the training camp, and Ein proceeded towards a large building, lost in his own thoughts. Stan paused momentarily, fixating intently on the training ground, his eyes reflecting a swirling pattern reminiscent of the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. The Marine 6 styles, referred to by CP9 as a form of superhuman martial arts, indeed possesses its unique merits. The offensive techniques of finger pistol and storm leg, alongside the defensive maneuvers of iron block and paper drawing, as well as the swift shave and the aerial moonwalk, provide a comprehensive arsenal. The genius behind this martial art is remarkable. If it were to incorporate Sanji's SK, it would achieve perfection. Furthermore, the entry threshold is remarkably low, requiring merely 500 units of physical strength, something that even a mere officer at the Marine headquarters exceeds. What are you staring at? Hoping to secretly learn the 6 styles? Ein scoffed, casting a disdainful glance back at Stan. If it were as simple as observing wants to master it, they wouldn't need to train here. Although the Marine 6 styles have a low entry requirement, they are not easily mastered. Most Marines only excel in 1 or 2 techniques. And if I could learn it in a single glance, what of it? Stan memorized all 6 forms and turned to Ein with a mischievous smile. If I master them, how about you performing a sword dance in a swimsuit before me? Stan's thoughts took a turn as he leaned closer to Ein, whispering a cunning proposal. As a vibrant 18-year-old, it was evident that Stan was not averse to the charms of the opposite sex. How absurd, she scoffed, recoiling and spitting in his direction. If you truly mastered it, that would be akin to clandestinely acquiring the Navy's secret techniques. And I would not hesitate to send you to impel down. Ein was not easily fooled, although she was certain Stan would not succeed. She refused to wager with such a shameless individual. Is that so? You truly will not take a gamble? If I fail, I shall grant you a piece of information free of charge. Stan, unwilling to relent, continued to propose enticing conditions to Ein, having encountered numerous beautiful women in recent days. His passions were aflame, and he felt an urgent need for relief. Ein let out a cold snort, disregarding Stan entirely, and turned to walk away. Stan's lips curled into a sinister grin, a revelation linked to Whitebeard too. Ein abruptly turned, her gaze piercing into Stan, her eyes beginning to fill with crimson veins. Whitebeard too, she would never forget that name. It was he who severed a limb from her mentor, Zephyr, in a bid to save them. What now? After all, Whitebeard too is a figure renowned for his formidable reputation, making this exchange rather advantageous, wouldn't you agree? Stan's smile grew increasingly audacious, for he had seized upon Ian's ultimate vulnerability. Very well, I concede. Now tell me where he is. Ian grasped Stan's shoulders tightly, her eyes reddening with intensity. What did it matter if she donned a swimsuit and danced with a sword, as long as she could uncover the whereabouts of Whitebeard too? I cannot divulge that information. You are no match for him. Should you seek him out, your demise is assured. Stan raised his hands in exasperation, overwhelmed by the situation. He could not let such a beautiful woman come to harm. What I wish to convey is that Whitebeard too will soon ascend to the ranks of the 7 warlords. A fact you are undoubtedly aware of regarding his formidable strength. Following the summit, it was precisely because Whitebeard too became one of the 7 warlords that Zephyr felt disheartened and chose to abandon the navy. Do you comprehend the significance of becoming a 7 warlord? At that point, you shall have no opportunity for vengeance ever again. Stan shook his head, and Ian's demeanor truly painted her as a sorrowful beauty. To become one of the 7 warlords? How could that be? Not only is the roster of the 7 warlords already full, but he has also taken the lives of numerous Navy personnel. Ian shook her head in disbelief. Her naivety blinded her to the sordid realities of the world government. Soon, Crocodile and Moria would be stripped of their titles, and in the vast ocean. Few possess the strength to ascend to the rank of warlord. Stan does not conceal anything. After all, he has not divulged any specific intelligence. As long as he can convince Ian. No, that cannot be. He has slain so many Navy officers. It is inconceivable for him to ascend to the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. Ian remains incredulous, for the Navy stands as the embodiment of justice. How could they possibly tolerate such a villain? What of Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords? Has he not also spilled the blood of countless Navy personnel, yet still maintains his position among them? Stan chuckled lightly. In his earlier days of watching One Piece, he found the 7 warlords' policies utterly ludicrous. No, you are deceiving me. This is impossible, Ian shouted in exasperation. The soldiers training in the facility turned their heads at the sound, glaring furiously at Stan. In this training camp, Ian's absolute idol had provoked his ire, and this individual was truly detestable. Ahem, continue your training, Zifa interjected, clearing his throat, which sent a shiver down the spines of the trainees. Zifa then fixed his gaze upon Stan for a few moments and said, "Come to my office. You wished to see me, did you not?" The 3 made their way to the office, where Zifa produced a cigar. Ian's eyes remained red with anger, while Stan appeared utterly unperturbed. "Speak, lad. Where is Whitebeard too?" Zifa inquired after a moment of silence. It was one thing to lose his own arm, but the fact that Whitebeard too had slaughtered an entire ship of his students was simply intolerable. "I cannot disclose that information to you. Free intelligence comes at a cost. I am a serious businessman." Stan shook his head. An old man seeking free intelligence? Is that even feasible? Colonel On, do not forget our wager. I shall first demonstrate the 6 styles of the Navy. Stan turned to Ian, finding her far more enchanting, her beauty reminiscent of a delicate flower weeping, melting his heart. "Kid, do not interrupt. The 6 styles of the Navy cannot be mastered merely by a single glance," Zephyr retorted angrily, feeling utterly disregarded, which he deemed exceedingly arrogant. Could one truly grasp the essence of the 6 styles with but a fleeting observation? What then was the purpose of his training camp? Ignoring Zephyr, Stan swiftly approached the wall and executed the finger pistol technique against it. With a swift thrust of his finger, Stan created a small hole in the wall. Following this, with a powerful kick, a brilliant flash illuminated the room, causing the curtain by the window to fall halfway. Zephyr and Ian stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the impossibility of it all. Yet, there was no denying it. This was indeed the 6 styles, with a technique resembling a phantom. Stan's feet glided across the ground, causing the surface to fracture like a spider's web as he vanished from sight, reappearing by the door. Stan then ascended gracefully into the air, reaching the ceiling of the room. Stan landed on the ground and exhaled. "There are 2 more techniques. Ian, come at me." Zephyr and Ian stared at Stan, rendered speechless. What on earth was happening? Chapter 19. Let us meet at 8 tonight. No exceptions. Come on, kid. You really haven't just learned this? Zephyr, more composed and steady, finally broke the silence, his tone grave. Of course not. If you don't believe me, you can ask Admiral Kizaru. Just 5 days ago, I was merely an ordinary person devoid of any strength. Their disbelief was anticipated by Stan. Yet he had a witness to corroborate his claims. Do you still want to try the 2 techniques? He inquired with a smile, observing the renewed astonishment in their eyes. Zephyr shook his head with a wry smile. He had never encountered such a situation. That's unnecessary. Let's say you've mastered the 6 techniques. However, your request cannot be granted. You need to choose another. Ein was his prized disciple, and Zephyr would not betray him. No, this was agreed upon by Ein himself. Surely, you wouldn't go back on your word? Stan resolutely shook his head in refusal. After much effort in setting the trap, how could he possibly abandon it now? It was out of the question. The matter concerning Whitebeard too was solely his own and had nothing to do with Ein. Zephyr felt a surge of anger. This person was clearly scheming and employing such despicable and shameful tactics. How could he ever acquiesce? Stan grew increasingly irate, obstructing his own pursuit of happiness. How detestable. Ein, surely you would not reconsider? Ignoring Zephyr, this matter must ultimately be decided by Ein herself, though the means employed may be rather despicable. As long as Ein does not refuse, she is bound to comprehend his intentions. To win a woman's heart, one must possess a modicum of strategy, since ancient times. Deep affection has been elusive, while only cunning can capture the heart. Very well, I acquiesce. Ein's expression was one of struggle, yet she gritted her teeth and assented. The wager was one she had established. Should she retract, not only would she tarnish her own credibility, but Zephyr's as well. Ein, you need not concern yourself with him. With me here, he would not dare to coerce you. Zephyr glared at Ein, his countenance darkened. For the sake of Whitebeard II, how could he allow Ein to be entangled? Teacher, it is unnecessary. As a mentor and disciple, threatening her and breaching trust would not reflect well upon us. Ein shook her head bitterly. Her own reputation mattered little, but Zephyr's integrity was paramount. Hee. Thus it is settled. At 8 o'clock tonight, I shall await you on the beach, and we shall not part ways. Stan wore a satisfied smile, pointing at Marlon Vandersback, his face radiating joy. Ah, Ein, you. Zephyr sighed heavily, glaring fiercely at Stan. Kid, if you dare to do anything inappropriate to Ein, I will surely kill you. Since Ain's attention was secured, there was little he could do. Yet he still needed to voice a few threats. Rest assured, Ein is so adorable. I cherish him far too much to act inappropriately. Stan waved his hand dismissively, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on Ein, his words devoid of any credibility. Whether he could win the heart of a beauty tonight depended solely on his cunning strategies. Do not worry, teacher, he is no match for me. Ein did not glance at Stan. Even if the scoundrel intended to engage in some nefarious scheme, he was no rival for her. Zephyr nodded in agreement. Indeed. That is reassuring. I can rest easy now. Although Stan has learned the 6 styles, he is merely a novice, and it is evident that his strength is lacking. Kid, can we now discuss the news regarding Whitebeard too? After a while, Zephyr's expression darkened, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Stan shook his head, declaring, This is unacceptable. I am a legitimate businessman. Zephyr, having served as a general for decades, must possess considerable wealth. Otherwise, he could not have rapidly established the Z Navy. Humph. Speak up. How much do you desire? Zephyr scoffed, viewing the profit-driven merchant with disdain, questioning the validity of his claim to be a respectable businessman. Stan revealed a satisfied smile and proposed, Let us strike a deal. I have 2 offers for you. My desire to meet Zephyr is not only to clandestinely learn the Navy's 6 styles, but also to facilitate this lucrative business venture, which I have meticulously planned. For 2 billion, I shall heal your arm and present Whitebeard 2 to you alive. Alternatively, for 5 billion. I will likewise remedy your arm and provide you with information regarding Whitebeard 2. Stan raised 2 fingers with a solemn expression and said, I possess a system. And healing a severed arm is quite simple. I am currently planning to seek out the red-haired traitor. He continued, You must be aware that you're aging. And even if your arm were to be restored, it might not suffice to defeat Whitebeard 2. Noticing the silence from both individuals, Stan pressed on. This is the truth. Whitebeard 2 has been praised by Kizaru and possesses the strength reminiscent of Whitebeard in his youth. He is not to be underestimated. Once Zephyr has recovered, perhaps he can hold his own against him, but the prospect of defeating him single-handedly seems rather bleak. After a prolonged silence, Zephyr finally spoke with gravity. Can you truly heal my arm? The Navy has Dr. Vegapunk, and even he could not restore it. What makes you different? Stan replied confidently, Rest assured. As long as you provide the payment, I shall grant you a fully restored arm. Stan certainly can. The power of technology is boundless. The most crucial factor is wealth. Very well. Zephyr nodded and turned to Ein. Ein, procure 5 billion. If it truly works, he would not suffer a loss. If it fails, Stan would have to be carried out today. Master, it's merely an additional 500 million, which we can afford. Ein remained stationary, gazing intently at Zephyr, attempting to persuade him. Stan is not mistaken. Teacher Zephyr has indeed aged, and seeking out Whitebeard 2 is perilously dangerous. Ein, that man has slain my beloved student. I must personally bring this matter to a conclusion. Zephyr gazed intently at Ain, his voice laced with fury. Danger? Can one simply abstain from confronting danger? How could he reconcile this with the memory of those students who have perished? Teacher, Stan has assured that he will capture him alive. It will amount to the same outcome. Ain expressed her concern, recalling how Zephyr had previously suffered losses. How could she allow her teacher to venture forth once more into harm's way? There is no need for further discussion. Go quickly and procure the funds. Are my words falling on deaf ears? Zephyr resolutely refused, adamant that this matter could only be resolved through his personal intervention. He could not surmount the emotional barrier within himself. Ain's expression was one of anxiety, tears welling in her eyes as she looked to Stan for assistance. She understood her teacher's nature well. Once a decision was made, it was futile to attempt to dissuade him. Why be so reluctant to part with 500 million? You are not guaranteed to subdue Whitebeard too. Stan rubbed the back of his head, reluctantly offering his counsel. The expression he wore was one of utter exasperation. A beautiful maiden sought his assistance. How could he possibly refuse? Perhaps it would be best to capture Whitebeard alive and allow her to engage in battle with him afterward. After some contemplation, Stan proposed this sound suggestion. However, Zephyr dismissed it with a wave of his hand, declaring that he was not one to mistreat captives, and insisted that he must resolve the matter personally. Having captured them alive, how could he still justify taking action? Was this truly a personal resolution? With a gesture of surrender towards Ain, Stan conveyed his helplessness. Zephyr's obstinacy was astounding. It was no wonder that, in his despair, he harbored thoughts of world destruction. Chapter 20. Let the dance begin. Under the cover of night, on a secluded beach behind the naval headquarters, Stan leaned against a tree, leisurely closing his eyes to rest. His transaction with Zephyr had reached a satisfactory conclusion, with Zephyr ultimately opting for the sum of 1.5 billion. Stan invested 500 million to acquire a gene serum for human restoration, effectively reaping a profit of 1 billion from Zephyr. Merely providing the location of a certain Whitebeard too allowed him to earn such a sum, leaving Stan feeling somewhat guilty. However, this was part of a scheme, after all. Ain had a request of him, didn't he? If Stan were to capture Whitebeard too and employ a little cunning, Ain would undoubtedly become utterly devoted to him. Alas, truly, the depths of depravity are unparalleled. Stan, you are a person who must strive to amass wealth. How can you be so preoccupied with courting women? Stan shook his head slightly, reproaching himself for becoming somewhat elated after such a substantial gain today, his thoughts having expanded considerably. The sound of footsteps approached, prompting Stan to quickly turn around. You have arrived, quite punctually. At that moment, Ain was enveloped in a cloak of righteousness, her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, indicating she had made an effort to present herself. She was truly beautiful, indeed. She lived up to her status as a goddess. Stan did not hold back his praise, feeling thoroughly pleased. Ain's visit was marked by her preparation, a clear indication that he had successfully captured her interest. Ain's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she softly responded with a shy mm. The atmosphere charged with a sweet sense of bashfulness between the solitary man and woman. Stan revealed a faint smile, relishing the delightful atmosphere. Come, take a seat. He beckoned. Well, let us begin. Ain expressed mild surprise, and then proceeded to remove her cloak of justice. Beneath it, she wore only a bikini, a preparation she had thoughtfully made. Stan squinted as he watched Ain remove his cloak. There's no rush. Let us engage in conversation and get to know one another better. Ain was clearly tense, and his swordplay would undoubtedly be rigid. It would be prudent to foster camaraderie first, perhaps allowing for a graceful dance later. Ain glared at Stan in frustration, thinking it quite vexing that he hadn't mentioned this sooner, waiting until he had shed his cloak to bring it up. Stan reached out and grasped Ain, who was attempting to retrieve her cloak, drawing her close to his side. This is quite nice. I rather enjoy it, he murmured, leaning in to let his warm breath caress her ear. Ain's ears flushed a deep crimson, and she shifted slightly away, saying, Don't do that. We are still strangers. Fear not, for I am a gentleman, Stan declared, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating that he would not make any further advances. Ain found his assertion somewhat amusing. Could he truly consider himself a gentleman? Such shamelessness was an exaggeration. Is my invitation to admire the moon too abrupt? Seeing that Ain was no longer so tense, Stan cautiously inquired. Ain rolled her eyes, questioning if he was truly inviting her to admire the moon. Could he not maintain some dignity? I had no choice in the matter. If I had simply extended an invitation, you would surely have declined. Thus I resorted to a few tactics. Stan offered an awkward smile, cheerfully explaining, Why do you sell those photo collections? Where did they come from? Upon hearing this, Ian became somewhat irked, pondering the unknown purposes for which those photo collections might be used. It's all for the sake of profit. I was once impoverished, and the fear of poverty still lingers within me. Thus, I must strive diligently to earn money. Stan evaded the topic, insisting that the origins of the photo collection must remain undisclosed, while also recognizing that playing the victim could elicit sympathy from Ian. Poor? Can you truly claim to be impoverished? You must have amassed billions today, Haven T.U.? What on earth do you need such an exorbitant sum for? Ian remained unconvinced. For Stan was undeniably affluent, with several boxes of money placed nearby. Is a few billion truly significant? The celestial dragons could effortlessly conjure more gold from the heavens than that. Stan disdainfully remarked that in this world, money holds little value. A mere newspaper cost 100 belly. He had harbored envy towards the celestial gold for quite some time, having fixated on it for the past 3 days and discovered a ship laden with such treasure. However, at that time, his strength was insufficient, and a vice admiral was guarding the celestial gold. Otherwise, he would have seized the opportunity long ago. The celestial gold is collected only infrequently, and missing this chance left him with a lingering sense of regret. Are you aspiring to become a celestial dragon? Or are you considering ingratiating yourself with them through wealth? Ian asked with a hint of disdain, perceiving the envy in Stan's tone. Hardly any Navy personnel regard the celestial dragons favorably, and she certainly held them in contempt as well. How could that be possible? Just 5 days ago, I was nearly killed at the hands of a celestial dragon, Stan exclaimed, even if it were not him who perished. He would never forget the incident of being trampled to death by a celestial dragon's bodyguard. All his relentless efforts to amass wealth were merely to strengthen his own capabilities and to avoid repeating past mistakes. Surely, the Navy possesses my records. Did you not think to inquire? In recent days, he had frequent interactions with the Navy, which undoubtedly held his information, alongside a plethora of conjectures. No, Anne shook her head, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of swordplay, leaving little room for anything else. No? Then allow me to enlighten you thoroughly, so you may come to know me better. Stan nodded in satisfaction, pondering the uncertain portrayal the Navy would render, believing it necessary to embellish it himself. As he admired the beauty before him, he began to recount tales from the past. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, a figure perched upon a tree let out a soft, disdainful spit. She was Tao-Tu, who had been trailing Stan for quite some time, seeking the perfect opportunity to strike. Stan's affairs were known to her through Crane's whispers. She understood that he could not be touched while at the naval headquarters. As soon as Stan departed, she vowed to take the life of this lecher, who had the audacity to clandestinely photograph her and turn it into a grotesque portfolio for sale. How despicable. Most infuriating was the fact that her portfolio was priced 2 million less than that of the Empress. Did he hold her, Tao-Tu, in such contempt? To her astonishment, Stan lingered well into the night, remaining at the naval headquarters to ensnare young maidens. His arrogance was truly unparalleled. Once he exited the naval stronghold, she would ensure that this scoundrel would face the consequences. Time passed swiftly, and soon an hour had elapsed. Tao-Tu was on the verge of nausea from the ordeal. Stan and Ian found themselves in an increasingly harmonious atmosphere, with Ian occasionally bursting into laughter at Stan's antics. Thank you for saving Teacher Zephyr. Allow me to dance for you. As time passed, Ian rose to her feet, softly expressing her gratitude before beginning her performance. Regardless of the circumstances, it was an undeniable fact that Stan had healed Teacher Zephyr's arm, and she felt a deep sense of appreciation in her heart. That miraculous potion must be something extraordinary. While its production costs may not be exorbitant, the research and development expenses are undoubtedly astronomical. She had heard that the annual R&D budget for Bijapunk starts in the hundreds of millions. Stan smiled faintly, rising to his feet to retrieve a small speaker, which he then set to play melodious music. He had indeed come prepared, even if he could not successfully win her heart today. He was determined to earn the favor of the fair maiden. Approaching Ian, he gently discarded the short sword from her grasp and took her delicate hand in his own, gazing into her eyes with profound affection. Follow my lead, he said with a soft chuckle as he began to dance the waltz. Stan held Ian's hand, their bodies close enough to feel each other's breath. Ugh, shameless, what nonsense are you jumping about? In the tree, Peach Rabbit spat disdainfully once more. Chapter 21. Wait for me to wash your feet. Peach Rabbit. Early morning, at the naval headquarters dock, Stan sat upon a diminutive lifeboat, his eyes rolling with exasperation. The Navy had proven rather stingy. Upon his arrival, he had been aboard a formidable warship, yet now, as he prepared to depart, they had relegated him to this modest vessel. Here, he could not summon a fighter jet, and was left with no choice but to row away for the time being. Last night, he had forged a deeper bond with Ein, but alas, he was still unable to secure her affections. Nevertheless, as long as he could capture Whitebeard too before Zephyr, that would suffice. Stan grasped the oar and began to row with a rhythmic sway. In the office of the Marshal, Ueno, Kizuru, and Akiji gathered. You are all aware of Zephyr's situation, correct? Please share your thoughts. Stan accepted 1.5 billion from Zephyr. Restoring his arm, a tale that has spread throughout the entire Marineford. Zephyr's arm was beyond the capabilities of even the world's foremost scientist, Vegapunk. What further opinions could one hold? Stan is already shrouded in enough mystery, is he not? The indifferent Kizaru, trimming his nails, has always been unconcerned with such matters. Ah. Indeed, it is quite mysterious. As an information broker, Stan is bound to conceal his true identity. Akiji, on the other hand, seems overly preoccupied, perhaps harboring a disdain for Stan. Now that Akainu has ventured to Alabasta, Robin may find her survival increasingly precarious. Indeed, his intelligence-gathering abilities are formidable, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover his information. Sengoku nodded, feeling a sense of exasperation. Dealing with Stan is quite a challenge. Stan possesses a wealth of crucial intelligence, and in order to safeguard it, he finds himself compelled to make concessions. The incident of selling photo albums at the Naval Headquarters Square has undeniably brought him considerable embarrassment. After all, he is merely an information broker. As long as he does not oppose the Navy, what concern is it of ours? Kizaru remains remarkably unperturbed, sensing no hint of threat emanating from Stan. Ultimately, this world is governed by strength, a quality that Stan conspicuously lacks. Sengoku, with a heavy heart, lets out a sigh. While his words ring true, one can only hope that Stan will contentedly continue his role as an information broker. His concerns linger. For if Stan were to behave like Shucky, that would be manageable. But what if it were not the case? Stan possesses an abundance of critical intelligence. The dangers and uncertainties surrounding him are exceedingly great. For instance, should news of one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Pluto, fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army, it would spell trouble. The most challenging aspect lies in the unknown organization backing Stan. Even if he were to be eliminated, another Stan would inevitably emerge. Very well, proceed. Those dispatched to monitor him must be elites. Warring States gestured, ultimately commanding. Given the significance of such an individual, it is imperative to keep a watchful eye on Stan to prevent any reckless actions. However, Stan undoubtedly possesses formidable counter-surveillance capabilities. Only an elite can effectively keep track of him. On the sea, Stan paused his rowing, gazing intently behind him. His personal safety is, of course, a paramount concern. He had long instructed the system to monitor a 1-kilometer radius around him. Having yet to master observation hockey, he remains wary of potential ambushes, fearing he might not have the opportunity to activate his defenses. Presently, the system alerts him to a small military vessel approaching directly towards him. On board the ship is none other than Admiral Peach Rabbit's candidate. Peach Rabbit is, without a doubt, the very person Stan wishes to avoid at this moment. This woman is not as easily dealt with as Tina, and resolving today's predicament will prove exceedingly difficult. Stan had no intention of fleeing. Peach Rabbit had likely already locked onto him with her observation hockey. As he gazed at the approaching warship, a grin spread across his face. Thank you, Admiral Candidate Peach Rabbit, for coming to bid me farewell. After all, he was clad in quantum protective gear, rendering Peach Rabbit powerless against him. Humph. It seems you are prepared to meet your demise, Peach Rabbit scoffed. Stan leaped onto the warship, exclaiming, Peach Rabbit, there is no need for such formality. With a disdainful smile, Peach Rabbit retorted, stubborn as a dead duck, may you meet your demise. Such a shameless individual, she wished to utter not a single word more. Even a fleeting glance felt tainted. Drawing her golden blade, she delivered a swift, unembellished strike towards Stan. Despite the absence of elaborate techniques, Stan sensed an inescapable predicament. No matter which direction he attempted to evade, the blade seemed poised to cleave him in twain. Activating his defensive shield, Stan remained motionless as a spherical blue barrier enveloped him entirely. Peach Rabbit's blade struck the shield, producing a cascade of sparks. Peach Rabbit, it is impossible for you to kill me, Stan remarked with a gentle smirk. He had no intention of launching an attack, apart from the satellites above. None of his existing weapons could harm Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit's expression darkened. How infuriating. What is this? Your devil fruit ability? In a world filled with countless unknown devil fruit powers, each more peculiar than the last, Stan's ability did not surprise her. Yet, what did it matter? Today, you shall still meet your end. The black hue of hockey began to manifest upon Peach Rabbit's golden blade. Stan shrugged. How could Tao 2, a martial artist, comprehend the might of technology? Subsequently, Stan remained motionless as Tao 2 unleashed a frenzied assault for over 10 minutes. Observing the unscathed defense shield, Tao 2 reluctantly halted. Tao 2, if you have no other matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Stan stifled a yawn, contemplating a return to his lifeboat. However, he was a capable individual, and this was the vast ocean. Tao 2 let out a cold smile. The sea was a fatal weakness for those with abilities. With a swift motion, Tao 2 swung her blade, cleaving the warship beneath her into two. Both Tao 2 and Stan employed the moonwalk technique, hovering in midair. Tao 2 touched her forehead, feeling a sense of incredulity regarding her actions. She had clearly witnessed Stan demonstrate the Navy's 6 styles just the day before. Casting one last glance at Stan, Tao 2 soared towards the Navy headquarters, realizing she could do nothing against him for the time being. Besides, having acted foolishly, she felt no inclination to linger any longer. Tao 2, this matter will not be settled so easily. Next time we meet, prepare to wash my feet. Stan called out cheerfully as Tao 2 receded into the distance. Tao 2 was undeniably formidable, and for now, he had no means to counter her. However, this conflict had been ignited. After being assaulted for over 10 minutes, he could not simply refrain from retaliating, or he would lose face. The next meeting would see Tao 2 tasked with washing his feet. Indeed, all 3 of them. Tao 2's expression darkened. You shameless scoundrel, I will surely kill you. Although she was unaware of the existence of the foot-washing industry, she understood that his words were far from flattering. As Tao 2 departed, Stan let out a sigh, acknowledging his own weakness. Otherwise, today, Tao 2 would have been the one washing his feet. Determined to earn some money, Stan steeled himself and retrieved his fighter jet. System. Select the safest flight route to the New World and engage autopilot. The Sabaody archipelago was not his immediate destination. He intended to deal with Whitebeard 2 first. Chapter 22. A blade against Mingo's neck in the New World, upon the ocean's surface. Stan had donned a small aircraft, intending to venture into the territory of Mingo. He was now on the verge of amassing 5 billion, enough to upgrade his 3-Tomo Sharingan to the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Ultimately, the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan demanded 5 billion, which was not exorbitant. Without the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, confronting Whitebeard 2 would necessitate the use of satellites, an extravagant expense. Mingo was a man of considerable wealth, and he possessed a wealth of intelligence, making it easy to profit. Whether it was the undercover agent Virgo within the Navy or the sugar with her paramecia fruit, both were valuable assets. System. Procure the most suitable speedboat for use. Gazing at the vast sea, Stan suddenly yearned to race across its surface. Command executed, solar-powered speedboat purchased successfully for 5 million. Stan was somewhat taken aback. Typically, a jet ski would cost only a few thousand. Even if Bailey held little value, it shouldn't be this way, right? Upon examining the jet ski, Stan realized it was indeed remarkable and worth the price. The seats alone exuded an air of luxury, with crimson leather thrones that one would never want to rise from. The dashboard featured a fully digital display, and 2 cannons at the front were capable of launching laser attacks. Additionally, akin to a convertible, there was glass at the rear that could be raised to shield the top without obstructing the view. All right, let's set off. He slammed the throttle down, and the jet ski surged forth like a gleaming sword. After circling twice, Stan felt exhilarated. Wow, this is exhilarating. At nearly 200 miles per hour, the jet ski remained as steady as a mountain, and it maneuvered with remarkable agility. Suddenly, a beam of green light shot directly towards Stan. He hastily veered to avoid it. Who dares to provoke me? He fumed, incensed by the attack. The green light was terrifying, wherever it passed. It carved a trench 5 meters wide and unfathomably deep into the sea. Stan squinted ahead and beheld a small vessel resembling a coffin lid, scarcely worthy of being called a boat. Hawkeye? What was he up to? Stan instantly recognized the individual approaching. This coffin-like craft was too distinctive. It was unlikely that anyone would dare to imitate it. Damn, Stan silently cursed. Surely he wasn't bored again? The East Blues Creek pirate crew had met their demise at the hands of the ever-bored Hawkeye, claiming numerous lives. By the calculations of time, Hawkeye should be situated in the latter half of the Grand Line. Luffy had already encountered Zoro, and the next challenge was to confront Buggy. With the voyage into the Grand Line imminent, Hawkeye did not launch another attack. After a moment's contemplation, Stan dashed toward him. Although formidable, Stan did not feel intimidated. He demanded an explanation from Hawkeye. "Hey, Hawkeye, why did you attack me?" Stan questioned bluntly. Hawkeye fixed his gaze upon the jet ski, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, for it suited him perfectly. "I want that," he stated, still not deigning to look at Stan directly. Stan squinted his eyes, realizing that the earlier attack had been rather languid in speed because he had set his sights on the jet ski. 500 million. Stan extended his 5 fingers, making a bold demand. Only then did Hawkeye turn his gaze towards Stan, stating, "I have no money." He possessed nothing more than this small, coffin-like vessel, with no place to conceal wealth, nor did he have any need for money. In this world, there were few who dared to extort him. The seas were teeming with pirates, and whatever he desired, others would readily provide. "No money? You are the world's foremost swordsman, yet you lack funds?" Stan was astonished. How could such a formidable powerhouse be devoid of wealth? Upon further contemplation, it dawned on him that Hawkeye might indeed be financially strapped. With a single stroke, he sank a ship, leaving no opportunity for plundering. "What nonsense!" Stan scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. Hawkeye furrowed his brow, finding this individual exceedingly arrogant. Fully aware of his identity, "Can we arrange a temporary deferment? I shall gather the funds for you," he eventually replied, his expression betraying his discomfort. He had never found himself in such a humble position before. Although his swordsmanship assured him he could eliminate Stan without harming the jet ski, the advanced technology presented a potential complication. Should he lack the skills to operate it, matters could become quite troublesome. "Inquire around. I, Stan, never extend credit in my business dealings." Stan would certainly not acquiesce. This could not set a precedent. "How about this? You leave the Black Knife Knight with me as collateral, and once you gather the necessary funds, I shall return it to you." After glancing at the large blade on his back, Stan hesitated and spoke. Instantly, Hawkeye's expression darkened. As a swordsman, to part with his weapon would be to forfeit his dignity. "It is inconceivable." Hawkeye, now somewhat enraged, declared, "You are courting death." Stan furrowed his brows, pondering the staggering sum of 500 million. The thought of it slipping away was unbearable. But ahead lies the territory of Ming. Perhaps one could seek his assistance. Pointing forward, Stan conceived an intriguing plan. Ming, known for his arrogance, would undoubtedly be reluctant to lend money to Hawkeye. Should a confrontation arise, it would be quite the spectacle, with Hawkeye facing off against the Don Quixote family alone. "My relationship with him is strained. He would never extend a loan to me." Hawkeye possesses enough self-awareness to recognize that only the red-haired would consider lending him such a colossal amount. Stan's lips quivered slightly as he observed Hawkeye's unexpected straightforwardness. "When he says he is borrowing, it is merely for the sake of politeness. Do you not possess a knife? If you were to place it against Ming's neck, he would readily lend you the money." Ming, he mused, was a person of considerable discernment. When it came time to yield, he would not hesitate. Hawkeye, pondering this, nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in the words. "Very well, remain here and do not move," he instructed before preparing to depart. Suddenly, he turned back, casting a curious glance at Stan. "I believe it would be more direct for me to place the knife against your neck instead, with a blade in hand. Extracting the driving technique would not be overly complicated, allowing me to depart swiftly." Stan was rendered speechless, acknowledging the directness of that approach. His eyes widened as the 3-tomo began to spin slowly. "You may attempt it, if you can." Hawkeye remained still, scrutinizing Stan before eventually drawing his great sword and setting off towards the island of Da. This man, fully aware that he was the world's foremost swordsman, exuded confidence that bordered on audacity, showing no fear of him. Despite his confidence in his abilities, he knew he could not defeat Stan in one swift move. With the speed of that high-tech jet ski, Stan would vanish from his sight after a single strike. "Now this is more like it," Stan chuckled, piloting the jet ski alongside Hawkeye. After a moment of silence, he ventured, "May I inquire about your duel with the red-haired Shanks? Who emerged victorious?" The original story never revealed the outcome, and Stan was genuinely curious about this legendary clash, which had been dubbed the legendary duel by the world, with Whitebeard recalling it as if it had transpired just yesterday. Hawkeye remained silent. He was not one for excessive conversation, deeming it unnecessary to respond to Stan's query. Chapter 23, Hawkeye, I want to. 5 billion. After walking for a while, Stan grew somewhat bored. The pace was rather slow. "Come aboard. Let me allow you to try out my jet ski," he said, eyeing Hawkeye's stoic demeanor with mild exasperation. Hawkeye looked at Stan in confusion. "Did you not say you would not extend credit? Such a notion is fanciful. I merely wish for you to test it first. Hurry and procure the funds for me." Stan replied, exasperated. Oh, and what about you? Hawkeye nodded, then asked curiously. Though the jet ski had ample seating, he was not inclined to share a seat with another man. I have this. Stan retrieved a small flying device from behind him. Rising from the jet ski, he stood upon the flying apparatus. Climb aboard. I shall instruct you on how to operate it. Hawkeye furrowed his brow slightly, but then calmly boarded the jet ski. Are you not concerned that I might escape? Escape? If you did, you would no longer be Hawkeye. Stan replied, placing his trust in him. Hawkeye chuckled lightly. You seem to know me quite well. What is your name? This man intrigued him, making him wish to remember the name. Stan. I have established an omniscient information agency in Sabaody. Feel free to seek me out should you require assistance in the future. Stan chuckled softly. However, my services come at a steep price. If you wish to seek my assistance, ensure you are well prepared financially. The name Omniscient Intelligence Agency is rather audacious. Hawkeye smiled broadly, finding it quite amusing. Stan succinctly summarized the operation of the jet ski. There is a manual. The rest is for you to figure out. All right. Thank you, Hawkeye replied, nodding before effortlessly taking the helm of the jet ski. As a formidable individual, his mastery over his own body was meticulous, enabling him to learn swiftly. By the way, is that device beneath your feet for sale? Hawkeye inquired, eyeing the flying apparatus with interest. Since he was heading to borrow money from Ming, acquiring it in one go would be preferable. However, the price was steep. The automatic sensing flyer cost $2 billion. Naturally, in business, one should never decline an opportunity, and Hawkeye, who was not one to haggle, thought, $5 billion is merely a trifle. Ming will lend it to me. The two exchanged no further words, and in no time, they reached the shores of Do Island. Hawkeye surveyed the coastline and then glanced at the jet ski, thinking, $5 billion is quite a sum. Leaving it here feels unsafe. Stan immediately discerned the intent of Hawkeye. This vessel was amphibious. Press that button over there, he instructed. Upon pressing the button, two steel plates on the motorboat retracted, revealing two wheels that descended. This feature is impressive. It is indeed worth $500 million, Hawkeye praised with evident satisfaction. The duo continued their journey towards the Royal Heights, drawing the attention of passers-by along the way. However, they paid no heed until they halted before the palace. Hawkeye, bold and audacious, disregarded the numerous guards and strode towards the palace entrance. Young master, Hawkeye has arrived. The name Hawkeye was renowned, and none dared to obstruct him, only to summon others. Ming appeared at a window on the second floor, the sound of the motorboat resonating loudly as Hawkeye ascended the steps. Ha ha ha. Is that not Hawkeye? What brings you here? Ming's laughter was unappealing, yet he sensed the visitor's ill intent. Apart from Kaido, there was no one he feared. And Hawkeye was no exception. I demand $2 billion, Hawkeye stated directly, devoid of any superfluous words. Ming was taken aback. $2 billion. Was this an attempt at robbery? And what if I refuse? Ming's eyes glimmered with fury, indicating his mounting anger. Hawkeye shook his head, not expecting to secure $2 billion with mere words. No. You will pay. Ming's rage surged. This was blatant extortion. Did he think Ming was easy prey? Hawkeye showed no concern for Ming's feelings, drawing his black blade and unleashing a swift green slash, surpassing the force of a whip. Naturally, Ming would not yield easily. He retaliated with a thick line of energy from his palm, attempting to counter the strike. Blocking the attack, Ming's expression soured considerably. They were in Dressrosa, his stronghold. Hawkeye, what do you mean by this? Do you take me for a fool? Ming suppressed his anger. Hawkeye was formidable, and unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to engage in battle. He remained silent, choosing not to press the attack, as if he were waiting for something. The skirmish was merely a declaration of war. Very well, Hawkeye, you are resolute in your desire for conflict? Ming repeated the word well thrice, his neck thickening with rage. Fully understanding Hawkeye's intentions, then do not blame me for overwhelming you with numbers. Everyone, attack together and eliminate him, Ming roared, unable to tolerate being insulted in his own domain. With his command, a dozen individuals materialized around Hawkeye and Stan. Stan cast a glance over the Don Quixote family, noting that all the capable fighters were present. Give it your all. I have faith in you, he called out to Hawkeye before soaring to the fringes. Producing a bag of sunflower seeds, Stan settled in as a spectator. All right, let the show begin. No one paid him any mind, their focus fixated on Hawkeye. In these vast seas, the name Hawkeye was known to all. Hawkeye, you still have time to retreat, Mingo suggested, not rushing to engage as he sought a peaceful resolution. Even with the Don Quixote family's elite present, he did not believe he could subdue Hawkeye. This was his territory. and any damage would come at his own expense. Offer me 5 billion, and I will leave immediately, Hawkeye declared, maintaining his irritating demeanor. 5 billion was no small sum. Few in this new world could muster such wealth all at once. Let us get started. With words exchanged that bore no fruit, Mingo issued a direct command. Launch the explosive stones. The first to act was Gladius, wielding the power of the bomb fruit. Several gray orbs were shot forth, expanding rapidly as they approached Hawkeye. Destructive art. Jorah, with the power of the art fruit, expelled a transparent mist from his hands. Sticky cannon. The slug-like treble unleashed blobs of viscous slime from his body. Weapon transformation. Baby 5, donned in a maid outfit, morphed into a handgun. Half-moon funeral. Diamante, wielding the flare fruit, brandished his sword recklessly before Hawkeye. Mingu, not one to fall behind, unleashed several threads. All those capable of ranged attacks launched their assaults, surrounding Hawkeye in a flurry of strikes. Yet, Hawkeye had no complex techniques at his disposal. He relied solely on his basic attacks. With a single swing of his blade, all assaults were rendered futile. Amongst the gathered crowd, only Mingu commanded his respect. The rest were unworthy of his attention. A rabble, unaware of their own mortality. Stan shook his head in disbelief at their audacity. While those with devil fruit powers were formidable to ordinary individuals, those lacking even haki who dared confront Hawkeye were surely courting death with every reckless move. Chapter 24, Hawkeye vs. The Don Quixote family in Dressrosa, atop the King's Plateau. Hawkeye found himself encircled by a dozen adversaries, yet he remained utterly unperturbed, his great sword cutting through all with ease. Mingu led the charge, supported by Pika and Diamante, causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet. The others primarily feigned attacks from the sidelines, possessing just enough self-awareness to avoid a direct confrontation with Hawkeye. The most ruthless among them was Gladius, who was diligently setting explosives, creating numerous bulging packages around Hawkeye. Stan shook his head, realizing that Mingo was overthinking the situation. Hawkeye was not easily dealt with. This was the land of kings, and it seemed Mingo was reluctant to bring destruction upon it, refraining from unleashing his awakening. Pika, too, had yet to reveal his full power, keeping the extent of the battle relatively contained. The weak were retreating, and Stan felt a surge of excitement as the situation shifted. Hawkeye leaped into the air, wielding his black blade, Yoru, in a horizontal slash. There were no dazzling lights or sounds of clashing steel. This was reminiscent of the moment he severed Akiji's iceberg in the original narrative. Surrounded by these weaker foes, Hawkeye exhibited clear impatience. Minga's head transformed into threads, ensnaring all his subordinates and flinging them into the distance. It turned out that this cowardly Minga had merely created a clone using his string fruit. However, he was a moment too late, as Buffalo and Dirinji silently fell to the ground. Then, a slender green light flashed across the palace, causing the upper half to collapse with a resounding crash. The true Minga emerged from the ruins, hovering in the air and gazing down at Hawkeye. With sunglasses obscuring his eyes, Minga's expression was inscrutable, yet the veins on his forehead were prominently visible. He bore no grudge against Hawkeye. They had never clashed before. Yet it was evident that Hawkeye was abusing his advantage today. Minga laughed in fury. Hawkeye, you truly are impressive. Had I not been prepared and utilized my string fruit, my subordinates would have faced certain death. He demanded Hawkeye to reveal his true strength, declaring that his opponents were unworthy of facing him. Hawkeye regarded Minga with a calm demeanor, fully aware that Minga's capabilities extended far beyond what he had shown. As the world's greatest swordsman, he never shunned challenges from the weak, but only within the confines of dueling swordsmen. He had shown restraint earlier, sparing lives, for he had come for the sake of money. However, should those around him continue to act recklessly, he would not be held responsible. Pika, join me in this fight. Everyone else, stand down. Minga understood that the time for serious combat had arrived, and his expression turned grave. Among his subordinates, Pika possessed the greatest strength and mastery of haki, making him a formidable opponent. Super Strike Whip. Minga initiated the attack, conjuring thick threads and directing them toward Hawkeye. Simultaneously, an intangible yet imposing force emanated from Minga, spreading outward. Conqueror's Haki. Stan sensed this power and nodded slowly. Conqueror's Haki was indeed a peculiar force, akin to a simplistic mental assault. One could only imagine how extraordinarily potent the spirit of someone like Shanks must be, capable of inflicting tangible harm upon the external world. Hawkeye remained unyielding, effortlessly severing the threads with a swift stroke of his sword, acknowledging that Minga's haki was significantly inferior to Shank's. Stone pillars. Pika's true form melded into the ground, resulting in two circular stone columns emerging beside Hawkeye. The surfaces of these columns bristled with spikes, akin to an iron maiden. Advancing menacingly toward him. 5 color threads. Minga struck again, leaping forward, as 5 threads extended from his fingers, grasping at Hawkeye. A green slash erupted forth, shattering the stone columns into fragments while also severing the 5 color threads. What is happening? Why isn't he awakening? Stan pondered in confusion. Hawkeye held an indisputable advantage. Yet Minga seemed intent on preserving the Land of Kings. Hawkeye's mastery of haki was evidently superior to Minga's, and the capabilities of the string fruit paled in comparison to a great sword. Minga lacked the ability to wield flowing cherry haki, and if he did not awaken soon, he would miss his chance. It appeared that Minga had no choice but to unleash his true power. He landed on the ground, grinning maniacally, for he had yet to showcase his awakening ability before others. Placing a hand upon the ground, everything around him transformed into threads, creating vast waves of white, raging white tides. The white tide surged upward from beneath Hawkeye's feet, lifting him into the air, while 2 torrents intertwined, seeking to crush him. Meanwhile, a colossal stone figure rose from the Land of Kings, swinging a fist toward Hawkeye. Hawkeye responded with a simple strike, shattering both the torrents and the stone figure's arm into debris. He felt a twinge of disappointment. While the assault appeared grand, its power was woefully inadequate. No chance of victory, Stan sighed, recognizing that Minga was thoroughly outmatched by Hawkeye. His haki was inherently weaker, and the sharpness of a swordsman's strike held a considerable advantage over the string fruit. Had Minga's haki been slightly stronger, the threads would not have been so easily severed, potentially resulting in a more interesting encounter. After all, Hawkeye could slice through even the meteors summoned by Fujitora. One could not help but question why Minga's birdcage had not been sliced apart by Fujitora or Zoro in the original narrative. It seemed a glaring inconsistency. Stan speculated that the wires of the birdcage were excessively sharp, and once severed, it would plummet from the sky. Such a multitude of wires would annihilate all the weaker beings within the cage. Only by obliterating the entirety of the wires that constituted the cage could one avoid harming those trapped inside. With a swift motion of his hands, the white tide's front became razor-sharp, imbued with the power of haki. Countless strands ensnared and besieged Hawkeye. The other fist of the stone man descended from above, casting a shadow that enveloped Hawkeye entirely. With a single slash, Hawkeye summoned a tempest from the ground, cleaving everything in its path. Truly, he was the world's greatest swordsman, earning Stan's profound admiration. This technique, while still a basic attack, differed significantly in its execution and exhibited an extensive range. In the fervent clash, the meteor summoned by Fujitora was shattered into small cubes by this strike, extinguishing the accompanying flames. Despite its formidable power, there was not a hint of blade light, exemplifying the return to the essence of swordsmanship. The stone men created by Pika shattered into fragments, causing Pika to crash to the ground, blood erupting from his chest. Had it not been for the stone men and the protective haki, Pika might have been cleaved in two. Even Doflamingo's threads could not withstand this attack. As segments of the white tide fell away, the shield white line surged once more from the ground, shielding Doflamingo behind it. Yet, it still failed to provide complete protection. As Doflamingo crossed his arms before his chest, his black and red haki clinging to him, forcing him to retreat nearly 100 meters. With a final flourish, Doflamingo unleashed his ultimate move, the 16 sacred death bullets. 16 strands of thread, thickly laced with haki, shot swiftly toward Hawkeye. Still a basic attack. A colossal green slash collided with the threads. Though not immediately severed, the strands continued to retreat. During the War of the Best, Hawkeye slash aimed at Whitebeard was intercepted by Diamond Jozu. However, the threads were evidently not as resilient as Diamond, and the haki upon them began to shatter. Unable to endure for long, in the King's Heights, Hawkeye successfully placed his blade against Doflamingo's throat. The battle lasted less than half an hour, and the Don Quixote family succumbed to Hawkeye's sword. Indeed, their strength paled in comparison, and Hawkeye was a formidable swordsman with immense offensive power. 5 billion, Hawkeye spoke succinctly, as he had always let his sword do the talking. Doflamingo's face twisted in resentment. It was a humiliation, a profound disgrace. Go fetch the 5 billion, he commanded through gritted teeth to Toripole in the distance. Enduring, knowing he was outmatched, he resigned himself to misfortune. Hawkeye, being a pirate, posed a genuine threat. Should he refuse, it could spell death. The expressions of the Don Quixote family members darkened. Seeing their young master threatened in such a manner brought them shame. Before long, Toripole approached with a large chest. Here is 2 billion, along with 5 devil fruits. He reluctantly tossed the chest to Hawkeye. Doflamingo, the king of the underworld. The largest arms dealer and slave trader, undoubtedly possessed wealth, but not in liquid cash, as his business spanned the globe. Hawkeye nodded, accepting the chest and sheathing his black blade, Uru. He turned to Stan, stating, 5 billion. The motorboat and aircraft belong to me. Very well, a pleasant transaction. I look forward to our next collaboration, Stan replied, beaming with delight as he took the chest. Hawkeye grunted in affirmation, examining the aircraft with curiosity. This small device, capable of carrying passengers while flying smoothly and swiftly, was indeed high-tech. Doflamingo was flabbergasted. How could he have lost 5 billion so easily to someone like Stan? Glaring at Stan, Doflamingo furrowed his brow, finding him weak and unworthy of Hawkeye's payment. Hawkeye was known for his independent nature. If he desired something, he would simply take it. Should he go retrieve his money? Surely, Hawkeye wouldn't intervene. As he contemplated Stan, bold thoughts emerged in Doflamingo's mind. His wealth was not easily claimed. Stan chuckled softly, observing Ming Ji's expression, and could easily surmise his thoughts. Ming-gu, my apologies, but I too require 5 billion. Approaching Ming-gu with earnest intent, Stan stated his purpose. His presence here was not solely to witness the clash of Hawkeye. Extorting Ming-gu was equally vital. While Virgo could be overlooked, sugar was a substantial leverage, exceedingly valuable. Among those transformed into toys, many belonged to the Yonko crews, as well as the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. Should this information circulate, Ming-gu would be irreparably doomed. He would not hesitate to part with some wealth. Ming Ji's eyes widened. While Hawkeye's formidable prowess justified his demand for money, Stan's audacity was unfathomable. With a slight movement of his finger, transparent threads erupted forth. His desire for dialogue evaporating, replaced by a singular wish to eliminate. However, this subtle maneuver was entirely within the purview of Stan's Sharingan, and the defensive barrier swiftly intercepted the threads. Hawkeye furrowed his brow, casting an irritated glance at Stan. Ming-gu had been defeated by him, and thus he had the right to seize from Ming-gu openly, but Stan's opportunism felt excessive. Did he truly believe that a mere transaction would obligate his assistance? Hey, no need to rush. I am a businessman, here to engage in commerce with you. Stan wore a radiant smile, as today seemed to bring an abundance of fortune. Engaging in business? What kind of business? Ming furrowed his brows, fixating on the defensive barrier. It was formidable. With his piercing prowess, the barrier showed not the slightest tremor. I am in the intelligence trade, and I possess 2 pieces of information for sale, Stan declared, raising 2 fingers. Ming's expression darkened. No need, sell them to someone else. His enterprises spanned the globe. When it came to intelligence capabilities, few could rival him. Only the 4 emperors, the Navy, the world government, and the Revolutionary Army could compare. Listen to me, Stan insisted, his demeanor unwavering. Sugar, Virgo. The moment the 2 names escaped his lips, Ming's countenance shifted dramatically. This was undeniably classified information, particularly concerning sugar, whose ability to transform individuals into toys rendered their existence imperceptible. Even if one were to witness sugar firsthand, they would remain oblivious to her power. What do you know? Ming inquired, his expression grave, for the matter was of utmost significance. Stan nodded in satisfaction, fully aware of the implications. The critical question remained. Were these 2 pieces of information truly worth 5 billion? Ming's expression wavered as his fingers fidgeted restlessly, rendering him momentarily speechless. To others, such news might seem worthless, particularly since neither individual was a formidable force. Yet for him, the stakes were exceedingly high. Are you attempting to extort me? Oh, let us not frame it in such harsh terms. I am merely assisting you while discreetly collecting a fee for confidentiality. Stan maintained his smile, his words more melodious than his singing. Could you assist me? He inquired. Should I express my gratitude then? Ming, in a fit of rage, retorted. It's already so evident. Must you also erect a monument to it? So, will you provide it or not? Stan asked with a light chuckle. Ming gritted his teeth. Yes, I will provide it. But at this moment, I lack sufficient funds and require time to amass the necessary resources. Providing it is imperative, this informant indeed holds his lifeline. More critically, He is uncertain how many accomplices the informant has behind him, making it unwise to act impulsively. Perhaps his allies are already surveilling this location. And should he strike, the news would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. Rest assured, I am a man of integrity. Once the funds are secured, I shall ensure the confidentiality of these 2 pieces of information. Stan smiled with satisfaction. 50 billion is not a daunting task. Earning such an amount in a single day is quite feasible. I shall grant you 3 days, within this time frame. Ensure that the funds are delivered to the omniscient intelligence agency in Shanghua. Stan understood that not everyone was like the Golden Emperor, who would hoard all his wealth at home. 3 days? Insufficient. Ming decisively refused. He still had his own schemes in mind. He would first delay for time, unearth Stan's intelligence, and then ensnare them all, thereby safeguarding his fortune. If you have the means to fly, 3 days should suffice. Stan was not one to negotiate with Ming. In any case, if the money did not materialize within 3 days, he would have to face the consequences. With a dismissive wave, Stan turned away. He was truly the decisive figure in this affair. Hawkeye gazed at Stan in bewilderment. Are these 2 pieces of information really that significant? Just 2 names, and they are worth 5 billion. This could not be disclosed. Integrity is paramount in business. Stan shook his head. Indeed. Hawkeye nodded, then inquired, do you possess any intelligence regarding renowned swordsmen? These 2 pieces of information must be of great importance, highlighting the prowess of Stan's intelligence network. Yes, one is a golden lion, and the other is a formidable general-level powerhouse. Each piece of information is valued at 1 billion. Stan revealed a professional smile, for a lucrative opportunity had presented itself. The prospect of encountering a vice admiral and a formidable warrior was tantalizing. Very well, murmured Hawkeye. I shall gather the funds and seek you out. Chapter 26. The eternal kaleidoscope. Brother Ming had already produced 5 devil fruits, clearly indicating a temporary lack of funds, and he was reluctant to resort to thievery once more. However, the Golden Lion was a well-known powerhouse. Aside from his fruit abilities, he was a master swordsman wielding 2 blades. The presence of another vice admiral was indeed exhilarating. His blades had not crossed paths with such strength in quite some time. 2 billion. A mere couple of excursions on the high seas would surely yield the requisite amount. Allow me to impart a piece of information, Stan said, producing a photograph. Zoro, the 3-sword-style swordsman, is the one most likely to surpass you and ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Currently, he is merely a swordsman from the East Blue. A meeting would certainly prove intriguing. Zoro possessed considerable strength. Perhaps it would be prudent for Hawkeye to best him, reducing him to a state of vulnerability. Hawkeye accepted the photograph, pondering, 3-sword style? Could he truly exceed me? With a solemn nod, he tucked the photograph away. The East Blue, the weakest of seas. Yet even such a feeble opponent had garnered attention. This intelligence was indeed alarming. A region that had once been home to the Pirate King and the Navy's hero now seemingly birthed another unparalleled genius? As Hawkeye revved his motorboat and roared away, Stan ambled along leisurely. Behind them, members of the Don Quixote family observed intently. Young master, should we proceed? Diamante gestured towards Stan's retreating figure, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. Brother Ming cast a glance at him. Humph, kill him? And allow his comrades to disseminate Sugar's whereabouts? What foolishness! If he were capable of murder, he would have acted long ago. Stan walked briskly down the King's Heights, finding himself alone in the vicinity. The battle at the King's Heights had been witnessed by the entire island's populace. System, I wish to purchase the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan genetic fluid. Having acquired wealth, my immediate priority is to augment my own strength, enabling me to earn even greater riches. Command executed. Please select the Sharingan abilities. Stan furrowed his brow in contemplation. For the powers of the Sharingan are indeed remarkable, and he desires them all. The most formidable physical attack, Amaterasu, along with the seemingly invincible defense of Susanoo. The most potent illusion, Tsukuyomi, as well as Kagaya and Jigen, are all exceedingly practical. Is it possible to acquire them all? Stan believes this to be feasible. It merely requires a financial enhancement. Very well, an additional 2 billion is necessary. Then let us proceed. If funds are insufficient, the devil fruit may serve as currency. Stan did not hesitate. Money was no object, for he possessed the means to earn it back in due time. Initially, he had around 3 billion, and from Mingo, he acquired 2 billion along with 5 devil fruits. Yet, these fruits possessed rather trivial abilities, and Mingo, being prudent, would not part with any potent or unknown fruits. The command was executed, the funds deducted, and the purchase was successful. In the armory, Stan's savings and available funds were swiftly depleted. A vial of crimson genetic fluid materialized, adorned with a design of 3 tomo, a windmill, shurikens, and a hexagram. He pondered with excitement about the unique incarnation of Susanoo that such diverse abilities might yield. Each Susanoo was distinct. Madara's was azure, wielding 4 chakra blades. Tobi and Kakashi also bore azure forms, capable of utilizing Kamui shurikens. Shirzue's was green, brandishing a spiral sword, while Sasuke's was purple, armed with a bow and arrows. Itachi's was notably formidable, a red Susanoo equipped with the Totsuka blade and the Yata mirror. Having spent extra, his Susanoo should ideally encompass all these weapons as well. However, lacking chakra, he would have to rely on ocular power and physical strength to manifest Susanoo. From this moment forth, I too shall stand as a formidable force on par with the 4 Emperor's commanders, ensuring my safety. Stan felt a sense of emotion. Having arrived in this world merely 6 days ago, he found himself among the ranks of the formidable. He consumed the genetic fluid in one swift motion. A warm current surged through his eyes, compelling him to instinctively close them. Upon reopening his eyes, the 3 tomo had transformed into an intricate array of patterns, reminiscent of a complex magical circle. As he surveyed his surroundings, the world became remarkably clearer, prompting a satisfied nod from Stan. He closed his eyes once more and, when he opened them again, the kaleidoscopic patterns faded away. Thus began his journey to the Whitebeard Sea, with all preparations meticulously in place. Stan's next destination is the territory of Whitebeard, aboard their flagship, the Moby Dick. Regardless of the rumors, it is undeniable that Whitebeard too bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Whitebeard, casting doubt on the veracity of the tales surrounding them. However, Stan remains skeptical that there exists no connection between the two. Marco once confirmed that Miss Bakken and Whitebeard had shared a vessel, presumably on Rock's ship. It would be prudent for him to either eliminate Whitebeard too, or at least extend a greeting to Whitebeard while simultaneously seeking a profit. Boarding the fighter jet, he commanded. System, Moby Dick, select the optimal route. The command was executed, initiating weather forecasting and pinpoint navigation, and the best route was chosen for him. The weather in the New World is notoriously unpredictable, yet having a system at his disposal proves to be exceedingly convenient. As the fighter jet ascended into the sky, it soared onward under a canopy of clear blue. Stan took out a pack of rice crackers, munching on them while contemplating his visit to the Whitebeard. The man was exceedingly proud, and rightfully so, as he possessed the merit to back it up. In the original narrative, Whitebeard was one of the rare individuals who showed no respect to the red-haired. His unannounced arrival would likely not be met with warmth. However, that mattered little. Whitebeard was not one to be intimidated, and as long as there was profit to be made, he was content. Although Whitebeard himself had little interest in treasures. As one of the 4 emperors, he undoubtedly possessed considerable wealth. Given his grave illness, charging him a few billion in medical expenses would hardly be unreasonable. With no incidents along the way, it was to be expected. Few pirates could soar through the skies. Several hours passed, and Stan found himself hovering above the Moby Dick. How should he make his entrance? Perhaps a more subdued approach would be prudent. After some contemplation, he piloted his fighter jet to a distant landing. He was there for business, not to declare war. Descending directly onto the ship would surely brand him as an invader. Once again acquiring a speedboat, Stan hastened towards the Moby Dick. On board, a group was preparing for a banquet. "Hey, Marco, it seems something is approaching us," one lookout reported, peering through the telescope down towards Marco. "Ha ha ha, it's probably yet another overconfident challenger coming to confront Pops." The crew below erupted in laughter, not taking the matter to heart. As the world's strongest man, their father had faced countless challengers. There would always be some naive newcomers, entering the new world with reckless ambition, heading straight for Pops. Yet, through the years, the throne of the world's strongest man remained unshakably held by their father. To challenge Pops, one must first surpass them. "Let me take care of this," exclaimed Vista, standing up, indicating that not just anyone could ascend the Moby Dick. To challenge Pops, one must first defeat all his sons. Chapter 27. Moon Readingo? There is only one person, and he is aboard something rather peculiar. Vista approached Stan in the small boat. "Halt. Who are you?" Stan moves with remarkable speed, prompting Vista to quickly intervene. "Stan, I have come to meet Whitebeard." Star halted his advance, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he gazed at Vista. Vista, wielding a flower sword, was the captain of the 5th Division, a master swordsman proficient in dual wielding. "Ha ha ha, do you really think you can meet the old man? You must first pass my test." Vista, unperturbed, pondered the motive behind this encounter. Surely, the intention was to vie for the title of the world's strongest. Bista chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I am not here to issue a challenge. I have come to conduct business. If a fight were to ensue, Whitebeard might not truly stand a chance against him. His Amaterasu, in this world devoid of sealing techniques, can be regarded as an insurmountable skill. While in Naruto, Amaterasu is renowned yet essentially a non-lethal technique. Here it is entirely different. Once afflicted by Amaterasu, there exists little recourse other than to sever one's flesh. Conducting business? Who approaches to do business in such a manner? I suspect you harbor intentions of ambushing our father." Bista harbored no belief in such claims, for their father had already endured countless strange and unexpected assaults. Stan felt a sense of helplessness. "I am indeed a businessman. Please lead the way." The frequent challenges had rendered him somewhat neurotic. "Humph, there's no need for that. If you truly are a businessman, then be on your way. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Bista's gaze turned icy. It took considerable audacity to conduct business with the Four Emperors' crew. Was it even feasible? To meet their patriarch, one would surely need to engage with members of the other Four Emperors' crews. Lack of courtesy? What do you think you could do? Stan's demeanor turned frosty. He was already an unparalleled powerhouse and would never bow to anyone. With his current strength, there were countless avenues to amass wealth. And there was no necessity to specifically target Whitebeard. His presence here was driven not only by the desire for profit, but primarily by the aspiration to witness the mightiest man in the world. Yet, those who sought to act recklessly in his presence had gravely misjudged their opponent. Are you attempting to provoke me? Bista unsheathed his twin blades. Although he possessed a good-natured temperament and typically wore a smile, he would not tolerate any affronts against the Whitebeard pirates. Stan chuckled softly. "Do you wish to challenge me? Do you think you are worthy?" As he spoke, an invisible aura, captivating and formidable, erupted from within him, causing the sea to churn violently. This was not the conqueror's haki, but rather the sheer presence of a true warrior, akin to how powerful figures could shatter the earth merely with their aura. The conqueror's haki is an innate power, a force born from the soul. Yet, Stan's soul is that of a human from Earth, not belonging to the realm of pirates. How could such strength emanate from him? This is truly formidable. Bista raised his hands defensively before him, his expression grave. He could discern that this was not the conqueror's haki, but merely the weight of Stan's own presence, and that was indeed terrifying. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, seated and receiving in fore drip, mused, "What formidable presence approaches?" He turned his gaze toward Stan, his eyes narrowing slightly. Such a terrifying aura could not belong to an ordinary strongman. Bista could be in danger. "Old man, the newcomer bears ill intentions." Marco stepped forward, his tone serious. To unleash such an overwhelming presence on another's territory was not the act of a benevolent visitor. Moreover, this aura was so potent that even they, his sons, might not stand a chance against it. And their father was still receiving treatment. Should a confrontation arise, his condition would surely worsen. "Ha ha ha. Marco, I am the world's strongest man. I cannot refuse a challenge." Whitebeard boomed with a hearty laugh, never one to shy away from any challenge at any time. "Hey, old man, you mustn't move recklessly." Marco rolled his eyes, fully aware of Whitebeard's health issues as the ship's doctor. "Marco, go assess the situation. Do not engage. Just bring him here." Whitebeard shook his head slightly. Such a powerful individual should not be met with resistance from his sons. "Understood." Marco nodded, blue wings appearing behind him as he soared into the air. Bista clearly felt outmatched and was anxious. He could not allow a dangerous character to approach, potentially undermining the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates. "I cannot let you pass." Bista gritted his teeth, still intent on confronting Stan. This individual posed a significant threat. And with their father in poor health, he could not allow any disturbances. Tsukuyami. Stan showed no courtesy. Having spoken kindly with no regard, he would not hold back. With a piercing gaze, the eternal kaleidoscope appeared, and in an instant, he activated Tsukuyami while locking eyes with Bista. Unlike Hawkeye, he had no interest in engaging with the weak. Swift resolution was his style. While Tsukuyami might not be particularly effective against those with Conqueror's Haki or Observation Haki, it was more than sufficient for Bista. In a blood-red realm, Bista found himself bewildered, observing his surroundings. "No need to look around. This is my Tsukuyami space, where time and space are under my control." Stan appeared, his expression unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Bista. "Yes, this will suffice," he contemplated, nodding slightly. A shadowy black arm materialized, wielding a chakra blade, the first form of Susanoo. With a swift stroke, the blade cleaved Bista in two. This was Stan's Susanoo, a deep black hue, distinct from those of the others in the Naruto universe. Thud. Bista collapsed onto the ship, unable to maintain his stance. His face was ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, breathing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, within the realm of Tsukuyami, he had been vanquished by Stan countless times. Hey, Bista. What's wrong? Marco rushed over, supporting Bista. This was not right. From a distance, he had observed both of them seemingly frozen in time. Then, Bista suddenly collapsed. His face contorted in agony. What had transpired? Marco, it's an honor to meet you. Stan still wore a broad smile. Just a minor act, hardly worth mentioning. I remain indifferent. It was well known across the seas that injuring a member of the Whitebeard pirates would have dire repercussions. What have you done? What has happened to Bista? Marco glared fiercely at Stan, demanding answers. It was evident that Bista bore no physical wounds, yet he was in torment. Nothing of consequence, merely a little trick. His will is remarkably resilient, and his strength is commendable. Stan shook his head with a light chuckle, casually praising Bista. Indeed, it was a testament to his unwavering will. The spirit of an ordinary person would have been shattered countless times, likely succumbing to despair long before facing death. Yet, Bista not only survived but remained conscious, enduring even the psychological torment. Very well, are you preparing to engage in battle with the Whitebeard pirates? Marco gritted his teeth, given the gravity of the situation. Such nonchalance seemed excessively audacious. Chapter 28, The Duel with Whitebeard. If that is how you choose to interpret it, there is little I can do. Stan had little to explain. He no longer felt the need to heed anyone's whims. What was the purpose behind his relentless pursuit of wealth, beyond ensuring his own safety? Was it not simply to live freely? I wish to see Whitebeard, Stan declared once more. He held a deep admiration for Whitebeard, after all. He was a man who had never been brought down, even in death. Having faced countless battles throughout his life, he bore no scars from retreat. A testament to which any warrior would be proud. Humph. Marco let out a cold snort, assisting Vista as they soared towards the Moby Dick. He sensed that he was no match for Stan. Their father had also instructed him to take the man along. Stan, with a casual demeanor, maneuvered his jet ski forward, seemingly having offended the Whitebeard pirates. Yet, this was of little concern to him. While it is often said that amicability fosters prosperity in business, one must not exhibit excessive weakness. Approaching the Moby Dick, Stan ascended the ladder with a measured grace, his approach lacking the dramatic flair of the red-haired pirate. Indeed, without the presence of Conqueror's hockey, his entrance felt somewhat lacking. Perhaps, in the future, he might acquire the genes of a formidable pirate. Under the watchful gaze of the crew, Stan confidently positioned himself a short distance from Whitebeard. It was disconcerting. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 6 inches, Whitebeard towered over him, rendering Stan almost diminutive in comparison. Who are you? Whitebeard inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. A man of such overwhelming presence, and yet he had never heard of Stan. The others aboard the ship were far less composed. They had witnessed Stan's audacity, which was utterly unacceptable. The Whitebeard pirates would never tolerate any harm done to their comrades. Old man, why waste words on him? Let us dispatch him, urged Blenheim, captain of the 9th Division, his eyes glinting with fervor. Ha ha ha. You've harmed my son. How do you intend to explain this? Whitebeard's expression darkened, even if he did not immediately agree with the sentiment. Stan rolled his eyes, exasperated. Everyone is already receiving intravenous therapy. Must one speak with such arrogance? I am Stan, here to engage in business with you, yet he has barred my approach, leaving me powerless. Stan's expression was one of helplessness. He had no desire to resort to violence, yet he would not permit anyone to act with impudence before him. Suddenly, a dark arm emerged, delivering a punch that sent Blenheim crashing into the sea. Furthermore, as a weaker individual, one ought not to interject in conversations among the powerful. Next time, it shall not be so simple. When Red-Haired sought out Whitebeard, few dared to speak out of turn. Was he truly inferior to Red-Haired? Was it so shameful? Stan's actions had stirred a hornet's nest. Swords were drawn and guns were aimed at him. Halt. You are no match for him, commanded Whitebeard, halting the crowd. The young man before him showed no signs of weakness, exuding a confidence in his strength that suggested he was not far from the caliber of the 4 emperors. Remarkably youthful, he appeared to be no older than 20, a truly formidable talent. You dare to injure my son before my eyes. Such audacity. Whitebeard's eyes widened as he sprang to his feet, glaring fiercely at Stan. This was the Moby Dick, and he was Whitebeard. He could not tolerate any disorder in his domain. Stan, in a state of helplessness, realized that if the conversation did not align with his expectations, there was little he could articulate. Indeed, Whitebeard exuded immense pride. It was no surprise that he would unsheath his blade at the slightest disagreement with Redhead. If you intend to strike, I shall accompany you to the very end. You may even join forces if you wish. Stan remains undaunted, exuding an aura of authority. The number of adversaries holds no significance for him. Ah, how arrogant. How could one summon the old man right from the outset? Allow me to engage with you for a while. Marco, having attended to Bista's wounds, promptly stepped forward. Possessing the phoenix fruit, he may not be a match for Stan. Yet he is more than capable of holding his own in a confrontation. Stan cast a glance and shook his head, declaring, "Your phoenix ability will meet a gruesome end in my presence. The healing blue flames of the phoenix are utterly futile against my Amaterasu. Marco, stand down. Worry not for my well-being." Whitebeard gestured, fully aware of Marco's concerns for his health. Nevertheless, Stan was formidable, and it was unwise to risk his sons. It was best for him to confront the challenge alone. "I am Whitebeard," he bellowed with fury, seizing the nearby Song Yun Xie, and with a powerful and forceful swing, he launched an attack at Stan. Stan had foreseen the emergence of Susanu's upper body, as the chakra blade successfully thwarted the impending attack. His Susanu, enveloped in an impenetrable black hue, exuded an aura of invulnerability. A ferocious whirlwind surged forth, casting many crew members into the sea, while the deck splintered under the strain. Subsequently, the entire ship plummeted abruptly, displacing the ocean and conjuring towering waves that reached several meters in height. "Are you all right?" Marco immediately soared into the air. Numerous crew members found themselves submerged beneath the waves, while others were swept away by the relentless tide. Whitebeard was the first to sheath his blade, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Stan. Stan had also embraced Susanu. "I apologize. I am not particularly skilled in combat. And I seem to have damaged your ship," he remarked sheepishly, scratching his head as he surveyed the surroundings. It was his inaugural experience wielding such power, and he had not managed it properly, resulting in the current predicament. The clash between red-haired and Whitebeard had left the ship unscathed, as their might erupted into the heavens. This was a testament to the mastery of power, a feat that Stan could not yet achieve. Fortunately, he managed to regain control in time, directing the energy into the ocean. Otherwise, the vessel would have been lost. However, this also meant that those crew members who fell into the sea were now in grave peril. "You possess great strength, yet it is merely brute force," Whitebeard observed gravely, glancing at the waters below. The ominous black skeletal shadow had sustained a full-force strike from him without a hint of damage, even without utilizing the Tremor Fruit's abilities. The force of that blow was no trifling matter. What he had not anticipated was Stan's lack of control, which had left his sturdy Moby Dick in such a state. The entire deck was on the verge of splintering. With a bit more force, the ship would be rendered useless. "Marco, are my sons unharmed?" Whitebeard inquired anxiously, gazing toward the sky. Beneath the tumultuous waves, treacherous undercurrents surged, posing significant danger. "Not to worry, that Muir is already rescuing them," Marco signaled reassuringly. Fortunately, their 8th Division captain, Muir, was a merman. "Do you wish to continue?" Stan asked nonchalantly. He was indifferent to the outcome. The ship was not his, and its destruction would not cost him anything. "Of course. How could I let you go unpunished for injuring my sons?" Whitebeard's blade came to a sudden halt, his frustration evident. It was impossible for him to simply let this matter rest. "There is a deserted island nearby. Let us retreat there and start anew. We cannot continue the battle aboard this ship." Chapter 29. A clash of two strikes. Stan is indifferent, perfectly willing to test the might of the eternal kaleidoscope against the world's strongest. The tremor fruit of Whitebeard remains uncertain in its ability to breach the so-called absolute defense of Susanu. The Moby Dick forges ahead, while Stan follows closely on his motorboat. A throng of men gathers at the stern, glaring at Stan with fierce intensity, as if they might pounce upon him. However, having witnessed Stan's formidable prowess, none dare to utter a word. The deserted island looms nearby, merely a short 10 minutes away, a small isle measuring less than a mile in circumference. The others remain aboard, while only Stan and Whitebeard venture towards the island's heart. "Stan, is it? Your strength is impressive, yet you remain obscure upon these seas," Whitebeard remarks, his gaze slightly grave. He is certain he does not recognize Stan, deeming him a nameless individual. A young man of Stan's caliber should have already garnered widespread acclaim. The dark silhouette that had recently appeared must signify the power of a mythical beast, an impressive feat indeed. Just as Marco possesses the healing blue flames, and Sengoku embodies the great Buddha form with shockwaves, this black apparition surely harbors its own formidable abilities, not to be underestimated. Though confident in his own strength, Whitebeard would never belittle any adversary. Must we truly determine a victor? I shall offer you a step down shortly. Stan stifled a yawn, feeling a hint of exasperation. He had underestimated Whitebeard's profound affection for his sons, and the notion of engaging in a fierce battle with him was far from his intention. Confronting Whitebeard without employing his most formidable techniques would likely prolong the encounter for no less than 10 days. However, his physical constitution was severely lacking, rendering his stamina woefully inadequate for an extended struggle. Defeat was an inevitable outcome. In the realm of pirates, the human body is a peculiar entity. For instance, Luffy can swiftly digest food. While some may endure relentless battles for days on end, Stan found himself incapable of such feats. Are you truly so audacious as to offer me an exit? Do you not covet the title of the strongest in this world? Whitebeard's expression darkened. He had never encountered such arrogance before. To be offered a reprieve was unheard of. Among all the formidable beings in this world, who would dare utter such words? I am here to conduct business, not to engage in combat. A brief exchange of blows would suffice. Stan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Though he intended to test his strength, he had no desire to engage in a life-threatening contest. Whether Whitebeard possessed any formidable techniques remained a mystery to him. However, he was certain that unleashing his Amaterasu, along with the spatial attacks of Kimui and the power of the Tenkin, would at least inflict severe injuries upon Whitebeard. If Kakashi, with merely one eye of Kimui, could attain a status of equal footing, then how much more formidable would he be with dual Kimui? Yet, one cannot simply overlook the fact that you harm my sons. Whitebeard stood resolutely, gripping his Tsonyun cut, as he released an overwhelming aura of strength. Stan stood not far away, acutely aware that Whitebeard was not inclined to conclude this matter lightly. Whitebeard clenched his fists and forcefully struck the surrounding space. The fabric of reality split open, sending fissures racing towards Stan. In response, Stan brought his hands together, conjuring a colossal, shadowy apparition reminiscent of a mountain, adorned with blackness and bearing wings. The moment the apparition materialized, an overwhelming aura emanated from it, instilling fear in all directions. The approaching fissures could not inflict a single scratch upon the Susanoo. Such formidable defense left Whitebeard somewhat astonished. His tremor fruit abilities were not easily thwarted, and the sheer scale of the apparition was nearing that of a colossal sea creature, surpassing even Kaido's dragon transformation in size. The Susanoo coalesced a chakra blade and swung it forcefully toward Whitebeard. The tempest generated by the chakra blade obliterated all flora upon the island. Whitebeard raised his sword. The Murakumo, which was enveloped in a radiant white shield, encountered the chakra blade's descent. At the moment of impact, the ground beneath Whitebeard fractured, revealing deep trenches. With a thunderous explosion, the entire island shattered, its periphery beginning to submerge into the sea. The waters surged violently, creating waves that soared dozens of meters high, engulfing the island in a tumultuous curtain of water. Thud, thud, thud. Whitebeard was propelled backward, retreating several dozen steps before his massive sword found purchase in the ground, halting his momentum. Meanwhile, the chakra blade exhibited numerous cracks, as if on the verge of disintegration. Thus, it is concluded, you have emerged victorious. Truly, you are the strongest man in the world. As the ethereal Susanoo dissipated, Stan gazed at Whitebeard with a sense of admiration. Indeed, he was formidable. Even the so-called absolute defense of Susanoo had been shattered by his blade. Had that strike landed on anyone else, perhaps only Kaido and Big Mom could have fully withstood it. It is no wonder that even in his gravely injured state, Whitebeard could still deliver a punch that compelled Blackbeard to call him father. Gururara, you are quite strong, kid. Whitebeard boomed with a hearty laugh, choosing not to strike again. That last blow had, in truth, marked his defeat. He had been forced to retreat several paces, while the Phantom merely lost an illusory sword. Although he had not initially exerted his full strength, it was evident that Stan possessed other techniques as well. Let us depart. We have business to discuss. Stan turned to leave, relieved that he had managed to intimidate him. Otherwise, it would have been an endless ordeal. Engaging in business solely with Whitebeard proved futile. One must negotiate with his sons to be effective. Whitebeard, indifferent to wealth, sent all his earnings back to his homeland. It is his sons who possess the riches. For the spoils of piracy must be distributed among the crew according to merit. Business dealings? What sort of enterprise do you seek? Which faction do you belong to? Whitebeard quickened his pace, regarding Stan with curiosity. I am in the intelligence trade, having established an all-knowing information agency in Sabaody. Stan smiled faintly. This is the conventional process of conducting business. His tireless efforts in door-to-door sales, coupled with a fierce battle, justifies charging a little extra. Intelligence? Do you possess any crucial information to sell to me? The old man furrowed his brow. There haven't been any significant events recently. Our Yonko group's intelligence capabilities are quite formidable. Well, this time, it is not intelligence. I wish to offer you a remedy that can heal your wounds. Of course, if you seek intelligence, I have that as well. Information regarding the abilities of those who wield the healing fruit. Stan contemplated for a moment, realizing that he ought to provide the guests with a degree of choice. Heal my injuries? Are you jesting? The expression on the old man's face darkened. His wounds were a consequence of overexerting his fruit abilities, leaving a lingering peril. Such a condition cannot merely be described with the term injury. It is a limitation brought about by the overwhelming power of his abilities. Do I appear to be one who jokes? In any case, let us board the ship. After all, you are a person of little wealth. With a beaming smile, Whitebeard found himself the center of attention, as many looked on with concern for him. Everything's just fine, Dad. Are you okay? Upon leaping aboard the ship, he was immediately surrounded by inquiries. Gulalala, I am Whitebeard. How could I possibly be in trouble? He declared with pride, not wishing to alarm his sons. Haha, indeed. Dad is the strongest in the world. The crew laughed joyously, reassured by their father's enduring strength. In Chapter 30, titled A Fair Price, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard resumed receiving treatment, while the crew remained vigilant, eyeing Stan in the center. There is no need to harbor hostility towards him. He is here strictly for business, Whitebeard explained, observing the wary gazes of his sons. A strong individual commands respect. Provoking such a figure inevitably incurs consequences. If my sons insist on antagonizing Stan, I cannot intervene too forcefully. Now, please elaborate on your business. I am quite curious about how you can heal my wounds, Whitebeard said, turning to Stan with a light-hearted smile. Although he was acutely aware of his injuries, he understood that a formidable person would not easily resort to deceit. Dad, what are you saying? He can heal your injuries? Marco's eyes widened in disbelief, as he had been responsible for Whitebeard's medical care and knew the gravity of his condition intimately. Even my fruit abilities cannot help. Is there truly another way to achieve healing? Dad, is this for real? He can't possibly be a fraud, can he? Perhaps we should at least give it a try? What if it works? The crew chimed in, expressing their skepticism yet acknowledging the urgency of their father's health. Enough. I appreciate your concern. But let us allow Stan to explain the specifics first. Whitebeard interrupted his sons, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have such devoted children in his life. Stan smiled radiantly, thoroughly pleased with the performance of these individuals, justly anticipating a substantial profit. He raised 2 fingers, presenting his options for selection. First, I possess a specially developed potion, guaranteed to cure any ailment without any side effects, valued at 3 billion. Second, I can reveal the whereabouts of the fruit of healing, which possesses restorative abilities capable of treating any injury. However, the drawback of utilizing this power is that it will diminish the user's lifespan. This information is valued at 2 billion. Stan wore the smile of his elderly father, pondering whom these individuals could possibly deceive. The ability holder of the healing fruit, Princess Mangshwali of the Dongdadak clan from the land of little people, was the source of such information, priced at an astonishing 2 billion. While it may seem rather dubious, isn't that the nature of intelligence? It depends on who is in need of it. Are you attempting to rob us? To demand 2 to 3 billion outright is more audacious than we, as pirates, would ever dare. Marco was instantly infuriated. It was evident that they were being set up for exploitation, and in such a brutal manner. Indeed, to ask for 2 billion for a single piece of information is utterly insane. Have you lost your senses in your greed? This approach to business is utterly unacceptable. Such outrageous pricing is unheard of. Do not presume that a few exchanges with my father grants you the audacity to act so brazenly. Adjust your demands accordingly. The crew was in an uproar. This was the most preposterous bid they had ever encountered. Moreover, the fact that this individual could still smile added to the absurdity of the situation. Ahem, Stan, I must confess, I lack the funds. Perhaps it would be best if you took your leave. Even Whitebeard was taken aback by the price, and promptly suggested he be sent away. It was no surprise that he had come to peddle such outrageous offers. The profit margins must be unfathomable. Knowing you lack the means, I must clarify that my dealings are with your sons. Stan rolled his eyes, pondering the question of whether it was indeed black. He felt no qualms. This was the very essence of a businessman, was it not? Marco, I assume you wouldn't wish for me to depart so easily, would you? With a beaming smile, Stan inquired, directing his gaze toward Marco. Aside from the white-bearded figure, Marco was the sole authority aboard the vessel. Once Marco spoke, the others would undoubtedly pledge their fortunes. But your offer is simply outrageous. Be reasonable, Marco stammered, taken aback, and then forced a wry smile. He believed that Stan, in daring to quote such a lofty price, must possess considerable confidence. Although he had never encountered the healing fruit himself, its name alone hinted at its purpose. Furthermore, the potion Stan mentioned had a price surpassing that of the healing fruit, suggesting its efficacy was extraordinary. If it could indeed mend his father's injuries, how could he possibly allow Stan to walk away so easily? This is a fixed price. I am operating on a modest scale and do not entertain negotiations. Stan flatly refused, asserting that haggling was out of the question, as if he were selling counterfeit jewels. He insisted on providing a fair price. Is it customary to conduct business in such a manner? Is this truly a modest enterprise? Marco was genuinely astonished. Was this considered a small-scale venture? Surely. It was a no-investment operation. Hurry and deliberate. The cure is priced at $3 billion, while the information is available for $2 billion. You may seek out individuals on your own. Stan is not concerned about the business failing. After all, these are all good sons. Marco's expression falters. He does not possess such vast wealth. $3 billion is a staggering sum, and he is hesitant to approach others for assistance. What is there to deliberate? It is merely a matter of finances. Does it not pale in comparison to the well-being of our father? Diamond Jaws steps forward, loudly expressing his dissatisfaction. Is there truly any need for consideration? Personally, I have over 200 million. I shall contribute it all, and the rest can be gathered among you. With a crew of 600, amassing $3 billion should not pose any difficulty, should it? Come now, foolish sons, your intentions are well noted by our father. The white-bearded captain bursts in a hearty laughter, truly believing his sons are so willingly to be taken advantage of. Yet, how could I accept your money? Stan, you may return. The Whitebeard pirates seldom engage in plundering, and the protection fees collected from their territory are minimal. Besides our crew, there are 43 other pirate crews to support. Most of us are not affluent. Father, how can this be? How can money surpass your health? I too possess over 50 million. Indeed, if money is lost, it can be earned again. Your health is paramount. I shall contribute 60 million. I have over 30 million as well. Father, rest assured, we will surely gather enough. Others cannot bear to see Jaws take the lead and begin to offer their funds. The Whitebeard pirates have always provided generous treatment. Each member has their own savings. Should they grow old and cease to fight, this sum would suffice for a comfortable retirement. Observing the group heading towards the cabin, Stan's smile broadens. It seems the $3 billion goal is secure. These individuals are indeed wealthy, each possessing millions. Sigh, why must you be this way? Whitebeard exhales deeply. Yet, this is precisely the family he envisioned creating. A dream fulfilled. Marco, there must be funds remaining in the storeroom. Go and retrieve them all. He himself would not retain any money, but the crew's daily expenses must always be accounted for. Indeed, you have truly struck gold. Marco responds, casting an irritated glance at Stan before proceeding toward the cabin. Following this endeavor, it seems many in their crew may face financial ruin. Stan, you possess remarkable abilities. The medicine capable of healing my injuries is not something easily concocted, is it? On deck, only 2 remain, and Whitebeard solemnly inquires. Such matters cannot be accomplished by a single individual. Stan must have formidable backing. This is classified information. You are merely a pirate, are you not? Stan smiled faintly. He had no intention of revealing his own secrets. You may speculate as you wish. Chapter 31. The Whitebeard's illness has recovered. Hurry, hurry. Have you all taken out the money? On the deck of the Moby Dick, Jaws was counting the money with the crew. Whitebeard did not stop them again, merely wearing a look of contentment. What drives most individuals to become pirates? Ultimately, it is still for the sake of wealth. Is not the current era of piracy merely a consequence of people venturing out to sea in pursuit of Roger's treasure? Stan was quite content. Among the countless pirates of the vast ocean, perhaps only Whitebeard had truly realized his dreams. Here, this is 500 million, along with 2 devil fruits. Marco emerged, carrying a chest, and tossed it directly into Stan's hands. As one of the 4 emperors, a daily expenditure of merely 500 million was indeed minimal. Naturally, they had reserves of devil fruits as well, indistinguishable from one another, rendering them undesirable for consumption. Say, Marco, Did you retrieve the funds from the warehouse? We've nearly gathered enough, Jose queried, casting a puzzled glance at Marco. The warehouse contained their daily expenses. Without these funds, how could they host a banquet? Don't worry. Our supplies are ample. In a couple of days, when the pirates' challenging dad arrive, money will not be an issue, Marco replied nonchalantly. Earning money was quite simple for them. It would come knocking at their door. Oh, very well then. We've already amassed 3 billion. Let's take the remainder back. Jose nodded, picking up several large chests and making his way over, as there was still a considerable amount of money left on the deck. Gathering such funds was relatively effortless. As captains, each of them possessed assets exceeding 1 billion. 30 billion, quickly produce your medicine. If it proves ineffective, you know the consequences. Marco urged Stan as soon as the money was in his hands, adding a hint of threat. All right, the medicine is on my speedboat. I'll go fetch it. Stan lifted all the boxes and made his way to his motorboat. At this moment, he was devoid of any medication and intended to use the money in his possession for purchasing it, a transaction that must remain unseen by others. The crew harbored no suspicions that Stan might abscond with the funds, considering him merely a defeated subordinate of the old man. Upon reaching the motorboat, he stored the money in a spatial system and procured a vial of human repair gene solution. This solution, worth 500 million, possessed the remarkable ability to mend any bodily injury. Although the price was steep, after all, the lives of most individuals are not valued at 500 million. It proved invaluable. As long as one was not on the brink of death, this elixir could sustain life. With a bounty of over 5 billion on Whitebeard's head, Stan's purchase of 30 billion was a testament to his perceived integrity as a merchant. Returning to the ship, he tossed a small vial of the solution to Whitebeard. This is it. Just drink it, and the effects will be immediate. Whitebeard examined the vial, his face etched with confusion. Is this all? What a paltry amount. Given my condition, this hardly constitutes a sip. The infusions I am receiving now come from large bottles and yield little effect. Hey, are you skimping on the dosage? This tiny vial, it's scarcely the width of my little finger. With such a meager amount, it wouldn't even create a bubble in my system. 30 billion. And you provide us with this? Surely, you could have spared a bit more. This amount is hardly worth 5 belly. You are undoubtedly trying to swindle us. The others echoed their dissatisfaction, feeling shortchanged by the paltry offering for such a substantial sum. Stan maintained a composed demeanor, declaring, You will know the effects once you drink it. I conduct my business with integrity. If it proves ineffective, I shall stand here motionless, allowing you to strike me down. His confidence was unwavering. If he could regenerate from a severed limb, how could this minor injury to Whitebeard be of any consequence? You stated it yourself. Should it fail, await your demise. There was no need for further persuasion. If he were to deceive them, they would assuredly seek his ruin. The crowd was fervent, eagerly preparing for action, questioning the efficacy of such a trivial potion. Very well, let us see the true nature of your concoction. Whitebeard seized the vial without hesitation, consuming its contents in one swift motion. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Stan's potential treachery. Given his constitution, no poison could bring about his immediate demise. The others shared his lack of concern. Their patriarch had faced numerous assassination attempts and yet remained resilient. Old man, how do you feel? Is everything all right? Did Stan deceive us? As the liquid settled in his stomach, the crew eagerly inquired about Whitebeard's sensations. Marco produced an array of medical supplies, ready to attend to any unforeseen complications. How shall I articulate this? I feel an invigorating warmth coursing through my entire being, as if a gentle current of heat flows within me. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, astonished by this unfamiliar sensation. It seemed to awaken a vitality he had long thought lost, rekindling the boundless strength of his youth. Look, the scars upon the old man's chest are gradually healing. One keen-eyed crew member noticed the transformation of Whitebeard's old wounds. The others quickly turned their gaze, witnessing the miraculous restoration of those scars. Whitebeard himself lowered his gaze, observing how the aged marks were blending seamlessly with the surrounding skin. The tissue was regenerating. Such mild discomfort was negligible to him. How about that? Is the 30 billion worth it? Stan inquired with a smile. The Whitebeard pirates were significant repeat customers, and it was essential they felt their investment was justified. In the aftermath of the war at Marineford, where Ace had perished and Josu had lost an arm, there was still much to gain. Indeed, it was worth it, as long as the old man is unharmed. Any sum is justifiable. Yes, it was worth it. We may have spoken too harshly earlier. Please do not take offense, Stan. The crew members were all smiles, some even offering their apologies to Stan. Ha ha ha. I, Whitebeard, have returned. He bellowed, his voice erupting in a sonic boom that resonated with sheer force. With a sudden leap onto a small deserted island, a sphere of white energy enveloped his fist, which he then struck down upon the ground. The remnants of the island, still partially submerged from the previous battle, shattered into a multitude of stones. The waves surged skyward, lifting the Moby Dick dozens of meters into the air. Ho ho ho! The strongest in the world is back. The crew erupted in jubilant cries, chanting the illustrious title of Whitebeard in unison. Stan was equally astonished. The surge of power was indeed remarkable. The injuries had a profound impact on Whitebeard's ability to exert his strength. Had that last punch landed on Susanoo, it would have likely shattered an entire arm. This was likely not even Whitebeard's full force. With proper charging, a single blow could easily obliterate an island. It is no wonder that Sengoku referred to Whitebeard as possessing the power to annihilate the world. Given sufficient time, such destruction could indeed be accomplished. Upon returning to the ship, Whitebeard exclaimed, "Gururara, I couldn't help myself. Are you all right?" The sensation of power coursing through him was one he had not felt in many years. Chapter 32. Stan, You Deceiver, a special edition for the generous patrons, children. Let the feast commence. Quickly bring forth the finest wines. With a grand gesture, Whitebeard declared that it was the perfect moment for celebration. It had been far too long since he had indulged in a good drink, as Marco had consistently prevented him from doing so. Oh, our old man has returned. This time, we must ensure he is thoroughly intoxicated. The crew erupted in cheers. Joyous times were upon them. After years of abstinence, the old man would surely not stand a chance against them. He was destined to lose. The competition of drinking had always been the greatest source of amusement at pirate feasts. Gururara, I, too, am the strongest in the world, and my capacity for drink is unmatched. Whitebeard boisterously laughed, reveling in the prospect of finally drinking to his heart's content. This was the essence of being a pirate. Stan, do stay and join the celebration. Whitebeard turned to Stan, extending a heartfelt invitation for him to partake in the festivities. Stan pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I happen to have a few matters to discuss as well." As it was nearly dinner time, he did not decline. He was quite fatigued from running from the Navy headquarters to Devil Island, and then to meet Whitebeard. However, he thought, since the money was already on the table, there was no reason to withdraw it. Noticing that someone was gathering the remaining funds, Stan hurriedly intervened. "Do you have any intelligence you wish to acquire?" "I possess a wealth of information. Let us conduct another transaction." Since he had laid eyes on the money, it was only logical that it belonged to him. "Information? What do you wish to know?" Whitebeard furrowed his brow in contemplation, as he himself had no pressing inquiries. "Old man, Ace mentioned in his last call that he has yet to locate Blackbeard." Marco stepped forward, whispering a reminder. It had been some time since Ace set out to find Blackbeard, yet progress had been minimal. Their influence primarily lay in the New World, the first half of the Grand Line, and the Four Seas, leaving them with limited sources of information. Teach has violated the one unbreakable rule aboard the ship. Whitebeard's expression shifted. The Whitebeard pirates had few regulations, but harming a comrade was absolutely impermissible. "Very well, we need information on Teach. You must have something." The matter of Blackbeard was their most pressing concern at the moment. Indeed, Blackbeard is currently in the Kingdom of Sabaody on the Grand Line. Stan did not hesitate. After all, Ace was no match for Blackbeard. Finding him sooner rather than later would yield the same result. The Magnetic Drum Kingdom, very well. "Inform Ace to bring Teach back to me," Whitebeard commanded decisively. This was a responsibility Ace owed as the former captain of Blackbeard's crew. "Father, is this not too perilous? The first half of the Grand Line is already teeming with Marines." Marco expressed his concern. Although Ace was formidable, what if he encountered a Marine admiral? "Ha! If the Navy dares to lay a hand on my son, then I shall obliterate their headquarters." Whitebeard laughed heartily. The likes of Gold Lion and Kaido had brazenly stormed the Marine headquarters, and he, Whitebeard, could certainly do the same. "My sons, what do you think would be the consequence of provoking the Whitebeard pirates?" He boomed, gazing proudly at his sons. "Ha! Is it not common knowledge? To confront the Whitebeard pirates means facing death. Oh, if the Navy dares to touch Ace, then they shall be annihilated entirely. With father here, what is there to fear? Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku cannot contend with him." The crew members below were exhilarated, utterly unafraid, dismissing the Navy with contempt. In the past, when Sengoku was still an admiral, he frequently engaged them in battle. Yet, the Whitebeard pirates only grew stronger, and father became the mightiest in the world. "Ha! This is what it means to be a part of the Whitebeard pirates." Stan paid no heed to these egotists and busied himself with gathering the scattered money. There was not much on the ground, merely a little over 500 million, but it wasn't a loss worth lamenting. This sum now belonged to him. By the way, Ace's younger brother, Luffy, he must have mentioned him to you, right? After tidying up, Stan pondered for a moment, deciding it would be prudent to say something. If Ace were to seek out Blackbeard prematurely, he would miss the chance to deliver the life card to Luffy. Without the life card, Luffy might remain oblivious to Ace's circumstances, thus diminishing the excitement of the upcoming war. Luffy. I recall now. He is the brother Ace frequently spoke of. Marco reflected briefly and remembered Luffy, for Ace mentioned him almost daily. He was now at sea, so perhaps Ace could afford to wait a while in Alabasta. They should be able to reunite as brothers. Luffy's crew truly embodies the essence of protagonists. He had already outsmarted them several times. Well, thank you very much. Ace must be eager to reunite with his brother. Marco clasped his fists in gratitude, fully aware that Luffy was the most important person to Ace. Little did he know of Stan's ulterior motives. Otherwise, he might have been inclined to retaliate. Gulalala, come, let us drink. You don't seem like a pirate. Surely you can handle your liquor? The preparations for the feast were swift, and Whitebeard tossed a barrel of wine to Stan. The essence of drinking heartily is to embrace the barrel and gulp it down in one go. I must confess, I am not much of a drinker. Stan gazed at the barrel of liquor, momentarily taken aback. Surely, one cannot simply drink directly from a barrel, even if it were water? If it is alcohol, at the very least, provide me with a cup. If you must be excessive, a bowl would suffice. It is utterly absurd to be expected to drink straight from the barrel. Gurgling sounds echoed. Did you hear that? Hurry, fill him up until he is inebriated. The white-bearded man chuckled slyly, unexpectedly harboring a touch of mischief. As soon as Stan arrived, he was met with a lack of respect, for he was not one to be trifled with. The crew members' eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly lifted their drinks. Stan, you have healed our old man. I must toast to you, so please do not decline. Indeed, let us each have a round. Great kindness is best expressed through our libations. As the saying goes, it is better to have a hole in the liver than to let emotions slip through the cracks. Before long, Stan found himself surrounded by a group, with countless pleas for him to partake in their revelry. Stan squinted, particularly at a loss for words. One circle each. The Whitebeard pirates numbered 600. However, this did not pose a challenge for him. A sincere smile graced his face as he welcomed all. In his mouth, he had discreetly opened the space of divine might, sending all the alcohol to an alternate dimension. After indulging for over half an hour, Stan's complexion remained unflushed, while many others had succumbed to intoxication. Stan, you claim you cannot hold your liquor? You deceiver, indeed a heartless merchant. Jaw's face was flushed with embarrassment as he gazed at Stan, appearing as if he had been emotionally betrayed. He had offered the most toasts, initially believing Stan's inability to drink was merely a matter of constitution, only to discover that he could not outdrink him. Stan rolled his eyes. These individuals were so fervent in their toasting that if he did not employ some stratagems, he would undoubtedly suffer embarrassment. Gulalala, Stan, you are impressive. You have outdrunk so many. With that, Whitebeard cast aside his cloak and approached Stan, carrying a barrel of liquor. Chapter 33. Is Whitebeard to your son? In the dead of night aboard the Pequod, only Stan, Whitebeard, and Marco remained on deck. The others had retreated to their quarters for slumber, many of them having been carried back. Whitebeard, with his immense stature, possessed an extraordinary capacity for alcohol, while Marco, who seldom indulged, was known for his composed demeanor and typically assumed the responsibility of vigilance following the revelries. Stan employed his cunning, for he had not indulged in alcohol. He would never allow himself to become intoxicated in public. The Whitebeard pirates, despite their seemingly formidable appearance, might harbor a traitor among them. After all, the Pirate King is also known as the King of Spies. He recalled the CP organization, as well as the Navy's Drake and Corazon, with vivid clarity. Sengoku would likely refrain from taking action until he understood Stan's background, yet this is a gamble that must not be taken. In his current state of sobriety, Stan felt unfazed by anyone, but intoxication would certainly complicate matters. You sly little rascal, Stan, what trickery have you employed? There isn't a hint of alcohol on you. Whitebeard remarked, shaking his head with a wry smile. In the midst of the crowd, the scent had been masked, but now that they were alone, it was evident that Stan was devoid of the aroma of spirits. You were the one who attempted to ply me with drink, naturally. I had to employ my own tactics in retaliation. Stan chuckled lightly, realizing that there was no longer any point in concealing the truth. You little rascal. Since you've lingered until now, do you have something to say? The old man with the white beard pointed a finger, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Despite his heavy drinking, he remained remarkably alert. Stan is a businessman. He could have simply attended the banquet and departed, so why linger here into the late hours? The fact that he has chosen to wait until everyone else has left suggests that he undoubtedly has something of great significance to convey. Ahem, since you have inquired. I shall speak candidly. Stan had adopted a much more serious demeanor. His presence here was not merely for business. Whitebeard, too. You must be aware of him, right? Is he truly your son? With an intense gaze fixed upon Whitebeard, Stan posed the grave question, his demeanor radiating a sense of vigilance. This subject evidently touched upon Whitebeard's personal privacy, and it was likely to provoke his ire. Though Stan might have indeed entangled himself with Whitebeard too, it was improbable that Whitebeard would retaliate. Yet, his curiosity was piqued. Miss Bakine, a diminutive old woman barely a meter in height. Could she truly have had a liaison with Whitebeard? Whitebeard too was also a renowned powerhouse, and with such a reputation lingering for many years, Whitebeard had shown no reaction. Regardless of how one pondered, there seemed to be hidden circumstances between Whitebeard too and Whitebeard. However, it was more plausible that he was not a biological son. Otherwise, even a fool would not neglect his offspring. Hey, Stan, that question is out of line. This is a matter concerning our father. Marco was the first to articulate his discontent. On this vessel, no one would dare mention the affairs of Whitebeard too. Their father had consistently refrained from addressing this issue, and they found it perplexing but would not pry further. He understood their father's character well. He was certainly not a man to abandon his family. Stan, surely you did not inquire about this without reason? What is your intention? Whitebeard remained remarkably composed. He did not perceive Stan as an excessively inquisitive individual. This was a matter he had never broached in public, and Stan was the first to dare question him directly. The one praised by Kizaru, possessing the strength of Whitebeard in his youth, had given rise to countless speculations across the seas. Indeed, I have been entrusted with the task of capturing him and bringing him back. I trust you won't mind? Stan directly inquired, as he had come to seek Whitebeard's opinion, without the need for concealment. If Whitebeard intended to protect Whitebeard too, he would not allow him to venture out on his own. As for my relationship with him, it is not my place to elaborate, yet I shall not concern myself with his affairs. As Stan had anticipated, Whitebeard indeed wished to remain uninvolved with the matters concerning Whitebeard too. Is that something one cannot articulate? I have heard you once shared a vessel with Miss Bakine, which piques my curiosity. Whitebeard remained silent, prompting Stan to press further, somewhat begrudgingly. This unsolved enigma is likely known only to Whitebeard himself. Having missed the opportunity, there may be no second chance. Are you so inquisitive? Or do you seek this information to fetch a handsome price? Whitebeard's expression darkened slightly. Having stated it was not convenient to discuss, further probing was excessive. Should you continue to inquire, do not blame me for being impolite. Seeing Stan still poised to speak, Whitebeard swiftly silenced him. Although Stan possessed formidable strength, he could not act against him. However, when the moment called for action, he would not hesitate. Very well. I shall refrain from further questions. Please prepare a room for me to rest. I shall depart tomorrow. Stan let out a sigh. That white-bearded man was indeed very reticent. It was certain that he was not the biological father, yet there were undoubtedly some unspeakable, long-buried secrets involved. Based on Stan's conjecture, it seemed highly probable that Whitebeard too was a product of scientific endeavor. During that era, Vegapunk and Vince Smoke Judge must have already made significant strides in the research of lineage design and genetic factors. Whitebeard too, now 33 years of age, was born after the Battle of God Valley, which took place 38 years ago, when Whitebeard had just begun to assemble his pirate crew. Miss Bakine simply had no time to conceive a child with Whitebeard. Instead, she likely appropriated his genetic material and devoted time to creating Whitebeard too, which aligns well with the timeline. This also elucidates why Whitebeard remained taciturn. Indeed, while Whitebeard too was not his son, he bore his genetic legacy. You are the first outsider to spend the night aboard our ship. You certainly have a bold spirit. Marco escorted Stan into the ship's cabin. Their vessel was quite spacious, so accommodating Stan was not an issue. However, it was indeed the first time their pirate ship had welcomed a guest to stay overnight. Is that so? Then I must say, I am truly honored. Stan chuckled softly. After all, speculation is merely speculation, and one should not dwell too much on it. He understood that if Whitebeard wished to remain silent, there was little he could do to compel him to speak. Tomorrow, he would resolve the matter of Whitebeard too early, and then he could return to romance with Ein. Upon entering a room, Marco did not depart immediately. His expression clouded with hesitation. His concern for Ace lingered, as there were always those who dared to challenge the formidable reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. If something were to befall Ace, what good would it do even if they avenged him? Stan, may I inquire about Blackbeard's strength? Blackbeard concealed himself well. None among them had ever uncovered the true extent of his power or his ambitions. He's manageable in my eyes. In fact, I scarcely regard him at all. However, for Ace, he could pose a significant threat. Stan speaks candidly. Blackbeard is indeed disregarded by him in the present moment. After all, Blackbeard is merely at the outset of his journey, having only plundered a single kingdom, the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, and is still a pauper. It is only when he ascends to the status of one of the 4 emperors, adorned with resplendent jewels, that he will be deemed worthy to engage in commerce with him. Chapter 34. Catgirl Angel. Once again, an additional update for the generous supporter. In the room, Marco walked out with a face full of concern. Stan seated himself upon the bed and retrieved 2 devil fruits from the armory. System, please identify the types of these devil fruits. He held a particular fondness for the devil fruits, as they were valued at only 100 million berries. Yet their market price far exceeded that. The command was executed. One was an animal-type pig fruit, and the other was a mythical zoan-type human fruit. In its angelic form, Stan nodded with satisfaction, tossing the pig fruit aside and examining the angelic form of the human fruit. The angelic form. Could it possibly resemble those winged bird people from the Sky Island? Stan hesitated. In the realm of pirates, were not the inhabitants of the Sky Islands referred to as angels? Those with mere small wings behind them, lacking any extraordinary abilities, could only be deemed as bird folk. Never mind. It is better for me to forego it. What purpose would it serve? Stan contemplated for a moment before relinquishing the idea. His strength was sufficient, rendering the devil fruit unnecessary. By the way, Maya's already consumed the cat fruit, so it would be fine to devour another. Stan conceived a brilliant idea and produced the wind splitter. After all, it was a fruit of the devil, and transforming into a human was no issue. Thus, combining the two resulted in a catgirl. System, processed the devil fruit and integrated into the wind splitter. It was merely a devil fruit, and Stan felt no reluctance. The command was executed, and the value of the modified devil fruit reached 100 million. A beam of light emanated from Stan's forehead, illuminating the devil fruit. Shortly thereafter, the fruit transformed into a liquid, within which a small angel fluttered. The liquid levitated towards the wind splitter and gradually merged into it. After a moment, the liquid vanished completely, and Stan eagerly grasped the knife. As he felt its weight, he waved it slightly, and it began to morph. A girl with cat ears and a tail, sporting uneven long pink hair and delicate pink wings sprouting from her back, materialized before him. Oh, at least it's not a male angel, he mused, though the face seemed oddly familiar. Gazing at the catgirl angel, Stan furrowed his brow. He seemed to recognize her from somewhere. Yes, it was Icarus. Indeed, it was Icarus. The memory was somewhat distant, hence his initial confusion, but he quickly recalled. There was no mistaking that visage. It was Icarus, the protagonist from the tale of the fallen angel. In her angelic form, she appeared as such, fortunately. He had not utilized her, or he might have faced a transformation himself. Regrettably, this version of the angel lacked the equipment that Icarus possessed. It feels like something is amiss. Staring at the catgirl angel, Stan momentarily struggled to identify the flaw. Clearing his throat, he decided to drape a garment over her. After a couple of gentle coughs, he retrieved a spare outfit from his reserves and placed it upon the catgirl. Oh, right, you cannot speak. I sensed something was off. Stan then realized that the catgirl had remained silent all along. It was his presumption that angels must surely speak. However, this one had transformed from a mere sword. Chopper, having consumed the human fruit, possessed the ability to articulate due to his inherent animal nature and subsequent learning. A sword, however, lacks the capacity for learning and memory, making it impossible for it to speak from the outset. What should be done? If it requires gradual learning, I simply do not have the time to teach you. Stan furrowed his brow. A silent catgirl could hardly be deemed a benevolent angel. Memory implantation. System, procure a vial of genetic liquid infused with memory fruit. Stan soon devised an excellent solution. If there were no memories, he could simply implant some. Fortunately, The memory fruit possessed this capability and could be implanted at will. Following the command, the price for the memory fruit gene liquid was set at 2 billion berries. Stan has just earned over 3 billion, yet it has swiftly dwindled to more than 2 billion. It seems rather extravagant, considering this is merely a fruit devoid of any combat prowess. Stan felt a twinge of heartache, having expected a modest cost, considering it was not a matter of combat prowess. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. Although the memory fruit lacked battle capability, its potential was undeniably overpowered. After consuming the genetic fluid, Stan meticulously contemplated its application. Subsequently, akin to Bryn in the original narrative, he reached into the catgirl's cranium and extracted a roll of blank tape. After a moment's thought, he decided to embed some fundamental knowledge, along with insights about the world, into her mind. Well, since she resembled Icarus, he would name her Icarus, allowing her personality to align with that of the original character. Stan found himself quite fond of Icarus's naturally innocent demeanor, which alleviated the need for excessive contemplation. Having meticulously arranged everything, he patiently awaited as the tape was replaced. While he imbued Icarus with her characteristic traits, he refrained from bestowing upon her any of Icarus's memories. Otherwise, she would only recognize Tomoki Sakurai. Before long, Icarus opened her eyes anew, gazing curiously at her surroundings. "Master, do you have any commands for me?" she inquired softly, turning her gaze towards Stan. This was precisely as Stan had programmed it. A catgirl would not refer to her owner as master, so would she truly be a catgirl? Excellent, quite splendid indeed. Once I acquire sufficient funds, I shall procure for you a complete set of Icarus's equipment. Stan felt quite content, although he lacked the combat prowess of Icarus. The address of master was indeed pleasurable. Icarus, with her large, blinking eyes, seemed utterly perplexed by what her master was saying. Looking around, Stan was at a loss for words. The small cabin offered little space, with only a single bed, though she appeared angelic. Her true nature was merely that of a blade. Moreover, her angelic visage made it inappropriate for her to share a bed with him. "Master, do you require my assistance?" Icarus inquired, gazing at Stan with a puzzled expression, as if she sensed he was searching for something. A thought struck him. "You may enter my divine space for now. Let us rest well today." After some contemplation, Stan found himself unable to overcome his inner turmoil and decided to temporarily part ways with her. Fortunately, his divine space provided solace. Otherwise, the situation of a solitary man and woman in the dead of night could lead to complications. "Very well, master. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me." Icarus replied obediently, blissfully unaware of the impure thoughts swirling in her master's mind. As her gaze locked onto him, the space around them began to twist, and she was drawn into the divine realm. With a sigh of relief, Stan exhaled deeply. The sudden appearance of Icarus, this angelic figure, brought him a modicum of joy. Yet, sleep eluded him entirely. He lay upon the bed, utterly restless. He had not anticipated conjuring such an angel, especially one without attire. He was far from prepared for this. As the long night stretched on, he resigned himself to endure it. After all, he was still a young man in the prime of his youth. Chapter 35. The CP organization approaches the following morning, early in the morning. Stan bid farewell to the Whitebeard pirates. "Icarus, would you like to eat?" On a bustling island teeming with life, Stan navigated through the crowd with Icarus. This island, under the dominion of Whitebeard, is one of the most prosperous and peaceful places in the New World. Stan came here primarily to purchase clothing. For a maid without a maid outfit is devoid of soul. "Master, whatever you eat, I shall consume as well." Icarus sat shyly behind Stan, her small head lowered. The space on the jet ski felt a bit cramped after its transformation, and she was aware of the boundaries between the sexes. However, it was comforting to be with her master, though the multitude of gazes around them was rather overwhelming. "Is that so? Then let us indulge in some barbecue." Stan felt it was pointless to ask. In the memories implanted within him, Icarus was everything, and all obeyed him. The surrounding crowd was indeed more substantial than usual, as the small wings on Icarus's back drew considerable attention. The inhabitants of the Sky Island seldom descended, and most had never encountered an angel. Stan scanned his surroundings with astonishment. With his current prowess, he was acutely sensitive to the gazes around him. Just moments ago, several malevolent glances had swept over him, only to vanish swiftly. "Is there a little mouse trailing me?" he mused inwardly, a cold smirk flickering at the corner of his lips. Yesterday, he had undoubtedly offended the Navy, the world government, and Doflamingo. It was entirely normal for someone to follow him. Yesterday, He had simply been too swift for them to keep pace. A day's time was ample for certain individuals to investigate his background thoroughly. As for those malevolent gazes, they likely had uncovered nothing substantial and were driven to act recklessly. Alone and devoid of any background or organization, there were indeed no traces to uncover. Yet, possessing knowledge of many secrets, he was well aware that he could not bask in freedom without consequence. Master, shall I deal with them? Icarus, as an angel, possessed an even clearer perception of malice. Those who harbored ill intentions toward her master must be eradicated. No need. They are merely a few insignificant mice. Let us not allow them to disrupt our enjoyment. Stan let out a disdainful chuckle. Perhaps yesterday he would have felt a twinge of hesitation, but today? Who would dare to challenge him? Setting aside his formidable prowess, the 7 devil fruits he currently possessed were sufficient to annihilate anyone. The satellite's 3 pinpoint attacks could likely only be withstood by the immortal Kaido. He had come to procure a maid outfit, his spirits high. As long as others did not seek their own demise, he had no desire to take a life. Arriving at a barbecue restaurant, Stan parked his jet ski and, accompanied by Icarus, strode inside. 2 servings of grilled meat, accompanied by 2 bottles of fine wine. Ignoring the other patrons, he made his way directly to an empty table. He had rushed out so hastily that he had yet to have breakfast. Very well. Please hold on a moment. Dear guest, it will be ready shortly. The server warmly greeted, paying little heed to Icarus unlike the others. Alas, it seemed that breakfast would not be in the cards today. Stan sighed, his gaze reluctantly surveying the individuals surrounding him. Swiftly, as he halted his vehicle, the personnel at the barbecue restaurant were replaced. It seemed this group was wary of the old man with the white beard, choosing not to act amidst the bustling street crowd. You are Stan, are you not? Our leader requests your presence. 3 men, clad in somber black suits and bearing exceptionally stern expressions, emerged from the kitchen. As they spoke, the throng of onlookers encircled Stan, effectively blocking his escape. Judging by your attire, you belong to the CP organization, correct? Which division do you represent? Stan remained utterly unperturbed, inquiring with a smile. If he were not clad in white, he would not be CP0, which indeed reflects a touch of disdain towards him. Aside from CP0, which serves as both the spear and shield of the celestial dragons, it seems that no other CP organization possesses formidable figures at the level of a general. It is quite astonishing that even though Momonosuke was unable to handle him, CP0 has yet to intervene, which is a clear underestimation. There is no need for you to struggle. We are fully aware of your defense against Momonosuke's attacks. Observing Stan's utter calmness, one suited man assumed that Stan's composure stemmed solely from his peculiar defensive capabilities. They came with absolute certainty, believing Stan's strength to be lacking, save for his strange defense. Is that so? That little girl, Momonosuke, indeed reported my affairs. Stan remained remarkably composed, which was somewhat to be expected. When the world government intervenes, it certainly does so with caution. With the quantum protective suit, he confidently strolled around the naval headquarters. However, this was not a testament to his personal strength. Given that Peach Rabbit was aware of his presence, it was entirely reasonable for him to become a target. Although most individuals are incapable of breaching the quantum protective suit, the devil fruits possess an enigmatic nature. Considering the current circumstances, had he lacked alternative means, he might have indeed faced peril. Yet, it seems these individuals are unaware of his connection with Whitebeard. Otherwise, they might not have dared to confront him directly. Icarus, deal with them discreetly, and avoid creating too much commotion. Stan rose gracefully and strolled towards the kitchen, murmuring, Tau Rabbit, she must wash her feet several more times. Where are you headed? Join us. A suited man extended his hand with remarkable speed, seemingly poised to capture Stan. Suddenly, a small white light arrow zipped through the air, severing the man's entire arm, which fell to the ground. It was a holy light arrow. Icarus manifested a bow of light in his hands, effortlessly releasing arrows with a mere flick. As a mythical beast with the ability of the human fruit in its angelic form, he possessed unique powers, namely the holy light. With this ability, few beneath the rank of admiral could rival Icarus's strength. This Sky Islander, should she not be a cat fruit user? How could she wield such an attack? After a few had perished, the others finally reacted, hastily employing the shave technique to evade the holy light arrows. One suited man, his face contorted with disbelief, stared at Icarus, incredulous. There were indeed many Sky Islanders, and as an intelligence organization, they were well acquainted with them. The girl with cat ears and a tail was undeniably a user of the cat fruit. Forget the details. Let us subdue her together. Stan cannot escape. They possessed the means to counter Stan, thus they deemed him insignificant. A crescent slash emerged, cleaving through tables and chairs along its path. Finger gun. A suited man rapidly pointed, causing bullets of air to shoot towards Icarus. Holy light shield. Icarus spread one hand, conjuring a shield of light before him. The crescent slash and finger gun struck the shield without even a hint of splash. How weak they are. The intelligence organization should focus on gathering information rather than attempting to play the assassin. Holding a piece of bread and a bottle of wine, Stan calmly observed the skirmish. This group was evidently feeble, inferior even to CP9's Lucci and his companions. Mental shock. Another suited man tapped his forehead, releasing an invisible wave towards Icarus. Yet, Icarus seemed oblivious, continuing to attack relentlessly. Is this the method targeting my quantum protective suit? Mental shock. What kind of devil fruit is this? Stan nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that such an assault was indeed beyond the defenses of the quantum protective suit. Unfortunately, it was of no consequence to Icarus, for her essence was that of a blade, devoid of soul and spirit, containing only the implanted memories he had bestowed upon her. Chapter 36. Our excellent ally master. I have resolved everything. Shortly thereafter, only Stan and Icarus remained standing in the barbecue restaurant. This group was undeniably weak, with merely 3 individuals clad in dark suits. Regrettably, one possessed a fruit ability that was countered by Icarus, while another had already lost an arm. The remaining member was merely proficient in all 6 forms, lacking even the mastery of the 6th form's ultimate technique, life return. Icarus's holy light could manifest an array of weaponry for both close and distant strikes. Aside from her inability to elementalize, move at light speed, or unleash explosive beams of light, her capabilities were scarcely inferior to those of Kizuru's Pika Pika no Mi. Moreover, the Pika Pika no Mi demanded greater concentration to coalesce, while the holy light was far more manageable and could also be utilized for healing. Well done, Stan remarked calmly, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Approaching the corpse of the fruit user, he stated, extractability, convert to genetic fluid. This individual's power was rather commendable. The recent mental assault bore resemblance to a singular conqueror's haki. It was likely that his fruit was underdeveloped. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such weakness. Should this ability be granted to a master of conqueror's haki or observation haki, its potential would be unimaginable. Here, take this, it will perfectly complement your deficiencies. A sphere of liquid materialized in the air, which Stan directly handed to Icarus. This mental-type fruit had the potential to enhance mental fortitude, providing a much-needed boost for Icarus. If feasible, acquiring a soul fruit for the creation of a soul for Icarus would be the epitome of perfection. His current strength was already formidable. Apart from Enel's rumble fruit, he had little desire for other abilities. Thank you, Master, Icarus expressed with delight, eagerly consuming the genetic fluid. Since her master had resolved to grant it to her, there was no need for formality. She accepted it with joy. How do you feel? Stan inquired curiously, observing Icarus. Icarus furrowed her brow as she assessed the sensations within her. Not bad. It seems as though something has been added to my being. That's excellent. That signifies the infusion of mental power. What abilities do you possess now? Stan nodded in satisfaction, noting that Icarus was drawing ever closer to humanity. Icarus contemplated for a moment. Indeed, the ability to launch mental assaults and to perceive the surroundings through mental observation had emerged. This aligned closely with Stan's thoughts. If one could project their spirit to attack, it naturally followed that it could also be utilized for situational awareness. In this regard, it could be said that one possessed both the conqueror's haki and observation haki, primarily dependent on the strength of one's spirit. By the way, could one manipulate objects with their mind? Stan suddenly thought of psychokinesis and immediately inquired. Psychokinesis can be regarded as a supernatural ability, yet at its core, it is merely the result of mental energy being projected beyond the physical self. Not quite yet. Icarus focused on a bottle, attempting to exert his will, but shook his head in disappointment. Stan nodded, not surprised. After all, Icarus lacked spiritual power, and this task was indeed too formidable. Do not be disheartened. It's merely a temporary setback, is it not? He reassured her upon noticing her slightly dejected expression. Moreover, even without this ability, my affection for you remains unchanged. Gently ruffling Icarus's hair, Stan smiled warmly. Truly, it mattered little. His own strength was formidable enough, and Icarus's prowess was of no consequence. As long as she could protect herself. Yes, Thank you, master. I shall strive to improve, Icarus replied, her frown swiftly transforming into a smile as she encouraged herself. Her master was exceedingly kind, bestowing upon her all good things. She was determined to unlock this ability. Let us proceed to meet their so-called leader. My enthusiasm has been thoroughly disrupted by them. Stan is not a man of good temperament. Possessing strength, he believes in exacting vengeance without delay. This group intends to take him to meet some leader who must also reside on this island. It is likely that this leader is akin to Spandam, lacking the courage to confront directly and instead relying on subordinates for commands. System, monitor all personnel on the island and identify any suspicious individuals. Although he is unaware of the leader's exact identity, discovering it would merely require some time. Since the confrontation is taking place here, it stands to reason that the leader would not be far away. Orders have been executed. 2 suspicious individuals have been identified and are currently fleeing towards the dock. The moment Stan's command was issued, the system had already identified the suspicious individuals. Escape? Did they witness the scene of the battle? There are still 2 remaining. Stan glanced at the images conveyed by the system in his mind and nodded in understanding. Indeed, they were of the same ilk as Spandam. There were 2 individuals. One was likely the strongest in their organization, tasked with safeguarding the leader. Let us pursue them. To think they could escape was indeed a folly. Stan shook his head with disdain, and alongside Icarus, he mounted the jet ski, pursuing the 2. At this moment, the streets were devoid of any other souls. Although their movements were subtle, the clash had still attracted attention. Hey, where are you 2 headed? Shall I offer you a lift? Within a minute, Stan caught up to them, greeting them with a broad smile. Why, you better not act recklessly. We are CP8, an organization directly under the world government. One of them, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, stumbled to the ground, stuttering as he threatened Stan. The other, clad in a black suit, remained much more composed, adopting a ready stance for battle. Oh, so you are CP8. No wonder you are so feeble. Stan nodded with satisfaction before he could press further. The other party began to divulge their own information. Undoubtedly a fool, individuals like this make for excellent allies. The man in the suit appeared equally exasperated, glancing at the leader in silence, likely wishing to berate his inept companion. So, what secrets does the world government wish to uncover by sending you to apprehend me? Stan regarded the well-dressed man with indifference and inquired with a smile. This group had come to apprehend him, likely seeking some intelligence from him. Naturally, it was improbable that they would employ traditional interrogation methods. Some degree of coercion was to be expected. As for the specifics, I cannot say. For my only directive is to bring you back. The leader, indeed fearful for his life, cowered on the ground, retreating continuously, his face etched with terror. Please, don't kill me. I can intercede for you with the world government. My father holds a significant position, he pleaded, invoking his father's status as a veritable official-esque progeny. I see. Is it that your rank is too low? Stan was quite pleased. Everything was proceeding smoothly, saving him considerable effort. And what about you? Will you resist to the bitter end? You appear to possess a great deal of confidence in your own abilities, he remarked with a light chuckle, glancing at the man in the suit. He had already conceived an excellent idea. Indeed, one should never hastily eliminate a valuable ally. Humph. It is he who wishes to flee. Now that you have pursued us, it is only fitting that we capture you. The man in the suit scoffed, expressing frustration that, had it not been for their foolish leader, they would have completed their mission long ago. Chapter 37. The Transaction. Ensuring Ace's survival. An additional chapter for the generous benefactor. Drink. The man in the suit shouted, his attire bursting apart. His entire body sprouted with dry, yellowish fur, morphing into a semi-kangaroo form. Iron block punch. His fists tightened, launching a barrage of blows towards Stan. Bored, moon reading. Stan sighed, feeling quite uninterested. He had no desire to engage in combat with someone who lacked even the basic mastery of hockey and was still relying on brute strength. Within the realm of moon reading, he had dispatched this individual hundreds of times, and thus, he paid him no further mind. Having ventured into this new world, one would think that not knowing hockey would render survival impossible. What did you do? What has happened to him? The leader was terrified, in the blink of an eye. His most powerful subordinate had fallen. Nothing of concern. I have neither killed him nor will I harm you. You may rest assured. Stan smiled gently as he slowly approached the leader after disembarking. What do you intend to do? Did you not vow to spare my life? I shall certainly plead for you. The leader continued to retreat, and to him, the smile upon Stan's face appeared no different from that of a devil. Fear not. It will not hurt at all. Stan stepped forward, his right hand plunging directly into the leader's head. The leader fainted, and Stan withdrew a roll of tape. Commencing his task. Within mere seconds, he completed his operation. All right, from this moment onward, we are true allies. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and approached the suited man. Proceeding with a similar operation. Let us depart. It is time for a delightful shopping spree. With everything set, Stan disregarded the two, carrying Icarus away. His method was quite straightforward. He had merely erased the recent memories of the two and subtly altered their childhood recollections, framing it as if he, Stan, had sent them to infiltrate the world government. Given that discussions within the world government typically occur indoors, he had been unable to procure intelligence. Now, with two infiltrators conveniently delivered to him, one of whom was a scion of an official, fortune smiled upon him. The island was vast, and although he had eliminated the other members of CP8, many had witnessed it, rendering further actions difficult. Yet, the earlier events had gone unnoticed. Their retreat was hardly surprising. As long as no one delved into their childhood memories, none would uncover his manipulations. Arriving at a clothing store, Stan and his companion entered, casting a quick glance around. Stan selected 3 garments. These 3 will not do. Wrap up everything else. With wealth comes audacity. The attendant was taken aback. Was this truly how one shopped? Yes, yes. I shall wrap them immediately. Please hold on, dear customer. Once she regained her composure, excitement surged. Such a valuable client had arrived. Just how much profit would this yield? However, the packaging was taking too long. I'll handle it myself. Please tally the total. Stan wished to avoid wasting time. Packing hundreds of garments would be excessively slow. Shunwei cast a sweeping glance over the apparel, gathering it all into the Shunwei space. This should suffice with 1,000,000 berries. There was no need to search further. Tossing out 1,000,000 berries, Stan departed with Icarus. Master, we need not purchase so much. It is too extravagant, Icarus said, feeling a sense of joy internally, yet reluctant on the surface. Do not worry, we cannot afford to squander time here. It is merely a trifling sum, and we shall earn it back in no time. Stan hurriedly led Icarus into the nearby tavern. Ha, is that you, Marco? What brings you here so swiftly? Stan greeted Marco in the tavern with a smile, exclaiming, this is the big business. Just moments ago, he had seen Marco waving at him. Marco wore an expression of exhaustion, appearing as though he had not slept at all the previous night, burdened with heavy thoughts. Another 2 drinks, please. Marco gazed at Stan with a weighty demeanor, his lips parted as if to speak, but no words emerged. Your drinks have arrived, the proprietor announced, placing 2 glasses before them. Stan did not rush, but instead took a sip of his drink, patiently awaiting Marco to speak. Stan, may I ask you for a favor? After a brief moment, Marco hesitantly inquired. Oh, such words make me feel like a stranger. Who am I? I am a businessman. As long as there is profit, everything is negotiable. Stan immediately interrupted Marco, finding the mere utterance of the phrase please quite discomforting. To put it simply, it conveyed a reluctance to part with money. Is that even possible? Stan, you two are a formidable individual. Could you refrain from incessantly mentioning finances? Marco felt utterly speechless, as it was precisely the lack of funds that rendered him hesitant to voice his concerns. This is untenable. Without money, there is no discussion. If you have nothing further to say, I shall take my leave. Stan resolutely declined, not allowing the mere fact of sharing a banquet to lead to discussions of emotions. The troubled expression on Marco's face was certainly indicative of a significant matter. This was an opportunity for substantial profit. Very well, let us then discuss business. I knew you were a ruthless merchant. Marco sighed helplessly. They were indeed out of funds, having lost everything to Stan the previous day. However, with 43 pirate crews under their command, gathering the necessary capital was a straightforward task. So, tell me, as long as you can afford it, I shall handle everything for you. With a grand gesture, Stan confidently declared that money makes everything possible, and in his realm, this was particularly true. Marco, currently lacking funds, found it quite simple to gather the necessary resources. This island was their territory. You assert that Blackbeard possesses formidable strength. Is it within your capabilities to capture him and deliver him to us? Indeed, Marco had come concerning Blackbeard, displaying an expression of deep concern. His worries for Ace were palpable. With Stan's impressive intelligence network claiming that Blackbeard surpassed Ace in strength, there could be no doubt. After all, Blackbeard was the one who had slain Sachi, and he would not hesitate to eliminate Ace either. 500 million. I can retrieve him within a day, Marco confidently stated. Stan furrowed his brow and subsequently proposed an exorbitant sum that was utterly unattainable. The impending war was intertwined with numerous affairs, and he recognized the necessity of this conflict. He could not avert its occurrence. 500 billion? Are you jesting? Even capturing 10 high-ranking generals would not necessitate such a staggering amount. Marco's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. After all, his father's bounty was merely a little over 50 billion. However, matters cannot be assessed in such a simplistic manner. Blackbeard is of paramount significance, his worth transcending his mere existence. Stan shook his head, recognizing that Blackbeard was indeed a figure capable of altering the world's balance. This price could be deemed reasonable. In other words, you do not wish to capture Blackbeard, do you? Marco pondered for a moment before nodding, comprehending the implication of Stan's words. Very well. Ensuring Ace's life is, I trust, not too much to ask? Marco took a step back, for in his eyes, Ace held greater significance. 2 billion. Stan was rather blunt, his demands exceedingly audacious. You, Ace, offer a mere bounty of 500 million. Isn't that rather excessive? Marco, feeling a surge of indignation, remarked, this is utterly outrageous. You've multiplied the sum fourfold, haven't you? Stan remained silent, savoring his drink, the initiative firmly in his hands. All right, you've got me there. I'll fetch the money. You wait here. After glaring at Stan for a moment, Marco relented, uttering his words in frustration. With that, Marco made his way towards the back door of the tavern, a place owned by their pirate crew. He had anticipated that Stan would not offer his assistance without a price and had prepared some funds in advance. Here is 1 billion. The rest will be given to you once Ace safely returns to the Moby Dick. Shortly thereafter, Marco appeared, carrying a large chest. Remember our agreement, the preservation of Ace's life. Stan readily agreed, and to the surprise of the Whitebeard pirates, he was quite the reliable ally. While he ensured Ace's life was spared, he made no promises against the trials of imprisonment. Under Akainu's relentless pursuit, safeguarding Ace's existence was indeed a victory. In Chapter 38, the Navy branch, Ghost Spider, Marco earnestly declared, Stan, I entrust Ace's safety to you. This was a situation beyond their control. The 4 emperors had far too many eyes watching them. As captains, they could not afford to act recklessly, especially in the first half of the Grand Line. Ace was merely pursuing Blackbeard, and it was due to the absence of significant commotion that the Navy refrained from intervening. Marco wished to protect Ace himself, yet he knew the futility of such an endeavor. Should he appear in the first half of the Grand Line, one of the 3 admirals would undoubtedly be dispatched. There was no need for 2 captains to pursue a single Blackbeard. The Navy would certainly grow suspicious. Rest assured, having accepted the payment, I shall ensure the task is accomplished. Stan made an okay gesture. Preserving Ace's life was quite simple for him. He understood Marco's concerns regarding the hefty price for Ace's protection. The Navy had no desire to engage in conflict with the Yonko and would refrain from taking action against their significant figures. Yet they would not allow them to act recklessly. During the Marineford War, Sengoku was also reluctant to initiate hostilities. Ace's identity was too crucial, and Blackbeard had delivered him into their hands. Given Whitebeard's advanced age, it would have been preferable for him to pass away in the New World, wouldn't it? Well, I still have faith in your capabilities. Marco nodded. Stan's strength was evidently not far inferior to that of their father. He understood the importance of Ace well, as their father intended to groom Ace to become the next pirate king. By the way, is this Sky Islander one of your subordinates? Marco inquired, casting a curious glance at Icarus, who had not been present the previous day. He appeared rather peculiar. Typically, Sky Islanders have white wings. Yet this one bore a delicate pink hue. Why do you ask? Stan replied, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Stan remained silent, seizing the box and departing, for he had pressing matters to attend to. He intended to capture Whitebeard too and swiftly return to the Navy headquarters to teach Peach Rabbit a lesson. He was a man who harbored grievances, and the incident involving CP8 could not go unanswered. Whose account would this be settled upon? Naturally, it would be Peach Rabbit, for she had divulged his quantum protective suit secrets. With his current strength, no one at the Navy headquarters could pose a threat to him. His divine might was unparalleled. The realms of alternate dimensions differ greatly. Even those endowed with spatial abilities cannot penetrate the realm of divine might. It is akin to Bruno of CP9 and his Door fruit, which opens to a verdant expanse, whereas divine might remains colorless and entirely distinct. Important matters? Those who attacked you earlier, they were agents of the world government, were they not? Marco smirked wickedly, fully aware of the happenings on this island. Those individuals possess audacity to seize you, They ought to have sent at least 2 or 3 admirals, don't you think? It perplexes me how the world government operates so recklessly, dispatching merely a handful of informants. With Stan S. prowess, even 2 admirals might struggle to subdue him. Humph, what are you laughing at? This is indeed your territory. Stan let out a cold snort, pushed open the door, and rode off on his jet ski. Upon reaching the shore, he switched to the Victory Swallow fighter jet. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He possessed crucial intelligence and should have been a figure of prominence, akin to Red-haired. Knowing the whereabouts of law and possessing formidable strength commanded great respect, even from the Gorosei. What set Stan apart? He had not leaked any information. Nor was he lacking in strength. System, locate the nearest naval base from here. After a moment of thought, Stan decided it would be prudent to issue a warning to the Navy first, to act decisively. The command was executed, and the location of the naval base was identified. So close by, were they monitoring the Whitebeard pirates? How astute. He glanced at the mental map and scoffed disdainfully. The 4 emperors and the Navy shared a tacit understanding. Avoiding conflict lightly. It was the Ghost Spider. That was an opportune opportunity to settle the score. The system monitored the naval base, and Stan instantly recognized the personnel aboard the warship. The Navy could swiftly traverse between the New World and the Grand Line via Mariewa. Just yesterday, he had been reprimanded by the Ghost Spider for his monetary pursuits, and he had yet to settle that account. The fighter jet soared rapidly, reaching the naval base in just over half an hour. Icarus, those lackeys are yours to handle. Leave not a single one alive. Stan commanded ruthlessly as he descended directly into the heart of the naval base. Understood, Master. I shall eliminate them all, Icarus replied. As the hatch opened, Icarus leaped out first. The Navy had already detected their presence, surrounding them from all directions. Stan descended with an air of tranquility, disregarding the naval soldiers as he made his way toward the building. Quickly, stop them. Fire, fire. The sailors, possessing a keen understanding of the situation, recognized that the intruder had come seeking trouble. Ghost Spider, come out. Stan disregarded all the bullets, roaring towards the building. The projectiles that flew towards him passed through his form, leaving no harm in their wake. Icarus, on the other hand, shielded himself with the light of sanctity before drawing his bow to retaliate. Who are you to dare breach the Navy's stronghold? The ghostly spider did not emerge. Instead, a figure adorned with the insignia of a Navy rear admiral appeared. Enough, he declared. Those who attack the Navy shall face execution. Without further contemplation, the admiral, unfamiliar with Stan, proceeded to fulfill his duty. Drawing his blade from his waist, enveloped in the hue of armed color, the admiral unleashed a swift strike towards Stan. Die. The admiral's intent was ruthless as he aimed a decisive blow at Stan's neck. Stan's eyes widened as they transformed from the 3 magatama to an eternal kaleidoscope, a plume of black flames erupting forth. Ghost Spider, do you remember me? Ignoring the rear admiral before him, Stan turned his gaze toward Ghost Spider by the window on the 2nd floor. Under the black flames of Amaterasu, the rear admiral was engulfed in a fierce blaze, rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. Stan, what do you intend to do? Ghost Spider, undeterred by the rear admiral's plight, regarded Stan with a grave demeanor. He had come here under orders to escort Stan back from CP8. The situation was evidently clear. CP8 had failed, and Stan had arrived to stir trouble. What do I intend to do? I am about to contact Sengoku. I wish to inquire what he intends to do. Stan curled his lip and spoke in a commanding tone. He was indeed that forthright. This matter required an explanation from the warring states. Your arrival is quite timely. Since those incompetent fools from CP8 failed to apprehend you, I shall take it upon myself to complete the task. The Phantom Spider chuckled coldly as a vice admiral. He possessed great confidence in his own abilities, far surpassing that of any mere intelligence officer. Why is it, one after another, that you all seem intent on provoking me? Stan could not help but scoff at the Navy's profound ignorance regarding his true strength. How audacious of them to challenge him, revealing the sheer folly of both the world government and the Navy. Chapter 39, Strategist Sengoku, dedicated to as before for an extensive update, Navy Headquarters. Stan and the Ghost Spider exchanged glances. Life Restoration, 8-sword style. The Ghost Spider launched an attack, unleashing the 6th technique, Life Restoration. Life Restoration. I shall render you lifeless in return, Amaterasu. Stan scoffed disdainfully. The Ghost Spider was hardly worthy of being his opponent. As the Ghost Spider rushed towards Stan, dark flames ignited upon its form. Armed with a sense of bravado, the Ghost Spider remained oblivious to the formidable power of Amaterasu, a dark aura enveloping its body. Unfortunately, While the armament of hockey slowed the flames' advance, it could not extinguish them. There was no need for futile resistance. Salvation was beyond its reach. Stan approached and gently patted his shoulder, removing the telephone snail from his wrist. Should Amaterasu fall upon his limbs, there remains a chance for survival. However, if it were to strike his chest, salvation would be beyond reach. Blurp, blurp, the telephone snail sounded. At the naval headquarters, in the office of the admiral, Sengoku's telephone snail began to ring. Hello, this is Sengoku, he answered steadily without even glancing at the device. Haha, Admiral Sengoku, greetings. It is I, Stan. Stan chuckled heartily, greeting with a playful demeanor. Stan? How could it possibly be you? This should be the phone bug of the ghost spider. The voice of the warring states grew solemn. Sensing that trouble was brewing, glancing at the phone bug, it was indeed not the ghost spider. Rather, the phone bug had perfectly mimicked Stan's expression. Ah, the ghost spider. He is currently in a most dire predicament. Would you care to listen? Stan's smile was radiant as he gazed at the writhing, anguished ghost spider beneath his feet. Utterly unfazed. What do you intend to do? The enraged Sengoku questioned Stan, as if oblivious to the unfolding events. It was clear that CP-8's mission had met with failure, and Stan was exacting revenge upon the Navy. You inquire about my intentions? Should it not be you who contemplates your own motives? Do you truly believe that I, Stan, am weak and easily exploited? Stan's smile gradually transformed into a sinister grimace as he bellowed. Now that the operation has failed, does he expect to pretend as if nothing has transpired? Who does he think he is? Stan, are you truly prepared to oppose the Navy and the world government? Have you considered this thoroughly? Sengoku's expression darkened ominously. Is there truly nothing left to say? How can a mere weakling like Stan be so audacious? It is all due to those inept fools from CP-8 who cannot even capture a weakling. Now, if Stan were to divulge the intelligence he possesses, one can only imagine the chaos that would ensue. I am indeed opposing you. What of it? Destroying a naval branch is merely the beginning. Stan's expression was exceedingly fierce. This was a prime opportunity for extortion, and he had to perform it flawlessly. His mind was incessantly preoccupied with the prospect of wealth, never allowing any opportunity to slip away. Did you obliterate a naval division? What have you done? At the pinnacle of the naval headquarters, a brilliant light erupted, shattering the roof, revealing the form of a colossal Buddha. Anger surged within him. He was profoundly incensed. The Navy of the New World comprises nothing but elite forces. Moreover, there was a vice admiral at the headquarters, a cornerstone of naval strength. It is nothing significant, merely a warning for you all. This matter is far from over. Stan's expression returned to normal as he casually remarked, What do you intend to do? Do not go too far. The formidable figure of the Buddha emerged, grasping the telephone bug, menacingly threatening. Am I going too far? Was it not you who initiated this? Therefore, you must bear the consequences. Surely, you would not want me to disseminate that information, would you? How do you propose we resolve this matter? Stan bore a cold smirk, feeling no remorse for his actions, for he deemed them entirely justified. Among the current 4 emperors, who has not dismantled a naval branch, yet they continue to thrive. He held their secrets in his grip. As long as he did not genuinely cross a line, negotiations could be quite favorable, provided that the world government remained oblivious to his intelligence. They would refrain from further pursuits. How do you wish to resolve this? We can deliberate. Sengoku, having softened, let the monumental figure of the Buddha fade, and with a despondent tone, he inquired. Resistance was futile. The intelligence Stan possessed was far too critical, and the extent of his knowledge remained uncertain. Given Stan's influence, should he encounter misfortune, that intelligence would swiftly disseminate across the seas within minutes. The initial operation having failed, there would be no opportunity for a second attempt. It was imperative to thoroughly investigate Stan. I shall visit the naval headquarters today. Let us convene and discuss further. Prepare the funds in advance. Stan smiled faintly. He was not intimidated by the Navy, for he held the reins of power. Of course, if they wished to engage in battle, they could summon all their might, even the agents of the world government. With that, Stan ended the conversation, having articulated everything that needed to be said. Cursed be those fools, Sengoku bellowed, repeatedly striking the wall in frustration. He had never agreed to take action against Stan. It was the world government that insisted on this course of action. Was it so easy to deal with someone skilled in intelligence, who knew how many operatives were shadowing him? Perhaps even within the Navy headquarters lay Stan's informants, who might have already anticipated an attack on his intelligence network. Now, this strategic genius had turned into a blundering fool, failing to achieve his objective. Fortunately, Stan was motivated by greed. Otherwise, that intelligence would have already spread throughout the seas. Sengoku, what troubles you? Why this outburst? A flash of golden light appeared as Kizaru leisurely materialized beside Sengoku. Stan had destroyed a Navy division, and perhaps even the ghost spider had perished. Sengoku, suppressing his rage, replied, "Is that so? I have long warned that Stan is no ordinary adversary. We must not act impulsively. The world government is far too impatient. The fact that he possesses photographs of Tantada and her companions clearly indicates that we have his informants within our ranks." Kizaru remained unfazed, even producing a nail clipper. This is something one could deduce with their toes. Without informants, how would Stan acquire those photographs? Moreover, the number of informants is substantial, possibly even holding significant positions. How could they dare to act against Stan? I share your sentiment. Our informant within the Whitebeard Pirates has relayed intelligence back to us. Akiji entered, holding a stack of photographs. The Yonko crews undoubtedly have their own informants. These images depict the battle between Whitebeard and Stan. How is this possible? Stan can contend with Whitebeard? Sengoku exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he examined the photographs. According to prior intelligence, Stan was weak. Merely an ordinary individual 6 days prior. Yet the evidence before him was irrefutable. Clearly, our intelligence had been flawed. Stan was a powerhouse of admiral caliber. Akiji shrugged. He had already processed the shock and now remained composed. With such strength, it seemed highly probable that Stan was involved in the Celestial Dragon incident. Sengoku calmed himself and began to analyze the situation rationally. Previously, Stan's weakness had led them to dismiss any suspicions regarding his involvement in the Celestial Dragon incident. Now, it appeared that the truth was far more complex. Stan was indeed a formidable force, a user of a mythical Zoan fruit. Admiral Sengoku, has Stan made any demands? How shall we resolve this matter? Kizaru nonchalantly seated himself on the sofa, leisurely clipping his nails. The ghost spider was affiliated with Akainu's faction, and Kizaru felt no obligation to be concerned. Naturally, even if it were an admiral from the Dove faction, he would remain unconcerned. As he stood as a solitary neutral party, should I head to the New World and see if I can rescue the ghost spider? He suggested with a yawn, noting that it wouldn't be much trouble as he had time to spare. However, it was likely a futile endeavor with Stan's admiral-level strength. Eliminating a vice-admiral would be a simple task. No need for that. We should dispatch the nearest Navy personnel to collect their bodies, Sengoku replied, shaking his head. Such tasks did not require an admiral's involvement. Stan will arrive here today to discuss this matter. What are your thoughts? Sengoku lamented. For Stan was evidently intent on extorting the Navy. Yet, it was the world government's actions that had precipitated this situation. Why should the Navy bear the blame? If it weren't for those fools and their haste for results, this predicament would never have arisen. Would it not be better to wait until Stan let down his guard? Ascertain his background and capture him all at once? What do you propose? Shall we simply seize him? The three of us, along with teacher Zifa, would be sufficient. Kizaru quipped, clearly unconcerned. See Stan? Is that even feasible? I suspect that the moment we act, that intelligence will spread across the seas. What more is there to consider? We must simply accept our fate. It has nothing to do with us. Cough. Let's not jest. Akiji, what is your perspective? Sengoku shot Kizaru a glare before turning to Akiji. With Karp, Akainu, and Tsuru absent, these two were the only ones left to deliberate. I believe we should focus on stabilizing the situation with Stan first. Once we uncover his background, we can turn the tables in our favor. Akiji had no better plan. The intelligence Stan possessed could not be allowed to circulate. Before that, they must conduct a thorough investigation within the Navy to root out his informants. Akiji understood well the disarray within the Navy. Chaotic was an understatement. Sengoku nodded in agreement, recognizing that identifying the informants was indeed a pressing priority. Let it be. This matter was instigated by the world government and should be resolved by them. Sengoku sighed in resignation, feeling powerless. He wished not to take the fall for the world government. Initially, it had been straightforward. Simply dispatch someone to follow Stan, and they would eventually obtain his intelligence. The officials of the world government had grown complacent, believing that the world was wholly under their jurisdiction. Stan discarded the phone bug, traversed past the phantom spider, and approached the edifice. Although the naval forces of this new world were comprised of elite individuals, their capabilities paled in comparison to Icarus. The sole vice-admiral and rear-admiral had already been dealt with. Only a handful of colonels remained in defiance. Before long, Stan emerged from the building, exclaiming in disdain. "Pa, destitute wretches." This naval division was exceedingly impoverished. He had uncovered scarcely 100 million in funds. Monitoring the four emperors was an extraordinarily perilous endeavor, fraught with the risk of being eradicated without mercy. Let us proceed, Icarus, to capture Whitebeard too, and then we may enjoy a brief respite. With a hint of disappointment, Stan ascended into the fighter jet. Icarus, having forsaken the Navy, obediently followed, as the Navy dared not pursue them. Have we survived? They have departed, and we remain. Observing the fighter jet ascend, the naval personnel below were engulfed in a thrill of having narrowly escaped death. This dreary place ought to be utterly obliterated. Sisanu. Unfortunately, Stan had no intention of sparing them. He believed in executing tasks with precision and thoroughness. A colossal black figure materialized, towering like a mountain, with two grand wings soaring behind it. The Yada no Kagami. With a mere gesture, 3 eternal kaleidoscopic jewels appeared, casually casting them forth. The jewels plummeted upon the naval division, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A massive mushroom cloud ascended, completely engulfing the lower division, submerging it in the sea. With that, Susanu vanished, and the fighter jet swiftly ascended to the skies. Whitebeard too was still quite distant. Time was of the essence, yet this journey was necessary. Ian remained in the Navy, which posed a certain peril. He needed to ensure she willingly accompanied him. Once these tasks were accomplished, he would commence his grand design to upend this world. Having entered this realm, one ought to engage in endeavors of significance and personal interest. After flying for over 2 hours, Stan arrived at his destination, a vast expanse of ocean. What is this? He pondered, squinting downwards in bewilderment. To his astonishment, Mihawk was present, embroiled in a fierce battle with Whitebeard too, the skirmish seemingly evenly matched. 2 hours prior, his surveillance had indicated otherwise. Whitebeard too and Miss Bikini had been traveling peacefully. It seems Mihawk is somewhat restrained. Is he reluctant to abandon his jet ski? Observing the conflict closely, he noted that Mihawk had not gained a significant advantage, rather he was on the defensive. Meanwhile, Whitebeard too, tasked with safeguarding Miss Bikini, was also not engaging with full force. This should not be the case. These two had surely not clashed before. Who had instigated this discord? Stan felt a sense of bewilderment, as there was no record of a confrontation between these two individuals in the original text. Sheathing his fighter jet, Stan produced his flying apparatus while Icarus opted for self-propulsion. Hey Hawkeye, what's going on? How did you end up fighting this fool? As he approached, Stan gazed curiously at Hawkeye. What brings you here, Stan? Are you here to witness my humiliation? Hawkeye retorted, his mood decidedly foul. Silence. Once I dispatch these two, we'll see about their audacious attempt to rob me. Ignoring Stan's presence, Hawkeye's fury erupted as he fixed a fierce glare upon his adversaries. He had merely intended to journey peacefully towards the East Sea, only to be accosted by these two. From a distance, Whitebeard too launched an assault on him, displaying an audacity that was utterly brazen. Did he truly believe he could go unrecognized without his coffin-like vessel? Hawkeye, I have already apologized. It was merely a case of mistaken identity, a complete misunderstanding. Miss Bikini shouted at Hawkeye, equally aggrieved. Who could have anticipated that this was Hawkeye? She had merely been captivated by the speed of the jet ski and had entertained thoughts of claiming it for herself. Now it becomes clear. She had set her sights on Hawkeye's jet ski. Understanding the circumstances, Stan realized that it was indeed his actions that had brought these two individuals together. However, for the sake of his $500 million motorboat, Hawkeye clearly hesitated to unleash his full power. Were he to do so, the resulting tempest would likely obliterate the vessel. Whitebeard too, possessing a keen sense of battle, focused his attacks on the motorboat. Chapter 41. Go ask the Navy for money. Hawkeye, do not be overly aggressive. Do you truly believe we are intimidated by you? Miss Bikini shouted defiantly amidst Hawkeye's relentless assault. This was indeed a misunderstanding. Had Hawkeye been aboard his coffin ship, who would dare provoke him? His son, after all, was the one who severed Zephyr's arm and was renowned as a formidable force upon the seas. To escalate matters over a mere misunderstanding was, without doubt, a gross overreach on Hawkeye's part. Hawkeye, maintaining an air of aloofness, uttered not a word as he unleashed a green slash. Whitebeard too, the brute that he was, swung his great blade with fervor, resulting in an explosive clash. The sea surged violently, creating tumultuous waves that separated the two combatants. In a bid to protect the motorboat, Hawkeye swiftly cleaved through the oncoming wave directed at him. Frustration welled within him. The opponent was a mere braggart. Yet each of his powerful strikes was met with such defiance. The resultant waves thwarted his pursuit, and a single attack clearly lacked the potency to vanquish his foe. Moreover, employing more devastating techniques would inevitably lead to widespread destruction. Nevertheless, his slashes were not easily obstructed. The explosive force was capable of inflicting injury upon his adversary. Hey, Hawkeye. Even you have your moments of shame. It appears your black blade, Knight, is not quite as formidable as it seems. Stan mockingly ridiculed Hawkeye, never anticipating that he too would fall victim to robbery. However, I cannot afford to linger while you settle your affairs. Allow me to take care of him instead. Stan has to earn money and cannot afford to waste time here. Hawkeye must safeguard the speedboat, while Whitebeard too is tasked with protecting Miss Bikini. This confrontation lacks any spectacle. This is my battle. Do not interfere. Hawkeye cast a strange glance before responding with a frosty demeanor. As a master swordsman, battles should indeed be fought one-on-one. How could one allow others to intervene so easily? This simply cannot be allowed. I have promised to capture Whitebeard too and bring him back. Stan smiled and shook his head, then leisurely soared towards the two individuals across from him. Who are you? Miss Bikini furrowed her brows as she regarded Stan. Well aware of Hawkeye's arrogance, he would not bother to remember the names of the weak. Dead men should refrain from asking so many questions, Tsukiyomi. As Stan opened his eyes, he abruptly locked gazes with Whitebeard too. A mere second later, the fool collapsed, utterly unable to withstand the might of Tsukuyomi. Subsequently, Stan drew his Desert Eagle and dispatched a bullet aimed at Miss Bikini. With divine authority, he did not spare a glance at the lifeless body. Instead, he confined Whitebeard too within the realm of divine might. In just a few fleeting seconds, this domineering mother-son duo that terrorized the seas was neutralized by Stan. While it is true that Mihawk possesses formidable strength, his methods remain rather singular. Hey, what are you doing? I was told this was my battle. Why are you intervening? Mihawk glared at Stan, clearly displeased. Yet he refrained from inquiring further about Stan's earlier abilities. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Stan deployed the fighter jet. Icarus, let's go. This time, upon returning to the naval headquarters, he aimed to extract at least several billion, and he was in a hurry. Compensation fees, emotional distress damages, and confidentiality fees. All of these amount to a substantial sum. Wait, are you heading to the front? If so, allow me to join you, Hawkeye called out to Stan, who was about to take off, speaking with a hint of embarrassment. Huh, why? Isn't this world one where you come and go as you please? Stan gazed at Hawkeye with astonishment, as this was not characteristic of his demeanor. Why inquire so much? Surely he merely wished to hasten their return to the earlier segment. Hawkeye refrained from providing a direct answer, his expression tinged with a hint of shyness. He could hardly confess that his eternal compass remained on the coffin-like vessel, leaving him utterly adrift. Stan scrutinized Hawkeye and soon grasped the situation. Dressed in a trench coat, with a shirt and trousers, it appeared that Hawkeye had nothing in his pockets. All right, come aboard. I'm heading to the naval headquarters, where numerous eternal pointers await. With a faint smile, Stan subtly mocked Hawkeye. What is so amusing to you? It's merely a matter of forgetting something, Hawkeye retorted, feeling quite embarrassed, his pride evident as he pouted. Yes, just come up quickly. I must depart. Stan suppressed a smile. It was indeed hard to imagine that Hawkeye possessed such a side. Hawkeye leaped onto the fighter jet, wearing a cold expression and remaining silent. Had he known earlier, he would not have sought Stan's assistance, opting instead to explore at his own pace, certain that he would eventually acquire the eternal pointer. This contraption appears quite substantial from the outside, yet it offers merely 2 positions? He grumbled, casting a dissatisfied glance around the cockpit. Stan used his divine power to stow away Hawkeye's motorboat. You stand for a moment, we shall arrive shortly. Master, he is your friend, why not let him take my seat? Icarus proposed, wanting to rise and offer his place to Hawkeye. No need, replied Stan. The pauper is not my friend, and he precisely embodies that very notion of a pauper. Stan flatly refused, showing no courtesy towards Hawkeye. Icarus nodded obediently, choosing not to say more. Whatever the master decreed was absolute. He treated her with such kindness that her sole requirement was to find joy. Hawkeye's expression darkened. Lacking wealth meant facing disdain. Is possessing money truly so impressive? How much is this item? I shall purchase it. Hawkeye had never endured such humiliation. Was it merely about money? It could be seized. 50 billion. My fighter jet possesses an astonishing speed, capable of circling the globe within a single day. Stan scoffed slightly. For 5 billion was not easily acquired. Aside from a few major nations, only a handful of powers could muster such a sum. Hawkeye was not a man of nefarious deeds. The prospect of him robbing a nation without cause was nearly unfathomable. Are you jesting? for this 15-meter-long object. You demand 5 billion? Hawkeye was taken aback, for in his estimation, while this item was undeniably advanced, it should be valued at most around 10 to 20 billion. A large warship typically costs merely a few billion. How utterly unscrupulous. If you lack the funds, perhaps it would be wise to remain silent. The world's foremost swordsman. Unable to produce 5 billion? I feel a sense of embarrassment on your behalf. As Stan continued to provoke Hawkeye, the fighter jets proved utterly ineffective against him, serving only to incite consumerism. In a world teeming with pirates, Hawkeye, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, could easily exchange the heads of pirates for bounties. Amassing sufficient funds. Who claims I am without money? I am merely momentarily impoverished. Acquiring wealth through theft is hardly a daunting task. Hawkeye's countenance darkened with a palpable intensity, as if it could drip with the weight of his displeasure. Had it been another, he would have already drawn his sword. Just as I was heading to the Navy headquarters, why not accompany me to borrow some funds from the Navy? You have long roamed the seas, dispatching numerous pirates. Yet have never claimed a bounty, which is a debt owed to you by the Navy. Stan presented a brilliant idea to Hawkeye, as all that mattered to him was the prospect of earning money. Given Hawkeye's formidable combat prowess, it was likely that the Navy would acquiesce to his financial requests. Hawkeye pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. He had indeed vanquished numerous pirates without ever soliciting funds from the Navy. Stan's words hold considerable merit. The Navy indeed owes him a substantial sum. It is high time to demand repayment for this debt. Chapter 42. The Yellow Ape personally welcomes at the naval headquarters in Marineford. What is the situation? Have any leads been uncovered? In the marshal's office, one of the 5 elders, a man with golden hair, occupies the main seat. Unfortunately, this predicament has arisen from the machinations of the world government. Since Sengoku is reluctant to address it, he must intervene. Initially, it was assumed that Stan was merely a minor player, easily apprehended for intelligence. Regrettably, circumstances did not align with expectations, as Stan is a formidable force. At this juncture, employing coercive tactics is no longer feasible. Negotiations are necessary, and he must approach with caution. Given his esteemed position among the 5 elders, it is reasonable to expect some level of respect. Most crucially, one must ponder the extent of the secret Stan possesses. It is a lamentable reality that eliminating Stan would not resolve the issue. If he has informants scattered across the globe, the situation could become exceedingly complicated. There is no information at hand. Even our undercover agents within the Navy have yielded no results. Sengoku shook his head in disappointment. Those engaged in intelligence work are adept at concealing their presence. For several hours, they scoured the naval headquarters, yet found nothing. With so many personnel, Navy soldiers, researchers, logistical staff, and their families, how could a thorough investigation be conducted? It is understandable that without findings, further searches may be futile. Stabilizing Stan must take precedence. The golden-haired elder nodded with composure. Those capable of being undercover must possess some skill. They cannot conduct a brazen investigation, lest Stan become aware and complications ensue. The priority remains to maintain Stan's stability, safeguarding those secrets from exposure, avoiding any premature alerts. You mentioned Stan is a man driven by financial gain. How much do you suppose he will demand this time? As a member of the 5 elders, he has never been one to concern himself with monetary matters. Celestial dragons spend money as if it were water. If a financial resolution could suffice, matters would be simpler, yet there is a fear that Stan may propose alternative conditions. I suspect his demands will not fall short of 100 billion. Just yesterday, he extorted 25 billion each from Hawkeye and Don Quixote, and another 30 billion from Whitebeard. Sengoku mused, recognizing Stan's evident greed. He would undoubtedly make exorbitant demands. The Navy's intelligence is no trifling matter. They are well aware of Stan's actions yesterday. Hawkeye and Whitebeard fell victim to his schemes, but the situation with Don Quixote raises concerns. He merely exchanged a few words with Stan before hastily procuring funds. This scenario bears a striking resemblance to their own, implying that Don Quixote may indeed be under Stan's thumb. Should we delve into the matter of Don Quixote being threatened by Stan? After some contemplation, Sengoku broached the subject, aware of Don Quixote's status as a celestial dragon. The secret that compelled Don Quixote to part with 25 billion surely cannot be trivial. Let it be. His limited strength renders him incapable of significant impact. The 5 elders do not regard Don Quixote with any seriousness. What merit does a mere admiral lackey possess? For now, it is imperative to resolve the situation with Stan and subsequently investigate him thoroughly. The elders are also somewhat irked. The intelligence personnel of both the world government and the Navy appear to be utterly inept. It is truly disappointing that such a formidable intelligence organization as Stan has hitherto elicited no information. Their ability to remain so well concealed speaks volumes of their grand ambitions. Moreover, their scientific prowess is exceedingly formidable. Stan's mode of transportation is of high technology, surpassing even the inventions of Vegapunk. Additionally, the medicinal solutions for treating Zifa and Whitebeard can be described as miraculous, capable of reviving the dead. In light of this, can Vegapunk, their most illustrious scientist, still be regarded as one who transcends human intellect by 5 centuries? They have arrived with remarkable speed, having returned from the New World in mere hours. The two gazed out the window, where Stan's vehicle came into view. Stan arrogantly parked the fighter jet in the square and then sat there waiting. Aren't you going to get down? Do you require someone to summon you? Hawkeye looked at Stan with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. After all, flying directly to the naval headquarters was already an audacious act. Of course, at this moment, it was the Navy that had summoned me. Stan nodded with a sense of inevitability, understanding that negotiations demanded an assertive presence. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as Kizaru tapped on the cabin door, casting a resigned glance at Stan. You see, the Admiral has personally come to summon me. Stan chuckled with a hint of pride as he addressed Hawkeye. Stepping down from the fighter jet, he effortlessly positioned himself at the forefront. Admiral Kizaru, I knew it was you. After all, our rapport is rather amicable. Stan chuckled softly, realizing that Kizaru, being a neutral party, was the most suitable individual to seek him out. The Navy must have acknowledged his formidable strength, thus refraining from dispatching a mere vice admiral to approach him. Alas, the old man found himself relegated to the role of a mere errand runner. Kizaru waved his hand in resignation. Akiji, harboring a disdain for Stan, could only accept his presence. Initially, he had anticipated that Stan would extend a modicum of courtesy, at least allowing him to wait at the entrance of the building. Upon hearing those words, he wondered if the 5 elders of the world government had arrived. If so, which one had come? Stan discerned the situation. The Warring States period would never permit Kizaru to be relegated to a mere errand boy. Kizaru offered no response. Instead, turning to Mihawk, what brings you here as well? And alongside Stan, Mihawk, a solitary ranger known for his independence, rarely operated in tandem with others, which was uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. I have matters to attend to at the Navy headquarters. Coincidentally, Stan's speed is remarkable, so we traveled together. Mihawk, however, did not regard Kizaru with disdain, merely providing a subdued explanation. Kizaru nodded, opting not to inquire further, for Mihawk's affairs were of no concern to him. Stan, I must admit, I never perceived this. At just 18 years of age, your prowess surpasses my own. Turning his gaze back to Stan, Kizaru smiled playfully. Your words are far too disingenuous. You, Kizaru, possess the swiftest speed in the world. Who could possibly rival you? Stan did not show any disdain towards Kizaru. It was unwarranted. Kizaru holds no enmity towards anyone. As for Kizaru's words, they are best taken with a grain of salt. He possesses an unwavering confidence in his own abilities, perhaps more so than anyone else. When you first appeared, I half expected you to deliver a swift kick infused with light speed. Although Stan is confident that the world government would not dare to act against him, he remains vigilant and prepared. If Kizaru were to caress his stubble and utter the phrase speed is weight, he would not find it peculiar in the slightest. Have you ever experienced a kick at the speed of light? Would you care to have a taste of it? Kizaru, with a playful demeanor, touched his stubble and chuckled lewdly. He personally found Stan to be quite admirable. Aside from a somewhat unscrupulous nature, he possessed no other flaws. However, it would be best to avoid such an encounter, for a single kick from you might very well fracture my spine. Stan's smile remained undiminished. Kizaru truly was an intriguing character. One wonders if he is indeed the undercover king. Whitebeard's blade scarcely grazed you, so how could I possibly inflict harm? What exactly is the nature of your fruitability? At such a tender age, how have you attained such extraordinary strength? Kizaru remained profoundly curious about Stan's prowess, particularly given his undefeated encounters with Whitebeard, which were utterly astonishing. As for that, I can offer no disclosure. My strength is hardly remarkable, merely a stroke of good fortune. Stan would certainly refrain from speaking the truth, and it is likely that he summoned Kizaru to test his own intentions. Chapter 43, Hawkeye. I demand 5 billion at the Navy headquarters. Stan led the way into the marshal's office. Stan, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Sengoku displayed an unusual warmth, as if he were not the least bit angered. Haha, Sengoku, Surely this is not your domain to command? Stan, showing no courtesy, settled onto the sofa and mockingly taunted Sengoku with a grin. He glanced at the golden-haired Gorosei. So you are one of the Gorosei? It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you. Although his words were polite, a subtle disdain lingered on Stan's face. The presence of such high-ranking individuals could only mean that Sengoku was attempting to shirk responsibility. Humph. The Gorosei let out a cold snort, clearly irritated by Stan's demeanor. Knowing his identity should have warranted a measure of respect. At the very least, some acknowledgement of his status was in order. Dracula Mihawk, what brings you here? Sengoku hastily shifted the topic, directing his attention to the newly arrived Mihawk. The swordsman had never shown much regard for the Navy, rarely attending even when the Shichibukai were summoned. I require 5 billion. Mihawk's straightforwardness was striking, devoid of any preamble. 5 billion? Are you jesting? Does the Navy owe you money? Are you in need of funds? Sengoku gaped incredulously at Mihawk. This was a first for him. Who was Mihawk, after all? A legendary swordsman who traversed the seas alone, he undeniably held the title of the world's premier swordsman. Just yesterday, he had brazenly robbed Doflamingo to procure goods for Stan, which had left Sengoku utterly astonished. Not at all. Over the years, I have dispatched numerous pirates. It should not fall short of 5 billion, should it? It is time to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Mihawk's expression was one of unwavering certainty, devoid of any sign of agitation. Previously indifferent, he now felt compelled to retrieve the money after Stan's remark. After all, he could not afford to lose face before Stan. He was no miser. Huh? What has come over you? Why the sudden demand for money? Sengoku remained perplexed. This was not the Mihawk he knew. Could it be that you purchased something from Stan? Surely it cannot be the flying machine outside? As he glanced at Stan's vehicle, Sengoku began to grasp Mihawk's intentions. Mihawk had never been one to fuss over money. Nor did he spend extravagantly. It seemed only Stan could draw such a substantial sum from him. At the end of the day, he was still a pirate, albeit one who refrained from wrongdoing. Other pirates were merely his prey. Just tell me whether you will pay or not. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Mihawk's tone carried a hint of impatience, showing little regard for Sengoku's authority. Was it truly for the aircraft? No, it was about pride. About the prestige that came with being the world's greatest swordsman. You. Sengoku's face flushed with anger. One Stan was already vexing enough. And now Mihawk was adding to his frustration. He turned to Stan. Have you no sense of shame? Is that contraption truly worth 5 billion? Is your heart completely devoid of integrity? Mihawk seemed beyond reason. He was not one to be swayed by others' counsel. Ah, such accusations. I am a man of integrity. This is a mutually beneficial transaction, so do not misrepresent the situation. Stan bristled at this remark, for he had never coerced Mihawk into any deal. It had always been entirely voluntary. Mihawk, are you truly allowing yourself to be so blatantly taken advantage of? Will you not draw your sword against him? Sengoku, irked, directed his ire toward Mihawk. Dracula Mihawk possesses formidable strength, yet he is not a man to be easily subdued by mere power. There is no individual he would hesitate to draw his sword against. Let us not speak of Mihawk's prowess. Even the 5 elders standing before him would provoke his hand without hesitation. 50 billion. This is the sum owed to me by your navy. Mihawk remains aloof, firmly believing in the righteousness of his stance, feeling no remorse for his actions. The bounties placed upon those pirates signify that, as a warlord of the sea, he is entitled to claim the rewards. Sengoku's anger causes his chest to heave, as he grapples with the audacity of these two individuals, questioning whether they possess any sense of dignity. Enough, Sengoku. It's merely 50 billion. Grant it to him. The 5 elders have spoken, indifferent to any loss of face, as they recognize that this sum is hardly a significant amount. Mihawk is indeed worth such a price. The generosity of the 5 elders stands in stark contrast to Sengoku's apparent miserly disposition. Stan seized the opportunity to mock Sengoku with a sardonic tone. Humph. Sengoku chose not to elaborate. Was he being petty? This was a matter of pride. After all, he was an admiral, while Mihawk, the strongest swordsman, held a position far beneath his own. Just hand the money over to Stan, and I shall take my leave. Mihawk nodded calmly, aware that the Navy would indeed provide him with the funds he sought, which were modest in amount. Stan, the fighter jet is now mine, and please release my motorboat. I must be on my way. Mihawk understood that Stan had pressing matters to discuss with the Navy and had no intention of lingering. These few individuals had merely come to greet him, refraining from discussing any other matters, clearly waiting for him to depart. Very well. I have placed the manual in the driver's seat. You shall comprehend it effortlessly. With another 5 billion transferred, Mihawk was once again regarded as a cherished friend by Stan, who was exceedingly courteous. "Shenwei," he uttered, activating the space to release Mihawk's motorboat. "Should there be any damage, do not hesitate to seek me out. I only replace, not repair, and the price remains unchanged." Mihawk, this forthright swordsman, was indeed an easy mark, a rare significant client. "By the way, where have you placed the eternal pointer? I shall retrieve a few." Mihawk nodded, displaying no hint of formality, treating the Navy headquarters as if it were his own home. "Find it yourself," Sengoku barked. Suppressing his fury as he pointed to the door, he no longer wished to lay eyes on Mihawk. Without uttering another word, Mihawk opened the door and rode off on his motorboat. "The eternal pointer is found on every Navy warship. Why not search for it yourself?" "Stan, what was the purpose of bringing Mihawk here? Was it merely to provoke me?" Sengoku was genuinely irate. It had been a long time since anyone had shown him such blatant disrespect. Mihawk was here to collect money, and he truly could not refuse, after all. He was one of the 7 warlords and the world's foremost swordsman. The 7 warlords were established to combat other pirates, thus remuneration was to be expected. Yet Mihawk showed him no respect, demanding 5 billion outright, disregarding his status as an admiral. "Well, since he has departed, let us not dwell on his affairs. We shall focus on our own matters." The 5 elders interrupted Sengoku, dismissing his grievances. Fixating on Stan, the expression of the 5 elders grew serious. They had observed the earlier exchange quite clearly. Stan's method of unleashing that motorboat undoubtedly showcases his spatial abilities. Based on the combat scenario involving Stan and Whitebeard, it is evident that Stan possesses the powers of a mythical beast. A mythical beast with spatial capabilities is an unprecedented phenomenon, even rarer than the great Buddha of Sengoku. "Stan, please articulate your terms. Surely, you have not leaked any intelligence, have you?" The Gorosei spoke candidly. There was no need for idle chatter, as everyone was quite occupied. Although Stan possesses formidable strength, he is merely a general and does not place significant importance on this fact. There are countless individuals of great power in the world, yet none have managed to challenge the world government effectively. The crux of the matter lies in intelligence. If such information were to leak, it could lead to dire consequences, particularly concerning ancient weapons. Given that Stan is familiar with the true history, it is highly likely that he possesses knowledge of events from 8 centuries past. This knowledge forms the very foundation of the world government and must remain shrouded in secrecy. Chapter 44. The Fury of the Warring States, a tribute to my elder brother for his support. While this may no longer be relevant, the future remains uncertain. Stan exuded an air of nonchalance, crossing his legs as he issued his threat. He held the upper hand. As long as he did not provoke the world government into a corner, he would emerge as the most esteemed figure. "No, that is satisfactory. What are your conditions? Speak up. Surely, you do not wish to engage in trivialities." The 5 elders nodded in approval, appreciating Stan's perceptiveness. It was good to have something to negotiate. This predicament indeed stemmed from the world government's short-sightedness, compounded by the incompetence of certain individuals. The 5 elders, true to their nature, responded readily, "I shall be direct then. I demand 500 billion. Stan is a formidable individual, boldly extending his 5 fingers. The world government is exceedingly wealthy. 500 billion is merely a trifling sum, and he does not consider this excessive. This elder of the 5 elders evidently shows no concern for money. Rather, he fears the possibility of Stan imposing other stringent conditions. 500 billion? Are you mad? Do you truly believe your intelligence is worth such a fortune?" Sengoku's perspective is markedly different. He feels a pang of anguish. Just imagine how many naval forces could be sustained or how much combat readiness could be enhanced with 500 billion. Beyond the essential military expenditures and research funding required annually, he dares not request 500 billion from the 5 elders. Is this your domain of authority? If not, then it would be wise for you to remain silent. Stan cast a glance at Sengoku, aware that the decision here lay firmly in the hands of the 5 elders. Sengoku's words held little weight. "Stan, your demands are excessive. 500 billion is far too much. I can only offer you 200 billion. The expression of the 5 elders remained unchanged as they promptly reduced the price by more than half. His presence here was solely to engage in negotiations with Stan, and he would not concede without resistance. He was indifferent to the money, but yielding too easily would render the world government vulnerable to manipulation. It was imperative for Stan to comprehend the resolve and limitations of the world government. Bargaining was out of the question. 500 billion was non-negotiable. As this predicament was initiated by you, the CP8 personnel inflicted considerable harm upon me. warranting a medical compensation of 100 billion. Additionally, I have suffered significant distress, rendering even my meals unpalatable, thus necessitating another 100 billion for emotional damages. The remaining 300 billion shall serve as a fee for the confidentiality of the intelligence. Provided the funds are secured, I shall not disclose the information to anyone. Stan elaborated on the expenses, asserting that bargaining was out of the question. In the eyes of the world government, 500 billion is merely a trifling sum, not sufficient to warrant a fallout over such a paltry amount. Do you take us for fools? Where have you been wronged? In what manner have you been frightened? Warring states erupted once more, having never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Whitebeard could not even lay a finger on Stan. How could the incompetent CP8 possibly inflict harm upon him? Alas, are you not blind? How then do you dare provoke me? Do you consider me an easy target? Stan feigned surprise, his mouth agape, and candidly mocked the warring states. Do you truly believe my strength is inferior to that of the four emperors? You choose to avoid provoking them, and instead direct your ire towards me. Is it that you hold me in such disdain? Stan's demeanor is exceedingly arrogant and unpleasant. The essence of negotiation lies in the aura one exudes. Stan, in all my years, I have never encountered anyone as audacious as you. Suddenly, Kizaru, who had been trimming his nails, interjected. Before him stands a member of the Gorosei, a sovereign of the world government. Indeed, no one has ever dared to be so brazen in their presence. Alas, you are witnessing it now. What can you possibly do? Stan spread his arms wide, a rebellious expression gracing his countenance, unafraid of those who approached him. Additionally, I require 2 individuals, Peach Rabbit and Dine. Peach Rabbit disrespected me yesterday and leaked my confidential information. She must receive a lesson. This is not the end, as Stan continues to impose his conditions, exuding audacity. Peach Rabbit, being a member of the Navy, is unlikely to be handed over by Sengoku, but the situation with the 5 elders is different. Although she is a powerful candidate for the position of admiral, sacrificing her would not significantly impact the world government. Foolish dreamer, I could eliminate you right now, Kizaru. Make your move. Sengoku seethed with fury, golden light radiating from him as he prepared to strike Stan. Peach Rabbit, after all, is not only a candidate for admiral but also the sister of his old comrade, Suru. How could he justify handing her over to Stan? Suru would surely take his life in retaliation. Aang too is a beloved disciple of Zephyr, having stood by his side. Zephyr, already disillusioned with the Navy, would undoubtedly leave if his disciple were sacrificed. Sengoku, cease this at once. Do you not regard me, a member of the 5 elders? One of the elders bellowed, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon Sengoku, unwilling to grant the admiral any leniency. Before he could utter any further words, Sengoku's attempt to act before him was already seen as a grave insult. Kizaru, meanwhile, paid no heed to Sengoku's words, acutely aware of the nature of the world government. When necessary, anyone could be sacrificed, including the celestial dragons, without the elders batting an eye. If you cannot remain, feel free to leave. I shall take charge here. The elder asserted bluntly, endeavoring to dismiss Sengoku from his office without reservation. It was merely a matter of 2 Navy personnel. What was the significance? Making sacrifices for the world government is both their duty and their honor. You, Peach Rabbit and Nine, belong to the Navy, and I have an obligation to protect them. If I were to surrender my Navy personnel to others, what face would we have left, and how could we speak of justice? Sengoku retorted vehemently, unable to tolerate such indignity. The words justice were emblazoned on the wall outside, and he could not simply turn a blind eye to them. Face? In this era of rampant piracy, does the Navy still possess face? I am embarrassed for you, the elder scoffed. Justice? If you truly cared for justice, then go apprehend the pirates. The elder's face remained impassive, yet his words cut deeply. The world is indeed rife with pirates, and their unchecked existence is partly due to the elder's own indulgence, as they collect protection money from various nations. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku was acutely aware of this reality, and to speak of justice in his presence was a fool's errand. The notion of the Navy's face was ludicrous. The world government's reputation sufficed. How many times had the Navy headquarters been attacked by Kaido? Yet, who would dare invade Mariewa? What do you mean by that? How many lives has the Navy sacrificed for justice? Sengoku could no longer regard Stan, for the Navy was the culmination of his life's work. He could not endure such humiliation. Every moment, the Navy bravely battled against pirates. This was an undeniable achievement. How many sacrifices? Yet, has anything been accomplished? Are you intent on recounting your toils? The elder sneered, dismissing the notion that the fleet admiral could engage him in a retort. Leave. I will handle this matter. You need only follow orders, he asserted, already feeling embarrassed by having a subordinate who did not heed commands. Stan, let us continue our discussion. Pay no mind to him. The Navy is merely a subordinate of the world government. The elder showed no respect for Sengoku, blatantly ignoring him. Chapter 45, continuing the negotiation. The five elders, as expected, demonstrated a profound understanding of the greater good. Stan applauded the five elders, truly impressive. In the original narrative, he showed no deference to Akainu, and now he extends the same disregard to Sengoku. Yet, this is quite understandable. The Navy loses numerous lives daily, and what concern is that to the five elders? As long as they entrust me with funds and personnel, I assure you that I will not divulge any sensitive information. Without pressing further, Stan made his assurance. The world government remains formidable. It is prudent not to push matters too far, merely to touch upon them lightly. It is not yet the opportune moment to sever ties with the world government, for he still requires time to bolster his strength. While the world government seeks to ascertain his circumstances, he is poised to extract certain advantages from the situation. Very well, I can concede to these conditions, but I must understand precisely what intelligence you possess. The five elders unhesitatingly acquiesced, deeming these terms exceedingly favorable. 500 billion. Merely a few vessels laden with celestial gold would suffice, and a minor deduction from the pocket money of the celestial dragons would do the trick. As for the two individuals Stan mentioned, that is even more economical. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Navy, those two are inconsequential. Furthermore, they could conveniently be placed beside Stan to monitor him as overt undercover agents. Intelligence? My knowledge is rather limited, merely trivial matters. I may have exaggerated my omniscience. One could say I am aware of 99 of the world's affairs. Stan did not provide a direct answer. He merely feigned humility while boasting. The five elders, however, were quite candid. These old scoundrels have likely long since lost their humanity, haven't they? Even after wielding power over the world government for so many years. I would not dare to utter such words. The five elders, with narrowed pupils, chuckled lightly and remarked, can 99 of the world's affairs truly be mastered by any individual? Even boasting should come with a semblance of preparation. Control? Is it genuinely the five elders who govern the world government? Stan's expression conveyed a hint of disdain, as he posed a rhetorical question laden with significance. The five elders, mere pawns, have they not also bowed before him? As Stan spoke, the five elders were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed intently upon him. The existence of Lord M was a closely guarded secret, known to but a few, if even Lord M was aware. It stood to reason that Stan was privy to other matters concerning the world government. Indeed, they had underestimated this information broker. His intelligence capabilities were beyond imagination. I absolutely disagree. I will not hand over anyone to Stan, Sengoku bellowed. The individuals in question belonged to his navy, and he could not entrust them to another's disposal. If he surrendered them, how would Zifa and Crane perceive him? What face would he have left to continue as fleet admiral? He understood that the five elders intended to place an undercover agent beside Stan, but why should this task fall upon them instead of the world government's own personnel? Peach Rabbit and Ayn were both stunning women, and he could only dread the treatment they might endure at Stan's hands. Sengoku, I have already consented. Do you fail to comprehend? Are you defying my orders? The five elders were incensed. After all, he was one of the five elders, and the fleet admiral was not even granting him this modicum of respect. Do you wish to relinquish your position? If so, I can arrange for your replacement immediately. As fleet admiral, could he really be so obtuse as to miss such a straightforward intention? Opportunities to place undercover agents were rare. Once they clarified Stan's information, those two could return just the same, could they not? Let it be. I have had enough of this impotent fleet admiral. In any case, I will never relinquish those individuals. Sengoku was remarkably obstinate, spewing forth words with fervor. How many unreasonable orders had the world government imposed? He had long since reached his limit. When it came to undercover work, his adopted son Corazon had infiltrated Doflamingo's ranks and ultimately perished. And what had come of it? That scoundrel Doflamingo had shamelessly ascended to the ranks of the seven warlords. Mr. Sengoku, do not speak in anger. Stan is quite amiable. He would not mistreat them. Kizaru interjected, unable to remain silent any longer, attempting to console Sengoku. Had he known, he would have chosen to accompany Mihawk instead of being here, trimming his nails. He was merely a vice admiral. He should not bear such undue pressure. Akiji, that wily one, had wisely avoided Stan, ensuring he did not appear. Sengoku, you are insubordinate. Depart at once. We shall address you later. The The five elders issued a stern command, demanding Sengoku vacate the premises. It was profoundly disappointing. Was his intention not crystal clear? Was this arrangement not appropriate? As a member of the Navy, contributing to the security of the world government was a matter of honor, was it not? To disregard the greater good for personal interests while roaring defiantly before him was intolerable. Sengoku could no longer endure it. Disappointment clouded his gaze as he regarded the five elders. What was the Navy being reduced to? If you cannot remain, then leave. Stan, continue with the transaction. Let us proceed with our discussions. The five elders, irritated, directed their attention back to Stan, dismissing Sengoku entirely. I will never surrender those individuals to you. You shall not succeed. Sengoku understood that he could not alter the will of the five elders. He left with a parting threat. Knowing that as long as he remained at Navy headquarters, Stan would not be able to take anyone away. Very well, let us not be swayed by external factors. I have matters to discuss with you. The five elders regained their composure, a trace of a smile gracing their lips. The Navy was merely a subordinate division of the world government. Their orders were absolute, and who would dare defy them? It appears you possess many high-tech items. Are they all for sale? He expressed a keen interest in Stan's advanced transportation technology, recognizing its potential for research. Moreover, mutual trade could lower defenses and facilitate the acquisition of intelligence. Of course, I, Stan, am in the business of commerce. As long as there is currency involved, I can sell anything. Stan would certainly not refuse. Who would turn down the opportunity to earn money? As long as he refrains from selling anything of true catastrophic potential capable of annihilating the world, he is content. Ordinary items, even if equipped by the world government, pose no threat to him. Is that so? You truly are a businessman of integrity. Shortly, I shall dispatch someone to discuss matters of collaboration with you. Thus, we shall settle our affairs. Rest assured, Sengoku is of no concern. The five elders chuckled, fully agreeing to Stan's terms. Sengoku's assertion that Stan is a man who is fervently driven by profit is undeniably accurate. With Vegapunk at their disposal, any high-tech items sold to them could be mass-produced. This evident flaw of being excessively profit-driven makes such individuals considerably more trustworthy. One can only hope Stan possesses no shortcomings. Then let us embark on this collaboration with great enthusiasm. Stan chuckled heartily, having secured 500 billion, along with an additional 50 billion from Hawkeye. Chapter 46. When My Navy is Joy Street. At the Navy headquarters, Stan accompanied Icarus towards the new recruit training camp. Icarus, what brings you such joy? Stan inquired, observing the beaming smile on Icarus's face. When my master is happy, I too am filled with joy, Icarus replied, his smile radiating sweetness. For Stan was also graced with a broad grin. Hee, you truly are a little angel. Stan chuckled heartily, for the funds had been transferred, and naturally, he was elated. With 55 billion at his disposal, he could embark on numerous ventures, and his plans could finally come to fruition. As for Tautu and Ein, he would simply take them along when the time came, anticipating that they would undergo some persuasive discussions. The dealings involving these two could be described as a calculated scheme. The world government was inclined to grant individuals such as them the opportunity, hoping they would serve as insiders. And what of them? Apart from pursuing romantic entanglements, his other half was dedicated to sowing discord between the Marines and the world government. Just moments ago, Sengoku and the five elders had engaged in a fierce dispute, clearly indicative of an emerging rift. Beyond Sengoku, he also represented Zephyr, Crane, and Garp. With his maneuvers, he had managed to create distance between the old guard of the Navy and the world government. It was likely that Sengoku had perceived his intentions. But what could he do? Would he willingly hand over his men? The five elders would certainly not concern themselves with the Navy's reputation. Their decrees were to be executed without hesitation. In their view, making sacrifices for the world government was an obligation and duty of the Navy. Ein, I have come to see you, and I even brought Whitebeard 2 back with me. Upon entering the new recruit training camp, Stan called out to Ein, who was instructing other Marines. Stan, did Admiral Sengoku give you a hard time? Ein turned around, her expression reflecting curiosity. The incident involving Admiral Sengoku had become widely known throughout the Navy, as he had revealed his true self in the office regarding Stan's affairs. She was unaware of the specifics. She had assumed Stan would be apprehended upon arriving in a fighter jet. Are you worried about me? Fear not. Sengoku could barely utter a few words in my presence. Stan held Ain's small hand, his smile radiating with brilliance. Warring States had indeed spoken few words, most of which were mere shouts. Hurry and tell me. You claim to have captured Whitebeard 2, but where is he? Ain ruthlessly pushed Stan away, glancing left and right. You have broken my heart. I shall not grant you Whitebeard too. Stan pretended to weep, playfully remarking, It truly feels delightful to share a moment with a charming young lady during leisure. Very well, I admit my fault. My apologies. Let us go meet teacher Zephyr. Ain, rendered speechless, offered an apology, prioritizing the comfort of teacher Zephyr above all else. By the way, who is this behind you? She appears rather peculiar. Ain then turned her gaze towards Icarus, and as a woman, she could not overlook her presence. Are you feeling a twinge of jealousy? This is Icarus, my most cherished subordinate. Stan remains with a grin, and jealousy is indeed a vivid expression of emotion. How infuriating. That Stan, clearly not a member of the Navy, dares to behave so arrogantly in Marineford. I am filled with resentment. My goddess Ain, is she to be taken away by an outsider? With a woman at his side. He dares to flirt with our goddess, truly despicable. The surrounding Navy personnel have lost focus on their training, their eyes fixed on Stan like wolves. In this vast Navy headquarters, such audacity has never been witnessed before. Enough of this commotion, you should go find teacher Zephyr. You are insufferable. Ain's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The events of the previous night had already left her feeling shy. Humph, what is there to see in an old man? He should come out and meet me himself. Stan was displeased. Despite Zephyr being teacher Ain, it was unacceptable for him to be mentioned in his presence constantly. Let's hurry. There are so many people watching. Ain, undeterred, grasped Stan's arm and led him into the building. In the marshal's office, Warring States re-entered. Why? Why hand over personnel to Stan? They're my Navy's people. Warring States, still seething with anger, glared furiously at the 5 Elder Stars. He understood their intentions, yet he could not swallow his indignation. How could one audaciously request personnel from the Navy? Stan's actions are undeniably criminal. He is effectively leading Toru and Ain into the jaws of danger. The Navy betraying its own, entrusting its members to the hands of criminals. What would happen if this information were to leak? How would the hundreds of thousands of naval personnel worldwide perceive their superiors? What would the public think? Wouldn't those pirates become even more rampant and belittle the Navy further? Where then lies the Navy's dignity? There is no need for further discourse. My mind is made up. If you are unwilling to proceed, feel free to resign. What is the sacrifice now? Is it not a matter of honor for them? Once we ascertain Stan's intelligence and eliminate him, the Navy will regain its lost face. With a mere wave of the Elder Star's hand, they interrupted Sengoku's lengthy discourse. Enduring humiliation while biding one's time. Shouldn't that be a quality inherent to the Navy? The one who laughs last is the true victor. What do momentary grievances matter? Stan, that unscrupulous businessman, clearly harbors ill intentions and will undoubtedly mistreat them. How can they acquire intelligence under such circumstances? Sengoku still felt uneasy. He harbored no favorable impression of Stan. Stan is just an 18-year-old lad. Do you not grasp what occupies his thoughts? With a little persuasion, obtaining information should be a trivial matter, the Elder Stars scoffed derisively. Young men are often swayed by their baser instincts. Greedy and lustful, they already look down upon Stan, dismissing him as a potential threat. Money is plentiful within the world government. Beautiful women are abundant. If we can find a way to exploit Stan's weaknesses, he would surely comply without hesitation. For this very reason, we cannot hand over the individuals to him. Do you take the Navy for mere women of the pleasure district? Sengoku was incensed. Such words were a blatant suggestion for Toru and the others to sell their bodies. He fully understood Stan's intentions. Was it not merely lust he sought? The notion of the Navy's valiant men compelling 2 women to sell their bodies is utterly intolerable. Sengoku, you are overstepping your bounds. I have already made my decision. And it is not your place to debate it. The Elder Stars glared at Sengoku, who seemed to believe that his seniority granted him the right to negotiate. Women of the Pleasure District? Is not the Queen of the Pleasure District one of CP0? Why should the Navy not be capable of such sacrifices? No. I absolutely refuse to hand them over. Unless I am dead, Sengoku declared resolutely, unwilling to allow Toru and the others to be exploited. If Karp and Tsuru were to return and learn of such a disgrace, where would he hide his face? Chapter 47. The Struggle for Power in the New Recruit Training Camp, Zifa's office. Teacher Zifa, I have brought Stan. Ain entered the office with Stan. Zifa nodded calmly, then fixed his gaze intently on Stan. After a moment, he remarked, Kid, impressive. You have hidden your talents well, managing to draw even with Whitebeard. As a former admiral, he was well informed. Matters of the Navy could not escape his notice. TCH, there's nothing to discuss with an old fool like you, Shinwei. Stan preferred brevity. releasing Whitebeard 2 without further ado. Whitebeard 2 belongs to you, while Ein is mine. With that declaration, Stan took Ein's hand and departed. He had nothing to discuss with Zephyr. Remaining here was merely a waste of time. Wait, why do I belong to you? Ein protested vehemently, having never consented to any terms set by Stan. How dare you presume? You wish to exchange him for Ein? That is out of the question. Zephyr slammed his hand on the table, still unaware of the negotiations that had transpired. Take Whitebeard too if you must. I never demanded you capture him. Ein stays with me. After all, Ein was his student, and it was inconceivable to use him as a bargaining chip. Moreover, he would personally retrieve Whitebeard too. You misunderstand. It is not an exchange. Sengoku has sold Ein to me. Whitebeard 2 is yours if you desire him. I merely assisted Ein in capturing him. And that is a separate matter altogether. Stan chuckled with a hint of satisfaction. How could a single Sengoku create turmoil against the five elders? It would be far more amusing to provoke Akiji and Shavtun later on. Akiji is affiliated with Sengoku's faction, and Shavtun has professed his affection for Peach Bunny countless times. So it is only natural for them to support Sengoku. As for Kizaru, being a fellow Marine, he is likely to side with this group, especially seeing so many dissenting voices within the Navy. Did Sengoku truly sell Ein to you? How dare he? Ein is my disciple. What right does he have to make such a decision? It is inconceivable that Sengoku would engage in such an act. Come, let us confront him directly. Zephyr bellowed in anger. Who would dare to sell his disciple to Stan? He and Sengoku have been comrades for many years, and he knows him well. Sengoku would never betray his disciple. However, Stan is a formidable figure. He cannot simply make baseless claims without reason, and surely there must be some hidden truth behind this. You may go on your own. Besides Ein, Sengoku has also sold Peach Bunny to me. The internal affairs of your Marine Corps are of no concern to me, and I shall not interfere. Stan shook his head, feeling it was only right to confront Sengoku in a fit of anger. Tau Rabbit? Sengoku has lost his senses. Tau Rabbit is not only a candidate for admiral but also the sister of Crane. Zephyr stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, unable to fathom that Stan was jesting. Yet, Sengoku was certainly not the type to act in such a manner. Unless he had completely lost his mind, he would never commit such an act. I shall take my leave. You may seek out Sengoku on your own. Without further provoking Zephyr, Stan grasped Ein and departed. This time, Zephyr did not intervene, and Ein offered no resistance, merely following Stan in a daze. How infuriating! Who could have betrayed my disciple? I shall never accept this. Zephyr roared, shattering a window with a punch and storming towards the commander's office. Ein was not only his most cherished disciple, but also his most capable assistant. Even though Stan treated Ein well, he could not allow his disciple to be treated as a mere commodity. On the training grounds, Ein stood motionless, watching Zephyr rush away. Stan, is what you say true? Has Admiral Sengoku truly sold me to you? She is part of the Navy, and now the Navy's admiral has sold her. How could she possibly feel about that? Has the Navy sunk to such depths that they can casually betray their own? In truth, it was not Sengoku who orchestrated this, but rather the world government, which was nearly the same. In any case, you are now mine. Just follow me without concern, and I shall treat you well. Stan embraced Ein, whispering soothing words of comfort. Although he had his own ulterior motives, he held a genuine fondness for Ein. Her sorrowful, heart-wrenching expression stirred something deep within him. Stan anticipated that the Navy would be incapable of altering the resolve of the five elders. The more discontent there was among the people regarding the decisions of the five elders, the more resolute they would become in their stance. The Navy served merely as a tool for the world government to suppress pirates and must comply with orders. Should the Navy gather a faction intent on defying the world government's commands, such insubordination would be utterly intolerable. If the Navy were to resist their orders this time, would they not expect concessions the next? Such an occurrence would effectively mean the Navy had severed ties with the world government and declared themselves sovereign. The more the Navy resisted, the more the five elders would perceive their desire for autonomy, leading to intensified oppression. In that scenario, it would no longer concern Stan or Ein. It would become a struggle for power. The Navy, lacking independent revenue, would be unable to sustain itself. The concept of justice associated with the Navy derives directly from the world government's legitimacy, leaving them with no choice but to submit. However, the upper echelons of the Navy are not to be underestimated. The five elders would likely yield to some extent. This concession would probably require a commitment from him to refrain from taking action against Momonosuke and Ein for a specified duration, accompanied by some form of compensation for the Navy, thereby allowing the matter to pass. Yet, this would also create a rift between the Navy and the world government. These conclusions were reached after extensive calculations by Stan's system. Now, it remained to be seen whether the five elders would extend a gesture of goodwill towards the Navy or impose further coercion. The Navy was already a formidable force. Led by the three commanding officers, Steelbone Kong, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the legendary Hero Carp, along with Chief Instructor Zephyr, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the three admirals, including two admiral candidates. In the original narrative of the Marineford War, it was evident that the world government sought to weaken the Navy, providing no reinforcements whatsoever. Not only did they withhold support, but they also reassigned Momonosuke and Tashiji, leaving them absent from the battlefield. Given the current circumstances, the world government's strategy to undermine the Navy would undoubtedly become even more ruthless. Why is this happening? I am a Navy officer. I have sacrificed so much for the Navy. Ayn cried, collapsing into Stan's embrace, tears streaming down her face. It was heartbreakingly sorrowful. She had devoted over a decade to the Navy and made significant contributions. It's all right, do not worry. I will take good care of you. If the Navy does not want you, I do. Stan could not bear to see a woman in tears, promptly patting Ayn's back in a comforting gesture. What on earth has transpired? He inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. It appeared that something was amiss with Professor Zephyr and Colonel Ayn. The urgency was palpable as Professor Zephyr hastened towards the marshal's office, while Colonel Ayn wept inconsolably. The tension in the air signaled that this was indeed a significant matter. The onlookers sensed the impending crisis, for it was rare for Professor Zephyr to involve himself in naval affairs. His presence at the marshal's office indicated the seriousness of the situation. Chapter 48. A proper discourse, dog thief. Prepare to meet your end. A sharp voice echoed outside the training camp. Armed with a golden vidra, Peach Rabbit charged fearlessly towards Stan. Yellow Ape, obstruct her, or I shall not hold back. Stan remained unfazed as he called out to the distance. Ever since he departed from the marshal's office, Kazara had been trailing him, concerned that he might cause a commotion at the Navy headquarters. Suddenly, a golden ray sliced through the air, striking Kinairo with a resounding explosion. Peach Rabbit had no choice but to retreat. Peach Rabbit, do you wish to experience my lightspeed kick? Kazaro, though exasperated, nonetheless appeared before Peach Rabbit. Stan is acutely aware of his own strength. Should a confrontation arise, the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly sustain considerable damage. The moment he takes action, Momosaji will comprehend his intentions and will no longer stubbornly cling to her position. Admiral Kizaru, you must step aside swiftly. Allow me to deal with this scoundrel. Momosaji, with gritted teeth and fiery eyes, fixated on Stan. Moments ago, she had witnessed Zephyr rushing towards the marshal's office. It was merely a casual inquiry. Yet she could not have anticipated such an outcome. This scoundrel, audaciously naming her specifically, could hardly bode well. Momosaji, he taunted, I am a man of my word. When I say you shall wash your feet, it is a command. Are you prepared? Stan would not show any leniency towards Peach Bunny, provoking her with a mischievous grin. Peach Bunny, your temperament remains quite fiery. Indeed, when a rabbit is agitated, it can bite. You scoundrel, may you meet a wretched fate. I shall kill you. Upon hearing this, Peach Bunny's fury reached its zenith, her aura exuding dominance as she unleashed a slashing strike. Oh dear, what is the necessity of this? Stan's strength surpasses yours. Cease this folly. Huang Yuan sighed, lifting his long leg to send the strike soaring into the heavens. Why must he always undertake such tasks? This was not his responsibility. It would be better suited for Akiji to intervene. I care not. Today, it is either him or me. Peach Bunny bellowed in rage, teetering on the brink of insanity. Following Stan, that scoundrel, was a fate she deemed worse than death itself. Stan, come forth. I shall slay you. In the distance, a roar echoed throughout Marineford, the resentment within it almost palpable. The usually laid-back and grinning T-Pig barreled forward, wreaking havoc. In the entire Navy, who was unaware of his deep affections for Peach Bunny, having professed his feelings 100 times. Hiki, General Huang Yuan, do take good care of me. Stan smiled with a squint, instructing Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan rolled his eyes, questioning whether Stan truly expected him to provide protection. It was likely not with benevolent intentions. Tao Tu, Cha Tun, cease your antics. This is an order from the five elders. Huang Yuan admonished Tao Tu and Cha Tun, shedding his usual languid and lecherous demeanor. He could empathize with their feelings, yet understanding did not negate the authority of commands. Flying finger gun. Cha Tun disregarded the counsel entirely. With both hands emerging from his pockets, he unleashed a barrage of air bullets towards Stan. Why must you resort to this? Huang Yuan exclaimed. delivering a powerful kick that obliterated the projectiles with a brilliant flash of golden light. With him present, they should have comprehended that it was utterly impossible to harm Stan. Green Pheasant, you share a closer bond with them. Do not merely stand by and observe. Please, persuade them. Huang Yuan implored. You are well aware of Stan's prowess. Should a conflict arise, those two would surely perish. Huang Yuan glanced towards a concealed corner, pondering how such a significant matter could escape Green Pheasant's attention. After all, a vice admiral is merely a vice admiral. There remains a distinct disparity when compared to an actual admiral. Stan is indeed a formidable powerhouse, even combined. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig would not stand a chance against him. Alas, I find it impossible to remain in the shadows any longer. I merely wish to witness the commotion. You too, cease this ruckus and address the matter with Admiral Sengoku. Akiji stepped forward helplessly to mediate between them. There was no choice. Rousing Stan's ire would only provide him with an excuse to act out. Admiral Sengoku was already opposed to this affair. And with their combined efforts, they might just compel the elders to relent. If they were to withdraw from their duties, the Navy would effectively become incapacitated. And the elders would surely not allow such a situation to unfold. It was fortuitous that he harbored disdain for many of the world government's edicts. And he saw this as an opportunity to instigate change. Just wait and see, Stan. I shall undoubtedly take your life. Peach Rabbit scoffed, turning away without hesitation. Then let us engage in a proper discourse before the Admiral. I shall never consent to this. T-Pig also refrained from further confrontation, casting a fierce glare at Stan before departing. He had just returned to Marineford, and upon hearing the news, rushed over, still unaware of the full context. Akiji was someone he trusted. Since he advised against violence, there was no need for him to seek unnecessary trouble. Stan, you truly have a knack for causing discord. Are you satisfied with the current state of affairs? Akiji regarded Stan with an impassive expression, his tone laced with disdain. Would anyone believe that Stan had not foreseen this situation? He likely anticipated today's events when he sold the information about the Underworld King and the Joker to the Navy. Akainu, being at odds with their faction, would most likely support the elders, but would not join in their tumult. At most, he would remain silent for the sake of his reputation, which is why Stan had managed to sideline him. Vice Admiral Tsuru, possessing calm wisdom, could have mitigated Admiral Sengoku's fury. If Garp were present as well, the four elder generals would have surely deterred the elders from exerting such pressure on the Navy. Kizaru, at this juncture, you certainly do not intend to remain a passive observer, do you? Akiji turned his gaze towards Kizaru, hoping for his support. Among the three admirals, he was at odds with Akainu, while Kizaru was an indecisive figure. Within the Navy headquarters, only Zifa and Kizaru had a strained relationship. This cannot be. I am also an admiral. How could I betray my own comrades in the Navy? Kizaru expressed his reluctance to take a stance, as he could no longer afford to be ambiguous. If he were to betray his fellow Navy officers, how would the soldiers regard him? Even though he held the rank of admiral, if the men beneath him lost faith, he would be unable to command them with dignity. However, this matter did not concern him greatly. He genuinely wished to remain uninvolved and avoid conflict with the elders. Who were the elders, after all? Even if they were coerced into conceding this time, they would eventually seek retribution. The world government harbors numerous individuals of admiral strength. The elders would not overly value their power. Stan, you have placed me in a precarious position. Why did you not sell additional information back then? I could have simply gone out on a mission. Observing Akiji turn to leave, Kizaru lamented to Stan. In times past, remaining at the Navy headquarters brought him joy. Yet the present circumstances were far from favorable. Admiral Kizaru, such a significant matter cannot proceed without your involvement. Your vote is of utmost importance. With a smile on his face, Stan certainly would not choose to offend the entire Navy. If it were Akainu, the situation would be quite different. With the support of the elders, he would be secure in the position of the next fleet admiral. The elders likely did not foresee the current predicament, as it is taken for granted that the Navy sacrifices for the world government. Chapter 49. The beginning of theory at the Navy headquarters, in the Grand Conference Room. The elders sat at the head of the table, with Sengoku, Zephyr, Akiji, Kizaru, Peach Rabbit, and Tantata to their left. To their right sat three masked men in white robes. The matter had escalated significantly, but a physical confrontation was not an option. They had to sit down and discuss it seriously. The elders were not alone, having brought 3 CP0 agents to assist. I will never agree to hand over Ayn to Stan. She is my disciple, Zephyr declared, his temper flaring, his face stern. Ayn had been with him for over a decade, and their bond was profound. How could she be traded without his consent? since his family was slain by pirates. Ein and Benji had become his most cherished disciples. Peach Rabbit is a candidate for admiral. Handing her over to Stan would be a disgrace to the Navy. Tontada, having pursued Peach Rabbit for years, could not allow such a thing. Peach Rabbit remained silent. She felt powerless. How could she express her unwillingness to sacrifice for the world government? While she would not willingly surrender her dignity, she could not openly voice this. To entrust members of the Navy to a criminal would be met with ridicule. If the pirates learned of this, it would only embolden their arrogance. What prestige would the Navy have left? Akiji could no longer tolerate the situation, whether for personal ties or the Navy's reputation. Yes, if they endured this humiliation and gathered intelligence on Stan to eliminate him, their reputation would be restored. But this was merely an ideal scenario. What if they did not survive long enough to see it through? Moreover, Stan was merely a small obstacle. There were other methods to eliminate him without requiring such sacrifices. This issue was instigated by the world government. If anyone is to make sacrifices, let it be them. The Navy will not bear this burden, Sengoku stated emphatically. It was indeed the world government that had decided to capture Stan, a matter in which the Navy had no involvement. As a result, a mere supporting agent. The Ghost Spider had already perished. Now they were expected to make sacrifices, including the dignity of 2 women. Such notions of enduring humiliation and biding time were utterly unacceptable. Have you all finished speaking? Kizaru, do you have anything to add? The elders, maintaining a grim demeanor, turned their gaze towards Kizaru. What the Navy is doing now is akin to a coup. It is defiance against the world government's orders. The purpose of the Navy's establishment was to uphold the world government's rule. Was it truly for justice? Kizaru surveyed the room, aware that everyone was awaiting his position. Well, I must admit that I do not entirely agree with this matter, Kizaru expressed, feeling an immense headache. He merely wished to clock in and collect his salary without getting embroiled in such issues. After this, he would likely be resented by the elders, and he would have to tread carefully in the future. While he held the rank of admiral and faced no grave threats, it was inevitable that he would face some backlash. You lot have indeed grown quite bold. The elders suddenly chuckled, their gaze lingering on each individual. Have you forgotten where your military funding comes from? With a bang on the table, one of the elders exclaimed, exuding an aura of authority. The Navy, harshly put, was merely a dog raised by the world government, and now this dog sought to bite its master. How much military funding was allocated to the Navy each year? Now they dared to growl at him. How could he not be angered? Yet these were but minor sacrifices. Within the CP organization, many had made similar sacrifices. As a subordinate organization of the world government, it was only natural for the Navy to do the same. One of the CP0 agents seated opposite Sengoku interjected, adopting an air of righteousness. Their primary purpose in coming here was to demonstrate to the Navy what loyalty entailed. Sacrificing dignity was something done by many. From CP0 to CP9. Now that it was the Navy's turn to make such a sacrifice, their discontent was palpable. Was this the behavior of loyal individuals? You are speaking nonsense. The Navy's duty is to fight with all their might. This does not fall within our responsibilities. Sengoku could no longer contain his fury. Unable to refrain from retorting, the words of CP0, although seemingly rational, were a blatant distortion of concepts. The Navy was a combat unit. How could it be compared to CP0, which handled such grim tasks? What right do you have to speak here? Just serve the celestial dragons properly. Zephyr retorted without holding back, mocking CP0. CP0 was nothing more than the dogs of the celestial dragons, completely obedient to them, having long since lost their humanity. If Carp dared to call the celestial dragons trash, so too would Zephyr, let alone CP0. The celestial dragons were the children of the gods. Serving them was a privilege. The Navy was not worthy of such honor. CP0 was thoroughly brainwashed, showing no awareness of the insults hurled by Zephyr. In any case, my disciple will not be handed over. Whoever dares to harm Ein will face my wrath, Zephyr declared fiercely, unfazed by the elders' imposing presence. 2 years prior, he had formed a pirate guerrilla group, with only Ein and Benji accompanying him. Now, the group had nearly taken shape, and he rarely returned to the Navy headquarters. If necessary, he could sever ties with the Navy altogether. If Ein were to join Stan for her own happiness willingly, he would have nothing to say. But coercion was entirely unacceptable. Peach Rabbit, you must speak for yourself. Are you willing to sacrifice for the world government? The elders fixed their oppressive gaze on Peach Rabbit, understanding that such matters must ultimately be decided by the individual involved. I am willing to sacrifice, even in combat against the four emperors, even if it costs me my life. But as a Navy soldier, I have no obligation to sacrifice my dignity. My duty is to fight. Peach Rabbit was certainly unwilling. If it were a matter of combat, she would not hesitate against any foe. But why should she be asked to sacrifice her dignity? Was she really expected to wash Stan's feet? Members of the Navy will never be handed over to a criminal. Let us eliminate Stan right now. It would be much simpler. Sengoku rose, exuding a golden aura, threateningly declaring, "The strength of Stan is formidable. However, this is their naval headquarters. And there is still a considerable assurance in capturing Stan. The intelligence possessed by Stan is that of the world government and has no connection to his Navy. Given the relentless pressure from the five elders on the Navy, they might as well be prepared to face complete ruin together. Admiral Sengoku, do not act rashly. Since Stan dares to come to the Navy headquarters, he must possess a certain level of confidence." Kizaru hurriedly restrained Sengoku, as he did not believe that Stan would be easily manageable. Sengoku's words were clearly a threat to the five elders. If such an action were taken, it would mark a definitive rupture with the world government. Chapter 50, A Step Back for All, an additional update for the three generous benefactors, Navy Headquarters, Family District. Stan strolled leisurely alongside Ein and Icarus, his spirits buoyed by the completion of all his tasks, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. Icarus gazed at him with a smile, embodying a carefree essence devoid of worries. In stark contrast, Ein maintained a stoic expression, her demeanor shadowed by a sense of despair and a hint of trepidation. Although she bore no ill will towards Stan, the thought of being betrayed to him by the Navy was unsettling. She was acutely aware of Zephyr's volatile temperament. Should negotiations falter, dire consequences could ensue. "Stan, why did you propose such terms?" Ein regarded him with a troubled gaze, recognizing that the crux of the matter stemmed from Stan himself. From Kazara's earlier remarks, it was evident that Stan sought to incite discord between the Navy and the world government. "Because of love. Do you not comprehend my intentions? Is it wrong to pursue that which one adores?" Stan replied without hesitation. "Isn't it quite normal to employ some strategies when pursuing someone? Don't overthink it. You should be aware of the darkness within the world government. What difference does it make to remain in the Navy?" Though he had his own ulterior motives, he did not wish to witness Ein's despondent state. Hey, Stan, I heard you speaking ill of my Navy behind my back," a voice interjected. The yellow ape appeared not far ahead, speaking with a rather lewd tone. "Have you two made plans? It seems you've cunningly avoided a disaster." Stan was not taken aback. He chuckled lightly as he teased Kazara. The usual lewd expression on Kazara's face was enough to indicate that he was in good spirits. "Indeed. We have all come to a consensus and are merely awaiting a conversation with you." Kazara nodded, relieved that there had been no altercation and that matters had not taken a turn for the worse. He simply cast his vote without much concern. The Gorosei would not hold a grudge against him. Moving forward, he would diligently clock in for work, and this incident would be forgotten. Discussing the matter was certainly acceptable. "I had anticipated that you might come to eliminate me instead." Stan maintained his unwavering smile, suggesting that negotiations could indeed proceed smoothly, provided that monetary compensation was adjusted. To speak candidly, neither Wano nor Zephyr could be compared to the celestial dragons, who have long forsaken their humanity. Furthermore, both Trafalgar Law and Toko Haruka harbored intentions to eliminate him. Should these individuals join forces, the likelihood of success would be significantly heightened. Given the current circumstances, it appears that either these individuals have yet to succumb entirely to madness, or the members of CP0 possess formidable strength. There is no shortage of elite combatants among CP0, and the three newly arrived members likely belong to this category. Let us depart. This matter requires resolution. Stan led the way, fully aware of the outcome that had been deliberated by the group. Admiral Kizaru, may I inquire about the results? Ein gradually caught up, her voice tinged with apprehension. Although Kizaru's relationship with Zephyr was strained, she still had a grasp of his character. If the Navy was indeed coerced into yielding by the Gorosei, Kizaru would certainly not find amusement in it. Why bother asking? The answers would soon be revealed, especially considering Stan's kindness towards her. Kizaru's expression turned icy in an instant, refraining from giving a direct response. Their relationship had never been particularly cordial, and this matter was far from honorable, no matter how he rationalized it. Betraying his comrades within the Navy was something he found utterly disgraceful. If it were possible, he would prefer to receive news of the four emperors causing turmoil, allowing him to rush to the New World immediately. At present, it seemed they had reached a consensus, yet the true issues remained unresolved. How could the combined forces of the Navy simply disregard the commands of the Gorosei? Following this incident, many within the pacifist faction led by Fleet Admiral Sengoku would likely face repercussions. Kizaru, what are you worried about? Your strength is formidable. No one would dare to trouble you. Stan did not believe that the Yellow Ape was genuinely concerned about anything, as long as he refrained from meddling in affairs. He could lead a prosperous life. In his view, among the three admirals, the Yellow Ape perhaps possessed the strongest capabilities. The awakening of the Logia-type fruit allowed for a permanent alteration of the terrain, akin to a domain-like power. Once the Glinklint fruit was awakened, it could be said that he would reign as the Lord of the Skies. Higi, there are many whose strength surpasses mine. After all, Stan, you are undoubtedly stronger than I, the Yellow Ape remarked with a humble chuckle. He was not truly worried, as long as he did not instigate trouble. No one could truly challenge him. As for Admiral Sengoku and the others, at most, they would lose their power. Otherwise, Garp would have perished long ago. Their contributions to the Navy were substantial, and their reputation was anything but trivial. However, he sensed that Stan was not a person of mere beginnings and endings, and he would likely attempt to sow discord. Stan refrained from further conversation and led the way into the grand conference room. With a cheerful smile, he cast a sweeping glance across the assembly, taking a seat directly opposite the five elders. 3 CP0 members, I must say, I feel quite honored. Have you ceased your servitude to the celestial dragons? He remarked playfully, observing the 3 figures clad in white robes. It seems that serving the celestial dragons is indeed a remarkable feat. These few Navy officers appear to be intimidated by your presence. Stan turned his gaze towards the individuals from the warring states, initiating a scheme of discord among them. Why do you stare at me? I am merely a businessman here to discuss commerce. I have not coerced any of you. The warring states glared at Stan with indignation, to which he responded with a dismissive wave and a mocking tone. The celestial dragons are the children of the gods. Serving them is indeed a supreme honor. Yet, wasn't the deceased celestial dragon last time closely related to you? Or perhaps you were the one who ended his life? CP0 regarded Stan with skepticism, their expressions far from cordial. They had conducted numerous investigations, discovering that only Stan possessed the capability to slay a celestial dragon amongst the formidable beings present at Sabaody. Furthermore, Stan had employed his spatial abilities at the Navy headquarters today, further amplifying their suspicions. Oh, you mustn't make baseless accusations. One must adhere to evidence in their endeavors. Wrongful accusations can lead to financial reparations. Stan did not acknowledge the situation. Instead, he laughed arrogantly. CP0 operates without the need for evidence, but what can be done? What can they truly do to him? Although the celestial dragons hold a position of great power, there are countless of them in Mariawa. Do the Gorosei genuinely care about the life of just one among them? If a celestial dragon were to perish, perhaps the Gorosei would go to great lengths to protect them, but a deceased one holds no value. Very well, Stan, we have reached an agreement. The individuals can be entrusted to you. However, you must adhere to one condition. For the next 6 months, you shall not lay a hand on them. The Gorosei interjected. Their faces darkened with discontent. This was not the outcome he desired. He wished for the two to whisper sweet nothings into Stan's ear. Yet, the Navy proved unexpectedly resilient, and he could not replace them all at once, thus reluctantly taking a step back. Goodness, how peculiar it is that the Gorosei are willing to compromise with the Navy. 50 billion. I do not require more. Just ensure the total is complete. Stan seized every opportunity to incite discord, then extended his 5 fingers. Very well. I shall provide the funds, but you must remember your promise. The 5 elders wore expressions so grim that they seemed capable of dripping water, without a moment's hesitation. They acquiesced. This incident marked the greatest humiliation of his political career and would not be brushed aside so easily. Chapter 51. Resolution Old Warring States. Do you share this sentiment as well? Stan continues to incite the warring states. This resolution is far too tranquil. You are a marshal, a chief instructor, 2 generals, and 2 general candidates. Are you afraid of a mere 5 old stars? After all, they are renowned powerhouses in the world. Could you not exhibit a modicum of integrity? Do not be timid. Stan is utterly unreserved, for his intentions are evident to all. The fact that he is inciting discord will not deter the 5 elders from being concerned about the Navy's defiance of orders. In truth, knowing that he is sowing discord, the Navy's rebellion may only serve to further infuriate the 5 elders. Such is the nature of overt schemes. Despite being fully aware of the trap, both the Navy and the world government have willingly leapt into it. Neither side perceives itself as being in the wrong, and this conflict has reached a point of irreconcilability. As for himself, he has long since alienated both the Navy and the world government, and he is indifferent to incurring further enmity. Tao 2. Will you not make any effort for yourself? 6 months is a remarkably brief span of time. Stan glanced at the despondent Peach Rabbit and provoked her slightly. Do Carp and Tsuru agree with your actions? Have you informed them? Despite the rising ire of those present, Stan continued to invoke the names of Carp and Tsuru. Tsuru, the absolute leader of the Navy's female officers, is also Peach Rabbit's elder sister. Carp, a naval hero, boasts an unparalleled reputation. He is an idol among nearly all naval personnel. His son, Dragon, established the Revolutionary Army, yet the world government has been unable to subdue him. Had Carp and Tsuru been present today, the Navy might have truly stood its ground. Enough. The affairs of the Navy are not for you to comment on, Sengoku bellowed. Clenching his fists tightly, genuinely contemplating delivering a shockwave to Stan. What could he do? The Navy's funding comes from the world government, rendering it impossible for the Navy to truly confront them. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers and countless warships, all demanding financial resources. A confrontation with the elders would certainly jeopardize his position as fleet admiral. While many naval officers might express dissatisfaction, in a few years, the Navy would remain intact. He could not act recklessly. Otherwise, the elders would only grow more displeased and further oppress the Navy. Old Sengoku, you failed to recognize goodwill. I am doing this for your own benefit. How many spies have infiltrated your Navy? If this matter becomes public, it will bring you disgrace. Stan feigned concern for Sengoku. Speaking earnestly, this matter did not require him to spread the word. There were plenty of spies within the Navy. The Navy's forced concession to him was a considerable disgrace, causing many to lose faith in the institution. Should the Navy succeed in eliminating him, it would be a matter of enduring humiliation, with their reputation swiftly restored. But is such a feat achievable? They had not even been able to vanquish the Revolutionary Army, let alone him. The world government believed he possessed an organization. However, in truth, there was none. How could they uncover intelligence about something that was merely a facade? As long as the world government did not resort to desperate measures to eliminate him, they would find themselves powerless against him. Dare to utter another word? Do you believe I could ensure you never leave the Navy headquarters? Sengoku threatened Stan in a low, strained voice. Stan understood everything he had said. Yet what could he do? The world government demanded their endurance amidst humiliation. The reputation of the Navy was not within the purview of the world government's considerations. His superior, the Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong, naturally implied the existence of the 3 military branches. Although the other 2 branches could not compare to the Navy, they were nonetheless formidable forces not to be underestimated. Even if the Navy could no longer suppress the pirates, the world government still possessed ample power to mobilize. Stan scoffed, refraining from further instigation. It was evident that Sengoku was enduring great difficulty, yet he would not openly confront the world government for the time being. As the fleet admiral, he bore immense responsibilities, with the fate of hundreds of thousands of naval personnel resting upon his shoulders. He did not expect to incite a rebellion with a single provocation. There would surely be many opportunities in the future. Even if Sengoku were to abdicate, his influence within the Navy would persist, and the doves would still heed his counsel. Suddenly, Zephyr rose and approached Ein. Ein, are you willing to go with Stan? Sengoku had made concessions to the Gorosei, yet Zephyr had not. He was nearly detached from the Navy now. Do not worry, speak your mind boldly. With me here, no one can coerce you. Observing the conflict on Ein's face, Zephyr firmly placed a hand on her shoulder. If you are unwilling, I will take you away from the Navy at once. Let us see who dares to stop me. He surveyed the Gorosei and CP0 with an air of authority. Ein followed suit and glanced around, offering a wry smile. Teacher, I am willing. Stan has treated me well. Deep down, she felt little resistance to following Stan, but she still hoped that the Navy would not betray her. Yet, disappointment was inevitable, aside from her teacher. Even Tsuru had made compromises with the world government. She could not put her teacher in jeopardy if a battle were to erupt here. They would not escape the Navy headquarters. Alas, what is the purpose of this? Zephyr sighed. With no family ties, he would meet his end here without regrets. He understood Ein well. She was likely feeling quite desperate. Fortunately, Stan did indeed treat Ein well, which reassured him. Stan, treat Ein well. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. With a final glare at Stan, Zephyr left behind a stern warning and turned to depart. He was utterly disillusioned with this place. It was best to seize this opportunity to leave the Navy. It seemed the play had concluded, and thus he would not linger any longer. Stan stretched lazily and remarked somewhat disinterestedly. Although he was unable to witness the spectacle of their falling out, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The mere presence of Tao Tu and Ein had created such a significant rift between the Navy and the world government. Remember the conditions agreed upon, should you breach them. I shall not let you off easily. Sengoku closed his eyes in anguish. His tone was light yet imbued with authority. Ultimately, he betrayed his own comrades in the Navy, compelling two warriors to submit to criminals. The justice he had upheld throughout his life seemed to evaporate in that moment. Stan, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Regarding your high-tech dealings, I shall send someone to Sabaody to meet you. The Gorosei, maintaining a faade of elegance, forced a smile. This matter shall remain in our hearts. When the opportunity arises, we shall replace all these individuals. No problem. As long as the remuneration is sufficient, everything is negotiable. Stan made an okay gesture, signaling that this matter was resolved, allowing him to enjoy a well-deserved respite. Ein, Peach Bunny, let us depart. Stan stood up to greet before making his way to the entrance. Peach Rabbit, wait for me. Within 6 months, I will surely rescue you, he declared passionately, gazing at Peach Rabbit as she prepared to leave. Despite her 100 rejections, his thoughts remained fixated on her. He firmly believed that persistent longing would eventually yield a response. Chapter 52. Im and the Five Elders. In the deepest recesses of Mariewa, within the Panga city, the five elders knelt before the imposing figure of Im, a man with piercing hawk-like eyes, seated upon the throne of void. Lord Im, I have urgent matters to report, the golden-haired elder spoke respectfully, not daring to lift his gaze. Proceed, Im replied, his voice a mere whisper. As the leader of the celestial dragons and the hidden ruler of the world government, few matters would intrude upon his tranquil existence. A man named Stan from Sabaody has become aware of your presence, the golden-haired elder stammered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. And? Im inquired, remaining unfazed. The mere knowledge of his existence was not enough to disturb him. Eliminating the individual would suffice. Only a select few within the world government were privy to his existence, and it was inevitable that one of them had leaked the information. Not yet. This individual is deeply concealed, and tracing his undercover agents proves exceedingly difficult. The elder trembled further, while the other 4 elders also perspired profusely. The emergence of a mole within the upper echelons of the world government, leaking vital information, was a grave concern. Useless. You cannot even handle this trivial matter. Im stated flatly, devoid of rage, merely condemning them as inept. The 5 elders, however, were petrified, scarcely daring to breathe. Stan, what is his full name? Is he from the D clan? Queried lazily, even yawning slightly. After all these years, what significant events had transpired upon the seas that warranted his attention? It is merely Stan. That is the information we have gathered thus far. Please review it, the golden-haired elder replied, producing a document from within his robes. Very well. Set it aside. Ensure the matter is handled appropriately. Eliminate those who must be eliminated. Im commanded with a sense of indifference, instructing the elders to withdraw. Not being from the D clan posed no significant threat, meriting little of his scrutiny. To Im, this individual's strength and intellect were but a jest. Yes. We take our leave. The 5 elders bowed respectfully, retreating from the room, aware that they dared not speculate on Im's thoughts, merely tasked with executing his orders. Initiate a thorough investigation of all personnel within the world government. The celestial dragons must not be overlooked. Once outside the chamber, the elders regained their authoritative demeanor, with the elder sporting a long beard issuing commands to the air. Deploy personnel to keep Stan under surveillance around the clock. He must not vanish from our sight. The sword-wielding elder added, reinforcing the directive. Commence a comprehensive search of Sabaody, marking all suspicious individuals. The elder with the flat cap showcased his intellect. The corruption within the world government is rampant. If necessary, we may delve into their memories, the golden-haired elder asserted, convinced that more drastic measures were warranted. The celestial dragons have lived too comfortably over the years. Many harbor dangerous thoughts that must not be overlooked. The elder with the bald head and handlebar mustache chimed in, displaying a fierce disregard for the celestial dragons. This sentiment was not unfounded, as the celestial dragons were indeed a peculiar lot, capable of the unexpected. In the past, the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo, had renounced their status as celestial dragons. Now, the prospect of a celestial dragon betraying the world government seemed plausible. Im's final words echoed ominously. Eliminate those who must be eliminated, which naturally included the celestial dragons. And the Navy, do they truly believe they represent justice? Dispatch an inspection team to cleanse the Navy thoroughly. The golden-haired elder's disdain for Sengoku and his associates was evident in his scoffing tone. Indeed, the Navy has grown excessively arrogant. We have yet to settle accounts with Garp regarding the Revolutionary Army's dragon, the others acknowledged, sharing a zero-tolerance stance on such matters. The world government possessed unparalleled authority that no one could dare challenge. Among the three admirals, only Sakazuki seems commendable. We must expedite Sengoku's removal. The five elders swiftly determined the next Navy commander with decisive words. Now, let us discuss Stan. What are your assessments of his capabilities? The sword-wielding elder shifted the conversation toward Stan's potential. Engaging in a brief exchange with Whitebeard, he demonstrated equal prowess, swiftly incapacitating Whitebeard too. While we cannot ascertain the full extent of his capabilities, his displayed strength is not inferior to that of the four emperors, he noted. His fruit ability is peculiar. Unlike ordinary mythical Zoan types, possessing spatial capabilities as well, the golden-haired elder observed calmly. Strength was not their primary concern. Numerous powerful individuals existed. Ordinary mythical Zoan types can alter their forms and exhibit unique abilities. In contrast, Stan manifests a colossal black figure without altering his own form. This giant boasts remarkable offensive and defensive powers, as well as spatial abilities. It likely relates to his eyes. Those red eyes adorned with tomo are particularly eerie. In this world, various eye colors exist. Red is not unusual, but eyes with tomo are abnormal. If my instincts are correct, those eyes likely possess hypnotic powers, the golden-haired elder. Having encountered Stan, was most qualified to speak. Hypnosis is not uncommon in this world. Our CP organization frequently employs it. His fruit ability is exceptionally potent and appears to have reached an awakened state. As for the protective barrier Peach Rabbit mentioned, it likely originates from his outer garment, which must be a highly advanced technological item. He intends to negotiate with Stan personally, not merely because the Navy is reluctant to address this matter. His heightened perception enables him to discern details that elude others, he continued. Moreover, the three advanced transportation devices he sold to Mihawk are also high-tech items, their origins unknown. Having promised to trade such technology, it stands to reason he possesses even more formidable inventions. As the five conversed, they meticulously analyzed the intelligence they had gathered. Clearly, he was backed by a substantial organization with research capabilities surpassing those of the world government. We must swiftly locate his base and bring this power under our control. The elder with the flat cap asserted, his tone imbued with a strong desire for dominion. Indeed, he is accompanied by a birdman, suggesting that his base may be an aerial island. Dispatch air forces to investigate, the elder with the long beard speculated, referencing Icarus. Stan's greed for wealth and beauty is evident. Yet it is unfortunate that the Navy is unwilling to exploit such vulnerabilities. We shall have to send others in their stead. The golden-haired five elders shook their heads regretfully. Whispering sweet nothings by the pillow is indeed a remarkable tactic. Chapter 53, The Moment of Farewell for the Nothingness. Copy number A, additional update, at the Naval Headquarters, by the dock. Stan, at the Naval Headquarters, you truly possess the freedom to come and go as you please. You are indeed impressive. Stan is on the verge of departure, with only Kizaru present to bid him farewell. Ein and Peach Rabbit have gone to gather their belongings and say their goodbyes to the others, temporarily absent from the scene. In the distance, a multitude of Navy personnel encircles the square, their gazes fixed upon Stan like ravenous wolves poised to pounce. The news of Ein and Peach Rabbit being taken away by Stan has swiftly spread throughout the Navy headquarters. Furthermore, the devastating report of a naval division in the New World being annihilated by Stan, along with the demise of Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, has sent shockwaves through the ranks. It is an indescribable humiliation for the Navy to allow a criminal like Stan to dictate their fate. Moreover, Ein and Peach Rabbit are regarded as goddesses, attracting numerous admirers within the Navy. This is merely a stroke of luck. I am but a businessman, unwillingly ensnared in this predicament, driven by circumstance beyond my control. At this moment, Stan's voice is remarkably pleasant. There is no animosity between Huang Yuan and him. Thus, there is no need to offend him. Being a fence-sitter is not an easy task, and within the Navy, few possess the wisdom of Huang Yuan. Upon returning, you should comfortably pursue your intelligence operations, as this is indeed a lucrative venture. Huang Yuan hesitated for a moment, but cautiously inquired. Chambord is situated right beneath Mariehua, making it advantageous for monitoring Stan. Moreover, given the significant turmoil caused by Stan's recent excursion to the New World, it would be wiser for him to remain at home. Indeed, the outside world is perilous. Those from CP8 have truly frightened me. Stan chuckled lightly and offered a casual response. Recently, he indeed had no intention of venturing out. Instead, he planned to recruit a few assistants so that he would not need to take matters into his own hands. Additionally, he aimed to manufacture weapons in bulk and seize the position of the underworld leader from Mingo. Ah, by the way, who is this person beside you? An angel from the Sky Island is quite a rarity. Kizaru chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Icarus as he shifted the topic. Sky Island inhabitants are already uncommon, and a Sky Islander with pink wings is even more so. Others might hesitate to inquire about her background, but this task fell solely to him. Her name is Icarus, and she is my most cherished subordinate. Stan smiled as he introduced Icarus, asserting there was nothing to conceal, as Icarus's birth information could never be traced. All right. Enough of that. Should you need anything, feel free to find me at Chambord. As Ain and Peach Rabbit approached from a distance, Stan concluded the conversation. Suddenly, before Stan, a 30-meter-long cruiser materialized in the bay. This vessel, a small nuclear-powered cruiser, was recently procured for a staggering $500 million. Unlike conventional cruisers that often exceed 100 or 200 meters, this one was notably compact. Yet, its firepower was formidable, with 5 onboard missiles. It possessed the capability to obliterate a small island in one swift launch. Moreover, its nuclear propulsion allowed it to attain speeds of up to 70 knots, ensuring an extended operational range. However, in this world devoid of nuclear applications, he could only acquire nuclear fuel through the system. Nonetheless, such details were secondary. His own formidable prowess meant that a single Yata no Kagami could also annihilate an island. The primary allure lay in its comfort, rivaling that of a yacht, equipped with all necessary amenities. Well, what is this? Another high-tech marvel developed by you? Exclaimed Kizaru, his mouth agape in astonishment as he scrutinized the cruiser. A hefty cannon barrel loomed ahead, its purpose unclear, leaving him to ponder its might. The vessel's modest size belied its robust steel construction, devoid of sails, raising questions about its means of propulsion. The deck area appeared limited, suggesting it might not harbor significant combat capabilities, not typical for a military ship. Yet, there was no doubt of its advanced technology. Its elongated form alone hinted at exceptional speed. Not bad. This is a cruiser, still in the prototype stage and prohibitively expensive. Stan remained composed, acknowledging that such items were not entirely unsellable, and there was no need for concealment. 5 missiles could obliterate a small island, much like the Demon Slayer order. Moreover, it was unlikely that Vegapunk could replicate these missiles, making this a lucrative venture. This 15-meter cruiser should be priced at the value of 10 large warships. Its primary allure lay in its unprecedented speed, far surpassing all vessels in the world today, rendering it a veritable lifesaver. Should it enter mass production, pirates would undoubtedly be eager to acquire it. With a cruising speed of 70 knots, equivalent to approximately 130 kilometers per hour, who on the seas could match such velocity aside from Kizaru? With Kizaru being one of a kind, possessing this cruiser would ensure unparalleled safety unless surrounded. Having greeted Kizaru, Stan took the lead onto the cruiser. Icarus, lacking curiosity, followed closely behind him. Ain, with a vacant expression, did not glance back at the Navy headquarters, but mechanically trailed along. She had already bid farewell to her mentor, Zephyr, aware that he too was departing from the Navy headquarters. Peach Rabbit lingered beneath the cruiser, gazing at the characters for justice emblazoned on the headquarters building, feeling a profound reluctance. Though Sabaody was in close proximity to the headquarters, her identity would irrevocably change from this day forth, even if Stan did not restrict her. Should she return, it would no longer be as the Vice Admiral candidate Peach Rabbit. She harbored no animosity towards Stan. The adversarial stance they had taken did not constitute a dishonorable act in her eyes, nor did she resent the Navy. She had witnessed the efforts of Sengoku and others on her behalf. It was merely unfortunate that the Navy could not oppose the world government's will. The pursuit of world domination had led them to betray her without hesitation, ignoring the protests of the many within the Navy. Observing the solitary figure of Peach Rabbit, the distant naval personnel turned their backs, unable to bear another glance. What a disgrace. The Vice Admiral candidate sold to a criminal, leaving them powerless. Even Kizaru looked upwards, recognizing that this incident was far from honorable. If the Navy could not swiftly eliminate Stan, it would forever remain a stain on their reputation. One could only imagine the uproar that would ensue once word of this spread across the seas by dawn. Take care of yourself. Do not let yourself be wronged. Kizaru softly consoled Peach Rabbit after a moment of contemplation. With nothing more to say, he could not suggest that she curry favor with Stan or actively provide intelligence to the Navy. What purpose would such words serve now? Peach Rabbit forced a bitter smile, shaking her head in resignation. Ultimately, she expressed her gratitude to Admiral Kizaru, bidding farewell with the hope of meeting again in the future. She understood his character well. It was no small feat for him to stand by their side and cast his support in their favor. Chapter 54. Departing from the Navy headquarters, the Navy headquarters was crowded with personnel watching the cruiser depart. How infuriating. Why must the Navy bear such a cost? At the window of the Admiral's office, Sengoku slammed his fist against the glass in frustration. The one who had provoked Stan was the world government. Yet it was the Navy that paid the price. Not only had they lost Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, but they had also found themselves in such dire straits. He contemplated stepping out to explain the situation to the many sailors, hoping to bolster their morale. But what could he possibly say? The truth was evident, and all could see it clearly. The so-called endurance in the face of humiliation was merely an inability to articulate the situation, leaving them with no choice but to endure. Admiral, you need not blame yourself. It is Stan who is too cunning, Akiji remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened yet attempting to offer some consolation to Sengoku. Stan had long since devised a plan, yet they remained oblivious to its intricacies, inevitably compelled to follow in his footsteps. Akiji, there is no need to offer me consolation. I bear no animosity towards Stan. I can only blame my own ineptitude, Sengoku softly remarked, managing a faint smile. At over 70 years of age, he had endured countless schemes and was not easily stirred to anger. In conflict, each side relied upon its own stratagems. Victory and defeat were mere outcomes devoid of significance. He was no paragon of virtue himself, having committed numerous unscrupulous acts. His ire was directed towards the world government, the five elders, and, ultimately, himself. How many accolades had the Navy bestowed upon the world government? For years, had they not maintained peace upon the seas? Yet, what was the result? With just a word from Stan, the five elders hastily acquiesced to relinquish their people without so much as a negotiation. Had he not fought for them, the five elders would have demanded the sacrifice of Peach Rabbit and Dine. Nevertheless, even so, the five elders showed no regard for their sentiments or past contributions. Akiji, this time, I have caused you harm. You may never have the opportunity to ascend to the position of Admiral, Sengoku lamented with a bitter smile, shaking his head. The situation was grave. They were all under scrutiny. Zephyr had already resolved to leave the Navy, a somewhat fortunate conclusion, and he would not attempt to dissuade him. As long as Zephyr did not oppose the world government, they would likely leave him unharmed. Akiji, after this incident, could be deemed unqualified to compete for the position of Admiral. The five elders would never permit it. Furthermore, his ongoing discord with Akainu meant that once Akainu assumed command, Akiji would likely withdraw from the Navy altogether. He was self-aware enough to recognize that he had only one chance and should resign immediately. Moreover, Karp and Suru would undoubtedly be implicated, fearing they too would lose their power. It matters not. This is my own choice. I shall make one last attempt. And if it fails, so be it, Akiji replied with a smile, shaking his head. To act with purpose and to refrain from unnecessary actions, that is the essence of justice. He was not particularly suited to the role of Admiral. He fully understood the current state of the Navy. Perhaps Akainu, with his iron-fisted demeanor, was better suited for the position. After years of service in the Navy, he had gained profound insight. Being part of the Navy did not inherently signify righteousness. Well, it is good that you can see things clearly. You have truly endured much these years, Sengoku said, patting Akiji's shoulder, his mood slightly lifting. Akiji was well understood. He had joined the Navy fueled by passionate ideals, a burning sense of justice. Yet, 20 years prior, as a vice admiral, he had participated in the Buster call on O'Hara. From that moment, Akiji had irrevocably changed, morphing into a more lethargic embodiment of justice. You must have matters to attend to, so off you go. Do not linger here, Sengoku encouraged with a light chuckle. Akiji had anticipated that he would allow Robin to go free. Indeed, only he would make such a choice. Now that Robin had resurfaced, with Akainu pursuing her capture, Akiji must be in turmoil. In Akiji's heart, Robin bore the weight of all the lives lost in O'Hara. Had it been before, he would never have permitted Akiji to undertake such actions. Given the world government's lack of compassion, he felt no obligation to consider their interests any longer. No need. Each person has their own fate. I trust she will encounter trustworthy companions, Akiji replied, shaking his head in refusal. If he were to encounter Robin, he would spare her. But he would not go out of his way to save her. Ultimately, it was those scholars who had first violated the prohibitions. He had shown mercy once, and that was sufficient. Moreover, he believed that Stan, as the last person capable of understanding the ancient script, would not allow her demise. Is that so? Then you should contact Karp and Tsuru. I am too embarrassed to do so, Sengoku sighed, feeling somewhat sheepish. I cannot assist you with that. You must handle it yourself. I shall take my leave now. Akiji quickly waved his hand in refusal, darting away faster than a rabbit. Sengoku lacked the courage to speak of it. Did he possess any? He was, after all, the junior. On the deck of the cruiser, Stan reclined in a sun lounger. Behind him, Icarus dutifully massaged his shoulders. Picking up a glass of red wine, Stan savored a sip. You needn't concern yourself so. I keep my word and will not impose upon you, he said, glancing at Peach Rabbit and Ein in the distance with a hint of exasperation. Ein, if Peach Rabbit is unaware, surely you comprehend my intentions? Why hide so far away? Observing Ein's despondent expression, Stan felt a wave of frustration. He sensed that he had become the villain in this narrative, akin to a dragon abducting a princess. Yet, that was far from the truth. He had no intention of coercing either of them into any actions. He had assisted Ein in capturing Whitebeard too, and remaining in the Navy would certainly not afford her a pleasant existence. His motivations towards Peach Rabbit stemmed from a desire for retribution. After all, she had disclosed his secrets. However, he would not go so far as to act against her. His conscience would not permit such deeds. I hold no resentment towards you. I am merely pondering about Teacher Zephyr, Ein quickly clarified, snapping back to reality. She genuinely bore no ill will towards Stan, as Teacher Zephyr had shared the underlying circumstances with her. Even had Stan not taken her away, the world government would have coerced her into approaching him. She had contemplated following Teacher Zephyr out of the Navy, but he had refused. If she remained by his side, the world government would undoubtedly target him. What is there to worry about? He is still quite formidable. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, he will be safe. Stan came to a realization. Zephyr was indeed quite astute, or perhaps he had simply become wise with age. Had it not been for Zephyr's obsession with world destruction, he would undoubtedly have evaded death at the hands of Kizuru and thrived in the new world. As for Peach Rabbit, what are your intentions? Surely, you do not still harbor thoughts of taking my life? Peach Rabbit has always been the most troublesome, as I cannot shake the feeling that the Gorosei have entrusted her with a mission. However, it stands to reason that she would not wish to eliminate him, for he possesses formidable strength and has never truly offended her. The previous photo collection was merely a compilation of ordinary images, devoid of any intimate content. It was a marketing gimmick, designed to attract attention, primarily because few photographs of these individuals had circulated widely. While profit is undeniably significant, he still adheres to a basic moral code. Moreover, these individuals are rather conservative. They merely reveal a thigh, in stark contrast to Nami's audacity. Peach Rabbit has likely perused those photo collections and would not bear a grudge over them. Do not speak. I have been betrayed by the Navy, who I trusted implicitly. She suddenly wailed, as if all her defenses had crumbled. She mastered all the arts of the geisha and had previously used her skills to lure pirates into traps. Yet, she had never anticipated that a day would come when the world government would demand her to sacrifice her allure. Before her departure, the Gorosei had a private conversation with her, urging her to consider the greater good. They had clearly betrayed her while offering a convenient excuse. Within the Navy, she had accomplished the most for the world government, often escorting the celestial gold. Alas, ponder this deeply. If you wish to depart, I shall not impede you. Stan shook his head with a sigh and stepped into the cabin. Although he believed his actions merely exposed the darkness of the world government, he nonetheless felt he had caused harm to Peach Rabbit. However, he harbored little guilt, for the world government had the option to disregard his demands. Chapter 55. Doflamingo comes to welcome at the coast of Sabaody Archipelago. The head of the human auction house, puzzled, inquired of Doflamingo, "Young master, must we wait here?" The evening was drawing near, and they had been waiting for over an hour. Who is this young master? A warlord of the sea, the sovereign of the underworld, known as Joker. Even admirals do not intimidate him. He has never been one to bow to authority. Ha ha ha. What do you know? Stand straight and show some respect. Doflamingo chuckled maniacally, adjusting his sunglasses. Behind him stood hundreds of staff from the auction house. And you all, if you ruin my grand scheme, you might as well be prepared for demise. He turned to reprimand the line of people behind him. The hundreds of individuals were arranged into two lines, with a red carpet stretching for hundreds of meters laid out in between. This ostentatious display was orchestrated to honor Stan and grant him the respect he deserved. Doflamingo had an undercover vice admiral in the Navy and was privy to all intelligence regarding Stan. He had held his own against Whitebeard, swiftly capturing Whitebeard too, and brazenly extorted 500 billion from the Navy along with 2 individuals. Even the 5 elders had shown him deference, meeting Stan in person alongside 3 CP0 agents. Such a man had undoubtedly offended the world government, potentially ranking just below the leader of the Revolutionary Army in terms of infamy. But what of it? Stan's strength was formidable, and his intelligence capabilities were boundless, complemented by unparalleled high technology. After much deliberation, Doflamingo resolved to approach Stan, believing their objectives aligned against a common enemy, the world government. With his celestial dragon privilege and status in the underworld, collaborating with Stan would undoubtedly be advantageous. Prepare yourselves. Music. Doflamingo commanded as a steel warship came into view. A band, specially arranged, began to play a welcoming tune. Despite the outward show of humility, Stan's power overshadowed his own, and Doflamingo was acutely aware of the leverage Stan held over him. Warlord Doflamingo, what madness is this? Who is he here to welcome? Speculation buzzed among the onlookers, many of whom were criminals and audacious civilians. Doflamingo's arrogance was renowned, even among admirals. As a warlord of the sea, he was accustomed to being the one welcomed, not the one doing the welcoming. Ha ha ha, Stan, I've been waiting here for quite some time. Doflamingo shouted towards the cruiser, seemingly unfazed by the murmurs around him. In fact, he relished the spectacle. The larger the crowd, the better. He bore no fear of the world government discovering his actions, as they were partners in a sense. Doflamingo, are you trying to curry favor with me? Quite the strategic maneuver. Stan thought with a cold smirk as he observed Doflamingo clad in a pink feather coat. Realization dawned upon him. Doflamingo sought collaboration. Currently, Doflamingo had yet to establish ties with Kaido and was struggling in the New World. Caught between the 4 emperors, Doflamingo's apparent strength belied a precarious position. Should his territory come under the 4 emperors' scrutiny, he would have little choice but to retreat from the New World. Previously, he had aimed to sell the healing fruits information to Whitebeard, intending to sabotage Doflamingo. As the largest arms dealer in the underworld, he and Doflamingo were at odds. Doflamingo was intent on ramping up weapon production, making him an inevitable adversary. Yet, seeing Doflamingo as current deference, Stan hesitated to strike. I never anticipated a warlord of the sea would personally come to greet me. I am quite flattered. After a moment's reflection, Stan conceived another plan and responded courteously to Doflamingo. You are far too modest. Your strength is on par with the 4 emperors. Doflamingo beamed with joy, laughing heartily as he praised Stan. Previously, Stan had been quite arrogant in front of him, directly extorting 5 billion, which had left Doflamingo somewhat apprehensive about Stan's regard for him. On par with the 4 emperors? Who was this formidable individual? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Stan? Isn't he the one who published photo collections? He also owns an all-knowing intelligence agency. How could his strength rival that of the 4 emperors? He was merely a commoner, and just recently struck it rich. A few in the crowd had known Stan before his crossing and envied his newfound fortune. As the cruiser docked, Doflamingo scrutinized the steel vessel. Unfamiliar yet undeniably high-tech, the ship's bow cannons hinted at formidable power. In less than 2 minutes, it had traversed over 4 kilometers to reach the shore. A staircase lowered, and Stan descended with calm confidence. You've done well, but these are mere trifles. Put them away. In a manner reminiscent of a leader inspecting his ranks, Stan affectionately patted Doflamingo's arm. Doflamingo nodded, gesturing for his subordinates to withdraw. Having arrived rather hastily, he had only managed to gather a few individuals from Sabaody. Doflamingo was unperturbed by Stan's lofty demeanor and graciously suggested, "These are but minor matters. Come, let us discuss further at my all-knowing intelligence agency." Stan smiled faintly and took the lead. "Are you not afraid of the world government's wrath for approaching me so brazenly?" he inquired lightly, falling half a step behind. In his eyes, Ming should not have been so reckless, at the very least. He ought to have waited until Stan weathered the world government's assault. Unlike the 4 emperors of the New World, Stan posed a far greater threat to the world government. They required pirates to exert pressure on various nations, but they certainly had no need for an information broker like him. His menace was only slightly inferior to that of the Revolutionary Army. Once he commenced his schemes, he might even eclipse the Revolutionary Army. You should be aware of my identity, right? Do you think I would be afraid? Ming laughed maniacally, for he possessed intelligence about the celestial dragon's treasures, which made even them wary of him. In contrast to the world government, It was the four emperors of the New World that posed a more significant threat to him. He had always sought opportunities to forge connections with the emperors, yet luck had eluded him. Presently, Stan was equally formidable as any of the emperors, making him the most suitable partner. Well, as long as you are unafraid, that suffices. Stan chuckled indifferently. He didn't hold Doflamingo in high regard. As Doflamingo himself had proclaimed, the weak possessed not even the privilege to choose their manner of demise. In Stan's eyes, Doflamingo was precisely that, weak. Chapter 56. The Divine Intervention on Sabaody Archipelago. Within the confines of Area 13. Well, if it isn't Stan and Doflamingo, since when have you two been on such amicable terms? Perched upon a tree branch, Rayleigh greeted them with a jovial wave. With Shaki by his side, he had already been privy to the intelligence regarding Stan's recent exploits. Old man Rayleigh, don't you have work to attend to? Or have you somehow scraped together enough coin for another round of drinks? Stan would not hold back. After all, they were old neighbors. Dark King Rayleigh, you have caused quite a stir at my auction house on several occasions. Brother Ming recognized Rayleigh and was aware of his antics, selling his own possessions to fund his drinking, taking advantage of the sellers. However, he could not openly voice this, nor could he prevent Rayleigh's mischief. Do not be so stingy. As a warlord, money is but a trifle for you. Rayleigh remained unfazed, knowing that Ming lacked the courage to expose his dealings. Humph. I shall inform the auction house of your identity. Do not think you can deceive me any longer. Ming scoffed. As with Stan present, his disdain for Rayleigh had grown. The slaves he auctioned had shattered their collars and robbed the sellers, which was quite a disgrace. Previously, he had no choice but to suppress such matters and allow Rayleigh to take advantage of him. Penny pincher, your future drinking funds may not be easily acquired, Rayleigh remarked. Seemingly unperturbed. Stan, you have certainly been in the limelight these past few days. It has made things rather difficult for me. Rayleigh's expression shifted, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he subtly commented. With his observation hockey, he sensed hundreds of individuals surrounding Stan's residence, keeping watch. Being in close proximity and as the Dark King, he too is under scrutiny. Well, there's nothing I can do. If you are displeased, then perhaps you should deal with them yourself. Stan smiled indifferently, deeming the situation entirely normal and feeling no obligation to intervene. He could eliminate these individuals. Yet such actions would be futile, as the world government would merely dispatch others to surveil him, likely more formidable adversaries, operating with greater stealth. This is Sabaody, the Garden of the Celestial Dragons, a place from which the world government can perpetually send reinforcements. You are overthinking it. I shall not assist you without due cause. Rayleigh remarked, his expression rife with disdain, vividly recalling the times Stan had betrayed him. As an elderly man, he had little to conceal from the world government. Let them watch if they so desired. I've heard you exchange blows with Whitebeard. What was your impression? Rayleigh inquired, curiosity piqued. It had been over 20 years since Roger became the Pirate King, and he had not laid eyes on Whitebeard since. Not bad. He remains worthy of the title the strongest man in the world, showing no signs of frailty, came the reply. Stan nodded calmly, acknowledging that, after all, they were neighbors. And answering a couple of questions posed no issue. Is there anything else you require of me? Surely, you haven't come merely to engage in idle chatter? Stan furrowed his brow. It was hardly a matter of such significance that Rayleigh would wait for him here. Nevertheless, there was indeed a matter at hand. How much would the medicine that healed Zephyr's arm cost? Rayleigh nodded, though he had no desire to encounter Stan. He was bound by obligation. The affairs within the Navy were impossible to conceal. Even the red-haired pirates were aware of them. Their first mate, Ben Beckman, had entrusted him with the task of inquiring about the price of the medicine. Stan is a ruthless businessman. They must prepare the funds in advance. 3 billion. Not a penny less. Upon hearing this, Stan immediately comprehended the situation. Yet another opportunity for deceit had arisen. Is this not somewhat of a scam? I have heard that it was sold to Zephyr for merely 1.5 billion. Raleigh appeared somewhat displeased, as this price was evidently extortionate. Given that Whitebeard is gravely ill, one might concede a price of 3 billion, but how can this be the current valuation? Zephyr similarly lost an arm and received merely 1.5 billion. Does the arm of the red-haired pirate command a higher worth? If one wishes to purchase, so be it. However, negotiating a lower price is out of the question. Does the red-haired pirates lack funds? Stan decisively cut off the conversation, asserting his stature as one of the 4 emperors, declaring that 3 billion was hardly excessive. Very well, it's not my intention to purchase, and I have no desire to engage in a war of words with you. Rayleigh found himself at an impasse. The item in question was exclusively Stan's, and he had the liberty to set any price he deemed fit. With that, Rayleigh vanished from the tree, still harboring a certain disdain for Stan. 3 billion, without any negotiation. Stan, your medicine certainly sells well. Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The money seemed to come too easily. All right then, let us proceed indoors to discuss further. With a humble smile, Stan felt that 3 billion was truly not an excessive amount. As he walked into Stan's omniscient intelligence agency, he led Mingo into a small room. Icarus, keep watch at the door. You two are free to move about, Stan instructed the trio as he turned back at the entrance. The matters at hand must remain unknown to Tao Tu, as he harbored distrust towards him. Understood, Master. I shall ensure no one disturbs you, Icarus solemnly nodded. Positioning himself by the door, unwavering in his gaze upon Tao Tuesday, Mingo felt a sense of satisfaction. Clearly, this indicated the importance of their discussion. The door closed, and Stan turned to focus intently on Mingo, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Ahem, why do you stare at me so? Surely, you must be aware of my intentions? Mingo felt somewhat perplexed. It seemed Stan was rather overly delighted. Do not be foolish. Stan remained silent, his eyes blinking as they transformed into a mesmerizing kaleidoscopic pattern. He had no intention of collaborating with Mingo. Instead, he preferred to recruit him directly as an ally. Ming Ji's business was vast, spanning the globe, providing precisely the channels he required. As he aimed to mass-produce weaponry, it was essential for him to distribute it far and wide, for the Grand Line alone was insufficient. While establishing new channels was not overly challenging, why not take advantage of existing ones? Moreover, collaborating with Ming Gu offered a greater sense of security, as the world government typically refrained from interfering with him. Any channels he created independently would undoubtedly face relentless opposition from the world government, proving to be an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. Additionally, he intended to conduct certain affairs in sobriety, and having Ming Ji's cooperation would simplify matters. Before long, the celestial event concluded, and Ming Gu remained utterly oblivious. Master, do you have any commands for me? After a moment of confusion, Ming Gu knelt on one knee. Indeed, this was a testament to the prowess of the strongest illusion. Stan nodded in satisfaction. It was no wonder that the otherworldly deity was referred to as the mightiest illusionist. The ability to invade one's mind unnoticed and alter their will was truly formidable. Ostensibly, we share a cooperative relationship. You may refer to me as Stan. And please keep this matter confidential. Stan, with a stoic expression, commanded, who invited Ming to present himself so conveniently. Ming, now under his control, was a matter that, for the time being, must remain concealed from the world government. Indeed, Stan, I shall keep this matter from everyone, Ming acknowledged with a nod. It is worth noting that the celestial deity merely alters one's will, rather than transforming individuals into fools. Chapter 57, The Fully Automated Armory of Omniscient Intelligence. Within the confines of the room, Stan sat in his chair, his fingers gently tapping on the table. After a few minutes, he mused, all right then. In 5 days I shall host an auction. With 5 days at hand, it is imperative to promote it thoroughly, particularly to the affluent nobility. Stan paused and glanced at the adjacent printer. Shortly thereafter, the printer dispensed a dozen photographs. He handed the images to Mingo. These are the auction items, vehicles akin to those used by Hawkeye, along with 2 devil fruits. Furthermore, this auction will be presided over by Admiral candidate Peach Rabbit, so it is imperative that we promote it extensively. The auction venue is bustling with people, making it an excellent opportunity for publicity. He intends to sell weapons in large quantities, and of course, he cannot afford to wait idly for customers to arrive. By leveraging the auction as a guise, he can gather a crowd and then aggressively market his products. In this world, weaponry remains largely limited to simple cannons and flintlock guns, and his arsenal is certain to attract buyers. Once the initial stock of weapons is sold, showcasing their superiority will ensure a steady stream of clientele. With the allure of Hawkeye's endorsement and Peach Rabbit's leadership, such renown is bound to captivate many. Very well. 5 days should suffice. Ming Gun nodded in agreement. He is well versed in the intricacies of auctions. All right, proceed with the preparations. Have Peach Rabbit come in. Stan nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging the competence of one of his subordinates, sparing him from the need to micromanage every detail. However, he still needed to reassure Tao Tu. As her willingness to oversee the auction was uncertain, Minga turned and departed, confident that his loyal subordinate would not pry into other matters. Before long, Tao Tu entered. Her eyes vacant and devoid of vitality, resembling a mere shell of a person. Have you summoned me for something? It's quite late. And do not forget the promise you made. Casting an exasperated glance at Stan, she recognized his untrustworthy nature. Hours had passed, and she had managed to come to terms with the situation. After all, such was the nature of the world government. No, do not overthink it. I have tasks to assign to you. I do not employ idlers. Stan rolled his eyes, although he was a shrewd businessman. He had always adhered to the principle of integrity. In 5 days, I will be hosting an auction, and I would like your assistance in presiding over it. Stan candidly articulated his intentions, leaving no room for pleasantries. He mentioned that Peach Rabbit was free to depart, yet she chose to remain. Thus it was only fitting that she assist him with certain tasks. Regardless of whether Peach Rabbit sought to provide intelligence to the world government or harbored ulterior motives, he was indifferent. As for me, I am merely a candidate for the rank of admiral. My sole expertise lies in combat. Without a moment's hesitation, Peach Rabbit declined, resolutely stating that as long as she did not have to assist him, she would not. After careful contemplation, she concluded that the world government was one thing, but the Navy must still be supported. If Stan were not swiftly dealt with, the reputation of the Navy would be irreparably tarnished. Although she was no longer a member of the Navy, her sister, Crane, still held the esteemed position of Chief of Staff. With your mastery of all the geisha arts, is it not a simple task to navigate an auction? Stan chuckled, for the expression on Tao Tu's face clearly indicated his intention to assist the Navy. Since you have followed me to my home, it stands to reason that you should not be idle. If you refuse to act, I shall eliminate all the Navy personnel from Xiangdi. However, should you successfully oversee the auction, I will reward you with a motorboat identical to that of Eagle Eye. With a smile gracing his face, Stan held a large stick in one hand and a red date in the other, cheerfully declaring, to deal with such a stubborn character, one must employ this method. Leaving Peach Bunny with no alternatives. You. Peach Bunny glared at Stan, her anger palpable. This is utterly despicable. I don't want a jet ski. I demand your cruiser or a fighter jet. After a brief pause, Peach Bunny let out a cold snort and began to haggle with Stan. That is something worth 5 billion. Do you truly believe it is feasible? This is the information regarding the auction item. Familiarize yourself with it first. Do not mess this up for me. Stan smirked at the audacity of the situation, seemingly unperturbed by the potential repercussions. He presented a stack of photographs and documentation, denying Peach Rabbit any opportunity for negotiation. Do not even think about causing a ruckus. Otherwise, I shall not be lenient. Take your time to reflect on this, he declared, gesturing for her to leave. He merely regarded the title of Reserve General as commendable, yet it was clear that he believed Peach Rabbit was not indispensable. Stan, you're truly a cad, Peach Rabbit retorted with a cold scoff, forcefully accepting the materials before turning to depart. With the conversation having reached this impasse, what other choice did she have but to acquiesce to Stan's demands? Flattery will get you nowhere. I certainly have my ways of dealing with you, she thought to herself. Stan was utterly unbothered, even somewhat pleased, by the competition. His engagement with Tao Tu only rendered her more tender. He had no intention of employing otherworldly powers on Tao Tu, nor did he wish to alter her memories. Such actions seemed unnecessary, for Tao Tu could never extract any significant intelligence from him, merely trivial scraps at best. To undertake such measures would only diminish the enjoyment. As for servants, one Icarus sufficed. System, provide a report on the progress of weapon production, he commanded, casting a glance at Tao Tu as she departed. The command was executed, and calculations commenced. Desert Eagle pistols, a total of 100,000 to be produced, with 1,000 completed. AK-47 rifles, a total of 50,000 to be produced, with 500 completed. Barrett sniper rifles, a total of 20,000 to be produced, with 200 completed. Gatling guns, a total of 10,000 to be produced, with 100 completed. Uzi submachine guns, a total of 20,000 to be produced, with 200 completed, along with various artillery, bombs, and grenades, totaling 200,000, with 500 completed. The system responded promptly. Such extensive data was calculated in an instant. Very well, 5 days' time should suffice for the entire production to be completed. Stan nodded with satisfaction. At the auction, these mass-produced weapons were indeed the main attraction. He had meticulously arranged everything aboard the cruiser. Initially, he intended to open his own weapons shop and engage in promotional activities, but fortune smiled upon him when Mingo presented an opportunity. With 6 billion, he invested 2 billion in a nuclear power plant and 3 billion in a fully automated arms factory. The remaining 1 billion could only suffice for raw materials. and now he found himself short on funds again. These items were all stored in the armory, and the factory operated autonomously, requiring little oversight from him. The weapons he was currently producing were somewhat outdated by his previous world standards, yet they were still vastly superior to flintlock firearms. A handgun's raw material cost was 10,000 berries, and he planned to sell it for 100,000, aiming for a profit of 90,000. The raw materials for other weapons were slightly more expensive. With 1 billion in materials, he could manufacture a total of 400,000 weapons and ammunition. Selling these items should yield over 1 billion in profit, ensuring he would no longer face financial constraints. The 3 billion he spent on the arms factory proved worthwhile, as its production speed was exceptionally rapid, much to his satisfaction. The nuclear power plant was also indispensable, although this world had electricity. It was not widely utilized and insufficient to power the arms factory. He had no concerns about selling these weapons, as they were far more formidable. Chapter 58. Hawkeye's return. A night swiftly passed, igniting a whirlwind of events across the world. Hawkeye's unwarranted oppression of Mingo, Stan's confrontation with Whitebeard, his destruction of a naval division, and his coercion of the Navy to hand over 2 individuals for his judgment, along with his collaboration with Mingo to host an auction, had begun to circulate widely. Particularly for Stan, who had been relatively obscure, he suddenly became the focal point of global attention overnight. His formidable presence had even compelled the Navy to concede. Who exactly was this enigmatic figure? What was the extent of his power? The upcoming auction, featuring high-tech products akin to those of Hawkeye, had also piqued the public's anticipation. The crowd has grown once more. It truly seems endless. At the entrance of the all-knowing intelligence agency, Stan lay on a lounge chair, exhaling a resigned sigh. Since morning, in just over an hour, the number of individuals monitoring him had more than doubled. Although he lacked the observation hockey, the clarity provided by his Sharingan allowed him to observe with precision. Not only were there personnel from the world government and the Navy, but also individuals from various other factions, some of whom appeared particularly feeble. It was remarkable that in a single night, such powerful entities could send agents to surveil him. Few factions possessed such capability, primarily the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and a handful of dominions from the underworld. Master, do you require my assistance in dealing with them? They are quite the eyesore, Icarus remarked, kneading Stan's shoulders while casually suggesting violent action. Some individuals were indeed excessive, standing beneath a tree across from them, half of their bodies exposed. Never mind. They are merely minor players. It is not worth my ire to engage with them. Stan was not genuinely angry. His propensity for violence was minimal, and he would not take a life without just cause. After all, merely observing him from a distance posed no threat, as long as one refrained from intruding upon his abode. Stan, you rascal, your actions have ensnared me in this predicament, Riley remarked. His countenance darkened with displeasure as he glared at Stan. In earlier times, no one monitored his movements. He could indulge in a little self-promotion and earn a modest sum for his libations with ease. Yet now, he found himself ensconced in a web of surveillance, with hundreds encircling the area, rendering any escape nearly impossible. What does it matter to me? Those individuals are not under my command. If you are dissatisfied, simply eliminate them. Stan curled his lip in disdain, utterly unconvinced by Rayleigh's intentions. Did Rayleigh truly care about such trivial theatrics? Just yesterday, Rayleigh had uttered similar sentiments, and now he returned, likely seeking some form of advantage. You expect me to resolve the troubles you've attracted? Is that even plausible? Rayleigh rolled his eyes, recognizing Stan's duplicitous nature. I am indifferent to your plight. They have already intruded upon my life, and you must offer me recompense. Rayleigh made no attempt to conceal his motives, as he was currently facing difficulties. After all, Summer had ceased to provide him with funds. Moreover, his neighbor Stan was an exceedingly wealthy individual. Swindling him was far more lucrative than selling himself. Old Rayleigh, have you swindled many of those buyers when you were selling yourself? Do you dare to try and con me? Stan let out a cold laugh, thinking it was a fool's errand to attempt to swindle him out of his money. Alas, your assertion is fundamentally flawed. How could this possibly be a scheme against you? It is only right that you offer me compensation, Rayleigh persisted, feeling genuinely disturbed in his daily life and believing that some recompense was indeed warranted. Look around, there are so many people in this vicinity. Yet not a single pirate dares to approach me for a coating. Just yesterday, Ming forbade me from selling myself. My livelihood has been severed by your actions. Should you not offer some form of compensation? He gestured angrily at the surroundings. As for the others, they are one thing, but the Navy has gone too far, stationing dozens of soldiers at every intersection. Moreover, The person leading them is the Vice Admiral, T. Pig, accompanied by several admirals. Not only has this prevented pirates from seeking my services, but even patrons have ceased visiting Shaki's tavern, disrupting our business significantly. I'm afraid I cannot assist you in this matter. Compensation is out of the question. Do not even entertain the thought. Stan remained indifferent. Raleigh would at most offer a moral reprimand. He understood the Navy's intentions, driven by their fear that he might breach their agreement, which was why they dispatched numerous personnel. Moreover, obstructing the thoroughfare could disrupt his enterprises, hindering his ability to generate profit. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed by this. Nothing could thwart the immense wealth he was destined to amass. For instance, the individual approaching on a jet ski from the distance was someone no one dared to impede. Do you see? Business cannot be stifled. It fundamentally hinges upon the excellence of one's endeavors. Stan looked at Rayleigh with a sense of pride. A significant client had arrived. Hawkeye? He has already purchased numerous items from you. What brings him here today? Rayleigh inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion as he gazed at the newcomer. Stan, this is 1 billion. I require the intelligence on that admiral-level powerhouse you mentioned. Hawkeye swiftly approached and tossed a large box over. Stan gazed at Hawkeye with a hint of perplexity, genuinely surprised by his unexpected arrival. Just yesterday afternoon, Hawkeye had departed from the Navy headquarters, and within a single night, he had managed to seize a staggering 1 billion. Whom did you rob? Such swift acquisition of wealth. If there are inquiries to be made, Hawkeye, with whom he shared a decent rapport, was approachable. Moria, he revealed, was conveniently nearby, and I was in need of some funds, so I borrowed a little. Hawkeye spoke candidly, acknowledging that while Stan might possess a somewhat unscrupulous nature, he was not entirely lacking in decency. Well, you truly are remarkable. Robbing a warlord of the sea in a single day, I'm impressed. Stan raised his thumb in approval, acknowledging the formidable strength and composure of Hawkeye with no reservations. Do you recognize this old man before us? Do you not wish to engage in a contest with him? He inquired curiously, gesturing towards Rayleigh. According to the battle records, Hawkeye and Rayleigh had never clashed before. Their encounter should not have been so mundane. This feels familiar. Have we crossed paths before? Your prowess is remarkable. Hawkeye furrowed his brow, sensing a strong familiarity with the individual, despite never having met him. You do not recognize him? That seems implausible. Have you not inquired about him from Raherd or the Navy? Stan found it rather strange that Rayleigh was in Sabaody. This was hardly a secret, as many were already aware. Moreover, although Rayleigh may not have specialized in swordsmanship, he was indeed a master swordsman, and one would assume that Dracul Mihawk would take great interest. The Dark King Rayleigh, the very first mate of the Pirate King, and you do not recognize him? Stan was truly taken aback to discover that Rayleigh knew Mihawk, yet Mihawk was unaware of Rayleigh's identity. It turned out that Rayleigh had retired, as Shanks had mentioned, and thus could not disclose any information about him. Mihawk nodded in sudden understanding. He had indeed inquired about Rayleigh from Shanks, but to no avail. So, what was your intention in seeking information about me from Shanks? Rayleigh inquired, somewhat at a loss for words, aware that Mihawk was not an adversary to be trifled with. Stan nodded in understanding, recognizing that the red-haired individual would not allow Mihawk to cause any trouble for Rayleigh. The name of the Dark King, Rayleigh, was well known. Mihawk remained silent, drawing his black blade. Since fate had brought them together in this moment, he saw no reason to let the opportunity slip away. Doflamingo and Moria were far beneath him in strength, offering no thrill for his prowess. Chapter 59, Mihawk vs. Rayleigh. I have long since retired and have no intention of engaging in battle with you. Rayleigh laughed heartily, dismissing the notion of fighting Mihawk as a frivolous endeavor. He was merely seeking some funds for drinks. Mihawk furrowed his brow. Having unsheathed his sword, he could not simply sheath it again. Yet Rayleigh's words held truth. He had indeed retired, and it would be inappropriate to force him into combat. I merely wish to witness the strength of the Dark King. Shall we keep it to a friendly exchange? Mihawk persisted, unwilling to concede. True masters of swordsmanship were a rarity, and he yearned for the chance to spar with one. Stan, on the other hand, had no intentions of crossing blades with him. Why must you bother? I am merely an old retiree. Is not Stan's strength comparable to mine? Rayleigh countered, reluctant to agree easily. He was weary and did not desire to engage in unnecessary conflict. For Mihawk, a duel might yield some insights, elevating his skills further. However, Rayleigh felt differently. At his age, he had reached his peak, and any decline in ability was a daunting prospect. I am no match for him. His techniques are akin to those of a trickster, Mihawk mused, glancing at Stan, who had never truly wielded a sword. From what he had seen, Stan's so-called prowess and moon reading were not impressive. Moreover, if even Whitebeard could not breach Stan's defenses, Mihawk doubted he could surpass the legendary pirate's strength. Very well. Let us keep it to a friendly exchange, Rayleigh sighed, reluctantly acquiescing. Since Mihawk's arrival, it had been evident he would stir trouble. Though Rayleigh had retired and was no longer a swordsman, he could not refuse entirely, especially as Mihawk suggested a restrained encounter. Given their friendship with the red-haired pirate, refusal would have been excessive. Thank you, Mihawk acknowledged, aware that his request was somewhat unreasonable. Engaging in a duel would offer Rayleigh no advantage. It was more of a favor to him. No need for thanks. I shall retrieve my sword, and you can wait in that open area, Rayleigh replied, shaking his head as he turned to return home. With their combined strength, even a restrained bout could lead to considerable destruction. What is happening? Why has Mihawk come again today? Unemerged, her curiosity piqued. Her mood had significantly improved. She had come to terms with her situation, with Zephyr having left the Navy. The affairs of the Marines no longer concerned her. If she wished to see her mentor, Stan would certainly not hinder her. Yes, Mihawk intends to duel Rayleigh. Make sure to observe and learn well. Stan nodded, acknowledging that Ein had also acquired some swordsmanship in a duel between such formidable opponents. There ought to be some valuable insights gained. Before long, Mihawk and Rayleigh stood facing each other. Mihawk raised his blade but refrained from striking, as this was a fair contest, and Rayleigh was his senior in age. Rayleigh nodded in response, not holding back, and launched a slashing attack, initiating a probing strike. The onlookers who had been monitoring Stan had already retreated to a safe distance, wary of interrupting the duel between these two titans. The speed of the slash was astonishing. Mihawk calmly executed an upward slice, deflecting the attack with ease. Subsequently, Rayleigh closed the distance, his blade emanating a potent aura, and brought it down in a powerful overhead strike. Although his swordsmanship was commendable, it was not his primary focus. He merely wielded the sword as a weapon. The clash of their blades resonated with a crisp sound. A sudden gust of wind stirred the atmosphere, sending a plume of dust swirling outward. This old man possesses remarkable strength, truly deserving of his reputation as a master well-versed in the three forms of hockey. Stan nodded slightly, assessing Rayleigh's prowess. Although he lacked an understanding of hockey, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern certain aspects. After all, his vision was exceptional. Mihawk wielded the black blade Yuru, while Rayleigh merely held an ordinary sword, yet he exhibited no inferiority to Mihawk whatsoever. However, to claim victory over Mihawk seemed nearly impossible for Rayleigh. Indeed, Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, remained as formidable as ever. Peach Rabbit also emerged, gripping Kineman with a serious expression as she regarded Mihawk. As a swordswoman herself, she was certainly not oblivious to Mihawk's renowned title. What is this? Do you aspire to that accolade? Shall I lend you a hand? Stan turned his gaze towards Peach Rabbit, smiling cheerfully as he inquired. When it comes to the purest of swordsmen, under the watchful eye of the eagle, it is undoubtedly Peach Rabbit and Shirley who stand out. Peach Rabbit, being a candidate for the position of admiral, is not far behind the eagle eye. With a little assistance, he may very well seize the title of the world's greatest swordsman. How despicable! In a duel of swordsmen, how could one allow interference from others? Peach Rabbit disdainfully cast a glance at Stan, recognizing the nature of a treacherous person. Even in jest, one should not trivialize the sacred duel of swordsmen, for it is an act that must remain untainted. TCH, if that is the case, you might as well resign yourself to the fact that you will never attain the title of the world's greatest swordsman in this lifetime. Stan shrugged. He was merely jesting, for no swordsman would seek assistance during a duel. However, with the demeanor of the unparalleled Eagle Eye, wandering the seas, Tautu and Shilio may never have the chance to surpass him. It is time to get serious. Stan focused intently and offered a solemn reminder. Although the two had agreed to keep their confrontation restrained, they were undoubtedly prepared to showcase their true prowess. At this moment, Mihawk stood several dozen meters away from Rayleigh, gripping his swords with both hands and fixing a steely gaze upon him. Subsequently, Mihawk executed a sweeping strike, though it lacked a thunderous impact. Every blade of grass and tree along its path was cleaved in twain. You are being excessive. What purpose does such a wide range of attacks serve? Stan let out an indignant shout, and the skeletal form of Susanoo materialized before him, shielding him from the residual force of the attack. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, and with a subtle twist of his wrist, he executed a downward strike that unleashed a colossal slash. The strike collided with Mihawk's intangible assault, producing a thunderous explosion that carved a massive crater over 20 meters wide. The ground fractured around the pit, penetrating the very depths of the island and allowing seawater to seep through. What is happening? Are you too intent on destroying this place? He thought, exasperated. This was right at his doorstep, and he still had business to attend to. Such wanton destruction was utterly unacceptable. He had anticipated that Rayleigh would exercise restraint, considering that Rayleigh's home was also situated here. Yet, it was Mihawk who lacked discretion. A few more exchanges like this, and island number 13 would be reduced to ruins. Keep it down, Rayleigh remarked, equally helpless. He had no desire to escalate the situation, but with Mihawk's reckless strikes, he had no choice but to defend himself. Had he chosen to evade that last attack, everything behind him for hundreds of meters would have been severed. Mihawk nodded coolly, refraining from launching another overwhelming strike. Instead, he charged at Rayleigh with his sword drawn. Close-quarters combat between swordsmen is fraught with peril, leaving little room for evasion. Rayleigh leaped into action, carving a path with his own slash, his body swiftly following in its wake. He was not merely a swordsman, nor did he adhere to any specific sword techniques. Rather, he relied on the wisdom gleaned from his past battles. The blades of the two warriors clashed rapidly, striking and retreating in a flurry of metallic sounds. In the arena, the figures of the combatants were nearly invisible, overshadowed by the symphony of their blades meeting. It was a mesmerizing spectacle. Both fighters possessed remarkable experience, and for the moment, the outcome remained indeterminate. Sten applauded for the two, his Sharingan allowing him to perceive every detail with clarity. The clash of swords and the dazzling strikes were undoubtedly exhilarating. However, if one were to delve deeper, it was the close-quarters combat that truly showcased technical prowess, serving as a genuine test of swordsmanship. Chapter 60, The Battle Concludes. How long has it been? Is there still no victor? Stan stifled a yawn as he rose from his reclined position, his gaze clouded with confusion. After watching for a little over 20 minutes, he found the spectacle rather tedious and succumbed to a brief slumber. Lacking any proficiency in swordsmanship, he could merely discern that some moves were executed well, while others narrowly avoided catastrophe, leaving him utterly bewildered by the intricacies of the art, despite the performance's undeniable brilliance. To his eyes, it was the decisive, flamboyant strikes that captured his attention. After more than 2 hours had elapsed, a conclusion seemed imminent. Icarus approached Stan, offering a massage, and whispered in response, "Has it truly been so long? Was it not agreed that we would cease at a certain point?" Stan was somewhat astonished. 2 hours was not a brief period, and it was not a life-and-death struggle, so such intensity seemed unnecessary. Engaging in mutual sparring, they had already gleaned each other's strengths and techniques, and it was nearly time to conclude. For such formidable warriors, battling for 10 days and nights would be entirely reasonable. They had already exhibited considerable restraint. Tao Rabbit disdainfully curled her lip. Swordsmanship was far from a simple matter, and outsiders could hardly comprehend its intricacies. Although neither combatant unleashed devastating techniques, the display was, in her eyes, nothing short of spectacular. Particularly noteworthy was Hawkeye, who, without exerting excessive force, demonstrated the finesse of his swordsmanship in every strike. Each transition between offense and defense was executed flawlessly, devoid of any flamboyance, yet rich in essence. To witness such a clash of swordsmanship between masters was a stroke of fortune for any swordsman. Though wielding a large blade, it seemed weightless in their hands, embodying a perfect blend of strength and grace. Regrettably, after such an extensive engagement, Rayleigh felt his enthusiasm waning and no longer wished to continue. A battle devoid of passion invariably felt exhausting, and he had already worked up quite a sweat. "Let us conclude with one final strike," Rayleigh declared, retreating to a distance and wiping his brow with a serious demeanor. After 2 hours, he had nearly exhausted his repertoire of techniques and had little novelty left to offer. "Very well," Hawkeye nodded, also preparing to unleash his energy while keeping a keen eye on Rayleigh. Indeed, it was about time. All that needed to be seen had been observed, and any further exchanges would merely reiterate established patterns. Rayleigh's gaze sharpened as a wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth, directed entirely at Hawkeye. Following this, Rayleigh charged forward, delivering a breathtaking slash that resonated with unparalleled might. His mastery over Conqueror's haki surpassed that of mere novices, allowing him to avoid collateral damage to the surroundings. Hawkeye, well prepared, noted that this display of haki, while formidable, fell slightly short of that wielded by red-haired Shanks. In a moment of hesitation, Hawkeye drew his sword, cleaving through the strike as he and Rayleigh narrowly missed one another. With a crack, Rayleigh's blade shattered into fragments, leaving only the hilt in his grasp. Hawkeye's black sword, knight, remained unscathed, although a small piece of his cloak had been severed. In terms of swordsmanship, you have surpassed Kazuki Odin. You are indeed the world's greatest swordsman, Rayleigh remarked, turning with a smile, generously praising Hawkeye. His blade had broken, not due to inferiority, but rather because it could not match Hawkeye's black blade. Nevertheless, he had lost half a move. Despite utilizing Conqueror's Haki, this final strike should have favored him. Though Kazuki Odin lacked the title of the world's greatest swordsman, his swordsmanship was undoubtedly the strongest of his era. Even the mightiest creature, Kaido, had to rely on treacherous tactics to overcome Kazuki Odin. However, Odin was also exceptionally skilled in all three forms of Haki, displaying prodigious talent from a young age. Hawkeye glanced down at the hem of his cloak, feeling slightly dissatisfied. Conqueror's Haki had indeed affected him. Kazuki Odin, the one who left Kaido with his only scar, he muttered softly, sheathing his sword and bowing respectfully to Rayleigh. Regrettably, had Kazuki Odin not fallen victim to Kaido's deceit, he might have become another legendary dragon slayer. The title of Dragon Slayer represents the ultimate aspiration for all swordsmen. The name of Ryuma continues to resonate even after centuries. Although many have claimed the title of the world's greatest swordsman, few have left behind a lasting legacy. Only Ryuma has. Hawkeye possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Kaido, being the world's only true dragon, who emerged victorious. It seems Hawkeye is not particularly pleased. Sten turned to glance at Peach Rabbit, his curiosity piqued. He lacked knowledge of swordsmanship, yet from a mere visual assessment, it appeared that Hawkeye had emerged victorious, especially since Rayleigh's blade had shattered. However, Hawkeye had also lost a part of his attire. Had it not been for the Black Blade Knight, Rayleigh would have seemingly held the upper hand. In terms of raw strength, neither seemed to outmatch the other, but in the realm of swordsmanship, Hawkeye undoubtedly prevailed. Peach Rabbit nodded gravely, recalling the perilous moment when she barely managed to withstand Rayleigh's strike. In that fleeting instant, what seemed like a single move was, in fact, three distinct techniques executed by Rayleigh: Conqueror's Haki, a slashing attack, and close combat. Those of lesser strength, upon sensing the Conqueror's Haki, could evade the slash but would find themselves utterly defenseless against a counterattack. Had she been in that position, she would likely have had to rely on her own Haki to withstand Rayleigh's final blow. Predictably, should the confrontation persist, Hawkeye would most likely claim victory. Stan nodded in understanding, finding the outcome quite satisfactory, aligning closely with his expectations. The prowess of Hawkeye was undoubtedly at the level of a Grand Commander. Otherwise, the title of the world's greatest swordsman would belong to either Trafalgar Law or Shanks. Rayleigh was similarly formidable. Their encounter could be deemed a stalemate. However, having clashed with the formidable red-haired Shanks, Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki had little effect on Hawkeye. This time, Rayleigh lacked a worthy blade, which Hawkeye easily shattered. Should the duel continue, victory would undoubtedly belong to Hawkeye. What are your thoughts? Did you glean any insights? Stan revealed a smile, turning to glance at Tao 2 and 9. Such a genuine and fierce melee combat should prove somewhat beneficial for the two of them. I'm doing all right, but my abilities are rather limited, so I can't comprehend it all, Ayn remarked with a slight smile, acknowledging her own shortcomings and grasping the finer details. No, at my level, merely observing others engage in battle will never lead to any advancement, Tao 2 lamented, shaking his head in regret. Although he observed intently, it remained the prowess of others. Is that so? Should we perhaps engage in a duel with Hawkeye to test our skills? Stan was quite curious about Momonosuke's strength, and thus he encouraged. The Vice Admiral is not quite at the level of an admiral, but he is close and has the potential to reach that pinnacle. If it weren't for Fujitora and Green Bull, both Momonosuke and Shavadin would undoubtedly be established admirals of the Navy. Momonosuke felt somewhat tempted, but ultimately shook his head. No, I am well aware that I am not his match. My hawk stands as a towering mountain before all swordsmen. If I am not prepared, it would be unwise to challenge him. What a pity, Stan lamented. Momonosuke was not Zoro. Their levels of skill were not far apart, and once a challenge was issued, it would be a serious affair. Given the perilous nature of swordsmanship, if the two were to clash, it could lead to dire consequences. Ayn, please inform the Navy to expedite repairs here, Stan commanded, glancing at the battered ground. Since the Navy is present, this matter falls to them. It is their responsibility to maintain order. The disheveled seemed greatly detracted from the aesthetic appeal and would adversely affect his business. Chapter 61. The grand action begins. Stan, where's my intelligence? I must take my leave, Mihawk coldly queried as he approached Stan. He had come solely for the information, as earning 1 billion berries was quite manageable. He had initially intended to seek out Crocodile as well, to gather the necessary 2 billion. Here, take it. Stan took out the prepared information on Fujitora and tossed it to Hawkeye. Well, I shall take my leave. Hawkeye nodded, accepted the documents, and departed. This time, he intended to journey to the East Blue to meet the three-sword-style swordsman that Stan had mentioned, a person with the potential to surpass him. Along the way, he also planned to borrow some money from Sand Crocodile and purchase intelligence on the Golden Lion. Mounting his jet ski, Hawkeye vanished in the blink of an eye. His fighter jet parked at a distance. Stan, you have gone too far. I shall challenge you to a duel. No sooner had Hawkeye left than Chap Warren appeared before Stan. His face contorted with rage. Ein had already informed him that the Navy was to repair this place, yet he spoke with such authority. By what right? This area was ravaged by Hawkeye and Rayleigh. Why should it be our Navy's responsibility to fix it? Glaring at Stan, Chap Warren vehemently questioned. It is already intolerable that I find Stan so displeasing, but now you have truly gone overboard. How can I endure this? Repairing this place is a trivial matter. Yet Stan commands us, the Navy, as if we owe him something. What justification is there for that? Your words lack logic. Is it not the duty of your Navy to maintain public order, to protect the interests of the civilians? And what do we see? You merely stand by and watch as Rayleigh and Hawkeye destroy this place. If you do not repair it, then who will? Stan cast a disdainful glance at T-Pig and attempted to reason with him, deeming him too naive. The Navy still valued its reputation and refrained from issuing a bounty on him. Otherwise, it would have truly sold out Tau Rabbit and Ein to the criminals. Although he had destroyed a naval branch, he was still recognized as a legitimate civilian. It was only fitting that the Navy address the damage inflicted upon his doorstep. Do not overstep your bounds. You are a criminal. What gives you the authority to command the Navy? I shall not make repairs. T-Pig found himself at a loss for a counterargument and could only retort with a defiant posture. When did I become a criminal? Do you possess a bounty on me? I am a civilian, after all. If you refuse to repair it, I shall seek the world government for assistance. Shall I call upon the 5 Elder Stars? Stan shrugged his shoulders, pondering whether he could truly manage the situation with Chachuan before him. Please handle this properly. I have matters to attend to. Ensure everything is in order before I return. He stood and gently patted Chachuan on the shoulder, offering a kind command. In this matter, he was undoubtedly in the right, and Chachuan would not allow him to escalate it to the elders. Such a trivial issue was not worth his time. He had no inclination to seek someone out for repairs, especially when the Navy was nearby. At this moment, he had more pressing concerns. As Brother Ming's arrangements were likely nearing completion, let us proceed to Area 1. As Icarus secured the door, Stan ambled forward at his leisure. Stan, I challenge you to a duel. If you are a man, then let us fight. Chachuan's eyes blazed with fury as he glared fiercely at Stan. Whatever, Stan shrugged, dismissing Chachuan's outburst. Enough, Chachuan. You are not his match. It is a mere trifle. Why let it anger you? Tatu, passing by Chachuan, quietly advised. Though her words were laced with exasperation, despite Stan's commanding tone, it was ultimately a trivial matter that did not necessitate Chachuan's direct involvement. They are well aware of Stan's formidable strength. Engaging in a duel with him would be tantamount to courting death. How infuriating. How utterly vexing. I shall keep a vigilant eye on you. Do not let me uncover any weaknesses. Gritting his teeth, Cha Tun resolutely followed in Stan's footsteps. His orders were clear. He must closely monitor Stan, ensuring he did not slip from view. Such a task was perilous for a major general, and with the general preoccupied, it fell to him, the general's deputy, to take on this responsibility. As Stan set off, the throng of onlookers around him, more than half, promptly followed suit. Aware that Stan posed no threat to them, they ceased their attempts at concealment and trailed behind him in a vast procession. With so many people present, there were few places left to hide. At the entrance of Area 1, the population auction site, tens of thousands had gathered. Mingu stood silently on the steps of the auction house, his gaze fixed on the crowd below. He was uncertain of Stan's intentions, but had gathered these individuals as instructed. The assembly comprised shopkeepers from numbers 1 to 29 in Sabaody, as well as local criminals. Predominantly, they were slaves adorned with collars, representing various races. Here, Mingu's auction house held the greatest influence, and few dared to defy his commands. What could the warlord Mingu be planning? Are you privy to any information? Just yesterday, he stirred quite a commotion. Why is he still restless today? Everyone was busy, and being summoned during the day without a clear purpose raised concerns about their ongoing businesses. The crowd held a palpable fear of Mingu, whispering among themselves, hesitant to voice their dissent. They were not the inexperienced pirates newly arrived in Sabaody. They recognized Ming Ji's formidable power. What do you think? Should we inquire further? Among the crowd, for individuals huddled together, one casting a glance at Minggu. They were all preoccupied, having been gathered at dawn, causing significant disruption to their enterprises. I have no questions. It's not like this will impede my day much, a striking woman remarked indifferently, rolling her eyes. Minggu was known for his ruthlessness. She operated a pleasure district in Sabaody, primarily earning her income at night, so a brief pause during the day was manageable. In truth, she harbored little fear of Minggu, for her leader was Stussy, the queen of the pleasure district. Both were titans in the dark underworld of the New World. Their powers not far removed from each other. Then let us ask him. Being forewarned allows for preparation, the other two proposed. Their composure less assured as they approached Minggu. One was the head of a loan shark operation in Sabaody, while the other managed a shipping enterprise. The first to speak was a subordinate of the infamous Morgans, whose influence in the area was only slightly inferior to Minggu's. Ahem, Joker. We have been gathered here for some time. Is there something you wish to address? The subordinate, addressing Minggu by his moniker in the underworld. Knew Minggu's primary business revolved around arms dealing, and they were significant clients of his. Ha ha ha, begone. Minggu chuckled heartily, adjusting his glasses, before dismissing them with a single word. Who were these people to engage him in conversation? Did he owe anyone an explanation for his actions? My words have been spoken. Who is in favor? Who is against? Joker, you've been silent for so long, and the atmosphere is tense, the subordinate of the shipping magnate boldly pressed. In this age of piracy, their strength and influence were not far beneath Minggu's own. Not even the Empress Big Mom would treat their leader with anything less than respect. Are you deaf or simply forgetful? Shall I repeat myself? Minggu's smile remained. Yet his words sent shivers down spines. How dare a mere subordinate of the shipping king question him? If the shipping king himself were present, it would be a different matter. In truth, Minggu himself was unaware of the purpose of this gathering. Stan had not disclosed his plans. The two exchanged awkward glances, sharing a nervous chuckle, and retreated, heads bowed. They were merely subordinates, their status dwarfed by Minggu's, and they could not afford to court death. Well, did you gain any clarity on what this is all about? The newsman's subordinate leaned in, casting a wary glance at the scowling Minggu. The distance was considerable, and the cacophony around resembled a bustling marketplace. He had not caught the details of their conversation. As a journalist, he had an insatiable curiosity, and he sensed this event might yield a significant story. Minggu had summoned every criminal on the island to this location. His demeanor suggested he awaited someone who could warrant such attention from him. After much contemplation, it seemed only Stan, who had met with Minggu the previous day, could hold such significance. The events of yesterday had clearly set the stage for this unfolding drama, evidently orchestrated by Stan himself. Although Stan has only recently gained fame, his prowess is evident for all to see. It would be impossible for him to claim he is unperturbed. Furthermore, the actions he has taken are precisely what their news agency has reported, which can be interpreted as a vendetta. Curious to know more? Perhaps you should inquire yourself. The subordinates of the Maritime King did not receive him warmly and were reprimanded by Brother Ming, leaving him in a rather foul mood. However, there is no need to dwell on that. The aides of the big news organization chuckled, understanding that these two had returned empty-handed and were scolded for their efforts. Surely, you can deduce the connection? This matter is inextricably linked to Stan, and Brother Ming has undoubtedly formed a collaboration with him. The woman from the Joy Street also approached, keenly interested in the developments, particularly since the arrival was imminent. Their queen had instructed them to keep a close watch on Stan, ensuring no intelligence would escape their grasp. Additionally, they summoned the slaves, likely concerning matters related to the slave trade. The moneylender turned to gaze at the slaves behind him, his emotions a tangled web. Many of the slaves were intertwined with their lending business, and those who could not repay their debts were relegated to slavery. Enough of that. Stan has arrived, accompanied by a formidable entourage. As he approached, the crowd fell into a profound silence. In this vibrant place, even though news of Stan had only recently spread, none were unfamiliar with his name. Even the slaves. Today's most spoken about topic was Stan. Indeed, commendable work. Brother Ming, as a partner, has demonstrated commendable efficiency. Observing the throng's gathering, Stan nodded in satisfaction, praising Brother Ming. In such matters, his personal involvement might not yield better results than Brother Ming's efforts. His strength is undeniable, yet these unscrupulous individuals would not heed his call. He lacks that kind of charisma. The crowd parted silently for him, all eyes fixated upon his presence. The shopkeepers and criminals alike felt a palpable tension, unable to suppress their cold sweat at merely gazing upon him. The slaves, however, remained indifferent, or perhaps entirely unresponsive, with only a few displaying a flicker of curiosity. Stan, you have arrived. What is it that you intend to do? Brother Ming, adhering to Stan's directives, remained audacious in front of outsiders, showing little courtesy to Stan. Well done, our inaugural collaboration. I trust you won't jeopardize it. Here, hang this up for all to see. Stan nodded in appreciation and handed a grand poster to Mingo, which had been hastily prepared overnight. The Sabaody archipelago. His residence and the focal point of his endeavors had prompted him to contemplate its management for an extended period before devising this plan. Since this lawless territory was beyond the purview of the Navy and the world government, he felt compelled to assert his authority. What is this? This is not your domain, Minggu remarked as he took a glance at the poster and suspended it with silk thread in midair. However, the content left him momentarily dumbfounded. It seemed to target him directly. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Stan, do you think you can unilaterally dictate matters here? This is utterly excessive. Do you disregard our presence? Sabaody does not belong solely to you. You made this decision without consulting us, which is quite dismissive. A mere fleeting glance at the poster incited outrage among those below, who erupted in protest. Meanwhile, the slaves gazed at the content, some showing no reaction, while others were moved to tears. Stan, what is your intention? The Sabaody archipelago is a directly governed territory of the world government. T-Pig was also taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, quietly questioning Stan. Although he found the content indefensible, as a member of the Navy, he could not afford to remain indifferent. He was astonished. In his eyes, Stan was not a man of virtue, seemingly incapable of such actions. Silence. The contents above are the result of my careful deliberation, and all of you must abide by them. I have spoken. Who is in favor? Who opposes? Stan shouted loudly, commanding silence throughout the venue, before imperiously declaring, I oppose. Indeed, there was someone unafraid of the consequences, as a hand was instantly raised in dissent. Stan drew his pistol and swiftly dispatched the man with a single bullet. Who else? He inquired, not even glancing at the fallen figure, casually toying with his firearm. He squinted and asked, Isn't it rather tyrannical of you? The shampoo isn't solely yours. By what right do you act in such a manner? There were still those unafraid of death, their words softened yet unmistakably conveying their stance. Stan fired again. He came here merely to declare this matter, not to engage in discussions with others. However, the individual who dared to speak up possesses some skill, swiftly dodging the bullet. Do you wish to confront me? Your audacity is indeed remarkable. Stan shook his head with a smile, never anticipating that someone would dare to confront him in Zyangadi. After deftly evading the bullets, this individual did not attempt to flee. Instead, he charged forward with remarkable speed. With a swift motion, he unleashed a Gatling gun, the rhythmic sound of gunfire echoing incessantly. This provided an excellent opportunity for him to showcase his weaponry. Before long, however, he could not evade all the bullets and fell to the ground. Approximately 20 meters away from Stan. Stan, endowed with the power of the Sharingan, perceives others as if they were moving in slow motion, which undoubtedly enhances his accuracy. Is there anyone else? He inquires once again, as he pivots his machine gun towards the crowd below. Chapter 63, The Management Law of the Lawless Zone. Is there no one left? Then let us commence the enforcement of the new management law. His expression is cold as he surveys the silent throng beneath him. The Sabaody archipelago has long been a source of disdain for him, having subjected him to numerous injustices in his past. It can be said that this place is among the darkest realms of the world, second only to Mariehua. No, this cannot stand. I refuse to accept it. Why should I die? You are not the sovereign of Sabaody. What gives you the right to declare a new management law? A group of dissenters rises, defying Stan's authority. They are individuals engaged in human trafficking or tasked with the capture of slaves. Your opinions are irrelevant. You need only prepare for your demise. He glances at the traffickers with a cold smirk. In his view, such a profession is unnecessary and deserving of capital punishment. Prominently displayed on his large poster are the 7 bold characters proclaiming the management law of the lawless zone. It consists of merely 3 rules. First, no engagement in human trafficking. Violators shall be executed. Second, no oppression of civilians, nor infringement upon their safety and property. Violators shall be executed. Third, no racial discrimination. Whether verbal or behavioral, violators shall be executed. He considers himself merciful, for he has stipulated only these 3 laws, leaving other matters unaddressed. Human trafficking is his utmost intolerance. And it is this very industry that flourishes in sobriety. As for civilians, the lawless zone is populated with many, yet they are often overlooked by the criminals. For instance, in Area 22's hospital, the nurse who was taken by Charlos is but a frail civilian. The plight of those living in such lawlessness is all too evident. Should the lawless engage in conflict, it is of no concern to him. If they perish, it is a result of their own inadequacy. However, oppressing civilians is utterly unacceptable. Not every lawless individual possesses the magnanimity akin to Shanks or Luffy, who do not hold grievances against the common folk. Racial discrimination is equally egregious. Where there exist different races, there should be coexistence and peace. Brother Ace, you too are involved in the human trafficking trade, operating the largest auction house. Why do you remain silent? Stan's actions have clearly infringed upon your interests, yet you do not speak out? Human trafficking is supported by the world government. What right do you have to intervene? Stan, you overstep your boundaries. Do you truly believe we fear you? My slaves are destined for the celestial dragons. The traffickers seethe with indignation, yet none dare to confront Stan. Stan is evidently intent on eliminating them, yet his prowess is formidable. They possess a modicum of self-awareness regarding this fact. However, there exists Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo, a warlord of the sea, reigns supreme in the nefarious trade of human trafficking. He chuckles darkly. Stan, is this not a bit excessive? Do you intend to tarnish my reputation? Doflamingo feels a pang of concern. He is well aware of Stan's words and has no dissenting opinions. Yet, should he remain silent, the nature of his relationship with Stan would inevitably be exposed. But what of it? Do you dare to defy me? You shall not engage in the business of human trafficking either. Stan also collaborated with Mingo in a performance yesterday. He compelled Mingo to cease his involvement in human trafficking. Mingo's childhood was fraught with hardship, and he had been subjected to the control of an external force. Otherwise, Stan would not have hesitated to hold him accountable. I urge you to bring forth those individuals from your auction house who frequently oppress the slaves. They owe the enslaved an explanation. In consideration of our partnership, I may choose to overlook your culpability, but the human auction house must undergo a name change. Stan is remarkably assertive. This matter is beyond dispute for him. Those below him gazed in astonishment, as Stan showed no regard for Ming's dignity whatsoever. Is this truly a partnership? Yet, many comprehend that this world operates on the principle that only those with strength possess the authority to voice their opinions. Stan's strength is comparable to that of the four emperors, while Doflamingo pales in comparison. What does it matter if he shows no respect? Has he truly mistaken me? A warlord of the sea, for someone easily trifled with? This is not his territory. Doflamingo cannot simply acquiesce. The performance must be convincing. As the leader in the nefarious trade of human trafficking, he still bears the responsibility to speak on behalf of others. Do you wish for your demise? Stan's performance is exceptional. His sudden fury exudes an overwhelming presence that commands the entire scene. A dark arm materializes out of thin air, grasping Brother Ming firmly in its grip. Mere words are insufficient to quell suspicions about Brother Ming. Ultimately, force will be required to compel him. The time for violence has come. They have already struck, and now is the moment to eliminate Stan. Brother Ming must endure. With our numbers, we need not fear Stan. All of you slaves, advance at once. If Stan remains alive, our fate is sealed. As Stan takes action, the traffickers can no longer restrain themselves and surge forward. Some brandish controllers for the slave collars, threatening their captives. They have already been condemned to death by Stan. If they do not seize this opportunity to eliminate him now, when will they? Particularly those tasked with capturing slaves possess considerable strength, and many hold unique abilities. The slaves, however, hesitate. Only a few who have been thoroughly trained rush forward, while the majority remain in a state of indecision. Stan came to liberate them from their bondage. And even in the face of death threats, they were reluctant to lay a hand on him. In an instant, amidst the throngs of tens of thousands, more than 10,000 charged forward, while many brandished their firearms. All those who advanced were ruthlessly gunned down. Stan had no intention of taking action himself. Instead, he calmly observed the trio of Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Icarus. Yes, Icarus replied without hesitation, taking up the Gatling gun and firing relentlessly. Her role was solely to provide long-range suppression and protect her master, never to charge into the fray. The master had previously instructed that this battle was primarily to be handled by Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit and Ein exchanged glances, both deeply conflicted, uncertain whether they should intervene. In the face of the lawless territory of Shambadi, Any morally conscious naval officer would find it utterly unacceptable. Stan's current actions have garnered their silent support. However, this place undeniably remains a sanctuary for the celestial dragons. No matter how many Navy personnel disapprove, its existence is unwavering, and even Akainu is powerless to alter that. Chaha glanced at Stan, then at the human traffickers, and quietly withdrew with the Navy to a distant spot. Stan is Stan. He cannot abide Stan. Yet he finds himself reluctant to oppose the action Stan is currently undertaking. I never would have imagined that you, a heartless merchant, would engage in such conduct. Hawkeye appeared abruptly before Stan, intercepting all the bullets that had been fired. He was initially about to leave, but upon noticing the crowd, he paused momentarily. Stan is undoubtedly aware of his own strength and does not require assistance in deflecting bullets. Nevertheless, he chose to appear, ostensibly to express his support for Stan's actions. With so many followers around Stan, it is likely that the world government has already received this news. One can surmise that a conflict between Stan and the representatives of the world government is imminent. Chapter 64, Never a Slave. Thank you. But you need not involve yourself in such matters. It was no surprise to Stan that Hawkeye had not departed. He had sensed it long before, though he did not anticipate Hawkeye's sudden emergence. Hawkeye's aloof demeanor is well known. Apart from the art of swordsmanship, nothing else holds significance for him. The act of liberating slaves and prohibiting human trafficking is, quite evidently, a direct affront to the world government. The primary purchasers of slaves are none other than the celestial dragons, who possess an innumerable supply of slaves in Mariewa. However, it is not considered a grave matter. Fisher Tiger ascended to Mariewa to free slaves and lived for many years thereafter. His actions in Sabaody were merely a minor inconvenience, at most eliciting some verbal rebukes from the five elders. What more could they do to him? He had already incurred the wrath of the world government and was indifferent to this particular issue. Hawkeye, however, was different. By stepping forward to support him, he would likely incur the lasting resentment of the world government. No matter, my blade remains firmly in hand, and I can wield it still. Hawkeye nodded with a calm demeanor, lightly weighing the black blade, Yoru, in his grasp. He understood the implications, yet what did he have to fear? Becoming a warlord of the sea was merely a matter of convenience for him. As long as his blade remained in his possession, there was nothing in this world that could instill fear within him. Stan has undertaken such a significant task. Since he has witnessed it, he ought to express his stance. Haha, it truly is you. The rest shall be entrusted to them. Stan's hearty laughter dissuaded Hawkeye from taking further action. Although over 10,000 individuals surged forward, they were no match for Peach Rabbit. Now, it remained to be seen whether Peach Rabbit would lend her support. The actions he was undertaking were undoubtedly righteous. I did not hesitate long before unsheathing her twin swords, advancing against the tide. Having already resigned from the Navy, she was no longer bound by its regulations. She had long harbored disdain for the slavers of Sabaody. They deserved their fate. Peach Rabbit cast one last glance at Stan, hesitatingly drawing her own blade. It was universally acknowledged that the trafficking of human lives was an affront to justice, yet the Navy was powerless to intervene. Now that Stan had stepped forward, even a criminal possessed more sense of justice than she. How could she turn a blind eye? Even the fiercely antagonistic Chibuta retreated silently, leaving her with no alternative. Indeed, the dark era of Sabaody was destined to conclude today. Stan nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Toru and Ein did not disappoint him and did not blindly follow the Navy. With the removal of these traffickers, the oppression of civilians and racial discrimination would be eradicated, allowing Sabaody to nearly regain its former glory. He harbored no concerns for Toru and Ein's safety, as these traffickers were truly lacking in strength. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million could establish a foothold in Sabaody, instilling fear among the island's inhabitants. If these tens of thousands possessed any real capability, they would not be languishing here. They would have long since ventured into the New World. My hawk, please keep a watchful eye, should anyone attempt to activate the slave collars. It will be up to you. Stan held no concern for how the weak resisted. Hence, he casually entrusted the matter to Hawkeye. The slaves who rushed forward, fully aware of his intent to liberate them, were beyond his reach. For the majority of slaves who refrained from attacking him, Stan extended a hand to preserve their lives. He merely disdained such occurrences, yet he was neither a saint nor a savior. I have done this much for you. Will you continue to submit? He proclaimed. If you desire freedom, fear not death, and bravely overthrow those who would shackle you. Observing the passive slaves, Stan's frustration boiled over. While he sympathized with their plight, if they lacked even the slightest spark of resistance, then rescuing them would be futile. There were countless slaves yet to be sold, far exceeding the number of traffickers. He did not wish for these individuals to rely solely on his assistance. The slaves standing idle were mired in hesitation, their fates held in the hands of others. Yet, as Stan had articulated, at this juncture, if they still feared to rebel, what right did they have to claim their freedom? Kill. The giants will never be enslaved, shouted a giant slave, assessing the situation. Having been captured only recently, he retained his warrior spirit, his blood coursing with the essence of battle. In a swift motion, he charged forward, fist clenched, and struck down a trafficker with a single blow. Kill. I am the freest pirate upon the seas. Another, a pirate, could no longer contain himself, shoving aside fellow slaves and sending several flying with a powerful kick. Indeed, we fishmen shall not endure discrimination. Let us vanquish these traffickers. A fishman, fueled by indignation, felt the weight of racial prejudice deeply. In this land of satiety, they held no status. Others viewed them with disdain. The fishmen possessed considerable strength and some knowledge of fishman karate, swiftly dispatching one trafficker with a punch. As these three took action, the rest of the slaves shed their hesitations, over 20,000 rising in unison. Kill. Restore our freedom. We shall not remain slaves. Those wretched traffickers must all perish. Spare none. Do not forget how they have treated us. The air filled with cries, resonating across the land, as slaves unleashed their pent-up fury. To break the spirits of the slaves, newcomers often endured countless torments. Especially the pirates, who were typically proud and defiant, their fervor had to be thoroughly extinguished. Today, an extraordinary powerhouse akin to the four emperors sought to champion their cause. How could they afford to wait idly? You miserable slaves dare to rebel? Do you seek death? A feeble trafficker shouted, brandishing a collar control device. With a swift motion, a blade sliced through the air, severing the man's arm, which fell to the ground. Hawkeye, with a cold gaze, surveyed the scene, intermittently delivering lethal strikes to disarm certain individuals. Kill. Hawkeye fights alongside us. Do not be afraid. Even the weakest slaves bravely charged at the traffickers, emboldened by the presence of Stan and Hawkeye. This world had always revered the strong, leaving the weak bereft of rights. They understood this all too well. Now, with powerful allies willing to aid them, should they fail to seize this opportunity, they would be condemned to a lifetime of servitude. The notion of unearned gain was reprehensible. Stan's words would not extend aid to the timid. Cursed, cursed, cursed be you, wretched slaves. Activate the collars to explode. The traffickers, particularly those in command, seethed with rage, brandishing various control devices. Alas, these individuals were too close to the slaves, and most would inevitably meet their demise. This is how it should be. Rise against oppression. Stan was quite pleased with the response of the slaves. These individuals still held some redeemable value. Chapter 65. Let the bickering begin. Satiety Archipelago, Area 1. Observing the one-sided battle below, Stan felt satisfied with the performance of these individuals. In particular, Peach Rabbit demonstrated remarkable strength, slicing through the crowd with a single blade, entering and exiting the fray with astonishing agility. Deep down, Peach Rabbit still leaned towards the Navy. A thought that surprised Stan, who had not anticipated such allegiance. The human trafficking trade, after all, is a lowly profession, lacking in true powerhouses. With the sole exception of the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was under Stan's control, the remaining individuals, when combined, could not even match the prowess of Peach Rabbit alone. Stan, the five elders wish to speak with you. A figure clad in a black suit approached, cradling a din-din mushy in hand. Satiety, situated at the base of Mariewa, falls directly under the jurisdiction of the world government. In light of such significant events, the world government could not afford to remain indifferent. Otherwise, it would be a severe blow to its prestige. Stan gave a soft hum in acknowledgement as he took the phone bug, not in haste to speak. It was entirely predictable and quite ordinary for the five elders to call him via the phone bug. For a moment, both parties remained silent, seemingly waiting for the other to initiate the conversation. Stan remained unhurried. After all, he had already accomplished his task. What could the five elders do? After a few minutes, a voice finally emerged from the din-din mushy, but it was not the familiar voice of the golden-haired elder. Why, Stan? You are merely a businessman, are you not? The tone was deep, laced with a simmering fury that had been forcefully subdued. Just yesterday, they had engaged in amicable discussions, even suggesting potential trade with the world government. And now this incident had unfolded. This was Satiety, the serene garden of the celestial dragons, and disturbances here would undoubtedly irk them. Moreover, this was the sole pathway for pirates to the New World, rendering it exceedingly significant. Indeed, I am engaged in commerce, and these traffickers are impeding my business. Thus, I have no choice but to eliminate them. Stan spoke without a hint of fear, asserting his perspective with confidence. The presence of human traffickers significantly jeopardized his business, and his actions were partly motivated by commercial interests. In 4 days, his arms auction would commence, attracting a multitude of attendees. If traffickers were to disrupt the event and seize individuals as slaves, how could he maintain his reputation? These attendees were his patrons, and at the very least, he had to ensure their safety on this island. Particularly, who were the individuals most in need of his weapons? They were the vulnerable ones. With such traffickers around, these weak souls might not even reach the island. Moreover, the auction venue was somewhat limited in space, necessitating a clearer area. Impact your business? How could they possibly affect your operations? Aren't you in the intelligence sector? The elder was incensed, believing Stan was merely spouting nonsense. Human traffickers had existed for many years without disrupting the other industries in Shambody. Your assertion is misguided. You must be aware of my plans to host the auction, correct? What if someone purchases my weapons only to be captured by traffickers? Wouldn't that tarnish my reputation? Stan possesses an abundance of patience. Is it merely a matter of bickering? Who cannot engage in such trivial exchanges? Yet, what purpose does it serve? Ultimately, one must rely on strength to prevail. The traffickers have nearly met their demise, and this territory has already been seized. Can it truly be returned? The world government maintains its own dedicated slave-catching squads and would not genuinely confront him head-on. Presently, their communication with him merely seeks to ascertain his intentions and whether he might undertake excessively outrageous actions. Do not overstep. I am attempting to reason. Yet you persist in complicating matters. What does this signify? This elder of the 5 stars seems completely unaware of how infuriating Stan's words can be, to the extent that his breath becomes labored. If it were purely a matter of business, could not Stan simply issue a warning to those traffickers? With Stan's considerable prowess, should he choose to make a declaration, who would dare to disregard him? Your composure is lacking. Perhaps you might send that previous blonde elder to engage with me instead. Stan displayed a palpable disdain, unable to tolerate such remarks. Has it been so long since anyone dared to act so brazenly before you? Very well. You are the first in many years to address me in this manner. The individual spoke with a rapid breath, nearly forgetting who had last exhibited such arrogance in his presence. Even the celestial dragons would not dare to be so insolent in front of him. Such individuals are a rarity. Stan, do enlighten us. What is it that you truly desire? Spare us the absurd justifications. In contrast, the golden-haired elder calmly maintained his composure, speaking with measured tones. He had previously asserted that Stan's words could be infuriating, thus it should be he who engages with Stan. However, the man with the mustache was unconvinced, believing his own rhetoric more cutting, eager to temper Stan's audacity. Firstly, the territory of Sabaody, once lawless, now falls under my jurisdiction, and here my rules shall prevail. You are aware of my capabilities. I am not inferior to the 4 emperors. Seeking a territory is hardly excessive. I extend a courtesy to you. I shall not claim the other regions of Sabaody. They remain yours. Stan remained composed. Having already claimed this territory as his own, this was merely a notification. It was merely a lawless zone, and he had made no alterations to other areas. So the 5 elders were not likely to be overly concerned. This place had never been under the jurisdiction of the world government. It was inhabited solely by outlaws. Thus he had not truly seized territory from them. Impossible. This is the garden of the celestial dragons. We cannot allow it to be handed over to you. The golden-haired elder firmly rejected. Although this area was of little significance, they could not simply acquiesce. Moreover, they were intent on eliminating Stan. They could not afford to let him gain strength. This is not a negotiation. I have already taken possession of this place, and your consent is unnecessary. I will be selling weapons here in abundance, and you are welcome to come and purchase them. However, I do hope you refrain from causing disturbances on my territory. Do not disrupt my business. Stan's tone was resolute. The matter pertained to his business, leaving no room for negotiation. The world government undeniably represented his most significant client, and he had no intention of severing ties with them at this juncture. Your actions are quite excessive. This is not the New World, and claiming territory in such a manner is unacceptable. The golden-haired celestial dragon remained calm, yet he was inclined to negotiate. As for your business dealings, I can remain uninvolved and will not interfere with your operations. However, regarding territory, such demands are unwarranted. To insist on adhering to your rules is excessively burdensome. The golden-haired celestial dragon was courteous, but he would not easily relinquish territory to Stan. The essence of the matter lay in face. Regardless of the territory in the New World, if it were seized here, where would the world government's dignity reside? Very well, I shall grant you a concession. I will refrain from declaring this area as my territory, but we must operate according to my regulations. Stan pondered for a moment. Concluding that it would not harm to extend a modicum of courtesy, the rules could remain as they were, as long as he possessed sufficient strength. No one would dare to contravene his regulations. Whether it was truly his domain was of little consequence. He merely required a venue for the sale of arms, and, to a certain extent, a place where individuals could feel secure in their purchases. Chapter 66, Prohibition on Celestial Dragons. Very well, I shall grant you this courtesy. Please specify your exact regulations. The golden-haired elder star did not deliberate for long before acquiescing to Stan's proposition. After all, the lawless territories were, by their very nature, beyond the jurisdiction of the world government, so allowing Stan to oversee them was hardly a deviation. All personnel of your world government are prohibited from apprehending pirates in this area without my explicit consent. Stan, in truth, adheres to no particular rules. This place is inherently a lawless territory, devoid of any regulations. Once his clientele steps beyond this realm of anarchy, he bears no obligation to safeguard them. Very well. No issue at all. The golden-haired celestial dragon accepted this with remarkable ease, for it is indeed a simple matter. The criminals within this domain have never been apprehended. They have always been left to their own devices. Moreover, and most crucially, the celestial dragons are prohibited from entering my domain. Stan harbored an intense disdain for the celestial dragons. Their mere presence was a source of irritation. Moreover, the celestial dragons were notoriously meddlesome, and he had no desire to allow a few insufferable individuals to sour his mood. It was inconceivable. The authority of the celestial dragons was paramount, with no place beyond their reach. The golden-haired elder stars flatly refused, forbidding the celestial dragons from entering, a blatant affront to their dignity. Furthermore, the celestial dragons were unyielding in their arrogance. While perhaps a select few might heed their counsel, the overwhelming majority would dismiss it with contempt. Unless the matter was of great import, he genuinely wished to avoid any encounter with the celestial dragons. They were simply too bothersome. Those mindless fools lacked any semblance of thought. Fixated solely on the standing of the celestial dragons, under Lord Emu's permission, they could exercise some control over the celestial dragons, but such circumstances were exceptional. In ordinary affairs, the world government existed solely to serve the celestial dragons, upholding their status. Now, to prohibit the celestial dragons from entering unlawful territories, how could he possibly convey this to them? Most critically, in the eyes of those fools, the concept of rules was utterly foreign, deemed superfluous. This predicament placed me in a most challenging position. My aversion to the celestial dragons is profound. I wish for them to remain absent from my sight. Should they cause trouble within my domain? It would create complications for both parties, would it not? Stan's tone carried an undercurrent of menace. This was his territory, and he desired to manage it with utmost precision. Should those imbeciles disrupt his established order, would he resort to lethal measures? Take, for instance, that young nurse, snatched away by Charles. Could he merely turn a blind eye to such an affront? To witness a woman being forcefully taken before his very eyes? Are you threatening me? He questioned. You are well aware of the significance of the celestial dragons. The world government will not tolerate any harm befalling them. The golden-haired elder was growing increasingly irate, finding their audacity intolerable. Just yesterday, they had used intelligence as a threat against him, and today they invoked the celestial dragons. Could he continue to yield to Stan's demands? The last incident involving a celestial dragon's demise had already cast suspicion upon Stan, albeit without significant scrutiny. Stan possesses spatial abilities, rendering him the most probable perpetrator behind the assassination of the celestial dragons, an assertion that is indisputable. He even surmises that Stan's demonstration of his spatial prowess yesterday was a display of bravado, a provocation directed at the world government. It was as if he was proclaiming, I am the one who has slain the celestial dragons. What can you do about it? This matter is of no concern to me. Merely test my resolve and see whether I would dare to eliminate another celestial dragon. They may enter this domain, but they must adhere to my rules. Otherwise, they should not expect any leniency from me. Stan let out a scoff, unapologetically delivering a harsh declaration. While the celestial dragons hold a prestigious status, he firmly refused to believe that no one had ever slain a celestial dragon. Moreover, if a celestial dragon were to venture into the territory of the four emperors, would the four emperors allow such a figure to disrupt their established order? Having spoken my piece, whether you agree or disagree matters not. I have already conveyed my message to you. Stan abruptly hung up the phone, dismissing any further discussion. He found the situation amusing and deemed it necessary to act without a trace of hesitation. While he had no desire to confront the world government at present, he was unafraid should that confrontation arise. He had become a formidable force. If he could not live freely, what was the purpose of his relentless effort? Infuriatingly, he regarded the world government with utter disdain. The elder with the mustache, furious from their previous conversation, exclaimed at Stan's audacity. They genuinely wished to negotiate with him. Yet what was his attitude? Did he consider them his subordinates? They had to eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, the world government's reputation would inevitably be tarnished. The elder wielding a sword narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of murderous intent as icy chills emanated from his blade. He instructed the Air Force and CP organization to locate Stan's base without delay and eradicate him promptly. The elder in the flat cap maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no sign of distress. They needed to contemplate how to address the celestial dragons first. Stan truly dared to kill them. The golden-haired elder sighed, recognizing the impending headache. How would they explain this? Until they located Stan's base, they preferred to avoid conflict with him. However, if a celestial dragon were to be killed, they could not simply turn a blind eye. For now, they had to acquiesce. In comparison to the celestial dragons, the secrecy of the world government held greater significance, particularly concerning Lord M. How could they even summon the celestial dragons? Would they heed their call? The mustached elder grew increasingly agitated. Both sides posed challenges, creating a dire predicament. To be frank, the celestial dragons were a collection of fools, with only a handful possessing any intellect. Persuading them to heed their words was as difficult as swiftly eliminating Stan. They should notify them to refrain from venturing into illicit territories. The elder with the long beard sighed deeply. Even among their ranks, they truly wished to avoid dealings with the celestial dragons. If necessary, they would need to assign more personnel to monitor them, ensuring Stan could not act recklessly. This matter was fraught with difficulty, as the celestial dragons would not comply with their orders unless Lord M intervened. To monitor them, only individuals of considerable power could be dispatched. Otherwise, they would merely be delivering provisions to Stan. It wasn't that they lacked optimism. It was simply a matter of thorough consideration. For they were indeed a group of imbeciles. More importantly, it was their own denial of power to the celestial dragons that had fostered such foolishness. In my view, it would be prudent to communicate with Stan, advising him against taking action against the celestial dragons in crowded settings. The sword-wielding elder expressed his disdain, believing that the celestial dragons would inevitably clash with Stan. They should prepare for the worst. If Stan were to act discreetly, it should remain concealed. The demise of one or two celestial dragons would not elicit much concern, provided it did not become public knowledge. If their deaths went unnoticed, they could pretend nothing had transpired. 8 centuries of lineage in Mariewa had produced countless celestial dragons. Losing a few was inconsequential. Indeed, I share that perspective. The elder in the flat cap nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in those words. The fate of the celestial dragons was of little consequence to them. Quiet deaths would have minimal impact. If they truly cared, they would have long sought out surgical fruits to grant the celestial dragons eternal youth. Chapter 67, Power Grants of Voice Sabati Archipelago, Area 1. With a sharp click, Stan terminated the call with the bug, dismissing the 5 elders. Stay away and remember the rules here, he commanded, tossing the bug to the world government personnel and waving his hand in annoyance. He had little regard for these insignificant figures. As long as they adhered to the rules, that sufficed. The battle below had long since concluded, and everyone awaited his next move. Brother Ming, what say you? Do you have any objections regarding this matter? Stan inquired with a hint of disdain, as he released Ming from the grasp of Sisanu. Their performance was far from over, and Ming needed to maintain a more audacious demeanor. Understanding Stan's unspoken intent, Ming refrained from verbalizing his thoughts and instead unleashed the rainbow thread. Captured by Stan in such a manner, he felt compelled to assert himself. Otherwise, it would raise too many suspicions. A large black hand emerged, sending Ming crashing away with a single blow. Do you wish to perish? Only those with strength possess a voice. Now step aside. Stan let out a cold snort, deeming this enough, for the disparity in strength was glaringly evident. It was entirely normal for Kaido to incapacitate Luffy with a single blow, just as it was for him to daze a warlord of the sea with a mere slap. Mingu obediently lay still, Though he bore no significant injuries, a modicum of self-awareness was essential. While he was notoriously audacious, those who truly understood him recognized his keen ability to assess circumstances. If he could not withstand even 2 moves from Stan, any further pretense would be utterly implausible. Very well, unaffected by extraneous factors, let us proceed with the subsequent arrangements. After subduing Mingu, Stan maintained an air of calmness, his gaze fixed on the silent crowd below. My rules are few, only 3. Should anyone transgress them, they would meet the same fate as those already lying down. Those who do not engage in the trade of human trafficking remain safely in place, yet none dare to make a move. Stan has amply demonstrated his prowess. These individuals are utterly defenseless. As for myself, I intend to establish a grand arms trading market in Area 1. If your establishments are situated here, I kindly ask you to accommodate my request and make some adjustments. You may freely choose from the shops of those traffickers. The entirety of Area 1 shall be under my dominion. Stan wasted no words, nor did he afford them the luxury of time to digest the matter. Promptly declaring the ownership of the territory. For the arms trade, he required only Zone 1. The remaining areas could be relinquished to others. Such a substantial transaction would not see him stationed here. Every individual would engage in a hand-to-hand exchange of currency and goods. I trust you have no objections? Surely, you would not deny me this small courtesy? Silence reigned below. His dominance rendered them speechless, leaving no one daring to respond. Stan felt compelled to inquire once more. No objections, none at all. We shall adhere to your regulations. Indeed, your rules are most commendable. Our safety is assured. We are willing to relocate. It is an honor that you have taken note of our establishment's location. Only then did these individuals awaken to the reality. Nodding and bowing as if basking in the radiance exuded by Stan. What could they say? Power begets authority, and they were bereft of such strength. Well, you may take your leave now. Those who need to move should do so promptly, and be sure not to violate the rules. Stan was quite satisfied. His formidable presence commanded respect, rendering his words as truth. Subsequently, these individuals were no longer of concern to him, and he had no intention of meddling in other industries. Although he harbored disdain for usury in the revelries of the pleasure district, he genuinely wished to remain uninvolved. If one knowingly borrows from a loan shark and subsequently falls victim to exploitation, who can they blame? The life of a pirate, characterized by monotony, offered few avenues for release at sea. No matter how he attempted to regulate it, he could not eradicate this reality. It would only serve to make him an enemy of pirates. As long as these 2 trades did not force others into servitude, he would turn a blind eye. He was hardly a saint. After all, he could not concern himself with every issue. Very well, we shall take our leave, and we shall abide by your rules. The individuals bowed in unison to stand before hastily departing. It was truly daunting. Over 10,000 people, able to extinguish lives without a moment's hesitation. The remaining ones were you. I hereby declare you free. Once they had all vacated, Stan turned to the remaining slaves and calmly announced this. To him, it was merely a fortuitous act rather than an inconvenience. He did not seek their gratitude, nor did he desire reverence from others. If a weakling were to achieve such a feat, it would indeed be remarkable. However, for him, it was effortless, and he had ulterior motives. Shortly, you may seek the keys to your collars. The slaves were exhilarated, but Stan raised his hands to signify silence. He had no desire to hear their speeches or witness their anguished tears. However, Stan surveyed the surroundings and slowly uttered 2 words. The hearts of those below leapt with anxiety as they gazed intently at him. Everyone understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Nor is there any unexpected benevolence. As I mentioned earlier, I intend to construct a grand trading market, and I am currently in dire need of manpower. Stan would not rescue others without reason. He promptly released all the slaves. Within 4 days, I expect to see a trading market established here. And this task is entrusted to you. With over 20,000 of you, this task should be quite manageable. Do not disappoint me. Upon completing this task, you may leave freely. This is my sole request of you. Free labor is a resource not to be squandered, and Stan has no desire to seek assistance elsewhere. This is merely the extent of it. These slaves are still of low capability, unworthy of being his subordinates. Rest assured, we shall accomplish the task and will not let you down. They affirmed with relief, their spirits lifted. Compared to enduring slavery, this task was indeed trivial. With their vast numbers, completing it was well within reach. Master Stan, I have nowhere else to turn. I pledge my loyalty to you and wish to join your ranks, declared the first giant, stepping forward and kneeling before him. As a member of the giant clan, he felt compelled to express his gratitude in this manner. Indeed, I too wish to serve under you. Your great kindness deserves to be repaid, chimed in a member of the Fishman clan, resonating with Stan's stance against racial discrimination. We also wish to join. We implore you to grant us this opportunity, Master Stan. At this, hundreds stood up, kneeling before him. Their motivations varied. Some sought to repay kindness, others had nowhere to go, while some simply found Stan to be a commendable individual. Given Stan's strength, aligning with him was akin to joining one of the four emperors. Chapter 68. A modest request. Observing the throng of hundreds below, Stan felt a twinge of concern. He genuinely regarded these individuals with disdain. They lacked strength and possessed little potential. Soon, he would amass a significant fortune and initiate his artificial human project. With the freedom to create as he pleased, he envisioned something far superior to the Germa 66. Moreover, artificial beings would be exceedingly safe, never betraying him or revealing his secrets. However, should he refuse them now, it would inevitably convey a sense of contempt towards the slaves. He had just laid down the law against slave trading and racial discrimination. Would he be the first to violate it? Very well. If you wish to join my ranks, then so be it. Stan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, they were just a few individuals. There was nothing that couldn't be arranged. Merely assigning them a task would suffice. Once the trading market was established, they could either oversee operations or serve as salespeople or laborers. Initially, Stan intended to delegate this responsibility to Ming, viewing it as a collaborative venture. However, since these individuals were eager to join him, he decided to entrust the undertaking to them. Ming would then focus on the distribution channels, ensuring his weapons reached every corner of the world. A direct seller and a distributor, an excellent arrangement indeed. Yes, we shall undoubtedly expand and strengthen the trading market. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. The individuals were filled with excitement, having aligned themselves with a formidable leader, their future prospects now looking considerably brighter. Stan is also in Shambadi, and they are indeed operating under his command, not just wandering freely in Shambadi. Come on, swiftly, take off the collar and begin your work. The others remain indifferent, for not all the slaves are willing to stay here. Stan remained indifferent, for he sought no reward. It sufficed for him to see the task accomplished. Tao Tu, you shall oversee this matter. Here are the architectural blueprints. They must be completed expeditiously. Stan beckoned to Peach Bunny, presenting her with a blueprint and a crate of Bailey. The construction blueprint was merely a rudimentary sketch he had drawn, a rather simple affair. Although it was referred to as a trading market, it was essentially a warehouse complemented by a spacious exhibition hall. He deemed security measures unnecessary. The construction was exceptionally opulent and secure. With his formidable prowess, who would dare to touch his possessions? The warehouse served merely as a shelter from the rain. I won't do it. I am not your subordinate, she retorted with an air of defiance, casting an exaggerated roll of her eyes at Stan. Her previous actions were motivated solely by her disdain for human traffickers, entirely unrelated to Stan. Yesterday, she had been tasked with overseeing an auction, and today she was expected to act as a supervisor. What did he take her for? Stan shook his head, choosing not to coerce Peach Rabbit, but instead calling upon Ein. Since Peach Rabbit was unwilling, it was of little consequence. Such a trivial matter was not solely dependent on her. In due course, by gradually revealing the darker facets of the world government, she would inevitably come to recognize his virtues. Ein, I entrust this task to you. I have faith in your capabilities. Stan is not one to dawdle. Anyone can accomplish this task. Supervision merely entails adhering to the blueprints and ensuring that no one shirks their responsibilities. He holds no trust in those slaves. Despite their current expressions of gratitude towards him, their sentiments may swiftly change. No, let us not speak of tomorrow. Even now, should someone depart, he would not find it unusual. Yet, he is far from benevolent. If anyone were to leave, he would certainly not be courteous. Before any of these slaves depart, he assigns others to oversee them as a warning. Rest assured, Lord Stan, we shall complete our duties on time and will not allow any deceit. Proclaimed the hundreds loyal to Stan in unison. In their fervent declarations, they cast scornful glances back, their eyes brimming with disdainful mockery. Stan rescued them. Yet these individuals showed not a shred of gratitude, utterly ungrateful. Very well, everything is settled now. Proceed with haste and commence your operations. Stan nodded with satisfaction, appreciating those who perceived his subtle hints. Ein, without hesitation, accepted the item offered. The atmosphere was heavy with the scent of blood. A stark reminder of the many lives lost, over 10,000, a scene so rare that even in the conflicts among the four emperors, such carnage was uncommon. Rest assured, "My Lord Stan, we are immensely grateful to you and will undoubtedly fulfill our mission," one of them declared. "I simply have family ties that weigh on me. Otherwise, I would eagerly join your ranks." "Indeed, my Lord Stan has saved us. How could we possibly fail in this regard?" The slaves, grasping Stan's intent, hastily made their assurances. Remarkably, among such a crowd, there were indeed those who contemplated slipping away amidst the chaos. Stan refrained from speaking further. He observed everything clearly from above, choosing not to dwell on the matter excessively. Human nature is indeed exceedingly intricate. Not everyone possesses a heart full of gratitude. "Hurry up. Do not delay Sir Stan's important affairs." Keenly perceptive, the subordinates quickly spoke on Stan's behalf when he fell silent. The slaves dared not utter another word, for it was evident that Stan was deeply disappointed in their actions. Everyone sprang into motion. It was clear to them that Stan was not to be trifled with. "Well, how do you feel? Do you regret saving them?" Tautu sneered coldly, unabashedly mocking Stan. Among more than 20,000 individuals, fewer than 500 were willing to join his ranks, while the rest remained silent. Silence was one thing, but Stan had merely requested some minor tasks. Yet some still refused. It was not only Stan who felt a twinge of regret. She too pondered, having taken the lives of thousands. Was this the caliber of individual she had saved? Regret? How could that be? "I have always acted according to my own desires, pursuing my course without regard for others." Stan was still able to laugh heartily. Regret was utterly out of the question. He had never harbored any expectations for these slaves, so how could he possibly feel remorse? In his original plan, he anticipated that no one would willingly join his ranks. A mere few hundred would be a significant achievement. These slaves had not yet been sold and had only recently become captives, still oblivious to the preciousness of freedom. With a flicker of divine power, Stan swiftly removed all the corpses strewn across the ground. Among the deceased, there were approximately a dozen individuals with fruit-based abilities, resources not to be squandered. Initially, he had assumed that with over 10,000 people, there would be at least 100 capable individuals. Unfortunately, the number of fruit users was relatively scarce in the earlier stages. Even in the human trafficking trade, one could not afford to be extravagant. "What are you doing? What purpose do these corpses serve?" Peach Rabbit gazed at Stan with a mixture of bewilderment and disdain, as if questioning whether he harbored some peculiar obsession. "We should clear the area quickly to facilitate better construction later." Stan fabricated an excuse and then led Icarus into the auction house. How does one rationalize this? It would be even more suspicious to carry away the corpses of those with abilities. A significant amount of time has elapsed. It remains uncertain whether these powers have departed from their lifeless forms. Thus, he must act swiftly. Chapter 69. "Hawkeye, are you still here?" Upon resolving the matter of the corpses, Stan noticed Hawkeye standing at the entrance of the auction house. The situation was relatively favorable, although it was somewhat late. He had managed to procure 5 devil fruits. None possessed extraordinary powers. They were rather mediocre abilities, or else they would not have fallen into the hands of traffickers. During his conversation with the 5 elders, he had not seen where Hawkeye had vanished to. This aloof swordsman's habit of departing without a word was quite typical. However, his sudden reappearance before Stan was unusual. This was not the Hawkeye he recognized. "Well, do you still have the medicine for Whitebeard and Zephyr?" Hawkeye coldly nodded. Had there been no other matters, he would have departed long ago. "Of course, I will also auction a bottle at the event in 4 days." Stan nodded thoughtfully, seemingly grasping the situation regarding Hawkeye. Aside from his adversaries, there was hardly anything else that could capture his attention so intensely. "That is reassuring." Hawkeye said little more, uttering just 3 words before turning to leave. He had come to inquire about this matter, and it was a relief to know there was still stock available. "Is it Shanks? Will Shanks be arriving in the next few days? Are you already feeling impatient?" Stan followed closely in Hawkeye's footsteps, his curiosity piqued. He sensed that Hawkeye did not intend to leave Sham Body just yet, as if he were waiting for someone. This individual, connected to his medicine, could only be the red-haired man. "Ah, he knows that I have procured many items for you, and has specifically sought me out to inquire about you." Hawkeye nodded, his demeanor remarkably composed, yet within his keen eyes burned a fierce determination. It had been a decade since the red-haired man lost his arm. A decade during which he had not faced a worthy swordsman. Now, Stan's medicine could restore the red-haired man's arm, heralding the return of his formidable opponent. Even Rayleigh, despite his prowess, lacked a certain finesse and relied solely on brute strength in their encounters. Upon receiving a call from the red-haired man, he felt an overwhelming joy. A confrontation was inevitable. "So, it seems you were preparing for an epical battle?" Do you possess the confidence to triumph over him? Stan immediately became intrigued. The clash of formidable opponents is always exhilarating. He was unaware of the exact prowess of the red-haired Shanks, but he was certain it was exceptionally formidable. Among the four emperors, Shanks is not the weakest. He believes he is slightly stronger than Dracul Mihawk. However, Mihawk is no pushover. His title as the world's strongest swordsman is undoubtedly well-deserved. Their confrontation was praised even by Whitebeard, and it was surely not a one-sided affair. After losing his arm, Shank's strength seemed to have intensified, ultimately leading him to ascend as one of the four emperors. Mihawk pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. It wasn't a lack of confidence. It was merely a truthful response to Stan's inquiry. Despite the loss of his arm, Shanks exuded an even greater aura of a king. With his power continuously on the rise, Shanks became one of the four emperors merely 4 years ago, firmly establishing his presence in the New World. It is indeed quite intriguing that he continues to press forward despite knowing he may not possess the upper hand. Stan was rendered speechless. This is hardly the proud Mihawk we know. He ought to assert with unwavering conviction that he can emerge victorious. A decade has passed, surely. It cannot be that Shanks alone has grown stronger while Mihawk has shown no advancement whatsoever. However, this notion holds some truth. Shanks has experienced far more, while Mihawk, having become a warlord of the sea, has led a rather tranquil life. Yet, it is not to say that he cannot defeat me. There are numerous other influencing factors at play. Mihawk has also expressed a sentiment that he does possess some confidence. After all, their strengths are closely matched, making other factors significantly impactful, such as his heightened fighting spirit. In that case, I wish you success in overcoming the Yonko Shanks. Stan comprehends that determining the victor between formidable contenders like Hawkeye and red-haired Shanks is an exceedingly challenging task. What did red-haired Shanks inquire of you? He does not appear to be one who indulges in idle gossip. Stan promptly posed a new question, one that piqued his curiosity. The red-haired man, exuding a carefree demeanor, was perceived as such by Stan. According to Luffy's reasoning, the Pirate King embodies ultimate freedom, and thus, the red-haired individual stands as the closest to that ideal. Despite his current fame, it was unlikely that the red-haired man would be overly concerned about it. Such matters would surely captivate his first mate, Beckman. Hawkeye turned his gaze toward Stan, momentarily rendered speechless. Stan, a heartless merchant, an unequivocal rogue. Is this the question he ought to pose? Perhaps it is best left unasked, for he should possess some awareness within himself. After a moment's hesitation, Hawkeye finally spoke. Indeed, he had not uttered a single commendatory word about Stan. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that there were no virtues to extol. Greedy, malicious, prone to instigation, and confrontational withal, what more could he articulate? His camaraderie with Red-Haired prevented him from fabricating falsehoods regarding Stan. From their very first encounter, Stan had clashed with him, then proceeded to confront Ming and Whitebeard, as well as Whitebeard too. At the naval headquarters, his audacity escalated, challenging the entire naval hierarchy and even the 5 elders. You are impressive, Hawkeye. I shall remember you. Stan understood now. It seemed that Hawkeye perceived him in this manner. Perhaps he had not been sufficiently ruthless in his schemes, as Hawkeye was earning money too swiftly. He resolved to devise other methods to deal with him in the future. With that, Stan cast a final glare at Hawkeye before departing with Icarus. There was nothing more to discuss. He would remember this grudge and await his opportunity. As for the matters at hand, there was no need for him to intervene. Ing could manage everything alone. Stan set off, closely followed by those who were monitoring him and the navy of T-Pig. Stan, there is something the 5 elders have asked me to convey to you. T-Pig hesitated as he stepped forward, casting an awkward glance at Stan. It was difficult to broach the subject, especially given their already strained relationship and the nature of the matter at hand. Go ahead. I am not one to hold grudges. Stan remained remarkably composed. He understood that the scrutiny from the celestial dragon was entirely to be expected. Ahem, everyone. Please step back and put away your cameras and communication devices, he cautioned, casting a wary glance at the observers. What transpires next must remain confidential. It is of utmost significance. Obediently, the candidates recognized by the celestial dragon retreated, aware that none dared to linger. As the 5 elders have stated, should you find yourself in conflict with the celestial dragons, it is imperative that you refrain from doing so in public. T-Pig struggled to articulate his thoughts, halting mid-sentence, casting a hopeful look at Stan. He believed Stan would grasp the essence of his words without the need for further elaboration. This was a matter that ideally should not have fallen upon his shoulders, yet circumstances left him with no alternative. Just moments ago, a celestial dragon from Sabaody had caught wind of the unfolding events and stormed over with a fierce demeanor. The five elders had scarcely had the opportunity to intercede before the confrontation escalated directly towards Stan. What recourse remained? Here, no one could impede Stan, nor could they deter the celestial dragon. Is this the sort of matter the five elders would disclose to you? Stan was taken aback. After all, Chibuta had offended the five elders. It was unthinkable for him to be privy to such secrets. Chapter 70. Chibuta, I am in such a predicament. I truly wish to remain oblivious to such matters. Chibuta felt a deep anguish. He harbored no desire to uncover the secrets of the world government. Presently, he was consumed by anxiety, fearing that he might soon be silenced. Having already incurred the wrath of the five elders, it appeared increasingly likely that they would abandon him. Upon receiving the notification, he even contemplated fleeing, seeking to distance himself as much as possible. Yet, where could he possibly escape to? Given the reach of the world government, it was unlikely that he could evade capture on Sabaody. Perhaps by being forthright with Stan, he could buy some time. Maybe the five elders would recognize his loyalty. Understanding dawned upon him. Was a celestial dragon seeking to trouble me? Such audacity. Upon hearing this, Stan immediately comprehended that it was indeed a matter of time that compelled the five elders to act in such a manner. The celestial dragons truly exhibited remarkable foolishness. Within merely a week, another celestial dragon had re-emerged in Sabaody. Given his immense strength, one would assume they would have the wit to deduce that he was responsible for the demise of a celestial dragon, yet they seemed utterly unafraid. He believed that, following his display of power, no celestial dragon would dare to set foot in Sabaody for the time being. You understand then. But might I ask for a bit of consideration? T-Pig nodded in resignation. How had such a troublesome task fallen upon him? The crux now lay in whether Stan would grant him this favor. Otherwise, he would inevitably find himself embroiled in a fierce battle with Stan. Although he harbored a desire to duel with Stan, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and recognized that he could not thwart Stan's prowess. For the sake of the Navy and for the sake of Peach Rabbit, he was willing to engage Stan in combat. Yet when it came to the celestial dragons, claiming willingness would be sheer nonsense. I shall ponder this. If the celestial dragons extend me a courtesy, then I shall reciprocate. Stan sympathetically patted Chatton on the shoulder and let out a light chuckle. He deeply understood Chatton's predicament. It was exceedingly difficult to harbor such a secret and not fear for one's life. Moreover, if he were to confront the celestial dragons in front of Chatton, the latter would inevitably have to intervene. Nevertheless, if the celestial dragons did not overstep their bounds, he would act discreetly, shielding Chatton from undue involvement. Truly, I am grateful. This favor shall be remembered. Chatton gazed earnestly at Stan, sensing that he comprehended the gravity of his situation, regardless of past circumstances. If Stan were to assist him this time, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude. And what will you do? You are aware of the consequences that accompany such knowledge, are you not? Stan inquired calmly, scrutinizing Chatton's furrowed brow. The five elders had covertly abandoned the celestial dragons. Should this information leak, their standing would be utterly obliterated. How sinister is the world government? If they were to spare Chatton, it would indeed be a farce. Furthermore, among those watching him, many were affiliated with the world government. Yet they chose to have Chatton bear the burden, a malicious intent indeed. Would it not be more prudent to have someone convey a message via the snail phone directly to him? The five elders were apprehensive that a conflict with the celestial dragons would provoke those individuals, and they insisted that he keep an eye on them. Chatton's expression darkened further as he cast a glance towards the distant crowd clad in black suits, letting out a resigned sigh. They were the source of his troubles. Moreover, the five elders seemed too proud to personally compromise with Stan. Should those individuals clash with Stan, the situation would spiral out of control and inevitably become public knowledge. He found himself at a loss for what to do, cursing the foolish celestial dragon on the road. Perhaps I could lend you a hand? If we escalate the situation, the five elders may very well be too preoccupied to concern themselves with you. Stan, ever the curious observer, inquired with a heart full of good intentions. The celestial dragons. If they are slain, it is of little consequence. Should it escalate, what harm could arise? Luffy struck down a celestial dragon, and 2 years hence, he faced no retribution. So you, too, are unlikely to encounter any trouble. Please, that would only hasten my demise. I wish to fight for my survival. Chibuta promptly declined. For as long as time remained, there existed a possibility of devising a plan. Should a celestial dragon perish before him, not even the Navy could shield him. He would be obliged to accompany the celestial dragon in death. Do you possess wealth? If so, I can assist you in resolving this dilemma. With a lucrative opportunity presenting itself, Stan was determined to seize the moment. The world government was unlikely to spare Chibuta. This challenge was one he must face alone. Yesterday, even though Peach Rabbit spoke delicately, Chibuta had audaciously confronted the Gorosei. While others held the rank of admiral, Chibuta was merely an admiral candidate. The Gorosei likely sought to reclaim their dignity through this encounter. Stan, ever eager to lend a helping hand while discreetly earning a little profit, was more than willing to assist. I am devoid of funds, but I can find a way. Chibuta was taken aback. What connection did he share with Stan? Was he truly willing to help him in such a predicament? Deep down, he understood that this time, even the Navy might not be able to protect him. The only one capable of ensuring his safety was likely Stan, in the vicinity of Sabaody. He alone possessed such capability. Yet, he had not anticipated the Gorosei's retaliation would arrive so swiftly. It had only been a day. Very well, when danger arises, seek me out. I shall assist you. Stan was quite satisfied. The mere mention of T-Pig sufficed. Indeed, assistance was in order. What prowess does T-Pig possess? Acquiring wealth is rather effortless, is it not? At the very least, none among the warring states would hesitate to lend him money. I appreciate your help, though I must admit I wronged you. I had assumed you would revel in my misfortune. T-Pig's spirits lifted slightly, revealing a bittersweet smile. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Having offended Stan and the Five Elders, it was ultimately his employer, the Five Elders, who sought his demise. Perhaps it is best not to express gratitude. My services come at a steep price, primarily motivated by financial gain. Stan waved his hand dismissively, considering the matter trivial in his eyes. He was about to commence an auction and was not particularly in need of money. It was merely a source of amusement for him. Allow your Navy personnel to depart. As for those who continue to surveil me, I can only express my regrets. Casting a glance at those trailing far behind, Stan shook his head in disappointment. The audacity of these individuals to monitor a powerhouse like him was rather foolish. Did they truly believe he would refrain from action? Since he was inclined to assist Chachuan, he would have to discreetly eliminate the Celestial Dragon without drawing the attention of others. However, he could not permit the Celestial Dragon to act with impunity before him, only to deal with him later in the evening. Thus, a singular solution presented itself, to silence him permanently, ensuring that no one would be the wiser. Well then, given your temperament, this is about as much as can be accomplished. Chachuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, but acquiesced nonetheless. He had initially assumed that Stan would postpone the resolution of the Celestial Dragon's fate for another time. However, it mattered little, as long as no one bore witness. The timing of the Celestial Dragon's demise was inconsequential. Those who monitored Stan were of no concern to him. Surveillance was inherently a perilous endeavor. You may return to the division. My presence here suffices. With a wave directed towards the Navy at the rear, Chachuan exhaled a sigh of relief. In truth, he had no desire to meet his own end, yet he was even less inclined to endanger his naval comrades. With the Navy absent from the scene, the Five Elders would not quibble with him. When the Celestial Dragon approaches, turn your back. I shall not confront him in your presence. A procession of individuals advanced towards them, prompting Stan to promptly caution Chachuan. Chapter 71. To capture me as a slave? Upon seeing the Sacred One, why do you not hasten to kneel? The Celestial Dragon, brimming with arrogance, approached Stan and bellowed loudly. Behind him trailed two bodyguards clad in black suits and a contingent of armored guards. At his feet was a colossal slave, bound by iron chains and a collar. Stan, this is Wong Fugius, a most exalted Celestial Dragon, one of the expressionless bodyguards coldly informed Stan. He has certainly heard of the name of Stan. Yet he remains unperturbed in the slightest. The authority of the Celestial Dragons is unparalleled. Does Stan dare to act with impudence? To pose a threat to the Navy and the world government is indeed remarkable, but would he ever dare to show disrespect to the Celestial Dragons? Do you wish for me to kneel? Have you left your senses at home? Or do you possess an audacity that knows no bounds? Stan couldn't help but chuckle. Were the Celestial Dragons truly such fools that even their guards had succumbed to this folly? While it was understandable that they were unaware of his name, to address him simply as Stan and yet dare to speak so arrogantly was audacious indeed. Before this holy presence, you do not kneel and still presume to act so insolently. The Celestial Dragon drew a golden pistol, aiming it directly at Stan's head. Stan then gazed intently at the Celestial Dragon, his displeasure evident at the sight of the fish tank perched atop the latter's head. The visage was exceedingly grotesque, unmistakably indicating that he did not belong to the same lineage as Doflamingo. although he did not exhibit the same snotty demeanor as Charlos. It was clear that he lacked intelligence. He chuckled. "Since you are aware of my identity, why did you not offer him some counsel?" Stan chuckled softly, disregarding the celestial dragon and instead casting a curious glance at the attendants. Such a dim-witted individual was certainly not worthy of his words. What intrigued him was the apparent lack of intervention from anyone regarding the celestial dragon. Had the world government truly capitulated to his whims? Your identity is utterly inconsequential. All that matters is your awareness of the celestial dragon's esteemed position. Clad in his customary black suit, the celestial dragon's expression had turned notably colder, suggesting an intention to take action against Stan. In this place, known as Sabaody, the celestial dragons could act as they pleased, and none dared to oppose them. Even someone as formidable as Stan held this belief. How audacious! I command you to kneel. Do you not hear me? Or do you simply not regard me with the respect I am due? The celestial dragon seethed with rage, for never before had anyone so brazenly dismissed him. He had originally come to provoke Stan, and now, being overlooked, his fury was palpable. I have heard of your considerable strength. I shall grant you the honor of becoming my slave. Kneel and express your gratitude. With a haughty breath, the celestial dragon spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if servitude were the pinnacle of glory. His mission was to personally capture a powerful individual as a slave, thereby demonstrating his might to others. However, due to a streak of misfortune, he had yet to acquire a powerful slave, earning him ridicule from his fellow celestial dragons on numerous occasions. Humph. You are nothing but a worthless fool. I have no further need of you now. Without a thought for Stan's will, the celestial dragon delivered a gunshot to one of the slaves beneath him. Such a formidable individual as Stan, if captured and brought back as a slave, would undoubtedly incite envy among the other celestial dragons. Hurry, place this collar upon Stan. We must return to Mariewa. Tossing the iron chains to the man in the black suit, the celestial dragon impatiently commanded. He could hardly contain his excitement. Personally capturing such a slave would undoubtedly elevate his status. Stan remained expressionless, observing the magnificent performance of the celestial dragons, and he felt a strong urge to laugh. What it truly meant to be oblivious to others was something he comprehended fully at this moment. Ah, and then there was that winged being, whose appearance was rather appealing. Perhaps I shall take her back as my 134th wife. The celestial dragon then turned his gaze towards Icarus, nodding in a manner that was both satisfied and lewd. In this world, no one had ever dared to defy him, and Stan was no exception. Stan's expression instantly turned cold. He was indifferent to the performance. Yet he could not tolerate the insult directed at Icarus. Icarus, along with T-Pig, you are to deal with those individuals. Stan's tone was frigid as he coldly instructed Icarus and Chatten to monitor him. Those individuals should be prepared for death, and he would grant them that mercy. Indeed. Icarus displayed little emotion. She had long conspired to eliminate the celestial dragons and was merely a spectator in this grim drama. Chatten, with his back turned, shrugged, saying little as he strode towards the distant crowd of watchers. Since receiving the call from the 5 Elder Stars, he had realized he had been forsaken by the world government. He would approach Stan primarily to align himself with his naval brethren. Stan, what are you planning? Do you dare defy the celestial dragon's orders? A figure in a black suit, clutching a chain collar, advanced towards Stan, his tone even colder than Stan's. Having served the celestial dragons for many years, he had long forgotten how to treat the commoners, dismissing strength as inconsequential. Stan said little, raising his hand into a fist, a large black palm grasping the figure clad in black. Humph, pitiful little insect. Without glancing at the struggling man in black, Stan tightened his grip, causing the individual to burst into a bloom of crimson. Ah, what are you doing? What do you intend? Damn you, lowly wretch. Blood splattered onto the celestial dragon and the fish tank, igniting the celestial dragon's fury. At this moment, there was no trace of fear upon his countenance. Instead, his rage intensified. Damn it, Stan, you dare disturb the celestial dragon. Another man in black along with an armored guardian roared, swiftly encircling the celestial dragon in a protective formation. Although they did not believe Stan would dare to slay a celestial dragon, necessary precautions were imperative. Quickly, inform the Navy. Summon the 3 admirals and the fleet admiral. Seize Stan. The celestial dragon seethed with rage, aware that Stan would not yield, intending to forcefully capture him as a slave. To be allowed to serve as a slave would be an immense favor, yet Stan had the audacity to resist. Damn you, wretched commoner. Refusing my benevolence and forcing my hand. The celestial dragon gazed at Stan with a sense of triumph, as if victory were already assured. Wait for me. I shall torment you thoroughly, teaching you the true essence of servitude. Oblivious to the impending doom, the celestial dragon continued to taunt Stan, fully consumed by fury. Eagerly anticipating the moment he could discipline Stan, the man in black, aware of Stan's prowess, promptly produced a den mushy. Stan gazed calmly, thoroughly enjoying the splendid performance before him. It was the finest comedic display he had ever witnessed. The Navy? I seek Admiral Sengoku. The celestial dragon has been attacked in Sabaody. The call was connected, and a voice in a dark suit spoke with an authoritative tone. What? The celestial dragon has been assaulted? I will immediately seek out Admiral Sengoku. You must hold your ground. The tone on the other end was frantic, accompanied by the sound of a chair being overturned. Anxious footsteps echoed through the call, as the Navy on the other side dared not delay. Chapter 72. Sengoku. Do you dare to come? Hello, this is Sengoku. What has happened to the celestial dragons? Be explicit. Before long, Sengoku's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Should anything happen to the celestial dragons, the Navy is compelled to dispatch admirals for their protection. Why are there so many incidents recently? He had yet to resolve the matters from yesterday. The overall morale of the Navy was dismal, a cloud of gloom hanging heavily over the headquarters. Admiral Sengoku. The celestial dragon king, St. Figures, commands you and the 3 admirals to hasten to Sabaody. Stan has acted against the celestial dragons, putting their lives in jeopardy. You must expedite your arrival. The voice in the dark suit was exceedingly brusque, laced with a commanding tone. Once a command is issued by the celestial dragons, it is an order that cannot be defied. This is unequivocal. What? What do you mean? Stan again? How did you provoke him? Do you seek death? Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, causing yet another one to splinter, his fury palpable. It was infuriating. The news of Stan's actions had spread across the world yesterday. So how dare they provoke him? The last celestial dragon to perish in Sabaody, though not confirmed to be at Stan's hands, was a matter of speculation. In such a sensitive period, did the world government fail to warn the celestial dragons against antagonizing Stan? Elucidate the details of how you provoked Stan. How are you still alive? Sengoku demanded, his anger unwavering, knowing that this situation was undoubtedly suspicious and required thorough clarification. What strength does Stan possess? Merely to protect a few worthless celestial dragons, is there a chance to communicate with him? He ought to have perished long ago. Sengoku, the fleet admiral. What do you mean by this? The celestial dragons command you and the admirals to arrive immediately. The man in the black suit issued orders to Sengoku without courtesy, with a bluntness that was startling. How did we provoke Stan? Is it of any significance? Who dares to provoke the celestial dragons? Fool, clarify the situation at once. I am the fleet admiral. Sengoku barked in anger, noting that even those serving the celestial dragons had grown dim-witted. Sengoku, I order you to mobilize troops at once. Do you wish to witness my demise? The celestial dragons, unable to wait any longer, seized the den mushy and issued commands vehemently. The fleet admiral? Merely a dog for the celestial dragons. What right does he have to question him? Where is Stan? I demand to speak with him. Stan, can you hear me? Sengoku exhaled deeply, calming himself before calling out for Stan. There was no need for further words. He understood the foolishness of the celestial dragons all too well. And it was pointless to waste breath. The fact that these individuals had survived until now was undoubtedly intentional on Stan's part. He desired to have them notify him. Stan leisurely approached the celestial dragon, a smile gracing his lips as he accepted the den mushy. What do you intend to do? Kneel promptly. The Marine Admiral and Fleet Admiral shall arrive shortly. The celestial dragon's arrogance intensified, gesturing imperiously at Stan with an outstretched hand. Stan chuckled disdainfully, astonished by the sheer ignorance of the situation. Warlord, tell me, do you dare to mobilize your troops? I await your command here. One word from you, and I shall leave this fool unharmed until your arrival. With a dismissive glance at the celestial dragons, Stan inquired with a smirk. Warlord fell into silence, the transponder devoid of any response, merely mirroring the gravity of his expression. He was acutely aware of the significance of the 5 elders compared to the celestial dragons. How could he even consider deploying forces? The moment he uttered the command to mobilize, Stan's dealings would be shattered, and sensitive information could swiftly be leaked. Warlord, I command you to deploy immediately. Do you wish to defy the orders of the celestial dragons? The celestial dragons, sensing the urgency, roared angrily into the transponder. Stan, speak. What do you wish to discuss with me? Warlord finally broke his silence, his voice low, disregarding the furious outbursts of the celestial dragons. Fools are beyond redemption, he mused. unwilling to engage in any dialogue with the celestial dragons. His sole curiosity lay in understanding why Stan had yet to take action and insisted on conversing with him. Was it merely to humiliate him? Quite astute, Stan replied. The 5 elders have instructed me to discreetly deal with the celestial dragons. This matter does not concern you. Stan praised Wayno, stating that even if Wayno intended to mobilize troops, the 5 elders would prevent him from doing so. Did he not foresee this? And what of the celestial dragons? Do they truly believe they can act with impunity? Stan lowered his gaze towards the fallen celestial dragon, a faint smile playing on his lips as he inquired. No. How could this be? I am a celestial dragon. The celestial dragon recoiled in fear, genuinely sensing the dread enveloping him. The thought of being discreetly disposed of filled him with a chilling realization. Had he been betrayed? Would no one come to his rescue? He was acutely aware of the 5 elders, having witnessed celestial dragons meet their demise at their hands before. I see, he murmured. But what is it that you seek from me? This matter no longer falls within my purview. At that moment, Sengoku exhaled in relief, understanding that he bore no responsibility in this affair. It was clear, given the multitude of world government personnel monitoring Stan, that the 5 elders were not oblivious to the situation. This pertains to another matter, he continued. This command was conveyed to me by T-Pig. You do understand the implications of this, do you not? Stan still intended to sow discord within the Navy. Otherwise, he would be wasting time alongside a fool. There were numerous ways to convey this command, yet he deliberately chose to use T-Pig, which was quite telling. What did you say? How dare they? T-Pig was a candidate for admiral. Sengoku's heart immediately sank. He understood all too well what this implied. Just one day, and already the 5 elders were poised to act against T-Pig. What did they consider the Navy to be? T-Pig has arrived. You may converse with him yourself. I am willing to protect T-Pig's life. T-Pig, alongside Icarus, dealt with the adversaries and approached Stan. He tossed the din-din mushy to T-Pig, who received Stan's sincere smile. T-Pig was reluctant to contact Sengoku at that moment, so he resolved to lend a hand. Soon, the furious Sengoku would undoubtedly engage in a heated exchange with the 5 elders. Sengoku, I may not have the chance to return and see you again, T-Pig said with a bitter smile, struggling to express his thoughts. He wished to avoid contacting Sengoku, for the marshal's temper would surely ignite a conflict with the 5 elders on his behalf. In time, when the 5 elders acted against him, Sengoku would receive the news and would not dispute it. T-Pig, what melancholy words are you uttering? I am still here. Tell me the specifics, Sengoku rebuked sharply. Yet his concern was evident. As the fleet admiral, he was privy to many secrets of the world government, unlike T-Pig. The 5 elders had betrayed the celestial dragons to Stan. He knew this was no secret and could not possibly be concealed from him. No. You are aware of the ruthlessness of the 5 elders, Marshal. They will not allow me to survive, T-Pig stated plainly. Not indulging in despair, but merely speaking the truth. If he possessed the strength of an admiral, the knowledge would pose less danger, but he was perilously close. Amaterasu. The celestial dragons could perish at any moment, and thus Stan unleashed Amaterasu upon them. What is this? Am I to die? Spare me, please. The celestial dragons knelt in desperate supplication, their arrogance shattered. Alas, Amaterasu was beyond their capacity to withstand. The celestial dragons and several guards perished within moments. Chapter 73. If you scheme against me, then it shall be 5 billion. They died swiftly and silently, leaving no trace behind. Amaterasu obliterated the celestial dragons and their entourage, and Stan promptly retracted the remaining flames. Despite their previous arrogance, he had no intention of torturing them. He granted them a swift end. For the time being, it was prudent to avoid a direct confrontation with the world government, lest his business suffer. Sengoku, this is how it stands. I may not return to see you. T-Pig quickly recounted the particulars, feeling there was little more to say. The 5 elders sought to retaliate against him, seizing this opportune moment, and he was helpless to change it. He could only blame his own lack of strength. Had he possessed Carp's might, how could he not confront the celestial dragons directly? Do not speak foolishly. How much have you contributed to the Navy? I will not allow you to come to harm, merely because the 5 elders lost face. They wish to eliminate you. This is utterly excessive. Sengoku, hearing the cries of the celestial dragons, found himself too troubled to inquire further. As a candidate for admiral, T-Pig had undoubtedly accomplished much for the Navy to earn such a rank. If he were to be slain by the 5 elders, how could Sengoku continue in his role? What would he say if others inquired about T-Pig's fate? How could he manage the Navy? With no evidence against T-Pig, he could only die under mysterious circumstances, casting a pall of despair over the Navy's ranks. Do not fret. I will confront the 5 elders directly. I will not allow them to act recklessly. After offering some words of comfort, Sengoku prepared to terminate the call. The core issue lay in the previous day. The 5 elders, feeling slighted, sought to salvage their pride. As for the celestial dragons, as long as T-Pig maintained confidentiality, Sengoku believed it would not pose a significant problem. Perhaps it is best to refrain, Marshal Sengoku. You know better than I what the 5 elders are like. Engaging them in debate will serve no purpose. It will only deepen their humiliation. T-Pig rejected Sengoku's goodwill with a wry smile, rationally advising against it. The upper echelon of the Navy collectively opposed the 5 elders' orders. The matter was far too grave. Sengoku's arguments would only incite further ire from the 5 elders, leading them to perceive the Navy as insubordinate. He was among the weakest of their number. The 5 elders could easily use him as a scapegoat. A prime example to intimidate others. Am I to simply watch you perish? I cannot abide that. I am still the fleet admiral, Sengoku retorted, unable to contain his frustration as he yelled. He understood the situation well and could surmise that his objections would yield little result. Yet could he truly stand by and witness it? As admiral, how could he allow his subordinates to die in such a humiliating and obscure manner? Marshal, I do not wish to drag you down with me. Please do not pursue this matter. I will find my own way, T-Pig urged. Knowing full well that the Navy had no standing to negotiate terms with the world government, a fact that was indisputable. You're aware that the Navy is not in a position to negotiate with the world government. That is simply not an option, T-Pig advised, fully cognizant that Sengoku's anger from the previous day had yet to subside. Approaching the 5 elders now would certainly lead to an explosive confrontation. However, venting his anger would prove futile, for the world government would pursue its objectives regardless. The Navy could feign compliance, but outright opposition was out of the question. But I cannot remain idle. What use am I as an admiral if I do nothing? Sengoku sighed, the weight of his frustration evident. He understood that it was unlikely he could sway the 5 elders to reconsider their stance. Countries under the world government, and even some pirates, could negotiate terms. Yet the Navy remained bound as a military force, its very foundation rooted in obedience to orders. Fear not, I have already sought Stan's assistance. As long as there is money involved, everything will be fine. At that moment, T-Pig managed to smile, for despite everything, he still had faith in Stan's capabilities. Stan allowed him to converse with the warring states, and thus he became aware of the situation. Once again, Stan employed the art of deception. Can he truly assist you? Do you place your faith in his words? Are you unaware of the nature of his character? The warring states does not trust Stan, a man who has undoubtedly devastated a naval division and is, without a doubt, a criminal. Stark must surely be aware that the determination of the world government to eliminate him would indeed aid their navy. T-Dolphin glanced at Stark, a broad grin spreading across his face, relishing the failure of the plan. How amusing it is, he remarked, that even on the brink of death, you still ponder such trivial matters. What purpose does it serve? Stan shook his head with a bitter smile, pondering the futility of considering the Navy when he could no longer return to it. Warring states, I suddenly feel that it would be better if Chibuta were truly dead. You can find your own way. He cast a disheartened glance at Chibuta and spoke with a hint of irritation. What he desired was for warring states to confront the 5 elders, thereby intensifying the conflict. Stan, we agreed, did we not? As long as there is money involved. Everything is acceptable, Chibuta responded with a smug smile, shaking his head in defiance. Although the scheme of sowing discord proved effective, its success diminished after its initial application. You haven't paid yet. Am I not allowed to change my mind now? Stan curled his lip in disdain, dismissing the agreement as null and void until the money was in hand. Stan, haven't you always touted yourself as a man of integrity in business? Why are you backpedaling now? Zhanghua chuckled derisively, his tone laced with scorn. The phone bug mimicked Zhanggua's expression of contempt with remarkable accuracy. You think you can outsmart me? Very well. I can save Cha Tan. Prepare the sum of 5 billion. Stan contemplated for a moment and ultimately acquiesced to the matter, albeit with an exasperated exclamation of an exorbitant price. He remained, after all, a sincere merchant. Although the payment had yet to be rendered, he had already made a commitment. It was feasible for Sengoku to withhold the 5 elders' attention, allowing him to stifle his indignation for the time being and devise a strategy for future release. Perhaps Sengoku's silence could inadvertently lead the 5 elders to misconstrue his intentions. Should the 5 elders become aware that Sengoku had tasked him with rescuing Chibuta, it would further underscore Sengoku's distrust of the world government. Regardless of whether Sengoku engaged in discourse, the rift between them would inevitably widen. Sengoku was still capable. For it is often not intellect that governs actions, but rather emotion, particularly anger, which can temporarily cloud one's judgment. At the very least, Sengoku remained receptive to counsel. 5 billion. Sengoku exclaimed in hyperbole, yet refrained from contesting the figure. The sum was indeed outrageous, rivaling the bounty on Whitebeard. And Shibuya was undoubtedly not worth such a price. No problem, I will prepare the funds and deliver them to Sabaody at the earliest opportunity. Without further deliberation, Sengoku consented. Knowing that Stan was not one to haggle, as he was unable to safeguard Shibuya himself, it was only fitting to expend a bit more money. Now that Shibuya could not return to Marine headquarters, the financial matter was solely his responsibility. Very well, I shall ensure Shibuya's life is preserved. Stan nodded in acknowledgement. To him, it was merely a trifling matter. Though he felt a twinge of regret for not successfully executing his scheme of discord, it was of little consequence. The world government had already turned its attention to the Navy, and his machinations from the previous day had proven effective. Chapter 74. The indomitable solitude. Stay outside and do not stray too far. No one dares to make a move here. Stan instructed the T-Pig with an expressionless demeanor upon arriving at his residence. The world government would undoubtedly act swiftly against the T-Pig, as they had already dispatched operatives. He had previously observed 3 CP0 agents making their way from Mariewa. At least one of those CP0 agents possessed the strength of an admiral, leaving the T-Pig defenseless. You really are something. After slaying another celestial dragon, do you fear nothing? Rayleigh suddenly appeared from an unknown location, grinning as he regarded Stan. With a great battle erupting in Zone 1 and being so close at hand, he certainly wanted to witness the unfolding events. Stan cast a glance at Rayleigh, finding nothing peculiar. Such matters could hardly elude the truly formidable. From the observations afforded by his Sharingan, he noted that both Rayleigh and Mihawk had been watching from a distance when he dispatched the celestial dragon. However, these two would not meddle. A fool's demise was of no concern to them. They remained oblivious to the dealings between the Gorosei and himself, only aware of the celestial dragon's death. You are aware of my rules. Henceforth, you shall not sell yourself as a slave, Stan stated expressionlessly before stepping into the shop. Rayleigh, unfazed, followed suit and nonchalantly seated himself upon a chair. I have come to express my gratitude, particularly on behalf of my friends who are craftsmen of coatings, Rayleigh said earnestly, scrutinizing Stan with a serious demeanor. His outward persona was that of an ordinary coating craftsman, albeit with some connections among the common folk. Not all pirates adhere to the rules, and there are certainly many who procure coatings without remuneration. I truly did not perceive you as the sort capable of such actions, Rayleigh exclaimed, bursting into laughter after a brief moment of seriousness, jesting at Stan's expense. His gratitude was merely a secondary motive. He was genuinely curious as to why Stan would undertake such an endeavor. Was he not poised to engage in the arms trade, a pursuit that typically thrived on chaos? Maintaining order was hardly his responsibility. As long as his weapons were of quality, sales would not be a concern. This course of action would only marginally boost his sales. To Rayleigh, Stan appeared unequivocally as a merciless merchant, singularly focused on the pursuit of profit. What? Is that unacceptable? If you have no other matters at hand, then you may take your leave. Stan furrowed his brow. Such remarks were far from flattering and were merely hollow words. He had no desire to engage in trivial banter with that old curmudgeon, Riley. Come now. We are neighbors after all. Wouldn't it be polite for you to offer me a drink? After all, I am considerably your senior. A modicum of courtesy would not go amiss. Riley cleared his throat and, with audacity, replied. In his distraction by Stan's antics, he had entirely forgotten to procure a drink, and now he found himself parched. Ah, but I am a businessman. If you do not sell me anything, then you are not my guest, do you understand? Stan was at a loss for words, questioning why Rayleigh had to act in such a manner. Did Shaki not have plenty of wine? Although Shaki would indeed charge Rayleigh for the drinks, it was inconceivable that he would genuinely deny him a glass. With all the profits he had earned, was it truly so difficult to part with just one bottle? Rayleigh, equally bewildered, recognized that if anyone else were in his position, they would have been treated like a distinguished guest. Yet, Stan was the only one who treated him without any courtesy. Very well, very well. You've convinced me. I shall take the wine and depart swiftly. Stan helplessly waved his hand and tossed a bottle of wine to Riley. He had procured a considerable amount of supplies, particularly expensive and fine wines. Riley then chuckled, uncapped the bottle, and savored a sip with great delight. Indeed, You young lad clearly have little understanding of wine. It is truly a waste to let you drink this. After exhaling deeply, Riley reflected on the taste with a sense of satisfaction. Stan remained silent, merely squinting at Riley, indicating that he could leave. Do not rush. I have come with an important matter at hand, and I wish to pose a question to you. Riley gazed intently with a smile, not hurrying to depart. His expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. It was not for a mere bottle of wine that he sought Stan. Rather, the absence of drink rendered conversation difficult. What is your inquiry? Do you still possess any funds? My services come at a considerable cost. Stan furrowed his brow, genuinely taken aback. What could Rayleigh possibly have on his mind at this moment? As a retired pirate, there were few matters of significance to him. Chiefly the straw hat passed down from Roger. Even Ace, who acknowledged Whitebeard as a father, would not warrant Rayleigh's interference. I must inquire, what is your true objective? What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Rayleigh did not allow Stan to linger in silence, fixing his intense gaze upon him as he posed the weighty question. Though he had initially hesitated to pry further, the circumstances now compelled him to do so. Stan was exceedingly powerful and enigmatic. After years of residing next to Stan, it was astonishing that he understood him so little. Rayleigh discerned that Stan had no desire to become a pirate, nor did he aspire to seize the title of Pirate King. With Stan's exceptional intelligence-gathering capabilities, if he truly sought Raftel, he could undoubtedly locate it swiftly. Moreover, it appeared that Stan's intentions diverged from those of the Revolutionary Army. He seemed to be driven by a mere inclination to stir trouble. If one were to suggest that Stan was motivated by greed, Rayleigh found that notion implausible. After all, he could easily pursue a life as a treasure hunter instead of engaging in trade. With his formidable talents, there were countless treasures within the world that would be within his grasp. Acquiring wealth would pose no challenge for someone of his caliber. The notion that such a powerful individual could exist without any discernible purpose was indeed chilling. Most importantly, Stan's emergence was undoubtedly unforeseen by Roger. He was an unexpected variable. Are you fearful of me? Do you believe I have disrupted Roger's plans simply because I am not of the D lineage? Stan furrowed his brow even tighter, wondering if Rayleigh intended to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, harboring a sense of wariness towards him. After their ascent, Rayleigh had taken the time to instruct Luffy in the ways of hockey, indicating that he had not fully retired from his past endeavors. His inquiry was likely linked to the enigmatic D lineage, for he was one of the few privy to the secrets of 8 centuries past. The straw hat passed down from Roger, alongside the oversized hat cherished by him, undoubtedly concealed profound mysteries. It could be asserted that your knowledge is exceedingly vast. I even suspect you are aware of the world's true nature. Rayleigh nodded, feeling a twinge of fear, as Stan appeared to possess an almost omniscient understanding. Raftel, buried with the truth of the world, does not imply that there are no alternate means to uncover it. So what if you inquire? You are well aware of my capabilities. You are merely inviting unnecessary trouble. Stan shrugged, offering no direct response, but instead spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Is even Rayleigh not immune to curiosity and the fear of the unknown? He continued, it matters not to reveal my intentions. What I aspire to pursue are endeavors that I deem both intriguing and significant. I am so formidable that no one or nothing can serve as my target. Does this answer satisfy you? Stan pondered for a moment, then spread his arms wide, exclaiming with unrestrained audacity. He was incredibly powerful, to the extent that he himself was unaware of the depths of his strength. Even Whitebeard was no match for him. With his divine might, he faced no threats to his safety, complemented by the absolute defense of Susanoo. His Amaterasu, the celestial deities, and the Ten-Fist sword rendered him nearly invincible in this world. All of this provided him with a profound sense of assurance, allowing him to leisurely pursue his desires. Even the elixir of immortality, priced at 5 billion per fruit, was well within his grasp. Chapter 75, a total of 15 billion. Too strong? Just how strong are you? Such words seem excessively arrogant, don't they? Rayleigh stared in astonishment at Stan, for it was the first time someone had boasted about their power in his presence. Stan is exceptionally formidable, matching Whitebeard in strength without faltering in the slightest. However, such prowess is not uncommon. Even Roger would hesitate to voice such claims. Back in the day, aboard their ship, there were Roger, Barrett, Kazuki Oden, and Rayleigh for individuals of such caliber who dared not utter words devoid of ambition, ultimately leading to their dissolution. How powerful are they? That is difficult to ascertain, but it is likely that few could withstand even 3 of my strikes. Stan pondered for a moment and then spoke earnestly. Amaterasu, the celestial deity, and the Ten-Fist Sword are skills that are utterly insurmountable. Few can evade them. As for my strength, I have no need to conceal it, for even if one were to know, I would remain formidable. Moreover, as long as I possess wealth, my strength knows no bounds. There is no one who can contend with me. Such confidence? It seems you are indeed quite powerful. But what do you mean by interesting and meaningful? Rayleigh gazed intently at Stan for a while before gravely inquiring once more. There is no need to deceive someone of Stan's caliber. He can keep his own counsel. Moreover, his intelligence is formidable, and he possesses extensive knowledge regarding the capabilities of others, which renders his words quite credible. If these powerful individuals were to engage in a decisive battle, it would undoubtedly span several days and nights. This matter shall remain undisclosed. If you have no further inquiries, you may take your leave. The members of CP0 have arrived. Stan furrowed his brow, letting the question pass without response. He had no desire to engage. I shall not intrude further. I hope you refrain from undertaking any perilous endeavors, Rayleigh remarked with a subtle smile, rising to depart towards the door. He recognized the inappropriateness of the inquiry. Since Stan chose silence, he would not compel him to speak. His curiosity lingered, for indeed, this was the era of the youth, and he could not hinder the march of time. Each time Stan's gaze fell upon him, a sense of danger enveloped him. He pondered whether he could truly withstand even 3 of Stan's moves. With the arrival of CP0 operatives, it was evident that pressing matters were at hand, and he understood that lingering here was ill-advised. As Rayleigh exited, Shavante entered quietly, positioning himself discreetly behind Stan. He remained tense, his observation hockey continuously activated, alert to the presence of CP0. Stan, as we agreed yesterday, you are willing to negotiate with the world government. 3 CP0 agents entered, one of them carrying a large case. Shavante and his companions regarded them with disdain, viewing this encounter merely as an opportunity to resolve Shavante's predicament. The paramount objective remained the acquisition of Stan's advanced technology to be swiftly delivered to Vegapunk for research. Of course, I am a man of integrity. There will be no issues with our transaction. Stan welcomed the prospect of wealth, given that what was at stake was not of formidable nature. The 3 CP0 agents, previously seen at the Marine headquarters, donned white coats and various masks obscuring their faces. These individuals were undoubtedly elite operatives of CP0. The leader possessed at least the strength of an admiral, while the others were likely not far behind. Very well. I require you to sell to Mihawk 3 modes of transportation, along with a potion to heal Zifa's arm. The expressions of the agents remained inscrutable, save for a nod from the leader, whose tone was tinged with gravity. They were not the foolish sort typical of other CP units. Many dealings for the world government were conducted by their hands. No issues. The total is 15 billion, no negotiations. Stan smiled sincerely, yet his pricing was anything but courteous. He simply raised the stakes. The world government was affluent and sought to acquire his possessions for research, so he certainly wouldn't sell them at a low price. Some of the items were priced excessively high, and selling to Hawkeye and Zephyr was beyond their worth. The leading CP0 member spoke with a hint of displeasure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Being a seasoned businessman himself, he was well aware of how much a fair price should be. Hawkeye had purchased 3 items, totaling 7.5 billion, while Zephyr's acquisition amounted to a mere 1.5 billion. Even selling to Whitebeard would only fetch 3 billion, at most a total of 10.5 billion. Stan opened his mouth and demanded an additional 4.5 billion from him, clearly taking advantage of the situation. Sigh, you could choose not to purchase. In a few days, I'll be holding an auction where these very items will be available. Stan spread his arms wide, asserting that this was his price. He would not impose upon anyone's decision to buy. At an auction, the affluent aristocrats would undoubtedly not hesitate to part with such a trifling sum. Very well, I shall take it. That amounts to 15 billion. Please confirm with a nod. CP0 pondered for a moment before tossing the box he held to Stan. They had come prepared with precisely 15 billion, fully aware of Stan's unscrupulous nature. Although the purchase was a tad extravagant, they intended it for research, thus deeming it worthwhile. With unwavering confidence, Stan did not bother to count the money himself. Instead, he employed his formidable powers to secure the box. Now, let us proceed outside to present the goods to you. Stan rose to his feet. A fighter jet was certainly too cumbersome to be accommodated here. The 6 individuals stepped outside in succession, with 3 members of CP0 maintaining a cautious distance from Stan. With a wave of his hand, the fighter jet, motorboat, and aircraft materialized upon the lawn. This is the medicinal solution. Everything is in place, and you may depart, he declared. After tossing another vial of the elixir, Stan appeared listless and issued an eviction notice. There was little left to discuss with the CP0 agents, as they would revel in the opportunity to eliminate him at any moment. The transaction is complete. I look forward to our future collaboration. When might your ironclad vessel be ready for mass production? CP0 nodded in acknowledgement, then turned back to inquire of Stan. They were well aware of the ironclad vessel that Stan had personally piloted the previous day. Yellow Ape had indicated that mass production was not yet feasible, so they refrained from expressing immediate interest in purchasing. It should be forthcoming. At the auction 4 days hence, I may offer one for sale. Stan furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding candidly. That cruiser, capable of annihilating an island with just 5 missiles, did cause him some concern. However, upon further reflection, the Navy's Demon Slayer order could similarly obliterate islands, and selling it posed no significant issue. After all, those missiles posed no threat to him personally, and he doubted the world government would recklessly deploy them. Well then, we shall take our leave, CP0 stated curtly, bowing respectfully to Stan. T-Pig. The 5 elders summon you. Accompany us without delay. The 3 turned in unison to address T-Pig, their tone commanding. To them, it was merely a trivial matter. T-Pig stood no chance of resisting them. The orders from the 5 elders were inviolable, a fact that even the entire Navy could not contest. Is that so? My sincerest apologies, but I have officially resigned from the Navy, T-Pig replied with a grin, dramatically throwing his justice cloak at the feet of CP0. The justice he had steadfastly upheld for so long had now vanished entirely. After years of service in the Navy, he realized he was viewed as nothing more than a dog in the eyes of the 5 elders. A compliant dog receives scraps, while a defiant one must be swiftly dealt with. Chapter 76. You know nothing of strength resigned from the Navy? Are you serious? Are you aware of what you are doing? The 3 CP0 members, brimming with confidence, halted in their tracks, turning to fix their gaze upon T-Pig. He could easily surmise the fate that awaited him upon meeting the 5 elders, a notion they found unremarkable. Yet, what gave him the audacity to resign from the Navy? Especially in their presence? T-Pig was certainly aware of their formidable prowess. Words and actions require careful consideration, otherwise, one might meet an untimely demise without dignity. Did you forget to bring your ears, or perhaps your brains were left at home? Do you not comprehend my words? T-Pig's demeanor shifted to one of defiance. Since the relationship had soured, he felt no qualms about uttering harsh words. How could he not feel angered that the world government, disregarding his years of service, sought to eliminate him over a single incident? Having spent a day with Stan, he had gleaned some of the essence of Stan's eloquence, which proved remarkably effective. Oh, so you understand your demise is inevitable, yet you grow more arrogant? The leader of CP0 chuckled derisively, regarding T-Pig with disdain, for he had no intention of engaging with a dead man. His orders were clear, to execute T-Pig, and he would carry them out here without hesitation. Let us act together and resolve this swiftly. Avoid creating too much commotion. True to CP's customary approach, they spoke little, prioritizing the completion of their mission. The 3 CP0 operatives immediately assumed attack positions, ready to employ overwhelming force against T-Pig. The 5 elders had dispatched them precisely because they were more than capable of handling the situation. Ahem, this is my territory. Do you truly believe I am inconsequential? Stan coughed at an opportune moment, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the trio. Having vowed to spare the life of the T-Pig, he would not waver in his commitment. What infuriated him further was the fact that he had previously declared this territory as his own. Yet the 3 individuals blatantly disregarded him. This was not merely his domain. It was the very entrance to his establishment. Such audacity was utterly unacceptable. According to your rules, we have not violated any stipulation, hence you possess no grounds to impede our actions, the leader stated, casting a displeased glance at Stan, his eyes glimmering with a frigid light. The T-Pig was no ordinary being. Their intent to harm it was entirely permissible, falling outside the bounds of their 3 rules. Is that so? However, this is the threshold of my establishment, and you intend to commit murder without my consent. Surely, that is not appropriate. Stan squinted his eyes, feeling a profound dislike for the individual's demeanor. Having already initiated conversation, they ought to at least seek his consent before proceeding, regardless of whether they intended to take further action. Moreover, attempting to impose his own regulations upon him was utterly perplexing. What exactly do you intend to achieve? This matter resides within the purview of the world government. You possess no justification to intervene. CP0 expressed their discontent, emphasizing that this issue was entirely unrelated to Stan, being an internal affair. While certain matters might warrant compromise with Stan, his meddling in such trivialities was decidedly unwarranted. To speak frankly, someone has offered a sum to spare the life of the tea-loving pig, and I have already acquiesced to that request. Stan spread his hands wide, candidly declaring his intent to protect the tea pig, expressing his weariness for further discourse. Ultimately, everything must be dictated by strength. As long as one possesses sufficient power, everything else can be disregarded. However, the tea pig must perish. This is the edict of the 5 elders. Do you intend to oppose the world government? The 3 CP0 agents narrowed their eyes, fixating their gaze on Stan, speaking in a tone laced with menace. Stan possesses leverage over the world government, which has consistently refrained from confronting him. His reluctance to sever ties with the world government suggests that his strength may not be sufficient to warrant such a confrontation. I have safeguarded the life of the tea pig. I have spoken my piece, and now I challenge you to lay a finger on him. Stan had no desire to elaborate. The 3 individuals combined were certainly no match for him. Would the world government dare to confront him? If so, they would no longer need to obfuscate the history of 8 centuries past. The only means the world government had to deal with him was to eliminate him with overwhelming force, leaving him no chance for retaliation. You have already profited immensely from us. Would you truly risk everything over the matter of Chibuta? CP0 remained relentless, for their mission was imperative. How much could Chibuta possibly be worth? Even Whitebeard was valued at merely 5 billion. Could they offer Stan more than that? It seems you lack a tangible understanding of my true capabilities. Stan suddenly let out a light chuckle. He felt it was necessary to show these 3 individuals a glimpse of his true nature. The space before Stan suddenly warped, engulfing him entirely. Moments later, behind the leading CP0, the fabric of space twisted again, and Stan appeared abruptly. He possessed the formidable powers of dual divine might, wielding the abilities of both Obito and Kakashi. Amaterasu, a plume of black flames ignited as Stan made his move. The response from CP0 was swift. He stomped the ground repeatedly, propelling himself 20 meters away. However, Stan's sudden emergence was too unexpected. He could not entirely evade the assault, and the black flames of Amaterasu licked at his arm. The white fabric of his sleeve was incinerated in an instant, leaving his skin scorched and raw. Armored, CP0 seemed impervious to pain, casting no glance at his wound. A layer of black hockey enveloped his arm, obscured by the flames of Amaterasu. Gale kick. The other 2 CP0 agents were equally quick, launching dual slashing strikes in an instant. Stan had acted first. Regardless of the world government's trepidation towards him, they were compelled to engage. The slashing attacks from both sides curiously passed through Stan's form. The pupils of the 2 CP0 agents contracted as they swiftly evaded one another's strikes. What was happening? Can even my hockey be consumed by flames? Damn it. The leading CP0 agent was far from composed, his astonishment evident as he gazed at his own arm. The black flames emitted by Stan are undoubtedly a manifestation of his fruitability and thus should be defensible against with armament hockey. Yet, the flames continue to blaze upward relentlessly. There is no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely raised his left hand and severed his entire left arm. As the limb fell to the ground, devoid of armament hockey's temporary protection, it was swiftly consumed by the flames. Is this act of severing an arm for survival truly effective? Today, your demise is inevitable. Since Stan has taken action, he will not settle for anything less than totality. This individual has shown him too much insolence. The space above the leader of CP0 suddenly warped under the influence of Kemui, with his hockey fully manifested. CP0 enveloped himself in an aura of power to withstand Stan S. Kemui. However, his entire head became distorted, on the verge of being drawn into the Kemui dimension. This is the power of the left eye, which Kakashi once utilized to sever the arms of Deidara and the Outer Path Golem. Alas, CP0 could only utter a final cry before his head vanished completely. Stan, what have you done? Galefoot, Storm. The other 2 CP0 members, consumed by rage, unleashed a multitude of slashes towards Stan. Unfortunately, all their efforts were in vain. Against the intangibility of Kemui, they could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Stan. This serves merely as a lesson for you. Remember, this is my territory. Be gone. Stan refrained from taking further action, as the 2 still needed to transport their purchases back. As an honorable merchant, having completed the transaction, he could not resort to robbing his clients. The two paused their assault, exchanging a glance of mutual understanding, and nodded in agreement. Collecting all their belongings, they boarded the fighter jet together, swiftly taking to the skies. Chapter 77. Hawkeye's Despair. Clap, clap, clap. Rayleigh stepped forth from behind a large tree, applauding. Is this truly your strength? No wonder you claim to have no objectives. Approaching Stan, Rayleigh gazed at him in astonishment. He was formidable, so formidable that it sent shivers down his spine, rendering the situation almost dreamlike. The headless corpses strewn across the ground were undoubtedly the remnants of a powerful admiral, yet they had succumbed to Stan in mere 2 moves. No one he knew, regardless of their strength, could have dispatched that individual so swiftly. Furthermore, the extraordinary ability that allowed attacks to pass through his body left no room for vulnerability. With such a power, even if all the formidable warriors of the seas were to converge upon Stan, he would emerge unscathed. In the instant the battle concluded, the phrase invincible echoed in his mind. Indeed, it was invincible. He could conceive of no strategy to overcome Stan. If he possessed such an ability, he too would find the world mundane, relegating himself to seeking trivial pursuits. It's acceptable, I suppose. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare boast such grandiose claims. After all, I am an honorable merchant. Stan nodded indifferently. To him, it was merely a trifling matter. He had initially hesitated to intervene, but the audacity of the CP0 was simply too much to bear. This was a lesson for the world government. A reminder that even those wielding the might of an admiral should not act with impunity before him. This lesson ought to be sufficiently profound, ensuring that in the future, individuals from the world government will exhibit a modicum of respect. As for the revelation of his strength, he was unconcerned, for this was not the entirety of his capabilities. In truth, his prowess lay predominantly in his skills. Without them, he would find himself evenly matched with admirals and emperors alike. I am genuinely curious. If you possess such strength, why not seize the title of the world's strongest? Rayleigh chuckled softly. If Stan considered his own strength merely adequate, then what did that make them? Stan and Whitebeard exchanged 2 blows, neither gaining the upper hand, clearly indicating that Stan was deliberately holding back. Had Stan employed the techniques he currently possesses, he could have easily defeated Whitebeard in just 2 moves, catching him off guard. The title of the world's strongest is, for Stan, as simple as reaching into a pocket. There is no need for me. My strength does not require any title to embellish it. Stan is indifferent to such superficial accolades. His prowess requires no validation from others. Should anyone, akin to the way Madara lauds the Emperor of the Night, proclaim their willingness to deem him the strongest, he would surely strike that person down. Only he is entitled to acknowledge others. Others are unworthy of recognizing him. Enough of this, you cantankerous old man. Cease meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Stan waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk into the store. Wait, I wish to try out your recent techniques, as well as the method you employed to subdue Whitebeard too. Hawkeye emerged from the shadows, gazing intently at Stan with a grave expression. Having lingered nearby to await the arrival of the red-haired, he had witnessed the earlier events with clarity. Initially, he had no intention of engaging Stan in combat. Yet his resolve had shifted. The preceding 2 maneuvers were rather intriguing, and he yearned to see if he could successfully counter them. Had he not previously encountered Stan's techniques, he would have felt utterly unprepared to defend himself. However, now he sensed a glimmer of opportunity. As for defeating Stan, he dared not harbor such illusions. Such extraordinary techniques warranted personal experimentation. To forego the chance would surely lead to lifelong regret. Try it. You cannot withstand it. So why bother? Stan halted, a touch of headache evident as he gazed at Hawkeye. His multitude of skills allowed for various combinations, rendering him a formidable opponent to thwart. Theory remains merely theoretical. The realm of practice is seldom so straightforward. Without experimentation, one's strength cannot evolve. I yearn to experience the thrill of life and death. Hawkeye's demeanor was profoundly serious. It was precisely Stan's unreasonable might that ignited his excitement. Since he ascended to become the world's premier swordsman, no one upon the vast ocean had been able to evoke such a sensation within him. Previously, the power Stan had displayed seemed, to him, only marginally superior. Yet now, with the swift demise of a formidable general in merely 2 moves, he was witnessing the essence of an absolute powerhouse, something he deeply craved. If he could elude death at the hands of Stan's 2 strikes, he believed his own strength would undoubtedly ascend. It had been far too long since he had felt the urgency of life and death. To speak candidly, He lacked the utmost confidence in his ability to survive. His decision to step forward was fraught with hesitation. Nevertheless, he chose to advance. Death itself is not terrifying, but the thought of a higher realm lying just before him, yet remaining unachieved, was far more daunting. The sensation of life and death. Very well, I shall oblige you. I will not hold back. Stan nodded earnestly, able to discern the determination within Eagle Eye. Such unwavering dedication to strength and relentless pursuit of greatness destined individuals like him to become formidable forces. Not everyone possesses the ability to summon power from thin air. It is forged through trials between life and death. Failure leads to demise. Eagle Eye's gaze clearly reflected this mentality. Hey, young man, do not be so rash. You truly may meet your end. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, admiring Eagle Eye's audacity to challenge Stan at this moment. Yet, admiration aside, he had to concede that Eagle Eye's chances of survival were slim. Just from the two exchanges moments ago, he had observed everything distinctly, yet felt no assurance of evading the impending danger. The manner in which Stan manifested was exceedingly peculiar. The intricacies of spatial abilities are not easily discerned. It would be ideal, were it not for the looming pressure of death. I would not dare to confront him. Hawkeye nodded with a smile, for this was precisely what he desired, the life and death crisis he had long forgotten. In the face of any known adversary, he was confident in his ability to preserve his life with ease. Should he forego the challenge against Stan, he would never again have the opportunity to experience such formidable pressure. Are you prepared? I am about to make my move. Do not hold me accountable if you perish. Stan gently raised his hand, showing no intention of holding back. Since Hawkeye demanded a life-or-death struggle, he must oblige. Otherwise, it would be a disrespect to Hawkeye. Well then, let us unleash our full potential. Hawkeye's eyes widened, for his keen vision was not for naught. Moon reading. In that fleeting moment of their gaze, Stan activated moon reading, and they found themselves enveloped in the realm of moon reading. This was the technique used to subdue Whitebeard II. You shall be utterly powerless against my lethal intent. Stan held a pistol in his hand, while Hawkeye was bound to a crucifix. As words were exchanged, a bullet was fired, striking Hawkeye squarely in the forehead. This was the sensation of death. Indeed, challenging you proved to be the finest choice. Hawkeye, regaining his composure, murmured to himself, still haunted by the experience. Remarkably, at the moment of impact, he genuinely felt the pangs of mortality, yet he was resurrected once more. This extraordinary experience was something no one else could impart to him. It was his first tangible encounter with death. Is that so? Then let us continue this dance with death. I possess every manner of demise you could desire. Stan, displaying no restraint, opted for a different approach, shattering Hawkeye's skull with a powerful blow. Chapter 78. 3 moves are sufficient. What technique is this? What transpired? Rayleigh found himself perplexed. Wasn't he it said that they would engage? Why were they merely exchanging glances, stationary? In the blink of an eye, Stan dispelled the moon reading, causing Hawkeye to clutch his throat and emit meaningless cries. Within the realm of moon reading, Stan showcased a myriad of torturous scenarios, allowing Hawkeye to experience thousands of distinct deaths. Moon reading is an illusion, entirely controlled by Stan, who could employ unimaginable methods. Hawkeye did not falter. Despite enduring such varied agonies, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. Those of lesser strength would have undoubtedly faced mental collapse at this moment. Only those of formidable strength and unwavering will could withstand such torment. I shall not hold back. The next move, Amaterasu. Stan was indeed ruthless, appearing behind Hawkeye with divine might, unleashing the black flames of Amaterasu in an instant. Before Hawkeye could recover from the agony of death, he was subjected to yet another assault from Stan. It was only fitting. If I were to perish, it would merely attest to my mediocrity as a man. With a furious roar, Hawkeye swiftly drew his sword and cleaved the black flames of Amaterasu in two. Yet, Amaterasu could not be vanquished by mere swordplay, as it subsequently clung to the black blade. Truly, it was a flame that could not be repelled by mere hockey. Its ferocity was remarkable. Enduring the pain, Hawkeye retreated several dozen meters, focusing intently on his treasured blade. Now was not the time for distractions, Kamui. Stan continued his pursuit, reappearing behind Hawkeye, unleashing his formidable power. A distortion in space manifested around Hawkeye's left arm, yet Stan ultimately showed restraint and did not target his head. With the naked eye, one could witness Hawkeye's left arm undergoing a grotesque transformation, gradually being consumed by the spatial anomaly. At that moment, there was no time for Hawkeye to evade. His entire arm vanished completely. Already mentally scarred and significantly impaired in his mobility, he stood no chance of dodging Stan's assault. It was not yet his time to perish. Instead, he should savor the sensation of this encounter. Retracting the Amaterasu's black flames from his black blade, Stan patted Hawkeye on the shoulder. In 3 strikes, he had severed one of Hawkeye's arms, a feat that could have easily resulted in decapitating him. This exemplified the potency of the Sharingan's abilities. Understanding them is one thing, but evading them is another matter entirely. If he possessed only 1 or 2 abilities, he would not be able to demonstrate such overwhelming power. However, with mastery over all the capabilities of the Sharingan and the freedom to combine them, evasion became exceedingly difficult. Huff, huff, huff. Beads of sweat adorned Hawkeye's brow as he succumbed to the ground, gasping for breath. The strength of his opponent was overwhelming, leaving him no time to react. Even with his observation haki, his nerves could not keep pace. The illusion was simply too potent, inflicting severe trauma that rendered him utterly exhausted. Had he not been ensnared in the illusion, he believed he could have evaded the subsequent 2 strikes. Was it truly so swift? So tangible? To conquer any formidable adversary in merely 3 strikes, such claims were no exaggeration. Rayleigh stood in astonishment, bewildered by the rapidity of events, in less than 2 seconds. He could barely comprehend what had transpired. He had originally thought that Hawkeye, being aware of Stan's techniques, would have had the means to evade them. At the very least, it should not have concluded in 3 strikes. Surely, there should have been more exchanges in battle. Stan is indeed very trustworthy. He claims to have 3 strategies to conquer any formidable opponent, and now he must believe it, whether he likes it or not. I offer this to you. But do take care not to bleed out or perish. After all, it was I who caused your hand to be broken. Stan generously tossed a vial of human-repaired gene serum to Hawkeye, a rare display of magnanimity. After all, he had become a wealthy man. A 500 million item was not something he particularly valued. The notion of severing a limb only to profit from selling the serum was one he could never entertain. Hawkeye, indeed formidable, bore the loss of his arm with remarkable composure, showing no more than a flicker of pain from his psychological trauma. His bleeding shoulder elicited no response from him. Setting aside all else, this level of fortitude was something Stan could never achieve. I am the one who challenged you. Your sparing my life is a kindness for which I am truly grateful. You need not concern yourself with this arm. I shall return the 3 billion to you shortly. Thank you, Hawkeye said, taking a moment before swallowing the serum in one gulp, his voice weary. He had not sunk so low as to instigate trouble and then expect Stan to bear the cost. This experience had indeed imparted him with significant insights, after all. He had faced death countless times. As his psyche endured continuous trauma, he could sense his observation haki growing stronger. Very well, you are a legitimate pirate. Earning money should come easily. Stan yawned nonchalantly and remarked, Hawkeye is one of the 7 warlords. Robbery is not a crime, and earning money is exceedingly simple. Today has certainly been eventful. At last, I can finally rest. Stan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he squinted and made his way into the shop. Earlier that day, Hawkeye had engaged in a fierce battle with Rayleigh for several hours. Following that, he caused a commotion in Area 1 and even exchanged barbs with the 5 elders, which consumed a considerable amount of time. With the Celestial Dragons and CP0 arriving in succession, and now exchanging blows with Hawkeye, he was indeed feeling drained. His power stemmed entirely from the Sharingan. In terms of stamina, he found himself somewhat lacking compared to these formidable opponents. Fortunately, none could withstand a prolonged engagement with him. Otherwise, he would be at a loss. Was this truly the extent of Stan's abilities? No wonder he could be so audacious, standing undaunted even at the Navy headquarters. Chabwa stared blankly at Stan's retreating figure, struck by the display of his power. With such strength, even without possessing that intelligence, it was likely that Stan would not regard the Navy with any seriousness. To dispatch a vice admiral with 2 blows and severely injure Hawkeye in 3, this was indeed a show of restraint. Why ponder these matters? I am no longer part of the Navy. With a bitter smile, Chabwa shook his head and gazed longingly at the Justice Cloak lying on the ground. Could this be the miraculous elixir of Stan? Truly, a rebirth from severed limbs. Chabwa then turned his eyes toward Hawkeye, filled with astonishment and wonder. A severed arm, now visibly regrowing, with blood vessels and flesh continuing to develop. Hawkeye remained transfixed on his arm, the pain and numbness failing to elicit any sound from him. Hawkeye, what transpired just now? Why did it seem as though Stan's mere glance inflicted upon you such grievous harm? Rayleigh inquired curiously, observing the regrowth of Hawkeye's arm. With a single glance, he could only perceive the bizarre transformation in Stan's eyes, feeling utterly oblivious to the latent power within. Yet, even so, Hawkeye's ironclad will was shattered, revealing profound anguish. Illusions, akin to tangible realities, are beyond description. One can only grasp their essence through personal experience. Merely recalling that encounter induced a throbbing headache. Although he had perished thousands of times, in reality, it had only been a fleeting moment. Each time he faced death, he convinced himself it was illusory. Yet he still felt the weight of mortality. Chapter 79, 18 Fools at Mariejois. Within the office of the 5 elders. Present were the 5 venerable elders and a dozen or so celestial dragons adorned with fishbowls. Shouldn't you provide an explanation regarding the incident involving St. Figus? One celestial dragon inquired, visibly displeased as he pounded the table. While others might be unaware, the celestial dragons were already privy to the news of St. Figus's demise. The murder of a celestial dragon without any action from the world government was intolerable. The last time, another celestial dragon met a similar fate in Sabaody, and the culprits remained unpunished. Although the 5 elders wielded authority over the world government, they were also the highest echelon of the celestial dragons. Yet, what did that matter? They were bound to uphold the interests of their kind. This time, fully aware that Stan was the perpetrator, their inaction was infuriating. The gathering of the 18 celestial dragons, leaders of their respective families, was a demand for accountability from the 5 elders. The continuous deaths of 2 celestial dragons without punishment for the offender was simply unacceptable. The 5 elders exchanged glances, each feeling the weight of the situation. With the 18 family heads present, they could not afford to be overly assertive. According to protocol, not only was killing a celestial dragon a capital offense, even the slightest action against one warranted death. Yet, rules are but lifeless constructs. Stan is a living being of considerable strength, possessing secrets from the world government. The celestial dragons, being foolish and oblivious, do not wish to divulge specific details about Stan. Given their peculiar nature, once the celestial dragons become aware of Stan's dealings, it is highly likely that they will be unable to keep it under wraps. This presents a challenge in explaining the situation. The betrayal of the celestial dragons must remain undisclosed. It has been made abundantly clear that Stan cannot be touched for the time being, and we shall resolve this matter with utmost urgency. The elder with the flat cap furrowed his brow, expressing his exasperation. These fools only comprehend that the authority of the celestial dragons is supreme. Yet they fail to grasp the implications of holding incriminating evidence. Attempting to elucidate the consequences of acting against Stan would be akin to preaching to the unhearing. What do you mean by cannot be touched for the time being? Is there truly anyone in this world that the celestial dragons cannot confront? He has already killed a celestial dragon. Should we wait until he comes to Mariejois to act? Another celestial dragon erupted, pounding the table, his voice filled with fury. To kill a celestial dragon is a capital offense, and the perpetrator must be eliminated without delay. If there are individuals who cannot be touched, does that not undermine the supremacy of the celestial dragons? I care not. You must provide an explanation to all celestial dragons regarding this matter. They cannot die in vain. Another celestial dragon, equally unyielding, slammed his fist on the table. Stan is powerful. How powerful can he truly be? If we mobilize the CP organization alongside the 3 military forces, can we not subdue him? He is currently in Sabaody. If we act swiftly, he will have no avenue for escape. A seemingly astute celestial dragon chuckled self-assuredly, stating that with the combined might of the CP organization and the military, more than 10 admirals stand ready. Who could possibly elude such a force? However, you are underestimating the situation. Stan has infiltrators within our world government. He is not so easily dealt with. Once we mobilize, he will be alerted and escape before we can act. The blonde elder covered his forehead, lamenting the foolishness of his counterparts. Even without any incriminating evidence against him, capturing Stan will not be a simple task. In summary, we must expedite the resolution of Stan's situation, and for the time being, do not provoke him. You are all aware of the events in Area 1 of Sabaody. Hence, avoid that locale. We have other matters to attend to, so you may return for now. The elder with the mustache rose, exuding an aura of authority as he spoke with great gravitas. Reasoning with them is futile. The celestial dragons are not receptive to logic. In the near future, we must identify Stan's infiltrators within the world government, and I expect your cooperation in this investigation. The elder with the sword narrowed his eyes, surveying the room with a commanding tone. While they are eager to eliminate Stan, such a task cannot be achieved through mere impulse. One must approach matters methodically. Identifying the infiltrator is of utmost priority. What do you imply? Are you insinuating that there are infiltrators among us celestial dragons? The celestial dragons, undeterred, glared at the elder with the sword, taking offense at the accusation. They are not to be trifled with. And the notion of degrading themselves to act as a commoner's spy is utterly preposterous. Is that so? Stan possesses hypnotic abilities. Anyone could potentially be his pawn. The elder with the long beard stood, smiling as he elaborated. The celestial dragons may be weak, yet their influence is vast, making them prime candidates for infiltration. Were he in a position of power, he would undoubtedly recruit a celestial dragon as an informant. Very well, you may investigate, but we celestial dragons are innocent. It is imperative that you fulfill your word and resolve the Stan issue swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame us for reporting this to Lord Emu. The celestial dragon's resolve began to wane, aware that the elders were their superiors. Even though the elders refrained from direct action, their formidable strength was well known. Nevertheless, this matter will not conclude here. Ultimately, the ruler of the celestial dragons is Lord Emu. The elders are indeed deserving of their status. Should they prove incompetent, it would be time for a change in leadership. Alas, these fools, have you discerned any issues? Is there anyone who resembles an infiltrator? The blonde elder shook his head, sighing at the burden of dealing with such ignorance. Few celestial dragons are even aware of Lord Emu's existence, primarily the heads of various families. Stan is aware that Lord Em considers these 18 individuals as prime suspects. Humph, it is not immediately apparent, but as long as they cooperate with the examination, it suffices. Should they refuse, it indicates an issue. The man with the mustache, one of the 5 elders, coldly huffed. The infiltrator must be unmasked, regardless of their identity. The celestial dragons frequently traverse Sabaody, and Stan remains there, having ample opportunity to manipulate them. These arrogant fools are unlikely to heed advice, and will likely provoke Stan further. If Stan were to eliminate a few more celestial dragons, they would surely come to understand our predicament. The elder with the sword remarked with a chilling gaze, conveying no mercy. For 800 years, the celestial dragons have grown too comfortable, excessively foolish and proud. It is time they receive a lesson. Chapter 80. Stan is still young. My lords of the 5 elders, we have returned. Shortly after the celestial dragons departed, 2 CP0 agents entered. Why are there only the 2 of you? Where's the 3rd? Upon seeing them, the 5 elders furrowed their brows in concern. 3 were dispatched, yet only 2 returned. Something was amiss. Our leader, he was slain by Stan. None of us stood a chance against him, the 2 CP0 agents uttered with deep humiliation, gritting their teeth. Their leader was an absolute powerhouse, specializing in physical combat and hockey. Few could injure him, yet understands onslaught. He fell without even enduring 2 exchanges. This was a permanent disgrace for CP0. How could this be? You were gone for less than 20 minutes. And a formidable leader was killed? The 5 elders stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the inquiry. A powerful leader's engagement would shake the heavens. How could such a death occur in mere moments? Even if besieged, they could withstand for a significant duration, allowing reinforcements to be dispatched. What transpired? Could it be that Mihawk and Rayleigh assisted Stan in this endeavor? The elder with the flat cap composed himself, scrutinizing the 2. Apart from the trio that attacked in Sabaody, he could fathom no other possibilities. No, it was solely Stan who struck down our leader in 2 moves. The 2 CP0 agents trembled in fear, responding with trepidation. To kill a leader in 2 moves, had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. 2 moves? You mean to say that you lost your leader in just 2 moves? Do you take us for fools? Speak the truth. The golden-haired elder slammed the table, glaring furiously at the 2. What has become of CP0? Have they learned to lie in our presence? A leader of such strength could not be felled in 2 moves unless Lord Em intervened directly. It was likely these 2 had fled and concocted this absurd tale. Indeed, it was 2 moves. Stan appeared behind the leader, using his spatial abilities, and unleashed an inextinguishable black flame. The leader, in desperation, chose to sever his own arm to survive. Stan relentlessly pursued him, reappearing behind the leader to snap his neck using his spatial abilities. Those were the 2 moves called Amaterasu and Kamui, against which the leader could not defend himself. The 2 CP0 agents fell to their knees, rapidly recounting the details. Such an occurrence is indeed hard to believe, yet it is the stark reality. Stan possesses the remarkable ability to traverse space, wielding techniques so formidable that they would be utterly imperceptible to the uninitiated. It is not merely their leader who would falter. Any formidable adversary would find themselves at a significant disadvantage against these two maneuvers. The five elders exchanged solemn glances, nodding gravely in agreement. They found this assertion credible. Upon reflection, CP0 were their meticulously trained assassins, nearly incapable of deception. Unless, of course, these two had succumbed to Stan's hypnotic influence, becoming moles within their ranks. The elder with the long beard approached the two individuals, placing his hands upon them simultaneously. After a brief moment, he shook his head and resumed his seat on the sofa. This was a demonstration of his formidable prowess, possessing the ability to scrutinize memories through observation hockey, revealing every detail with clarity. Indeed, it was 2 strikes that felled a formidable admiral-level opponent, all transpiring in less than 2 seconds. "Very well, you may depart," he commanded, gesturing for them to leave. Having witnessed the events unfold, there was no need for further explanation, as Stan had not employed any underhanded tactics against them. Stan's might surpass their expectations, bordering on the grotesque. His technique, known as amaterasu, could incinerate without being impeded by hockey, ensuring that any contact would result in death. Furthermore, his godly might not only allowed for the storage of objects, but also facilitated movement, offensive strikes, and evasive maneuvers. The peculiar nature of his dodging technique rendered all attacks to pass through his form. The specifics of this ability remained unclear, yet it was likely that only attacks of a similar spatial or spiritual nature could inflict harm upon him. Once the two had departed, the long-bearded elder elaborated on Stan's capabilities. From the memories he had gleaned, it was evident that Stan's strength rightfully positioned him as the mightiest in the seas. Aside from Lord Emu, he could scarcely conceive of anyone capable of rivaling Stan, not even the Pirate King, Roger, or Whitebeard. Thus, to subdue Stan, it would necessitate the combined efforts of the 5 of them. The sword-wielding elder unsheathed his blade, which gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. It was inconceivable for Lord Emu to engage personally with a mere individual like Stan. It would have to be they who took action. Beyond their quintet, no other formidable figures within the world government could pose a threat to Stan, in a world where strength reigned supreme. Their ascension to the rank of 5 elders was a testament to their formidable abilities. "Once we locate Stan's base, we shall act in unison to obliterate him," he declared. "Let those beneath us be wary. They could scarcely endure even 3 strikes at Stan's hands." The elder with the flat cap remained remarkably composed, asserting that it was not the revealed strength that was truly fearsome, but rather the concealed potential that posed the greatest danger. Now that Stan had unveiled his capabilities, they could only await their opportunity, biding their time for death's approach. Indeed, he is extraordinarily powerful. At merely 18 years of age, one wonders at the nature of his training. Moreover, his devil fruit ability is peculiar. Typically, mythical Zoan types possess but one unique power, yet he seems to command 2. His prowess, it seemed, stemmed from those blood-red eyes. "Do any of you recall anything about them?" The elder with the mustache uttered a sigh, acknowledging Stan's strength with a begrudging respect. To reach such an almost invincible state at such a tender age, could he truly be human? No. Such a fruit has never been documented in the Devil Fruit Compendium, nor has such a figure ever emerged upon the seas, the long-bearded elder countered, shaking his head. His memory was impeccable. He would not forget what he had encountered. Stan's audacity in displaying his strength before them suggested a profound confidence in his abilities. Youth often lacks experience and tends to breed arrogance. He ought to eliminate witnesses instead, mused the golden-haired elder, after a moment of contemplation, before breaking into laughter. Stan is not only avaricious and lecherous, but also exceedingly arrogant. Such a person is quite easy to deal with. The variety of devil fruits is countless, each possessing an array of peculiar abilities, and it is not always the case that Stan possesses the most formidable. For 800 years, the world government has overlooked the capabilities of numerous formidable individuals, many of which remain unrecorded in the Devil Fruit Compendium. Now, if they can merely uncover Stan's undercover agents and base of operations, he shall be at their mercy. Chapter 81. The auction commences. For fleeting days have passed. Stan's illustrious name has resonated across the globe through various newspapers. His formidable strength and monumental deeds have made him a figure recognized in every corner of the world. It is widely acknowledged that a new top-tier powerhouse has emerged upon the seas, capable of rivaling the 4 emperors. The news of Stan's upcoming auction spread swiftly across the vast ocean. Those with the time and means to reach Shambadi arrived within 4 days. The trading market commissioned by Stan was completed yesterday, yet those slaves ultimately defied his orders. In Area 1, adjacent to the auction house. A vast expanse of newly constructed buildings appeared rather rudimentary. This was indeed the trading market. Is everything prepared? Are you all clear on your tasks? Within the building, Stan gazed flatly at the more than 300 individuals below. These were the ones who had pledged allegiance to him that day. He had not counted them then. But today he learned there were 365. This structure served as the main building of the trading market, encompassing a spacious hall of over 2,000 square meters. Various weapons were displayed on either side, and a shooting range was situated in the center for test firing. At the rear lay a makeshift warehouse, filled with weapons manufactured in recent days. Beyond that were the living quarters for his subordinates, divided into 3 distinct sections. The 300 individuals, each possessing decent looks, would take on sales roles in the hall. The remainder would serve as laborers or perform miscellaneous tasks. Those bold enough to work alongside him were unlikely to lack strength, rendering specialized security unnecessary. Moreover, he was confident that few would dare to cause trouble on his territory. Understood, boss, rest assured. The crowd below roared in unison. It was such a trivial matter, who could possibly forget? Well then, work diligently, and I shall not shortchange you. Stan nodded with satisfaction, casually sketching a grand vision for them. Having spoken, he led Icarus outside, for this was not a matter requiring his concern. The auction was about to commence, and various factions were entering the venue. Stan, the auction is ready and has been modified as per your instructions. Minggu approached with an impassive expression, his tone icy. To onlookers, this demeanor suggested that Minggu was begrudgingly yielding to Stan's formidable power. Very well, let us proceed inside. Stan cast a glance at Ming, uttering no further words. As he entered the auction house, it had undergone a remarkable transformation, its decor entirely revamped. The rear of the entrance remained unchanged, while the front was adorned with several small round tables. Above, a newly added half-floor featured numerous private rooms. The auction stage had also been significantly enlarged, with a small platform positioned at its center. Having ceased the slave trade, Stan had dismantled the area where slaves were once confined. The ordinary seating on the ground floor was priced at 10,000 berries, while the VIP round tables commanded a staggering 100,000. The private rooms on the second floor were even more extravagant, with a price tag of 1,000,000 berries. Stan was earnest in his pursuit of profit, leaving no opportunity for financial gain overlooked. To the side of the auction stage stood an opulent chair, serving as Stan's exclusive throne. Stan took his seat directly, closing his eyes in anticipation of the auction's commencement. Ming and Icarus positioned themselves behind him, although Stan and Ming portrayed a cooperative relationship. Stan's formidable strength rendered any notion of equality between them utterly implausible. The auction's host, Peach Rabbit, had long been preparing backstage, and had been assigned by Stan to oversee the affairs within the trading market. Before long, attendees began to enter in succession, filling the ordinary seating. Stan and his companions were indifferent to the onlookers, their eyes remaining firmly shut, whether it was an unspoken understanding or the self-awareness of distinguished figures. Only the weaker ones entered at that moment. Half an hour later, the ordinary seating of over 500 was nearly filled to capacity. Stan, alongside the formidable warlord Jinbei, made his entrance, accompanied by Moria. Ming cast a glance towards the entrance and softly urged caution. At the door, Jinbei, flanked by several members of the Sun Pirates, made his way directly to the VIP section. Moria, on the other hand, appeared rather unfortunate, his massive form encircled by bandages. Once a renowned pirate who had clashed with Kaido, could he refuse when Mihawk sought alone? Indeed, he had to relent, for Mihawk's prowess was undeniable. Following closely was the brooding crocodile, who silently settled into the VIP seats. Recently, for reasons unknown, Admiral Akaino had been lingering around the waters of Alabasta, systematically eradicating nearby pirates, clearly with a singular focus. Trailing Crocodile was the notorious Green Pepper from the Flower Country, a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. To dare walk behind the warlords, Green Pepper was undoubtedly both skilled and audacious. Oh, how magnificent! Is this the Pirate Empress? A chorus of astonished exclamations reached Stan's ears, prompting him to finally open his eyes. He gazed towards the entrance, where the Empress Hancock strode in, accompanied by her 2 sisters. Wherever she went, the crowd, regardless of age or gender, was entranced, unable to tear their gaze away from her. Hancock, however, was not so docile. Her countenance was frigid as she approached Stan with purpose. You are Stan? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? As she neared him, fury ignited across her face, her voice a seething whisper. A photo collection, selling for 5 million a copy. How could she not be enraged? Though it merely depicted her in a cheongsam, to her, it was a grave affront. Stan furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the Empress would visit Sabaody. Given that Sabaody is frequented by the celestial dragons, it was hard to fathom how the Empress, who harbored an intense fear of them, would dare to come here. Well, I suppose I was mistaken. The auction is about to commence. We shall discuss our matters afterward. Stan composed himself and gestured for the Empress to take her seat. The most revealing photograph he captured was of the Empress employing her fragrant foot in battle, with no other images of significance. Standing at an impressive height of 191 meters, the Empress possessed exceptionally long legs, which stirred the blood in the heat of combat. However, regarding her personality, one could indeed echo the sentiment. Why? In the presence of such beauty, must there be a mouth to speak? Do you still wish to hold an auction? Do you believe I won't disrupt your gathering? The Empress's fury intensified as she clenched her fist, threatening Stan. You cannot achieve that. You should be aware of the disparity in our strengths. After the auction, I shall provide you with an explanation. Stan cast a glance at the Empress and, with a stoic expression, remarked that selling the Empress's photo collection was indeed his fault. However, she should not disrupt his auction. You despicable man, just you wait. The Empress, momentarily enraged, shot a fierce glare at Stan before turning on her heels to take a seat in the nearest VIP section. After all, it had been over 10 days since the incident, and her fury had somewhat diminished. Stan's strength is something she is somewhat aware of, should it come to a confrontation. She would undoubtedly find herself at a disadvantage. Moreover, what troubles her the most is the secret that lies behind her. Although Stan merely posted some ordinary photographs, it does not necessarily imply that those are all he possesses. Chapter 82. The consecutive entrances following the Empress. The next to appear was the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma. Towering at nearly 7 meters, he perpetually clutched his beloved book. Kuma's prowess is likely ranked second among the 7 warlords of the sea. His devil fruit ability is nothing short of monstrous, capable of dispelling even the intangible burdens of fatigue and pain. Though Stan has never witnessed Kuma unleash his full potential, he surmises that he would not fall significantly short of an admiral's strength. In Stan's eyes, he belongs to the caliber of candidates for the position of an admiral. Akin to figures like Tontada, it raises the question of how this individual, who has undergone human modifications to foster the creation of pacifists, has also arrived here. Next, the final member of the 7 warlords made his entrance, Dracul Mihawk. With an air of arrogance, he surveyed the entire venue, and none dared to meet his gaze. After a brief glance, he proceeded towards the side staircase, settling into a private room on the 2nd floor. He had been diligently training these past few days, reflecting on the insights gained from his impending confrontation with Stan. Although the auction did not feature any items of his interest, his presence served to lend support to Stan. Upon Mihawk's arrival, the murmurs of those who had been whispering moments before fell into a hush. After 5 or 6 minutes, footsteps once again echoed at the entrance. Leading the way were 2 individuals clad in vibrant pink suits, Baron Egg and the fur-clad Pockamus, both towering over 3 meters. As subordinates of the Yonko Big Mom, their attendance at such an auction represented the face of the 4 emperors. Although their strength pales in comparison to Mihawk's, they still maintained a semblance of dignity, deliberately waiting for the full assembly of the 7 warlords before making their entrance. The 2 refrained from displaying excessive arrogance, even avoiding direct eye contact with Stan. As they guided their subordinates towards the 2nd floor, Stan's prowess is universally acknowledged to be on par with the 4 emperors, rendering him a figure not to be trifled with. Should one provoke such a formidable entity without just cause, even Big Mom would refrain from coming to their aid, opting instead to chastise them as fools. Following closely behind these 2 is Page 1, one of Kaido's 6 flying blades. Page 1, a bold and skilled individual, arrives unaccompanied, without any subordinates. His standing within Kaido's ranks is significantly superior to that of Baron Egg, justifying his position at the rear. What is Kaido's intent in dispatching such a person to Wano? Is he seeking to instigate trouble? Stan furrowed his brows. The 6 powers of the sky held a position only subordinate to the 3 disasters and should not be present in such an occasion. The matron, ever so discerning, refrained from sending her son, which was indeed the appropriate course of action. The prominent figures of the 4 emperors casually appearing in Sabaody, what would the Navy think? Merely attending an auction, was it necessary to dispatch such a person? The Navy would undoubtedly speculate. Not only the Navy, but he too would ponder upon it. Kaido was no mere brute. He was a cunning and treacherous individual. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. As long as Kaido did not provoke him, he would remain unconcerned. After some reflection, Stan found himself at a loss and chose to abandon the matter. To be fair, even if Kaido himself were to arrive, Stan would still compel him to kneel. With Kaido's intellect, he would hardly believe that the 6 powers of the sky could contend with him. Most likely, they were not there to cause him trouble. Subsequently, the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the fishman Namor, made his entrance. Although Namor recognized Stan, he showed no intention of engaging him in conversation. He merely cast a glance in Stan's direction before ascending to the 2nd floor with a few subordinates. What scheme was Whitebeard concocting this time? For such a trivial matter, he had dispatched a captain? Stan was increasingly bewildered. The captain of the 8th Division held a status not inferior to that of the 6 stars of the sky. This was indeed the first half of the Grand Line. Was it truly wise for such individuals from the Yonko crew to arrive here? In Stan's perspective, Whitebeard would likely only send one of his 43 pirate crews. If the Navy were to suddenly lose their wits and annihilate that Muir, Whitebeard would suffer a significant loss. Upon entering, Muir was accompanied by the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. At this moment, Sabo had yet to gain any notoriety, and his true identity remained unknown to all. The crowd gazed at him, feeling a sense of perplexity. With the presence of the Yonko crew, how audacious was it for a mere golden-haired youth to follow behind? Sabo merely flashed a confident and sunny smile, casting a glance at Stan and then at Kuma. Without uttering a word, he ascended to the 2nd floor with a few of his subordinates. Initially, he had no intention of drawing such attention, hoping instead to blend in unnoticed. However, he had observed from the outside that members of other factions were quietly awaiting their moment to take the stage. The Revolutionary Army aimed to establish a long-term collaboration with Stan, and thus he could not afford to lose face. He believed that while others were unaware of his identity, Stan was undoubtedly well informed. If he managed to slip in unnoticed, Stan would likely underestimate the capabilities of the Revolutionary Army. How terrifying! So many formidable pirates had arrived. What could their intentions possibly be? Just then, a lewd voice broke through the atmosphere as Admiral Kizaru sauntered in with a lopsided grin. He had no desire to be there, but Stan's overwhelming strength had prompted the Vice Admiral to take action, leaving the Marshal uneasy. "Kizaru, this is my territory. Do not frighten my guests," Stan admonished. Stan cast a fleeting glance, subtly reminding the Yellow Ape. How terrifying! Who is truly terrifying? How many of these pirates can withstand a kick at the speed of light? In such a significant moment, the Navy dispatching an admiral left Stan quite displeased. Apart from the 7 warlords, the 4 Emperor's crews, and a certain Green Pepper, nearly all other pirates were trembling in fear. Those lesser pirates are the primary clientele for his weaponry. It would be detrimental if they were frightened away. Rest assured, the Navy would not dare to act here. I assure you, your safety is guaranteed. Stan rose to his feet, exuding an aura of strength that assuaged the crowd. Anyone who dares to violate my rules in this lawless territory shall meet with death, he declared. After calming the atmosphere, Stan once again addressed the pirates with a voice that resonated authority. Although his regulations were posted throughout the area, not all would adhere to them. Over the past 4 days, numerous incidents of pirates attacking civilians had occurred, all of which he had dealt with decisively. Kizaru shrugged, opting for silence. He had no desire to clash with Stan. The upper echelons of the Navy were well aware of the incident where a formidable CP-0 admiral was dispatched by Stan in just 2 moves. He even suspected that the admiral was overthinking the situation. What difference did it make for him to confront a vice admiral personally? The risks remained distinct. Following Kizaru were 3 masked individuals clad in white robes from CP-0. Unlike those Stan had encountered previously, these 3 were of shorter stature and appeared less imposing. Most pirates were oblivious to the CP organization, and thus, many regarded these 3 with curiosity. Arriving later than the admiral, their audacity was truly remarkable. A clattering of chains echoed as a tall slave crawled in, bearing the weight of a rotund celestial dragon upon his back. Clearly, he had not learned his lesson. Stan's expression immediately darkened. This was a place where slavery was explicitly prohibited. The celestial dragons were exceedingly wealthy, and as long as they adhered to the rules while attending the auction, Stan would not interfere. However, the sight of them riding on slaves infuriated him immensely. Chapter 83. Who can stand in my way? Zone 1, the auction house. 3 celestial dragons entered, mounted on slaves. 2 men and 1 woman, appearing to be an elderly father accompanied by his children to partake in the auction. Stan slowly rose to his feet. his expression devoid of emotion as he approached the celestial dragon. Regardless of what might transpire, he would not permit anyone to infringe upon his principles. The atmosphere was thick with silence. The onlookers were acutely aware of Stan's tenets and were eager to witness his response. The one who had breached the rules was the celestial dragon, but would Stan adhere to his own code of conduct? The guards flanking the celestial dragon swiftly encircled him, shielding him from harm. Meanwhile, the 3 CP0 agents who had entered earlier instinctively positioned themselves at the forefront. In such a public setting, the celestial dragon was to be unequivocally protected, even against formidable adversaries. Curse be it, is there still time for me to flee? I have no desire to confront Stan. The yellow ape silently cursed as he observed Stan drawing closer to the celestial dragon, his face awash with indecision. The celestial dragon was in peril, and as a Marine admiral, he could not remain indifferent. Yet, who was Stan? What power did he wield? Even if he intervened, he could not hope to deter Stan. Lowly peasant, what is that look in your eyes? What do you mean by approaching? Kneel before this holy one. The elder celestial dragon exclaimed arrogantly, brandishing a golden pistol with an air of superiority. He was well aware that Stan had previously slain celestial dragons, and that the 5 elders held a profound apprehension towards him. But what of it? With so many witnesses present, the world government was determined to safeguard him. The presence of Marine Admiral Yellow Ape and the 3 formidable CP0 agents ensured that Stan would be compelled to kneel before him. Stan merely cast a cold glance at the celestial dragon, showing no intention of engaging in conversation with such a fool. You wish to obstruct my path? Do you truly believe yourselves worthy? He inquired with a disdainful smile as he stood before the 3 CP0 agents. Stan is indeed perplexing, in such an auction setting. How could the 5 elders permit the celestial dragons to create a disturbance? Should he harm a celestial dragon, the situation would escalate dramatically, compelling the world government to engage in warfare against him. The legitimacy of the world government is undeniably derived from the celestial dragons. If a celestial dragon were to perish in public view and the world government remained apathetic, how could they maintain dominion over the world? Stan, might you show some consideration and refrain from exacerbating the situation? The leading member of CP0 spoke with evident difficulty, almost pleading with Stan. The arrival of the celestial dragons was unforeseen. They merely encountered them at the entrance of the auction. Clearly, the esteemed 5 elders had issued a decree prohibiting the celestial dragons from visiting Sabaody today. As high-ranking members of CP0, they were privy to numerous matters, particularly concerning Stan. The implication from the 5 elders was that while Stan may covertly engage with the celestial dragons, it must remain discreet. It is needless to say that the celestial dragons disregarded the orders of the 5 elders, and the guards dared not impede them. The proximity of Mariewa to Sabaody allowed for such an incident, as one could descend via the bubble elevator in a mere moment. How dare you disregard me, you wretch? Do you wish for death? Kneel before me at once. The celestial dragon, oblivious to the subtleties of social cues, continued to berate Stan. The orders of the 5 elders? He was a celestial dragon. Such commands held no relevance to him. He would do as he pleased. Surrounded by so many, he doubted Stan would dare act against him, unless he desired to provoke the world government into his demise. Respect? You wish for my respect? Who will grant me the same? What value does your respect hold? Stan sneered disdainfully. With his prowess, who was worthy of his deference? He cared not for the circumstances. What he knew was that the celestial dragons had violated his rules. With so many onlookers present, if he did not eliminate a celestial dragon, where would his dignity reside? Alas, it seems we must attempt to impede you. CP0 sighed, displaying no inclination to yield to Stan. As members of CP0, they were acutely aware of the celestial dragon's significance, and retreat was not an option. Kizaru, what are you doing? Do you not see someone intends to slay our esteemed presence? Why are you not descending? The celestial dragon grew increasingly arrogant, gazing up at Kizaru on the 2nd floor, issuing his commands without restraint. Knowing full well that Stan had the audacity to slay a celestial dragon, his presence here indicated a degree of confidence. How terrifying. Stan, I find myself powerless. With a flash of golden light, Kizaru descended, expressing his frustration. Upon encountering the celestial dragon at the entrance, he had anticipated that calamity would ensue. Yet, with CP0 watching him, he could not afford to retreat at such a critical moment. The leader of CP0 glanced at Bartholomew Kuma and discreetly nodded. He had already informed the Gorosei and received their directives, ensuring that preparations were in place. Should Stan insist on attacking the celestial dragons, Kuma would utilize his abilities to transport them back to Mariewa. Although he and Kizaru, along with his two aides, possessed the strength of vice admirals, they stood no chance against Stan. They lacked the capability to confront him. Such folly was nothing more than a path to self-destruction. Stan rolled his eyes, questioning whether the sheer number of people could truly shield him. Bear, are you also going to involve yourself in this matter? He inquired darkly, glancing back at the tyrant bear. Although CP0's movements were shrouded in secrecy, every detail was laid bare before his Sharingan. He was well aware of Bear's capabilities. Should he let his guard down even slightly, it was entirely possible that Bear could facilitate the escape of the celestial dragon. Icarus, I entrust these individuals to your care. I am eager to witness who dares to obstruct me. Without waiting for Bear's response, Stan turned his attention to Icarus, issuing his command. The Icarus of today was no longer the same as before. She had evolved. Stan expended a staggering 100 billion to acquire the Queen of the Void ensemble along with the Uranus system. With Icarus's current prowess, she undoubtedly resides in an invincible state, particularly due to her absolute defense sphere. Even in this environment, where the use of high-powered weaponry is ill-suited, no one could rival Icarus. In an instant, Icarus appeared beside Stan, her demeanor seemingly delicate and fragile. She possesses the ability to soar at a velocity of 24 Mach, equivalent to 24 times the speed of sound, hardly slower than that of Kizaru. Yes, Master, Icarus replied softly. Her tender pink wings transformed into celestial azure light wings. A magnificent halo materialized above her head, and her attire shifted to combat garb. With a resounding thud, Icarus adeptly executed Stan's command, delivering a powerful punch toward the three CP0 agents before her. Stan, are you truly intent on pursuing this path? Do you wish to completely sever ties with the world government? The three CP0 agents, all formidable combatants, deftly evaded Icarus's assault and retreated to a distance. Stan summoned this angel to confront them, and they naturally did not dare to be careless, having long been prepared. Indeed, this angel possessed not only astonishing speed, but also formidable strength. Chapter 84, Unimpeded Passage. Stan ignored the others and continued his approach towards the celestial dragons. Icarus' strength was sufficient to handle these individuals, as long as he refrained from demolishing his auction house. You possess considerable audacity, knowingly defying my rules and yet daring to provoke me. Standing before the celestial dragons, Stan gazed calmly at the trio, refraining from immediate action. At times, he found himself curious about the thoughts occupying the minds of the celestial dragons. Having already slain two of their kind, what emboldened them to confront him again? Were they oblivious to the concept of death? The world government had yet to intervene, and anyone could surmise his formidable nature. The celestial dragons should be even more aware. Or perhaps, it was true that the celestial dragons lacked any semblance of intellect? Lowly wretch, what do you intend to do? You worthless fools. Will you not subdue this scoundrel for me? The celestial dragons remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely perceiving Stan as an encroaching threat. Although Stan is formidable, he faces formidable opponents, including CP0. What can he possibly do against them? The dozens of guards brought by the celestial dragons are nothing but mindless beings. Upon receiving the celestial dragons' commands, they swarmed to attack Stan without any regard for the disparity in strength. With a swift motion, Icarus flew in, wielding a radiant long sword. At her speed, these inferior guards stood no chance, falling like ripe fruit before her blade. The sheer number of adversaries constrained her from utilizing high-powered weaponry, compelling her to rely on the abilities granted by the angel fruit. Intelligence is a valuable asset. I wish you could possess it, but alas, that may have to wait until your next life. Stan did not cast a glance at the guards, but instead gently raised his right hand. Xiong, what are you still waiting for? Hurry and act. Upon witnessing Stan's impending action, the leader of CP0 felt a tightening in his chest and shouted loudly at Xiong. Although he possessed formidable strength, he was utterly incapable of thwarting Stan's intentions. Any attempt to intervene would be futile. You useless fools, mere waste. Why are you not here to protect this holy being? The celestial dragon, observing the fallen guards strewn about, began to feel a sense of urgency and shouted in panic. Stark undoubtedly possesses the audacity to confront the celestial dragons, a notion he can no longer question. He must now rely on others for his protection. This wretched scoundrel, so brazen in the presence of admirals and CP0, is truly infuriating. Stan raised his hand, and instead of any further action, he slowly surveyed the entire scene. The ordinary pirates exhibited expressions of sheer terror, mixed with a hint of exhilaration. However, Crocodile, Moria, and Jinbei remained remarkably composed, their faces betraying no emotion. The Empress, in stark contrast, began to tremble slightly the moment the celestial dragons entered. Upon witnessing Stan's intent to eliminate a celestial dragon, her anxiety escalated, her eyes betraying a flicker of anticipation. Previously, when a celestial dragon had mysteriously perished in Sabaody, many suspected it was the handiwork of Stan. She shared this belief. Thus, upon encountering Stan, she restrained her fury, refraining from making a scene. The members of the Revolutionary Army, including Sabo's group, wore expressions of amusement, tinged with a modicum of respect for Stan. Sabo, however, was preoccupied, his gaze fixated on Kuma, his face etched with profound concern. As for Mihawk, he remained silent, his eyes closed throughout, exhibiting no interest in the unfolding events. Kuma, specifically named by CP0, hesitated, glancing at Stan before shifting his gaze to Sabo, and then slowly removed his gloves. As a king and an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army, he found himself compelled to heed the orders of the Gorosei. Stan cast a sidelong glance at Sabo. The reactions of those present held greater intrigue for him than the celestial dragons themselves. This auction was not merely an ordinary gathering. The representatives from Kaido, Whitebeard, and the Revolutionary Army were far from ordinary, most likely harboring ulterior motives. Particularly noteworthy was Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. If he were devoid of ulterior motives, Stan would find that hard to believe. As the foremost adversary of the world government, the Revolutionary Army's relentless growth was not to be underestimated. Sabo furrowed his brow upon perceiving Stan's demeanor, likely aware of Kuma's undercover identity. Their leader had previously instructed them that Stan possessed formidable intelligence capabilities, able to compel the world government into concessions, undoubtedly due to his knowledge. This time, besides seeking collaboration with Stan, he aimed to gauge the extent of Stan's awareness regarding the Revolutionary Army. A soft sound echoed as Kuma materialized before the celestial dragons, his massive paw swiftly striking one of them. The divine might unleashed. Stan was well prepared. He would not allow anyone to rescue the celestial dragons. The space before Bear twisted, compelling him to retract his hand. Step back. You lack the ability to save them, and I have no desire to take your life. Stan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority, his tone remarkably calm. He was in no rush. This time, he would truly showcase his formidable strength, a power that would instill fear in all who heard of it. Soon, his weapons would be distributed across the seas through Doflamingo's channels, and he needed to intimidate those petty criminals. Pirates were reckless, willing to seize anything if the reward was substantial enough. He aspired to possess a level of intimidation akin to that of the four emperors. Relying solely on himself was insufficient. After all, the strength of one man is limited. He had been contemplating ways to compel Icarus to demonstrate his prowess. Stan, have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick? After much hesitation, Kizaru finally decided to act. He transformed into particles of light, appearing before Stan, his demeanor grave. Bartholomew, I will hold Stan off for the time being. You must expedite the evacuation of the celestial dragon. With a lightspeed kick aimed at Stan, Kizaru shouted anxiously to Bartholomew. As an admiral, he could not allow the celestial dragon to perish before his eyes. Otherwise, the Navy's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Ah, such beautiful aspirations. I leave Stan to you, Accelerator. Stan let out a derisive snort, calling out into the void. In an instant, a figure with white hair, known as One Punch Man, stood protectively in front of Stan, deflecting the lightspeed kick from Kizaru. One Punch Man was the culmination of Stan's efforts over the past 4 days, having cost him a staggering sum of over 10 billion berries. Initially, he acquired a standard Gene Warrior, followed by the purchase of the One Punch Man Gene, which was valued at 80 billion. In his quest to expedite One Punch Man's ascent to unparalleled strength, he also invested in a supercomputing chip. While genes are indeed powerful, One Punch Man's abilities differ from the Sharingan. They are categorized by levels. By acquiring the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he could harness its powers, whereas One Punch Man required upgrades to enhance his abilities. Hence, he ultimately chose One Punch Man, capable of rapid advancement through technology. After implanting the chip, as Stan had anticipated, One Punch Man's superpowers swiftly escalated to level 5. This enhancement was specifically designed to contend with the 3 admirals, as One Punch Man's vector manipulation utterly countered the natural type. With no need for Haki, the attacks employed by the natural type were merely forms of energy. With the computational prowess of the supercomputing chip, The three admirals stood no chance against One Punch Man. Chapter 85. The ineffectiveness of the face fruit. One Punch Man. Please refrain from damaging my auction house. Take the fight outside. Stan instructed, as the reflected lightspeed kick punctured the ceiling. He immediately expressed his concern, for Kizaru's light fruit had a devastating range, and it would not take long before his auction house was rendered uninhabitable. Oh, One Punch Man replied, his demeanor towards Stan far from amicable. Despite being a mere artificial gene being, Stan had implanted memories into One Punch Man. With a sweep of his fingers, manipulating the air and gravity around him, Kizaru was promptly sent hurtling away. One Punch Man leisurely floated out, leaving behind gaping holes in the walls. Stan was given the command to obstruct the yellow monkey. Not to take a life, he possessed no motivation. Alas, Stan sighed. Even before the auction commenced, 2 exits had appeared in the venue. No one could impede me now. It is time for you to take your leave. Casting a glance at the silent bear, Stan smiled at the 3 celestial dragons. Although slaying a celestial dragon would irrevocably position him against the world government, Stan showed no intention of showing mercy. Surely not. Is Stan truly contemplating the assassination of a celestial dragon? This is sobriety after all. The repercussions could be dire. The world government and the Navy would undoubtedly intervene. Who were those 2 individuals? Their strength appeared formidable, yet they bore no renown. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically, particularly among the lesser pirates. As the thumping of their hearts resonated throughout the auction hall, ordinary nobles turned pale with fear, scarcely daring to meet Stan's gaze. If he could brazenly threaten the celestial dragons, what hope did they possess? Would they even escape this auction venue unscathed? Stan, you cannot harm me. I am a celestial dragon. Should you slay me, the world government will not spare you. The leading celestial dragon tumbled from atop the slave, his voice a mere quiver of bravado. You 3 imbeciles, and you too, bear. What are you waiting for? Come and protect me. The young celestial dragon, equally terrified, clung to the slave's back, too frightened to raise his head, trembling as he cried out, "No, please don't kill me. I am willing to release this slave. I will never defy the rules here again." The female celestial dragon, trembling with fear, descended from the slave, collapsing to her knees. This is not how it was meant to unfold. They had come here believing in the strength of CP0 and the admirals. To them, Stan, no matter how powerful, could not possibly rival the might of 2 admirals. If Stan dared to act against them, he would surely meet his demise. And they could restore the dignity of the celestial dragons. Stan has slain a celestial dragon, yet the world government has refrained from exacting vengeance upon him. This is a profound disgrace for the celestial dragons. Let us fight together, Kuma. The 3 CP0 agents exchanged glances with Icarus, each recognizing the unwavering resolve in the other's eyes. With a resounding shout, the trio activated their shave technique, advancing towards Stan from 3 distinct directions. Kuma hesitated for a moment, but ultimately raised his right hand once more, directing it towards the celestial dragons. I shall not permit you to disturb my master. Meanwhile, Icarus, who had been fixated on the 3 CP0 agents, also made his move. With a powerful flap of his cerulean wings, he positioned himself behind Stan, instantly creating an immense sphere of absolute defense. Utterly futile, Stan once again displayed his formidable prowess to block the bear, disdainfully curling his lip. He, alongside Icarus and Accelerator, found that the entire Navy could not deter them. Raising his right hand, a colossal arm of Susanoo emerged at his side, 3 fingers gently pointing towards the celestial dragons. Stan, let us not escalate the situation. How about granting them a reprieve? In an instant, a figure appeared, wielding a western sword in his right hand, intercepting the arm of Susanoo. Red-haired, you peacemaker, it seems you too wish to meddle in this affair. Stan retracted his Susanoo, maintaining an indifferent expression as he regarded the formidable red-haired Shanks before him. He had long been aware of Shanks' arrival and surmised that the latter would not intervene while he executed the celestial dragons. Given Shanks' close ties with the Gorosei, it was likely that they would contact him, cognizant of his presence. However, the nature of their discourse remained a mystery, particularly what might compel Shanks to agree to spare the celestial dragons. With a sardonic smile, Shanks activated the powers of his face fruit, believing that Stan's prowess was akin to that of Whitebeard, thus feeling assured that he would be granted some leniency. Yet, how had Shanks provoked Stan? He had forgotten to inform him of Stan's true strength. In a remote corner of the ordinary seating area, Rayleigh covered his forehead with his hand. Who is Stan? He does not even grant face to the world government. Will he show any regard for red-haired Shanks? If a confrontation were to ensue between the 2, it is likely that red-haired Shanks would find himself at a disadvantage. He believes that a meeting between himself and Shanks is imminent, which is why he has refrained from discussing Stan's true prowess with red-haired. This mediator, provoking Stan, will soon witness his own downfall. On the second floor, Hawkeye finally opened his eyes, casting a cold smirk towards red-haired. In recent days, he has been savoring the gains from his impending battle with Stan and has not been in contact with red-haired at all. Stan understood very well that the prestige of the red-haired man was of no consequence today. To grant you face? What about my own dignity? So many eyes are upon me. My rules are explicitly inscribed throughout this lawless territory, yet these three fools have shown me not an ounce of respect. If I do not eliminate them, what authority will I have left? How shall I conduct my business? Stan was not angered, yet he would undoubtedly not grant any favor to the red-haired individual. Should he do so, regardless of the might he displayed, others would perceive him as inferior to the four emperors. Awkwardly, the red-haired man found himself at a loss, his attempt to assert dominance thwarted. Yet, they were merely three fools. Why should he confront the world government entirely on their behalf? The red-haired man, still somewhat reluctant, endeavored to persuade him through reason, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Who among those of their caliber would genuinely regard the celestial dragons with any respect? To slay a celestial dragon would yield no benefit, only invite a multitude of troubles. Well spoken, but are you willing to oppose me for the sake of three imbeciles? Stan applauded the red-haired man, then responded with a hearty laugh. He was indeed indifferent to the three fools, yet he cared deeply about his reputation, for it was intrinsically linked to his future business endeavors. The red-haired man fell silent. Opposing Stan for the sake of those three imbeciles was hardly worth the trouble. Do as you please. It seems I have overstepped my bounds, he thought. After a moment's contemplation, he sheathed his sword and stepped aside. He was the most liberated of pirates, impervious to the whims of the celestial dragons, who offered him no favorable terms. He merely granted the celestial dragons a semblance of respect, not wishing to witness a cataclysmic clash between the world government and Stan. Since Stan had made up his mind, refusing to show him any consideration, the red-haired man chose not to persist. It was a pity, however, with the death of a celestial dragon, the authority of the world government would suffer a grievous blow, emboldening other pirates, not all of whom shared his restraint in sparing innocent lives. Chapter 86. The auction commences. Amaterasu. 3 strands of black flame descended upon the three fools. After a brief moment of anguished cries, they were reduced to ashes. Such imbeciles were an eyesore to behold, and Stan naturally opted for their utter annihilation. The earlier slow-motion display was merely to gauge who might dare to intervene. With the demise of the three fools, an eerie silence enveloped the venue, faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. The young pirates were a tumultuous blend of excitement and terror, some even harboring admiration for Stan. The nobles, however, were gripped by profound fear, dreading that Stan might turn his wrath upon them. Stan's attention was primarily focused on Sabo and the Empress. Sabo, true to his role as the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, exhibited minimal change in expression, only a subtle hint of excitement. The demise of the celestial dragons was undoubtedly a fortuitous event for the Revolutionary Army. The mission entrusted to him by the leader, with Stan as an ally, seemed inescapable. The Empress, however, displayed a profound fear of the celestial dragons, her expression shifting dramatically. There was excitement, shock, disbelief, and a touch of admiration for Stan. Her hatred for the celestial dragons had been suppressed within her for far too long. Even the mere mention of their name would send shivers down her spine. Today, she had witnessed their demise firsthand. Celestial dragons were not divine beings. They could indeed be slain. Sister, please mind your demeanor, whispered her younger sister, Sonda Sonia, gently reminding the Empress. The Empress's expression had changed too drastically, drawing the attention of the other warlords, who could easily discern something amiss. The Empress responded, regaining her regal composure and averting her gaze from that direction. Captain, what shall we do now? Should we not flee? The navy will surely be upon us shortly, exclaimed one of the small pirates. With the celestial dragons dead, it was likely that other marine admirals would soon arrive. We must escape at once. Although this matter does not directly concern us, the repercussions could be dire. Let us flee. The small pirates began to murmur among themselves, deliberating on the prospect of escape. Fear not, esteemed guests. In this lawless territory, I assure you of your safety. The auction is now officially underway, and I trust you shall all depart satisfied. Stan faced everyone, his hands pressed down, exuding an air of supremacy as he spoke. You three, along with Kizaru, if you wish to avoid demise, you would do well to behave. Casting a glance at the halted CP0 and Kizaru, Stan's eyes widened. Unleashing a formidable aura, Kizaru bowed his head and silently retreated to his private quarters. The three CP0 agents exchanged glances, resolutely nodding in unison. Rather than retreat, they charged towards Stan together. The five elders had issued a command long ago. Should a celestial dragon perish, they were to accompany him in death. The world government must assert its stance in the face of a celestial dragon's demise. Retreat was not an option. Even knowing it was a march towards certain death, they were determined to proceed without hesitation. Initially, they had orchestrated numerous arrangements in hopes of preserving the celestial dragon's life. Little did they anticipate that Stan was not merely strong on his own. He had two exceptionally powerful subordinates as well. There truly are those unafraid of death. Thus, the passage was cleared, and Icarus dealt with them. Stan had no intention of taking action himself. Instead, he manifested his presence at his exclusive seat with divine authority. By the way, keep it down and do not disturb my guests, he lightly admonished, reclining comfortably in his chair. Do I really need to dirty my hands with such trifles? One all back tilted his head, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. Do not underestimate us. The three CP0 members shouted in unison, redirecting their aggression towards one all back instead of Stan. Trash is still trash. One must possess the awareness of being trash. The trio's assaults were utterly futile, coming to a standstill in front of one all back. Swiftly, he extended his hand, seizing the arms of the two weaker individuals, revealing a sinister grin. Boom, boom. Two explosive sounds resonated as blood erupted from their bodies. Casually, one all-back discarded the lifeless corpses outside the door. The power of armament hockey could not shield the blood vessels and heart. How could this be? How was it possible for him to be so strong? The leader of CP0 staggered back, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at one all-back. His two companions, both of whom were candidates for the rank of admiral, could not possibly meet such a simple demise. At that moment, Icarus launched a swift kick towards one all-back, propelling himself forward. Get back! One all-back bellowed, pushing his palm forward, sending the unfortunate CP0 member hurtling back at an even greater velocity. Icarus was unrelenting. He threw a punch, again charging towards one all-back. Ascend to the heavens. One all-back raised one hand, unleashing a formidable burst of energy that propelled the CP0 member skyward at an imperceptible speed. Looking up, one could see concentric circles of sonic booms forming as the CP0 member vanished without a trace. You truly are something. You've managed to create a hole in my auction house once more. Stan was rendered speechless. He had requested a quieter approach, yet the sound of an explosion reverberated. Why must I take action? He thought, as he observed the unwillingness of one unidirectional to engage. Such strength. What kind of power was this? Had they truly sent someone beyond the bounds of the earth? The figure, now obscured from sight, must have soared into outer space. With these three formidable warriors present, what fear did they have of the Navy? The audience collectively gazed skyward, anticipating the descent of the individual. Yet, as one unidirectional had instructed, the individual ascended. Now having crossed the atmosphere, although the trio from CP0 exhibited no overt reactions, astute observers could discern their status as formidable agents of the world government. And what was the outcome? They were effortlessly subdued by Stan's subordinates, exhibiting no capacity for resistance. It was no wonder Stan dared to publicly execute a celestial dragon. With such strength at their disposal, they too would act boldly. Now, everyone, please be quiet. The auction is about to commence. Let us welcome our host, Peach Rabbit. Stan did not allow them time for discussion. With a clap of his hands, he spoke in a deep, commanding voice. His authority was palpable, and upon his utterance, the entire room fell silent. Tautu ascended the auction stage through a side door, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed downwards. Ahem. Stan lightly cleared his throat to signal Tautu, while simultaneously revealing the first auction item. To host an auction, one must engage the emotions of the patrons. It would be unwise for the host to appear disheartened. In his hand, a devil fruit materialized, which he gently tossed up and down, awaiting Tautu's cue to begin. The first item for auction was a paramecia-type devil fruit, with a starting bid of 100 million berries. Composing herself, Tautu took the microphone and, with her commanding voice, commenced the auction. With the celestial dragon now deceased, Stan had irrevocably severed ties with the world government, leaving her uncertain about her choices. However, she was acutely aware that Stan was closely monitoring the auction, and any misstep would surely provoke his ire. Chapter 87. The Wealthy, the first auction item. A paramecia-type devil fruit commenced at a starting price of 100 million berries, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10 million. Tao 2. Proficient in all the arts of the geisha, effortlessly managed the proceedings. The devil fruit, a coveted treasure of the sea, grants extraordinary powers to its consumer. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, possessed the tremor fruit, which harbored the power to annihilate the world. Now, the opportunity to become the world's mightiest lay before them. The bidding had begun. Tao 2 was adept at stirring the hearts of the audience and understood precisely what words would captivate them. Rather than directly disclosing the abilities of the devil fruit, she invoked the name of the legendary Whitebeard. Typically, devil fruits would fall into the hands of formidable factions, seldom appearing at auction. An ordinary person, upon obtaining a devil fruit, would likely consume it immediately. 150 million, 200 million, 250 million. Indeed, as soon as Tao 2 finished her statement, numerous paddles were raised in response. In an instant, the price of the devil fruit surged from 100 million to 250 million, although it would render the user unable to swim. The allure of the devil fruit remained immense, particularly with the mention of Whitebeard. What man has not dreamed of becoming the strongest in the world? Stan was immensely pleased with the performance of Peach Rabbit, and it was evident that she had conducted thorough research in the days prior. The title of the world's strongest Whitebeard is not easily attained. Had it been anyone else, even with the possession of the tremor fruit, they would likely have squandered it on trivial pursuits. 500 million, I shall acquire this devil fruit, declared the green pepper in the VIP section. Rising to survey the crowd behind him, he had come prepared with substantial funds, representing the entirety of the flower country. Age had caught up with him, and having been bested by Carp, his strength had waned significantly. He was in urgent need of cultivating a successor for the 8 Treasures Navy. Unlike the Isle of Women, which lay in a tranquil zone, the flower country was at risk of peril should he fail to secure a worthy heir. I offer 600 million. Interjected the sand crocodile, a cigar clenched in his jaws, casting a disdainful glance at the green pepper. Old age brings folly. An auction is merely a matter of who bids higher. Standing up serves no purpose. Alabasta, a populous nation, was under his stewardship of a casino and the Baroque works. Naturally, his coffers were not lacking. However, with Akainu now focused on him, he desperately needed to bolster his own influence, rendering money a trivial concern. Apologies, but my mother has instructed me that the paramecia-type devil fruit must be returned. 800 million. Baron Egg, perched on the second floor with a cup of tea, remarked nonchalantly. The 7 warlords and those who had faced Carp held little weight before their mother. Although uncertain whether this paramecia fruit bore any relation to food, they were resolute in their intent to secure it. The green pepper scrutinized Baron Egg for a moment before exhaling a resigned sigh and returning to his seat in silence. He was not among the unworldly pirates. For an unknown paramecia at 800 million, the price was already excessive. Furthermore, when it came to financial clout, they were merely a single nation, unable to compete with the formidable 4 emperors. The sand crocodile, still gnawing on his cigar, showed no inclination to raise his bid. Despite his arrogance, he harbored no fear of the 4 emperors, yet an unknown paramecia was hardly worth 800 million. Big MOM pirates bid 800 million. Does anyone wish to raise the stakes? Peach Rabbit did not finalize the bidding, but instead scanned the room once more, inquiring again. Under ordinary circumstances, a devil fruit would never command such a high price. However, today was an extraordinary affair. Those present were anything but ordinary. 800 million once. Peach Rabbit tapped her small hammer. 800 million twice. After a brief pause, she struck the hammer again. The paramecia devil fruit, a rare opportunity to become the world's strongest, must not be missed. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? She refrained from striking the hammer again, allowing the moment to linger in the air. 10 billion. Sabo shot a glance at Baron Egg before raising his bidding card. What was their purpose here? To seek collaboration with Stan, naturally, they needed to demonstrate their strength. Even if they could not seize the devil fruit, it would serve as an opportunity to bolster Stan's position, ensuring no loss on their part. Very well, someone bids 10 billion. Is there a higher bid? 10 billion once. Peach Rabbit immediately struck her hammer. As anticipated, Stan's reputation certainly held weight. 10 billion, a price that surely corresponds to a powerful natural type or an established ability. While others may be unaware of Sabo, how could she, a former candidate for Marine Admiral, possibly be ignorant? The Revolutionary Army had been expanding its influence and was in dire need of funds. Offering 10 billion was undoubtedly a nod to Stan. Humph. The Revolutionary Army seeks to curry favor with Stan? Do they look down upon us, the big MOM pirates? Baron Egg shot a cold glance at Sabo, internally scoffing. Who else but the Revolutionary Army would dare enter the fray after the four emperors? This group of impoverished individuals was clearly attempting to ingratiate themselves with Stan. 15 billion. Without hesitation, Baron Egg increased the bid by 5 billion. The task assigned by his mother must be fulfilled. Failure would be fatal. Peach Rabbit turned her gaze towards Sabo, her eyes questioning. Sabo shrugged, unwilling to raise the bid further. 15 billion was already excessive. 15 billion once. 15 billion twice. 15 billion thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the big MOM pirates for successfully securing the auction. This time, Peach Rabbit did not prolong the proceedings and swiftly announced the result. Sabo exchanged a knowing glance with Stan, winking at him. Stan nodded in understanding. As soon as Sabo spoke, he inexplicably gained an additional 7 billion. He grasped the situation. It seemed the Revolutionary Army was indeed sincere in their intentions. With a swift motion, Stan stored away the devil fruit and unveiled his speedboat. The second item for auction was a solar-powered speedboat, identical to that of the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk. Owning this vessel would grant you the same prestige as Mihawk, allowing you to navigate the vast seas with unparalleled freedom. The speedboat boasts a maximum velocity of 300 kilometers per hour, rendering it invisible to any other vessel's tail lights. With this acquisition, apart from Kizaru, virtually no one could catch up to you. The starting bid was set at 300 million, with increments of no less than 100 million. Following the spirited competition for the devil fruit, the atmosphere in the room had grown quite lively, and even Peach Rabbit had become less preoccupied. After elaborating on the speedboat's features, the audience's interest surged. With no one able to pursue you except for Kizaru, the ocean would indeed be yours to traverse. Moreover, the thought of possessing a vessel akin to Mihawk's was undeniably exhilarating, as headlines across newspapers were dominated by stories about him. However, the price was certainly daunting. 500 million, Kizaru promptly called out, having witnessed the vessel's prowess firsthand. Although the world government had already purchased it from Stan, Akiji had requested his assistance in acquiring the speedboat. He understood that even an admiral would tire of cycling all the time. Chapter 88. A determined pursuit. I would like to inquire if there is a larger model of this speedboat available? Asked Pejuan from the Beast Pirates, interrupting the auction. Their captain, Kaido, had instructed them to bring back a single-person mode of transportation. However, this speedboat appeared far too small when compared to their captain's massive stature, making it a poor fit. Kaido often ventured out alone to seek trouble, transforming into a dragon each time, which proved to be quite a hassle. Furthermore, the dragon's claws were too short, hindering his ability to drink, which is why he had tasked them with this matter. Yes, as long as you have the funds. I can accommodate any request. Stan nodded calmly, firmly believing that wealth facilitates endeavors. To him, this was an undeniable truth. Very well. Let us see how much this vehicle fetches at auction. I shall increase the bid by 200 million, and you will procure a suitable one for our boss. Peggy declared with an air of confidence, visibly relieved. If the task assigned by the boss were not executed properly, his own life could be at stake. Understood. The auction shall proceed. Should you have any requests, please refrain from interrupting the proceedings and approach me privately for discussions. Stan readily consented and then reminded everyone. The abrupt interruption significantly dampened the atmosphere, which was not what Stan had hoped for. The auction proceeded, with Admiral Kizaru bidding 500 million. Was there anyone willing to raise the bid? For some unknown reason, after a moment of silence, no one called out a price. Tontada immediately spoke up to enhance the ambience. Once people regained their composure, they possessed a semblance of self-awareness, unlike when they were caught up in fervor. The strength of the likes of Hawkeye allowed them to brave the seas without fear of peril. But what about them? The treacherous weather of the Grand Line and the Sea Kings could easily claim their lives. Not everyone could venture into the ocean single-handedly. 700 million. The Sand Crocodile made a bid, increasing it by 200 million without hesitation. He regarded this item as quite valuable, a means of preserving his life. With Admiral Akina targeting him, purchasing this motorboat provided him with an escape route. 1 billion. The red-haired pirate, feeling slighted by Stan, also placed a bid. He often needed to venture out alone and greatly required a personal mode of transportation. Kizaru glanced at the red-haired pirate and fell silent. After all, Akiji had provided him with that much money. It wouldn't he do to let him contribute his own funds. Moreover, he was familiar with Stan. He could simply approach him privately after the auction concluded. 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. Tontata called out twice, then paused her actions, looking toward the sand crocodile. She was acutely aware of his predicament. He desperately needed a means of survival. 1 billion 3 times sold. Congratulations to the 4 Emperor's red-haired pirate for successfully winning the bid. The sand crocodile did not contest with the red-haired pirate, and Tontata had no choice but to announce the result. The third auction item, a small sensing aircraft, began with a starting price of 2 billion, with increments of no less than 200 million. Tontata, seizing the momentum, promptly commenced the next auction without further ado. All auction items had their specific functions detailed in the promotional material. Such priced items were beyond the reach of those petty pirates, making further discussion unnecessary. 3 billion. The sand crocodile eagerly called out a bid, placing immense value on the aircraft. Unable to fly and harboring a deep-seated fear of water, any mode of transport on the sea was detrimental to him. The aircraft was something he felt he must have. It was essential for his future survival. The room fell silent, with no one contesting the sand crocodile's bid. 3 billion was already a considerable amount. The aircraft had limited utility. It couldn't even carry food while traversing the sea, rendering it somewhat impractical. The sand crocodile, a user of the sand fruit, was understood by others in his desire for this item. 3 billion once, 3 billion twice, 3 billion thrice, sold. Observing the lack of further bids, Tontata swiftly concluded this process. Most individuals relied heavily on close-range combat, making the aircraft truly impractical. Only the sand crocodile, primarily engaging in long-range attacks, would find the possession of such an aircraft to be immensely advantageous. The next item, the Victory Swallow fighter jet, opened with a starting price of 5 billion, with each increment no less than 500 million. As Stan presented the fighter jet, its sleek lines captured the attention of the entire audience. This was the true embodiment of soaring through the skies, a dream for any noble man. A collective sigh echoed throughout the room. This price was undeniably unkind to them. 6 billion. Kizaru immediately placed a bid. His primary objective for attending this auction was to prevent the fighter jet from falling into the hands of others, particularly the Revolutionary Army nearby, as the jet posed a significant threat. The world government had studied this fighter jet, which could effortlessly annihilate most naval branches. Except for the G5 branch, which was under the command of a vice admiral, no other branch could withstand the jet's bombardment. Moreover, the jet's speed was exceedingly rapid, rendering any support from the naval headquarters virtually impossible. 7 billion. Sabo refused to back down. The Revolutionary Army was very keen on acquiring the fighter jet. 1 billion. Kazara doubled the bid, adamant that the fighter jet must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Until the world government had successfully researched and mass-produced the fighter jet, it must not be allowed to circulate outside. They had investigated, and aside from Germa 66, no other organization had purchased steel in large quantities. This meant Stan could not mass-produce the fighter jet. He hadn't even procured the raw materials. With the financial might of the world government, they could easily monopolize the fighter jet. Sabo frowned, as the price of 1 billion was excessively high. The Revolutionary Army was struggling financially. Furthermore, Kizaru appeared determined to thwart their efforts. 120 billion. Sabo contemplated conceding. After all, the Revolutionary Army did not urgently require the fighter jet. How terrifying. The Revolutionary Army was indeed wealthy. 150 billion. Kizaru, with a slick taunt, raised the bid once more. Sabo ignored Kizaru. His increase was merely to assist Stan. The fighter jet's price had tripled, and Stan smiled with satisfaction. Once the world government verified the fighter jet's firepower, it would not allow anyone else to purchase it. The next auction item, a human repair gene liquid, commenced with a starting price of 30 billion, with increments of no less than 3 billion. With no one competing against Kizaru, Stan presented the next item. 50 billion. Baron Eggman was the first to bid. He had been anticipating this item. Katakuri had instructed him to ensure that this item was brought back at all costs. If he failed to secure it, he would have no reason to return to Cake Island. Stan looked at Baron Egg with a hint of confusion. In the Big Mom pirates, who could possibly be worthy of such an object? Soon, he came to a realization. It must undoubtedly be Bruli, the wielder of the Mirror fruit. In her childhood, due to Katakuri's appearance, Bruli bore a scar on her face. Indeed, Katakuri was quite the admirable brother. Chapter 89. Is it a contest of wealth? 7 billion. The Empress gritted her teeth, raising her bid by an additional 20 billion. Sabayati, this place was hardly favorable for her. The sole reason for her presence here was the gene repair liquid. The mark of the inferior, the heavenly dragon's hoof upon her back, was a stain that could never be erased. Even if the flesh was scraped away, the skin that regenerated would still bear the mark of slavery. Upon learning of the gene repair liquid's existence, she resolved to acquire it. If it could even regenerate severed limbs, surely it could erase the mark on her back. Although it was exorbitantly priced, the erasure of that mark would make it all worthwhile. How audacious of the Empress to attempt to seize what rightfully belongs to our Big Mom pirates. Baron Egg leisurely sipped his tea, yet his gaze was icy. Whitebeard only paid 30 billion for this. My bid of 50 billion should make my intentions quite clear. 100 billion. He raised his sign, calmly increasing the bid. As the foremost among the suite commanders, he had to fulfill Katakuri's orders. Was it merely money? Their territory as one of the 4 emperors was vast. Finances were certainly not an issue. The potency of this gene repair liquid was extraordinary, and its production must be exceedingly challenging. Stan might not possess an abundance of it. If he missed out on this vial, and Stan happened to perish, his life would be at stake. Damn it, what should I do now? The funds are insufficient. I wonder how much of this liquid Stan has. The Empress slammed her fist down in frustration. The slave mark had to be eradicated, but she lacked the necessary funds. Her Amazon Lily was situated in the calm belt, yielding little income, entirely reliant on the 9 snake pirates for sustenance. Although she had amassed a considerable amount over the years, it paled in comparison to the 4 emperors. 120 billion. Before the Empress could ponder further, Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, raised the bid. Their crew had come here solely to restore Shank's severed arm. Other factions merely sent representatives. Yet they had the captain of the 4 emperors personally in attendance. The red-haired emperor had indeed arrived for the gene liquid. It would now be a contest of financial might. Baron Egg turned his gaze toward the red-haired crew, anticipating their participation in the bidding. Upon seeing Shanks, he recognized that his task had grown considerably challenging. 150 billion. The red-haired pirates were fewer in number and held less territory. They were certainly no match in terms of financial power. Stan, may I inquire if this gene liquid is limited to just this one vial, or if there are more available? Beckman furrowed his brow, unable to refrain from questioning Stan. Their pirate crew, with Shank's indifference toward treasures, lacked substantial funds. The price of 150 billion far exceeded Whitebeard's bid by 5 times. He was unwilling to engage in such a losing transaction. It's gone. There's only this one vial. Stan furrowed his brow. For the inquiry posed was evidently a breach of protocol. It had been previously agreed that any concerns should be addressed privately. Such behavior was profoundly displeasing to him. The auction was undoubtedly the epitome of ruthless scarcity marketing, and he certainly would not possess any surplus. The red-haired individual, after all, was one of the 4 emperors. Did he truly lack for funds? He dismissed the question as mere noise. Apologies, but we are accustomed to poverty. One final inquiry, might we procure credit? Beckman's expression darkened, yet his fortitude remained, prompting him to continue his questioning. They possessed little liquid capital, yet earning money was a trivial matter for them. Have you ever heard of credit at an auction? Is that even a question worth asking? I only endorse pawnbroking. Anything of value may be offered, including bounties on criminals. Your entire crew has substantial bounties. Conveniently, the Navy is present. Exchanging you for the reward is certainly feasible. Stan would not hold back. Interrupting his auction was a blatant affront to his dignity. Since Beckman had shown him no respect, he too would extend none to the red-haired pirates. Aside from the intern Roxas, every other member of the red-haired pirates had bounties exceeding 100 million, which made them exceedingly valuable. How terrifying. I certainly cannot afford to take in members of the red-haired pirates. Kizaru, equally audacious, continued in response to Stan's remarks. Stan's formidable strength renders it entirely understandable that he does not advocate for the celestial dragons. Despite the loss of face, he remains a vice admiral. And none dare to truly underestimate him. My apologies, let us proceed. I bid 180 billion. Beckman, feeling discomfort, rubbed the back of his head. Stan was the first to jest about the 4 emperors. Although the veracity of Stan's words was unclear, it was a gamble they could not afford to take. Even with one arm, red-haired Shanks possesses immense power, yet a one-armed emperor is certainly less imposing. Moreover, at this juncture, refraining from further bidding would imply they are inferior to Big Mom. 200 billion. Baron Eggman hastily raised the stakes without hesitation. In terms of financial resources, who could rival Big Mom apart from the world government? and the Golden Emperor. As Beckman was about to raise his paddle, red-haired Shanks gently restrained him with a shake of his head. They truly lacked the funds. Continuing to bid would necessitate pawning some possessions. After all, losing an arm does not diminish one's strength, and there is no need for obstinate persistence. Infuriating, infuriating, infuriating. The Empress seethed as she listened, muttering under her breath. If this was the final bottle, would her mark be rendered hopeless? 200 billion once, 200 billion twice, 200 billion thrice, sold. After a lengthy wait with no further bids, Peach Rabbit swiftly concluded the transaction. 200 billion, more than a six-fold increase. Stan must be overjoyed. The next auction item, a small cruiser, is also the final item to be auctioned. Stan released the cruiser, which filled numerous auction platforms. This cruiser, unannounced and a spontaneous addition to his collection, is the true marvel that will astound everyone and showcase the advancements of his technology. I shall not elaborate further. This cruiser boasts remarkable speed, reaching up to 70 knots per hour. Its primary function lies in its formidable firepower, equipped with 5 missiles capable of obliterating an entire island. Yes, the complete annihilation of an island. Those who comprehend its implications understand fully. Stan did not elaborate extensively. Those who are meant to understand his words already do. Among these individuals are the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, and the 4 emperors, all of whom possess the means to afford 200 billion. As soon as Stan's voice fell, before he could even announce the starting bid, Huang Yuan eagerly placed his offer. 5 missiles capable of obliterating an island are far more formidable than the demon-slaying order and are not much inferior to the ancient weapon, Hades. Although such power does not pose a significant threat to beings of their caliber, the potential peril it represents to the world is indeed alarming. Such devices must never, under any circumstances, fall into the hands of others. Stan smirked. He had long anticipated this outcome. The fact that the Yellow Ape had endured such humiliation without leaving was solely for the sake of the fighter jets and cruisers. Chapter 90, an astronomical price of 800 billion. 5 missiles capable of obliterating an island were hardly inferior to the Pluto he had sought. How infuriating it was that Stan could create such weaponry. The sand crocodile's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. There was no doubt that Stan's words inflicted the greatest harm upon him. Having served as a warlord for over 20 years and searching for Pluto for just as long, he was on the verge of success. Yet, the devices Stan had crafted were nearly equivalent to Pluto, rendering his quest for it meaningless. Even if he were to find Pluto, its usability remained uncertain, and even if it were functional, ammunition was not guaranteed. Had Stan unveiled this technology sooner, he would not have squandered over 20 years of his youth. Was this scoundrel deliberately tormenting him? This was an affront too great to bear. The last time Stan visited the Navy headquarters, Akaino had fixated on him, likely influenced by Stan's involvement. The more the sand crocodile pondered, the angrier he became, uncertain whether it was the cigar in his mouth or the smoke billowing from his nostrils. In Stan's words, he evidently drew a comparison between the cruiser and the Pluto, and naturally he could comprehend it. However, he felt as though Stan had cast a glance his way, laden with mockery. He contemplated that the only reason for Akainu's unwavering gaze upon him could indeed be the Pluto. The Navy was certainly unaware of his scheme regarding Pluto, which left only the possibility that Stan had leaked the information. Casting a glance at Stan, along with Icarus and Accelerator behind him, Crocodile felt deflated. They were overwhelmingly powerful. So much so that even after slaying celestial dragons, they could still proceed with the auction without a care. How close was Mariehua to Sabaody? A mere 10 minutes was sufficient for someone to arrive. Yet, no one came. The world government could not possibly be ignorant of this matter, which only indicated their reluctance to intervene. 250 billion. Peggy Wan was the second to place a bid. Their captain would undoubtedly be very interested in this item. The captain had previously instructed that if any formidable weapon arose, they should strive to acquire it. He was acutely aware that their captain's reckless tendencies had resurfaced, wishing to see if the weapon could indeed be lethal to him. 300 billion. Sabo asserted his claim. And although their revolutionary army was impoverished, they still possessed some funds. However, due to their large numbers, expenses were considerable, making it difficult to have any surplus. For 100 billion, Kazara's attitude was resolute, treating money as if it were trivial. Here in Sabaody, with a mere call to a snail phone, an endless stream of funds could be dispatched. Who could compare? Kazaru, it seems the Navy has made a firm decision. There was no way around it. Sabo sighed. 300 billion was already his limit, as he had only brought this amount with him. Over the course of 5 days, they had amassed their funds. And this was all they could muster. Should they continue to bid? For the sake of a mere trinket, it might not be worth it. Peggy 1 also sensed Kizaru's determination and felt a twinge of hesitation in his heart. Continuing the bidding seemed futile. At most, it would merely benefit Stan. 500 billion. After some contemplation, Peggy 1 raised the bid by another 100 billion. If it benefited Stan, was that not a fortunate turn? After all, they were pirates. And Stan was equally a criminal. Their captain had dispatched him not merely for the auction but also to explore potential collaboration with Stan. 600 billion. Baron Eggy chimed in, similarly increasing the bid by 100 billion. Among the four emperors, while the Big Mom pirates might not be the strongest, they were certainly the wealthiest. The four emperors' crews were truly formidable. They possessed such wealth? 800 billion. Kizara smirked slightly, recognizing that these two were clearly being troublesome. Yet he could not refrain from raising his bid. 800 billion. Indeed, even for the four emperors, it was unlikely they could amass such a sum in just 5 days. Should these two continue to escalate their bids, he would have to ascertain the extent of their financial resources. As anticipated, Peggy 1 and Baron Eggy fell silent, their faces betraying suppressed amusement. They had not brought such substantial sums. If they were to continue bidding, they would most likely find themselves in a humiliating position. 800 billion once, 800 billion twice, 800 billion thrice, sold. Tantata felt a pang of regret. It was evident that Admiral Kizara had been outmaneuvered. The bounty for 10 warships amounted to less than 100 billion, yet this 30-meter cruiser commanded an astronomical price. With the auction concluded, those who had successfully bid were instructed to prepare their funds for transaction backstage. There was no need to rush in this lawless area of Sabayadi. I can assure everyone's safety. Outside is my weapons trading market, which you have all witnessed. I trust you will be satisfied. After the auction, Stan rose and announced loudly. This auction had unexpectedly attracted a significant turnout, resulting in an immense profit for Stan. Jet skis, aircraft, fighter jets, gene fluid, and cruisers, all for less than 20 billion, netting him over 100 billion in earnings. The allure of fame appeared to be even more potent than stocks. Sabo, Peggy 1, and Baron Eggy all showed him deference. Accelerator, please patrol outside. If anyone causes a disturbance, eliminate them without hesitation. To ensure the smaller pirates felt at ease, Stan instructed Accelerator. His weapons were the foundation of a lasting business. Such auctions would likely not occur again. How embarrassing. I personally came, only to acquire a single jet ski. Red-haired turned to his crew, scratching the back of his head with a smile. Haha, it seems, Captain, your reputation has waned. Even Big Mom's subordinates showed you no respect. Jesus Burgess laughed heartily, mercilessly mocking Red-haired. And Beckman, you seem to have been put in your place. He glanced back at Beckman, continuing his taunt. Humph. Enough of your prattle. Let's find Stan and complete the transaction. Beckman scoffed, leading the way towards Stan. Despite the modest value of their auction items, they were the four emperors in attendance. Who would dare to compete with them? Upon entering backstage, Stan reclined in a chair while Icarus massaged his shoulders. Stan, I apologize once more. I truly desire that gene fluid for human repair. Beckman, accompanied by Red-haired and Jesus Burgess, bowed respectfully to Stan, expressing genuine remorse. The red-haired pirates were like this. They never quibbled over trivial matters of face. There is no need for that. It is merely a trifling matter. We will exchange funds for goods. I have many other matters to attend to. Stan waved his hand, indicating that he was currently occupied, with many others awaiting his attention. Among those who successfully bid were the Empress, who had made prior arrangements with him. Moria and Jean Bay remained silent, likely seeking his assistance rather than merely indulging in leisure. Sabo, Padjawans, and Baron Egg all expressed an eagerness to please him, which was of considerable significance. May I inquire further, is that elixir truly unavailable? Beckman completely denied Shanks the opportunity to speak. He still possesses it. Just 4 days prior, he fractured my arm and subsequently provided me with a vial. Myhawk also entered the conversation, aiding Stan in his response. If you still have it, I would gladly offer 2 billion at auction for a single bottle. What do you say? Beckman sighed with relief, making a bold offer. The auction was set at 2 billion, having failed to secure it. It would be utterly shameless to bargain further with Stan. All of their crew awaited on the ship, and if Shank's arm remained untreated, they would be disheartened. Chapter 91. A Childhood Admiration for Heroes. Very well, with wealth, everything becomes achievable. Stan nodded in agreement. As long as they were willing to pay, he would certainly accept. This gene repair serum for the human body would be of little use after this transaction. Only someone like Akiji, who might have a leg broken by a Kainu, would qualify to use it. Very well, Jezub, let us proceed with the payment. Beckman was the one in charge. The consent of the red-haired was entirely unnecessary. A total of 21 billion. Your profit margins are indeed ruthless. Jezeb opened the enormous box he was carrying and retrieved a sum of money from within. He then closed the box and placed it directly beside Stan. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, with no one at a loss. Stan remained composed, for this was his exclusive possession. Even if he had previously denied it and now reversed his stance, others could do little. Such is the nature of commerce. He produced a jet ski and a vial of liquid, offering no further words. There was little to discuss with the red-haired individual, who seemed devoid of desires and had no other business to attend to. Was this truly the gene liquid for human tissue repair? It appeared rather unremarkable. The red-haired man picked up the vial, glanced at it, and consumed it without hesitation. In a short while, his arm regenerated, yet he remained silent. It felt somewhat strange. After losing an arm for a decade, he found himself unaccustomed to its return. He moved it slightly, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, but remarkably serene. 10 years had passed. He had long since adapted to life with one arm, save for the inconvenience of trimming his nails. The transaction concluded. He departed without any further formality. Stan had numerous matters to attend to. Thus he hastily gestured for the guests to depart. The red-haired individual's expression grew exceedingly grave, and he instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. Please hold on a moment. I have a query that I hope you would graciously enlighten me on. Since your sudden emergence over a fortnight ago, you have been incessantly stirring up trouble. What is the purpose behind this? The red-haired man spoke with utmost seriousness, even addressing Stan with a formal tone. What does it matter if you inquire? Can you impede my actions? I suggest you take your leave. Stan offered a disdainful smile, evidently inheriting the same traits, as even his inquiries mirrored those of Rayleigh. This time, he found no interest in providing answers. These individuals constantly made him feel as though he were on the brink of annihilating the world, leaving him quite uncomfortable. The red-haired captain appeared indifferent and unambitious. Yet he was undeniably a pirate, a former apprentice crew member of the Pirate King. What an embarrassing sentiment. Then I shall not intrude upon you any further. The red-haired captain fell into silence for a moment, then suddenly chuckled, ruffling his hair before turning to depart. Since Stan is unwilling to respond, there is little to be done. One cannot resort to threats. Red-haired, let us find a suitable place. My sword hungers for action. Hawkeye followed closely behind red-haired, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Having lost an arm to Stan and perished countless times in the illusion, he had indeed grown stronger. Now, he sought a worthy opponent to test his progress, and red-haired was the perfect match. Please spare me. My arm is just right. Now is the ideal time to return and host a banquet. Red-haired chuckled softly and then erupted into hearty laughter. Competing with Hawkeye at this moment seemed impossible. With joyous news at hand, a drunken revelry was in order. How terrifying. The formidable red-haired had healed his arm and significantly enhanced his strength. Kazari descended in a flash of golden light, smirking as he teased red-haired. Stan truly is a merciless merchant. He claimed it was the last bottle. Those still lingering at the auction site inwardly. Stan, our transaction will be concluded at the Navy base in Sabaody. I shall take my leave now. Kazara greeted Stan and then departed. With nearly 1 trillion in cash, he had not brought it along, and trading fighter jets and cruisers here was impractical. Next is my turn. I trust there are no objections? Peggy Wan stood up, casting a haughty glance around the room. With red-haired and Kazara gone, only the 4 Emperor's crew, the Revolutionary Army, and the 7 warlords remained. He did not recognize the members of the Revolutionary Army, nor did he deem them worthy of concern. As for the 7 warlords, they were of no significance either. The remaining members, including the Whitebeard's Mio and Big Mom's Baron Egg, were already in competition. With everyone allowing red-haired and Kizaru to enter first, their rivalry had commenced. Mio had no objections. He had not come to auction anything and had no business with Stan. His presence was merely to extend respect to Stan and, being a fishman, to visit Fishman Island. He lingered only because Jinbi had matters to discuss with Stan, waiting for him to return together. Your words hold no weight. You haven't purchased anything, so why should you go in first? Baron Egg retorted, swiftly reaching the backstage entrance. While red-haired and Kazara could be excused, he would not allow the beast pirates to precede him. Lord Stan, here is 21.5 billion. May our transaction be fruitful. Upon entering, Pockamus placed the money beside Stan. Although Stan had claimed only 1 bottle, which had been a ruse, they were unconcerned. It was merely a trifling sum. A pleasant transaction. Here are the devil fruit and the potion. Stan nodded and produced the items for auction. Lord Stan, your esteemed name has indeed echoed in our ears these past few days. The Baron of Egg was exceedingly courteous. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say he held a deep-seated reverence for Stan. Stan remained silent, given his current fame. This was the reaction one might expect from others. As it happens, this is an invitation to my mother's tea gathering, and I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. Baron Egg presented an invitation card, bowing at a 90-degree angle as he extended it towards Stan. Oh, what might my aunt desire from me? Stan did not go to greet them. Instead, he inquired calmly, "It is the daughters of my mother, who have long admired heroes. Upon hearing of your remarkable deeds, they insisted on meeting you." His mother, exasperated by their incessant pleas, agreed to this request as the tea gathering was imminent. Baron Dandin, a man of eloquence, subtly conveyed his sentiments. How many of the aunt's daughters dared to exchange more than a few words with her? And yet, they dared to create a commotion in her presence? This exemplifies the art of conversation. Had he stated that his mother wished to betroth her daughter to Stan, it would have implied that Stan was to become a son-in-law. By framing it this way, it appeared that the mother was merely acting out of concern for her daughter, compelled to take such action. You are indeed a clever man. I accept the invitation. You may take your leave now. Stan smiled faintly as he accepted the invitation, casually complimenting Baron Dandin. His words were indeed sweet. Had Baron Dandin been honest about the matron's intentions to take him as a son-in-law, he would have turned hostile immediately. It was not difficult to comprehend the matron's desire for a union. It was merely a customary maneuver. Moreover, he had requested 2 individuals, Ein and Tautu, from the Navy, which, to others, painted him as a lecher. Nonetheless, the prospect of a union was out of the question, but attending the tea gathering could prove beneficial, possibly yielding some rewards. Chapter 92. Great Aspirations. Be cautious on your way back. Peggy 1 warned him in a low voice as he brushed past Baron Dandin. This was Stan's territory, and he did not dare to act recklessly after being preempted. However, as they were all newcomers to the New World, Stan would have no jurisdiction on the return journey. One cannot blame others for their own foolishness and incessant chatter. Baron Dandin, unwilling to yield, stepped forward, representing the dignity of the Yonko, Big Mom. Even if the opponent was one of Kaido's formidable 6, he could not afford to tarnish his mother's reputation. Peggy 1 refrained from further conversation, hoping to avoid any encounter with him on the way back. Lord Stan, here is 12 billion. When can we expect the completion of the previously discussed speedboat? Peggy 1's demeanor changed the moment he entered, showing no signs of insolence in Stan's presence. In matters of war, as in matters of words, one must adopt the demeanor befitting a superior when addressing Stan. It can be delivered to you right now. Stan has unveiled a larger version of the motorboat, a rather straightforward endeavor. Many thanks to Lord Stan. Additionally, Lord Kaido wishes to collaborate with you. Your intelligence is formidable, and we hope you can procure numerous Zoan-type devil fruits. Pegawan expressed his gratitude with a bow and then quietly remarked that intelligence capabilities are indeed a valuable asset, enabling the accomplishment of many tasks. Naturally, they too aspire to partner with Stan. This poses no difficulty as long as you can meet the price. I can acquire a multitude of devil fruits. Stan readily agreed, recognizing this as a lucrative long-term venture. The fierce battle between Akiji and Akainu on Punk Hazard had yet to unfold, and Caesar had not yet commenced his research on artificial devil fruits. However, it appeared that Kaido's ambition to assemble a legion of power users had already taken root. Conveniently, Stan was also preparing to manufacture artificial devil fruits, and selling some to Kaido posed no issue. Very well, here is Kaido's contact information. You may communicate directly with him, Peggy once said, handing over a note. He had no authority to meddle in the specifics. Indeed, I shall take the time to discuss matters with him, came the response. You may leave now. Stan received the note and promptly allowed Peggy 1 to depart. Well, I shall take my leave then. Peggy 1 mounted the transformed jet ski and swiftly vanished from sight. Upon seeing Peggy 1 emerge, Sabo rose to his feet, and the remaining 7 warlords displayed remarkable discernment. Even without recognizing Sabo, they could surmise that he belonged to the Revolutionary Army. Stan, it is a pleasure to meet you, Sabo said with unruffled composure, seemingly unfazed by Stan's formidable prowess. Please, have a seat. I presume your visit to me entails numerous matters to discuss, considering your position as the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. Stan has become considerably more serious, and Sabo's personal visit is a testament to the Revolutionary Army's sincerity. Sabo had previously extended a helping hand to him, and naturally, he reciprocated with a measure of courtesy. It seems you are indeed well informed about many of our affairs. Sabo's gaze grew solemn as he took a seat opposite Stan, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. This is not a secret. The world government is aware of it as well. What Stan articulated holds significant importance, revealing his clear intentions. Therefore, there is no need for you to pose questions that ought not to be asked, nor to test me. Stan nodded. His intelligence capabilities were undeniably formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation within the Revolutionary Army. The existence of the 7 warlords, as well as the Revolutionary Army's stronghold on White Earth Island, constituted secrets that could not be divulged. Is that so? Then I shall refrain from further inquiries. Are you inclined to collaborate with our Revolutionary Army? Sabo also nodded. Recognizing that further probing was unnecessary, Stan undoubtedly possessed knowledge that was not meant to be known. Previously, Stan's demeanor towards Kuma, along with his gaze, spoke volumes. Collaboration? In what manner shall we cooperate? Will it be under the auspices of the Revolutionary Army, or shall I take the lead? Stan laughed heartily. For Sabo's notion of collaboration was far removed from Kaido's interpretation. For instance, the intelligence he possessed ought to be shared with the Revolutionary Army, where he could offer his goods at a modest price. In their quest to seize control of the nation, the Revolutionary Army must grasp the will of its people, which necessitates crucial intelligence. Furthermore, the arrangements made by the world government in opposition to the Revolutionary Army, along with their own need for secrecy, demand the protection of information. To forge a profound alliance with him, a hierarchy of importance must be established. Since you have already eliminated the celestial dragons, we can extend our assistance. Sabo found himself at a loss for words and could only utter something trivial. According to the Revolutionary Army's perspective, they naturally considered themselves the focal point, having developed their cause over many years. Their aspiration is to overthrow the world government and benefit the entire world, a noble and lofty ideal. Stan is a mercenary with a dubious heart, his true intentions remaining obscured. Naturally, they cannot heed his counsel. With Stan's assistance, they could acquire a plethora of advanced weaponry, significantly diminishing the casualties among their fighters. Additionally, intelligence would reveal which monarchs govern with cruelty and where the populace yearns to overthrow their rulers, allowing for swift territorial acquisition. However, the implications of Stan's words suggest a reluctance to position the Revolutionary Army at the forefront. Overthrowing the world government could usher in an era of peace for all. Would you not wish to partake in such a monumental endeavor? Reflect on your actions in Shambadi. Those 3 principles you uphold also seem to advocate for a world free from oppression, do they not? Stan, join us, and you shall become the hero who liberates the world. Sabo began to expound at length on the ideals of their Revolutionary Army and their vision for the future. Yet, this is all he possessed. It appeared that their revolutionary cause lacked anything of value to Stan, save for the notion of ideals. Stop, he interjected, your ideals are indeed noble, but they hold no relevance for me. My sole desire is to profit. I admire your resolve, and thus, I shall not divulge your secrets to the world government, nor shall I impose a confidentiality fee. Furthermore, I am aware of your financial constraints, and I am willing to extend a special offer, allowing you to procure my weaponry at a discounted rate of 80%. Stan interrupted Sabo, deeming idle talk of ideals as an unworthy endeavor. Was he attempting to brainwash him? Although he too harbored ambitions of toppling the world government and engaging in thrilling exploits, he would not ally himself with the Revolutionary Army. For the time being, he would neither oppose them nor collaborate, as ultimately, the one who could dismantle the world government and emerge as the heroic sovereign would do so by their own merit. As for the discount of 20%, it mattered little. He would still reap his profits, and the Revolutionary Army would merely purchase more. Well then, thank you very much. I extend a sincere invitation for you to join us at any time you wish. Sabo pondered for a moment, ultimately refraining from further discourse. Though he could not shake off a sense of dejection. Stan is the leader of a formidable faction, yet he holds the position of second in command. The absence of their leader has already been somewhat disrespectful. Under Stan's explicit directive, his continued insolence will only serve to provoke Stan further. The outcome, however, is still quite favorable, as Stan's malevolence is well understood by all. They had anticipated that Stan would seize this opportunity to extort them, recalling his previous extortion of Ming. Furthermore, the strength of Stan's faction far surpasses their expectations, arguably ranking just beneath the world government itself. The recently engaged Icarus and One Punch are both of admiral-level prowess. Even the 4 emperors and their revolutionary army pale in comparison to Stan. The only factions that could be deemed his equals are the legendary Roger Pirates and the Rocks Pirates. Chapter 93. Resolute, do you have business with me as well? After Sabo's departure, Kuma entered. Whether as a warlord of the sea or an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, Kuma should not have sought him out. Kuma murmured softly, taking a seat in silence across from Stan. His presence here is not by anyone's command. He has come to seek Stan for a matter of significance. Is it regarding your former nation, the Sorb Kingdom? Stan furrowed his brow, unable to fathom what matters could possibly necessitate the bear's assistance. As the bear was under the command of the world government, his nation was well taken care of. One might say, you are familiar with the pacifists, are you not? The bear nodded, gazing at Stan with certainty. Stan possesses a wealth of intelligence, particularly regarding the clandestine research of the world government, which pacifists have no reason to remain oblivious to. I see. So you have had a change of heart? You no longer wish to be transformed into a weapon of humanity? Stan displayed a look of understanding, acknowledging that losing one's self-awareness could lead to regret, which was only natural. No, I simply believe that with your advanced technology, there must be a way to preserve self-awareness, right? The bear shook his head, asserting that regret was not an option. His country required this of him. Yet, he pondered, if he were to lose his self-awareness, could he still be considered human? Is that so? I am indeed capable of such a feat, but do you truly need it? Stan comprehended the situation. Bear aspired to both safeguard his nation and continue contributing to the Revolutionary Army. By becoming an unwitting weapon devoid of consciousness, he could earn the unwavering trust of the world government. Should he assist in preserving his awareness, Bear would clandestinely relay intelligence to the Revolutionary Army. Merely 2 days prior to the onset of the Summit War, Bear would undergo complete transformation, leaving him with little time remaining. Do you grasp the nature of existence post-transformation? You would be regarded as an invincible slave by the celestial dragons, serving as their steed, enduring unimaginable humiliation. Such a life is beyond comprehension. It would be preferable to lose one's consciousness entirely. Stan expressed sympathy for the bear's impending fate and offered some words of consolation. To become a steed is an unimaginable humiliation and torment for anyone. Those enslaved as mounts without extensive training would find it unbearable. If the bear wished to retain its consciousness while remaining undetected, it could only endure in silence. The degradation it faced was perhaps even more profound than that experienced by historical figures such as King Gojin of Yu or King Wen of Zhou. I am aware that Bai Japan has shared this with me, yet I seek self-awareness. The bear, maintaining an unchanging countenance, nodded calmly and resolutely stated. Bai Japan had previously remarked that after complete transformation, he would lose his self-awareness, suggesting that such a loss might be beneficial for him. Is this truly the case? What grounds do I have to prevent a man from sacrificing for his ideals? I can assist you with this endeavor. I shall require a sum of 500 million. You may begin preparing the necessary funds. Come find me again just before your complete transformation. Stan solemnly nodded. Having made such a decision, he found no reason to impede it, aware that the path ahead might lead to unbearable suffering, yet resolutely pressing on. Perhaps this exemplifies the spirit of the bear. Thank you. If you require my assistance, I am willing to undertake a task for you. The bear seemed perpetually devoid of any expression, his voice unwavering and devoid of modulation. Stan received 5 billion, which surprised him considerably, as Stan is notoriously unscrupulous. He was uncertain of the means to preserve his consciousness. Perhaps it did not require such a hefty sum. Nevertheless, Stan could very well seize this opportunity to extort him, as this is his unique talent. Haha. I hold you in high regard, and if you're inclined, you might contemplate joining my ranks. Stan burst into laughter, pondering that in this world, there exists but one individual akin to Bear. Alas, Bear's resolve for revolution remains unwavering. His jest was merely a jest. No need for that. I am quite well at present, so I shall not intrude upon you. Bear calmly shook his head before rising to depart. Rumors often lack veracity, and had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have presumed Stan to be a miserly individual. Bear, the unwavering lapdog of the world government. What business could he possibly have with Stan? Crocodile, with myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, furrowed his brow as he observed Bear's exit. Among the 7 warlords, every individual, save for Bear, acted according to their own whims, seldom heeding the directives of the world government. Only Bear, even for the sake of his nation, felt no compulsion to conform in such a manner. Why concern oneself with so much? It was better to secure the items from Stan first. Shaking his head, Crocodile cast aside these myriad thoughts and proceeded inside. Among the remaining individuals, He was the only one to have successfully auctioned an item, while the others lingered. It goes without saying that they were there to seek Stan's assistance. They could hardly be there to create trouble for him. How could he concern himself with such matters? This is 30 billion. Where are the items I auctioned? Crocodile, less inclined toward pleasantries, clenched a cigar between his lips. Who do you think I am? I am not Whitebeard. Do not dare to act insolently before me. Stan's eyes widened as he unleashed the moon reading technique upon Crocodile. Even the most brutish of Kaido's subordinates, Page 1, treated him with utmost respect. Why should Crocodile be any different? This time, I shall merely impart a lesson. When confronted by a formidable opponent, want it not to display arrogance. In the blink of an eye, Stan had vanquished Crocodile hundreds of times within the realm of moon reading. Lacking mastery of the armament hockey, he could only employ moon reading to mete out punishment against the Sansan fruit user. Crocodile regained his senses, cold sweat streaming down his face. How infuriating. This is overwhelming. He stole a frightened glance at Stan, daring not to utter another word. He understood that any further remarks could provoke Stan into killing him without the slightest hesitation. The weak must recognize their position, take your possessions, and leave. With a disdainful chuckle, Stan cast the flying device before Crocodile. Despite his feeble strength, Crocodile attempted to project an air of superiority, as if he were a dragon among men. But who truly possesses that right? Only Stan holds such a privilege. In a mere few days, his power had escalated to this level. Indeed, he had grown quite audacious. Yet even so, he would not reveal his arrogance in front of guests or those who treated him with politeness. Crocodile cast one last glance at Stan, picked up the flying device, and silently exited. He had underestimated the situation. Whitebeard would not hold it against him, but Stan was an entirely different matter. Ha, Crocodile. What seems to be troubling you? Moria's merciless taunt drew attention, and Crocodile's expression darkened. The disdainful remark, "Get lost," echoed in their ears. Though close to the backstage, no one dared to employ underhanded tactics to pry into it. However, Stan's voice had been unmistakably loud. A rat hiding in the shadows dares to show itself? Crocodile scoffed derisively. Among the 7 warlords, Moria was the one he looked down upon the most. Attending an auction while bearing injuries, one could only wonder if he had fallen to a newcomer. Chapter 94. The Rocks Pirate Stan, it is an honor to meet you. Moria entered, his tone cautious despite the absence of formal address. He had witnessed Crocodile's misfortune. It was evident that Stan had taught him a lesson. Well then, speak. What brings you to me? Stan nodded slightly, not casting a glance at Moria, standing nearly 7 meters tall. Moria was close enough that Stan had to tilt his head to see his face. Hawkeye had inflicted injuries upon Moria, and Moria should have been aware that Hawkeye had gathered funds in order to procure his belongings. At this moment, Moria sought Stan, which puzzled him. He certainly lacked the audacity to confront him. Given your formidable intelligence network, my affairs should be transparent to you, correct? My Oz's corpse was severed in 2 by Hawkeye. Do you possess any means to restore it? Moria did not conceal his thoughts, fully aware that his matters could hardly elude Stan's scrutiny. It could be said that Hawkeye was merely a pawn in Stan's game, suffering without justification, yet he dared not hold Stan accountable. Very well. But do you not have a subordinate named Hogback? Surely, he can handle such a trivial task? Stan did not refuse, but he expressed some confusion and asked, "Isn't Hogback, the one who sewed the corpses for Moria, capable of this task?" Indeed, Oz's physique was far too colossal, even if stitched together. He would be rendered immobile. Moria felt a pang of sorrow, for Oz was his most treasured possession. Mihawk was ruthless, cleaving Oz in 2 along his shoulder with a single stroke. The use of needle and thread could not possibly restore Oz's strength, which was why he sought Stan's assistance. I see, he mused, but merely a corpse cannot possibly defeat Kaido. I advise you to abandon this endeavor. Stan nodded dismissively, then mercilessly mocked Moria. The term fantastic aptly described Moria, who toyed with corpses, having forgotten his own strength, which was the crux of the matter. Moria's power was far from its current state. He had once vied for the title of emperor alongside Kaido. No, I shall not resign myself to this fate. Kaido has slain all my comrades, and I am determined to avenge them. Moria's expression twisted into a grotesque grimace, a perpetual agony residing deep within his heart. Do as you wish. The cost to restore Oz is 20 billion. Make your preparations swiftly. Stan shook his head in disappointment, losing interest in continuing the conversation. Were it not for the kindness that Moria showed to his subordinates, he would have had no desire to engage with him at all. Moria's devil fruit abilities are quite commendable. With further development and an enhancement of his haki, he could potentially reach the level of a captain. Unfortunately, he refuses to heed advice, choosing instead to associate with the dead, and Stan would not intervene further. Oz is inadequate, but what about the corpse of Rox? I wish to commission you to locate the body of Rox. Moria hesitated for a moment and then gritted his teeth, responding, Rox, the singular sovereign of the New World before the pirate era. Although he was defeated by the combined efforts of Garp and Roger, his strength is beyond question. Rox, your proposition is audacious. I will endeavor to search, but the cost will be quite steep. Stan reclined in his chair, casting a contemplative glance at Moria. The notion was intriguing. Rox had once been the captain of Kaido, possessing unparalleled strength. Should Moria succeed in acquiring this man's corpse, even if he could not vanquish Kaido, he would undoubtedly ascend to true power. However, a pressing question lingered. Was Rox truly deceased? To Stan's knowledge, the Navy had never officially declared Rox's demise. It was merely the case that the Rox pirates were vanquished by Garp and Roger, leaving the possibility that Rox himself had not perished. At that time, his crew members, Whitebeard, Shiki, Kaido, Big Mom, and others, had survived. As captain, it seemed implausible that all his crew remained alive while he alone met his end. Stan harbored a profound interest in the Rox pirates, particularly in Wang Zhi, a name that stands as the sole instance of a Han Chinese figure in history. Wang Zhi, during the Jiajing era, was renowned as the Pirate King. I shall ensure that the necessary expenses are adequately covered, and I promise not to disappoint you. With that, I take my leave. Moria did not linger, as he was still rather intimidated by Stan. Rox is indeed intriguing. I wonder whether you are truly dead or not. As he observed Moria's departure, Stan murmured softly to himself. He had just tested the satellite's positioning capabilities, only to discover that it was unable to locate Rox. If the satellite was functioning correctly, then it was likely that Rox had perished. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of disbelief. Stan, I have long admired your reputation. It is an honor to meet you. Jinbei greeted without making Stan wait long. Please, have a seat. The name sea hero Jinbei is quite commendable indeed. Stan regained his composure and warmly invited Jinbei to take a seat. The term Sea Knight speaks volumes about Jinbei's character. Although he himself may lack a sense of chivalry, it does not hinder him from treating others with respect. You haven't come here merely to express your gratitude, have you? If that is all, there is no need for further words. As Jinbei appeared ready to speak, Stan swiftly silenced him. Many of the slaves he had previously liberated were of the Fishman tribe, and Jinbei's demeanor suggested that this matter was the impetus for his visit. However, Stan did not engage in such actions with the expectation of receiving gratitude. He did not seek virtue. He was neither a hero nor a saint, and such accolades were unnecessary for him. Nevertheless, I must convey our gratitude on behalf of the Fishman and Merfolk tribes, Jinbei managed to express, despite being momentarily taken aback. Furthermore, does your rule against racial discrimination imply that we can move freely here? Many of my kin have never seen the sun and long to experience this place. He felt a pang of guilt. They called themselves the Sun Pirates yet could not allow their people to bask in sunlight. Indeed, anyone, of any race, is free to roam here as long as they abide by my rules. Stan anticipated this matter without surprise, as Jinbei had come to confirm it. Over the past few days, numerous fishermen had secretly observed the coast, yet they dared not make landfall here. Splendid. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the 100,000 citizens of Fishman Island for your kindness. Jinbei exclaimed with joy, sincerely bowing at a 90-degree angle to Stan. There is no need for such formalities. I operate strictly by my own principles. Should your people transgress the rules, I shall show no mercy. You would do well to caution them. The strength of the Fishman tribe is tenfold that of humans, and they must not let this lead them to violate the established order. Stan waved his hand, acknowledging Jinbei's bow. Although he did not desire this gesture, he was more than capable of accepting it. Certainly, certainly. If anyone causes trouble, feel free to handle them. Jinbei nodded eagerly, recognizing that even the celestial dragons had faced dire consequences for their transgressions, leaving little room for his kind, merfolk and fishmen alike, to contest. Additionally, might I inquire whether you possess the means to locate a certain individual beneath the sea? Noticing Stan's silence, Jinbei pressed on. Vanderdecken? A trivial matter. I shall require a fee of 1 billion for my services. I will deal with him. Stan stifled a yawn, and it was evident without a doubt whom Jinbei referred to. Although satellites cannot monitor the ocean depths, pinpointing an individual's location is certainly feasible. When it comes to the White Star, he might be amenable to demanding a slightly higher price. However, Vanderdecken is rather feeble, and even $1 billion seems excessively high. Chapter 95. What if the reward were my very self? Has everyone departed? You must be the last one remaining, correct? Stan, feeling somewhat fatigued, stifled a yawn and squinted at the Empress before him. Today had been filled with numerous tasks, keeping him occupied until now, and he had yet to partake in lunch. Indeed, only I remain. You should be aware of the purpose of my visit, correct? The Empress nodded, then cautiously ventured to inquire. She sensed that Stan was privy to the secret she harbored, aware of her identity as a slave. Judging by his demeanor today, it was evident that Stan possessed considerable knowledge, with both the Fourth Prince and the Revolutionary Army vying for his favor. Well, take this as compensation. Your 2 younger sisters will require monetary purchase. Stan emitted a sound of acknowledgement as he tossed out a vial of human repair gene serum. Even though he had offended the Empress by selling her photo collection, it was hardly sufficient reason for her to venture into the sorrowful land of Xianghua. The only thing that could draw her here was the weight of the Tianxiang dragon's hoof upon her back. You truly are aware of this matter. Yet, do you believe that a single vial of potion can sway me? I require 3 vials. The Empress let out a haughty scoff, her eyes betraying a glimmer of delight. With this vial, the slave mark upon her back could be eradicated, freeing her from the need to conceal her identity. However, her 2 younger sisters were also in dire need of this potion. Thus, she intended to extort a couple more vials. Do you think of this potion as mere boiled water? How naive of you. Stan's disdain was palpable. He had earned nearly 500 million from selling photo collections of the Empress, just enough to afford a single bottle. The notion of him fronting the money for her was utterly absurd. You sell a bottle for 200 billion. How could I possibly gather such a sum? The Empress glared at Stan, her frustration evident. After all, their daughter island was quite impoverished, relying solely on the earnings of her 9 Snakes pirates. Well, never mind. Although Haven T shared any of your most private photos, I acknowledge that I have infringed upon your privacy. Let us make it a bit more affordable. 30 billion for a bottle should suffice. You must have at least 60 billion, right? Stan contemplated seriously and ultimately offered the Empress a substantial concession. Very well, 60 billion is acceptable. Sister, please provide the funds. The Empress hesitated not, for her participation in the auction was accompanied by a considerable amount of currency. She felt a profound sense of responsibility towards her 2 younger sisters, deeming 60 billion a modest sum. Sister, 60 billion is excessively burdensome. Our daughter's island may fall into peril. Sonda Sonia's expression revealed her distress, for this amount nearly represented their entire savings. As long as you can eliminate the slave mark, we would be fine. It matters not. We can simply seize a few individuals on our way back to replenish our coffers, and it will only require a bit of effort. The Empress gently reassured her younger sisters, a rare tenderness gracing her demeanor. But what if fortune does not favor us, and we fail to acquire sufficient wealth? Sonda Sonia remained hesitant, acutely aware that their citizens relied heavily upon them. Enough of this chatter. There are plenty of sea kings without wind. We can easily slay a few. The Empress's expression shifted, her countenance darkening, for she was acting in the best interests of her sisters. Ordinarily, her commands were met with unyielding obedience from them both. So what was amiss today? With her formidable strength, the lack of funds ought not to be a concern. Would it truly lead to their subjects going hungry? Realizing the Empress's rising ire, Sonda Sonia refrained from further protest. Casting an indignant glance at Stan, she reluctantly handed over a chest of money. She would never defy her elder sister's orders. Rather, she sought merely to demonstrate her displeasure to Stan. Typically, a man of his ilk, upon witnessing the distress of the Empress, would certainly endeavor to assist her. She had stolen several glances at Stan, yet he remained entirely unmoved. Employing clever tricks is futile. I am, after all, a businessman. Stan chuckled softly, well aware of Sandasonia's subtle thoughts, which were far from hidden from him. The Empress, having ascended to the throne of 9 Snakes at the tender age of 18, had ruled for 11 years. She was certainly not the capricious little woman she appeared to be. Stan held no contempt for those capable of reign. The Empress possessed a remarkable intellect. How perplexing it was. Rumors outside painted her as a seductress, yet those tales seemed ineffectual against him. The Empress glared at Stan, her beauty seemingly rendered powerless today. Not only Stan, but also his 2 subordinates, Icarus and One Way, barely spared her a glance. She had always adeptly leveraged her advantages, and there was no reason for her to abandon that strategy with Stan. You do not appear as willful as the legends suggest. Why must I conform to the portrayal of those tales? Stan's expression was rather indifferent. He had heightened his vigilance since the Empress refrained from impulsively taking action against him. If she were indeed as capricious as the legends suggested, she would have kicked him in the face upon their encounter. The mere fact that she approached him to engage in conversation left him quite astonished. Well, the transaction is complete. If you have no further matters to discuss, please take your leave. Stan once again hurled 2 vials of liquid, stretching his limbs with a languid sigh. Why? Why do you wish to slay the celestial dragons? Are you aware of the repercussions that follow such an act? The Empress showed no intention of departing, her gaze darkening as she posed the somber inquiry. Although it was the celestial dragons who had transgressed Stan's rules, his refraining from killing them would not lead anyone to underestimate him. Perhaps it is simply because of my strength. If you possessed power akin to mine, you would not regard the celestial dragons with such reverence. Stan nodded solemnly. While his words carried a hint of jest, they bore an undeniable truth. True strength indeed grants one the liberty to act as they please. What purpose does power serve if not to wield it freely? To be strong, what a fitting expression. Are you truly this self-assured? The Empress nodded wistfully, recognizing the subtle irony in his statement while reluctantly acknowledging its veracity. Had she possessed sufficient strength, avenging herself would have been a feasible endeavor, and the world government would have dared not retaliate against Daughter Island. It was precisely her lack of power that rendered the slave mark a haunting shadow, compelling her to consider the well-being of her island. Might I entrust you with a task? After a moment's hesitation, the Empress asked, her tone laden with despondency. To assist you in eliminating the celestial dragons? That would come at a considerable cost, and it appears you find yourself devoid of funds. Stan certainly comprehended the task that the Empress wished to entrust him with, yet he had no intention of becoming a mere instrument of free labor. The Empress found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. The animosity had festered within her for far too long. What if the reward were her own self? Can you bring that celestial dragon before me? After much hesitation, the Empress finally uttered these words through gritted teeth. Sister, how can this be? Do not act foolishly. That celestial dragon is nearing the end of his days. Sandisonia's eyes widened in alarm as she urgently implored the Empress to reconsider. That celestial dragon was already over 50 years old back then, and now he is nearly 70. He has but a few years left to live. Given the celestial dragon's indulgent lifestyle, reaching the age of 70 is already quite remarkable. Hey, what nonsensical things are you saying? My business scope does not encompass human trafficking. Even if you willingly offer yourself to me, it would still contravene my principles. Stan interrupted their deep sisterly bond, and the situation grew rather dire. Although he uttered no words, the atmosphere suggested he was akin to a malevolent overlord. Chapter 96. Are you not a man? Do you disdain me? Do you perceive me as a mere slave, looking down upon me? The Empress was instantly incensed. What did Stan mean by such words? She was, after all, the most beautiful woman in the world. She had even expressed her willingness to devote herself. And how could any man possibly refuse her? Unless he were not a man at all, or perhaps he was aware of her secret and scorned her status as a slave. These were the only 2 possibilities. I do not. You have misunderstood. I have never looked down upon any slave. Stan quickly clarified that there was nothing wrong with his words, remarking that such a strong reaction was unnecessary. It was evident that the Empress was genuinely enraged, having even abandoned her self-referential term. Are you not a man? No man can resist being captivated by my beauty. The Empress scoffed disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Stan. API call failed with status code 400. Error. Code 400. Message. User location is not supported for the API use. Status. Failed precondition. Stan regained his composure. Yet he was engulfed by suspicion regarding his masculinity, which left him utterly exasperated. The Empress, clearly employing a tactic of provocation, seemed to have left him with no avenue for retreat. Should she publicly declare her willingness to offer herself to him, his refusal would undoubtedly incite doubt regarding his manhood. In that scenario, he would find himself in an inescapable predicament, akin to a mishap that is not merely embarrassing but utterly humiliating. What of it? Would you dare accept this commission? I assure you, I shall uphold my words. The Empress harbored this very sentiment, nodding with an air of unperturbed certainty. Stan is the first man entirely unaffected by her abilities, and she harbors a certain fondness for him. If he could assist her in exacting revenge, what would it matter if she surrendered herself to Stan? Are you serious? Think it through carefully. If it proves too challenging, I could offer you a discount. Just 20 billion. Merely 20 billion. and I shall aid you in eliminating the celestial dragons. Stan was also taken aback. Such a transaction should have compelled the Empress to appear desperate. This was not the narrative he was accustomed to. The Empress was entirely deviating from the expected script. The captivating ability of the Empress's sweet fruit, after all, was merely a form of illusion, rendered ineffective before his eternal kaleidoscope. Previously, when he had surreptitiously observed the Empress, he had succumbed to her allure solely due to his own lack of strength to withstand such enchantment. However, the situation was different now. His power had grown. And in his eyes, the Empress no longer bore that ethereal glow. You still disdain my presence. Do you truly believe I am inferior to Peach Rabbit? The Empress, having received no affirmation, bowed her head in profound solitude. The more Stan declined the matter, the more it underscored her lack of allure in his eyes. Very well. I have acquiesced to this affair. Just do not harbor regrets later. With a beautiful woman readily offering herself, Stan found it increasingly difficult to refuse. However, he could not shake the feeling that such a transaction painted him as rather ignoble. Yet, since the Empress insisted on this course, what alternative did he have? Could he simply abandon his masculinity? The proposition had originated from her. Thus, she had no grounds for retraction. The Empress nodded gravely. Yet she felt a twinge of disappointment at the sudden emergence of a man who stirred no feelings within her. Stan, undeterred by her status as a slave and not beguiled by her beauty, is indeed worthy of her. No, in fact, his prowess surpasses hers. It seems she has reached beyond her means by aspiring to Stan. What could be the reason for this? Has the Empress lost her senses today? Or is it true that slaying celestial dragons can truly win the favor of the Empress? Stan furrowed his brow in confusion, sensing that something was amiss. He had perused numerous fan novels, many of which depicted scenarios where characters vanquished the celestial dragons, leading to the Empress's instant infatuation. However, his situation was distinct. He possessed the actual prowess to slay the celestial dragons, which did not imply that he lacked the courage to confront them. What expression is that? Do you believe I am unworthy of you? Are you insinuating that I seek to forge a connection with you? The Empress, observing Stan's demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Approaching her 30s, what was wrong with her desire to find a man? Was it truly so questionable? Stan, who neither stirred her affections nor hesitated to eliminate the celestial dragons, seemed rather suitable for her, did he not? After all, everyone present today was merely seeking to establish a rapport with her. Stan touched his head in contemplation, for he indeed harbored such thoughts. It was only natural for the Empress to care deeply for her daughter island, seeking to forge a connection with him. After all, ordinary pirates could not traverse the Calm Belt, while the Navy enjoyed unfettered access. The predicament of Daughter Island was quite dire. Despite his striking good looks, he could hardly presume that he could captivate the Empress. How dare you say such a thing? You scoundrel! Do you truly perceive me as such? The Empress's fury ignited, for she felt profoundly insulted. In the vast ocean, teeming with formidable individuals, she held a disdainful view of those wretched men. A misunderstanding. It is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Stan was taken aback. What was happening today? It wasn't just the Empress who seemed off. He felt strangely unsettled himself. How could he articulate the thoughts swirling in his mind? It was perhaps best to make a hasty retreat. With that, Stan hurriedly took Icarus and used the power of Shinki to leave. Lady, why embark on such a transaction? Did Stan not say it was merely 20 billion? The three sisters of the Empress watched Stan depart, with Marigold expressing her confusion. She knew her sister well. She was not one to act impulsively. Indeed, lady, if it were for Daughter Island, such a sacrifice was unnecessary, Sonda Sonia also questioned, feeling that her sister's actions were driven by a desire to forge a connection with Stan. It must be said, Stan's prowess was truly remarkable. The three individuals who appeared today were among the most formidable of warriors. What are you two thinking? I am acting of my own volition. Stan is rather intriguing, is he not? Despite the rumors of him being greedy and lustful, those tales are unfounded. The Empress lightly tapped their heads, chiding them with an unamused expression. When she proposed the transaction, she had contemplated three possible outcomes. First, Stan could agree immediately, in which case she would feign that it was merely a jest and not to be taken seriously. Second, he might outwardly refuse while inwardly relishing the notion. Finally, he could become exceedingly enraged, teaching her a lesson akin to what he did to the sand crocodile. Given her awareness of Stan's strength, her comment doubting his masculinity was indeed quite provocative. Despite not being enchanted by her abilities, he had indulged her little whims. Could such a man not be deemed worthy of trust? Let us depart. Life without money is rather unpleasant. Who shall we target next? The empress thought with some vexation, refraining from further explanation. The current gathering at the Chambered Islands was teeming with affluent individuals. She must select a suitable prey. Chapter 97. Thorough preparations at the Navy headquarters of the Chambered Islands. The once bustling locale now lay eerily silent. In an office on the top floor, 4 of the 5 elders convened. What is the situation? Has anything gone awry? Has Stan arrived? The elder in the flat hat, holding a transponder snail, inquired. All is proceeding according to our plans. Stan remains oblivious, responded the golden-haired elder on the other end of the line. Indeed, Stan has been excessively brazen this time. Despite our numerous schemes, he publicly executed a celestial dragon. We are well prepared on our end. Once Stan arrives, we shall apprehend him with utmost swiftness. The flat-hat elder nodded, his tone resolute. The public death of a celestial dragon necessitated their intervention, but they must ensure absolute certainty. I still feel this is somewhat reckless. What if Stan possesses means of which we are unaware? The elder with a long beard furrowed his brow, concern etched upon his face. With our combined strength, minor setbacks should pose no issue, the sword-bearing elder asserted confidently. What qualified us as 5 elders was our ability to resolve any predicament. While wisdom is crucial, strength is the true essence of our power, and we certainly possess that. Yes, we have come here without notifying anyone, ensuring that Stan's spies will not detect us. We have thoroughly checked this vicinity. All, including the Navy, have been eliminated. We have also employed our abilities to silence any sound transmission and block communication through the transponder snails. No one can uncover what transpires here. The elder with the mustache claimed proudly, for it was his plan. First, we arranged for Khazar to summon Stan for this transaction, while we stealthily gathered here. By eradicating everyone in the vicinity, we ensured that no spies remained, preventing anyone from witnessing the events. Using their powers, they had sealed off sound. Even those with acute observation haki could not sense what was occurring from afar. Additionally, the communication signals of the transponder snails were also obstructed, rendering Stan incapable of relaying information. Once Stan arrives, we shall immediately apprehend him and delve into his memories. Subsequently, we will have our prepared Paramecia user impersonate Stan and that Birdman. This way, we can fully assimilate Stan's forces while ensuring that the history of 8 centuries ago remains undisclosed. The Flat Hat Elder terminated the call with a hearty laugh, envisioning the imminent triumph. In recent days, aside from dispatching operatives to gather intelligence on Stan, they had made other arrangements. 2 CP0 agents had been closely monitoring every movement of Stan and Icarus, and they were now nearly indistinguishable. Thus, even if they were to eliminate Stan, his followers would remain unaware. While killing Stan may be straightforward, preserving their secrets proved challenging. They had to be thoroughly prepared. This place was utterly sealed off, with no one able to witness the events, and Stan was incapable of sending messages to the outside world. If this did not resolve the matter, they would truly be at a loss for how to handle Stan. Furthermore, today saw the congregation of numerous powerful beings. Their trap was one Stan would never anticipate. The Flat Hat Elder was resolute. With all their meticulous arrangements, there was no reason for failure. Stan's prowess is well understood by them. The 5 are confident in their ability to subdue him. Today is indeed a fortuitous day, for the strong abound in Sabaody, and Stan is unlikely to anticipate their move at this juncture. Perfectly timed, they have procured numerous items from Stan, granting them ample opportunity to execute their plans. Under normal circumstances, a surprise attack on Stan would not have been executed with such precision. To prepare for this, they have eradicated thousands of naval personnel from this base. Surely, red-haired, Rayleigh, and Myhawk won't interfere with our scheme, will they? The long-bearded elder expressed some concern, possessing the strongest observation haki, sensing something amiss. Yet, he could not articulate his unease, merely conjecturing that these 3 might disrupt their plans. Those 3 rascals will be watched over by Sengoku and Kizaru. If they cannot manage this trivial matter, then their positions as fleet admiral and admirals are certainly dispensable. The sword-wielding elder snorted, recalling the potential of these 3 troublemakers. To ensure their vigilance over them, they had summoned Fleet Admiral Sengoku, with Kizaru joining as well. At this moment, the Navy headquarters stands rather vacant, devoid of any admirals of substantial strength for protection. As for the others, whether they be Shichibukai, under the 4 emperors, or the Revolutionary Army, they are of little concern. Not only is the Navy headquarters lacking in formidable guardians, but even Mariewa is similarly bereft of strong protectors. With 2 admirals of CP0 eliminated by Stan, they are at a loss for replacements in the short term. Nevertheless, this poses no significant issue. They merely need to acquire some potent devil fruits and recruit a few talented youths. Should they successfully integrate Stan's forces, the might under his command would then belong to the world government. A successful endeavor would yield them unparalleled profit. Stan is approaching. Prepare yourselves to strike decisively. The golden-haired elder reiterated, reminding the others. He excelled in surveillance, personally monitoring Stan for this operation. Though he viewed Stan as a greedy and lustful individual, he did not underestimate him. Like the 5 of them, aside from the visible guards, there were likely more lurking in the shadows. They had reason to suspect that Stan's defenses, aside from that Birdman, included hidden ambushers. However, Stan's arrogance proved his undoing as he meticulously scoured his surroundings, eventually concluding that there were indeed no hidden sentinels. Very well, I shall greet Stan personally. You all remain hidden. The instant I present the money to him will be when he is most vulnerable, and at that moment, we shall strike together. The flat-capped elder slammed his hand on the table, stowing away the transponder snail, and grasped a large chest beside him. This chest contained nearly 100 billion berries, serving as their bait. He intended for Stan to open the chest for inspection. When Stan's focus was ensnared by the allure of wealth, it would be the prime moment to act. I shall be the first to strike. Shattering Stan's spatial defenses, the mustachioed elder nodded, his fingers cracking in anticipation. I shall follow suit. My blade will swiftly sever his head, the sword-wielding elder declared, his eyes glistening with fervor. I will catch his head. Delving into his memories at the moment of his demise, the long-bearded elder affirmed, no longer hesitating. Their preparations were thorough. They were adequately equipped for the task. I will ensure no unforeseen incidents occur, particularly concerning that Birdman, the flat-capped elder added, completely dismissing Icaros. Meanwhile, the golden-haired elder would guard the perimeter, preventing anyone from entering their encirclement. Chapter 98. Did you not anticipate this? Icaros, shall we first attend the red-haired's banquet? Approaching the naval base, Stan suddenly halted, chuckling lightly as he issued the command. Do they intend to ambush me? How absurd. He had long recognized the unusual circumstances, merely toying with the elders. His confidence in his strength was unwavering, yet he was not entirely defenseless. Typically, he employed his godly authority to become intangible, ensuring his safety. Though it would soon exhaust him, possessing abilities akin to the sugar candy fruit, he remained vigilant against numerous potential